Chapter 1 Sunflower. Guo, there are only 3 days left. If you still can't achieve Qi induction, then you will not be able to become a utility disciple of the Qingluo sect. In a daze, a voice entered Gumo's ears. This sudden voice left Guo utterly bewildered. What Qi induction? What Qingluo sect? He had only pulled an all-nighter working overtime, how could he be hallucinating? Shaking his still groggy head, Guo finally saw the speaker. It was an ordinary-looking green-robed middle-aged man, wearing a green robe, exuding a strange sense of oppression. Humph. Seeing Guo lost in thought, the green-robed middle-aged man snorted coldly and turned to leave. What's going on? Gumo's face was full of questions as he watched the green-robed middle-aged man leave, but soon his confusion turned to shock, because he found himself not in his familiar rented room, and more importantly, he had become a 16 or 17-year-old youth. Being in a strange place could be explained by being kidnapped, but directly turning into a youth could only be explained by transmigration. Since he had very likely transmigrated, Gumo's current questions were, who have I become? Where am I? What should I do? Closing his eyes and searching his mind, Guo found no memories of the original owner. Unwilling to give up, he continued to concentrate. Suddenly, his consciousness blurred, and he appeared in a special black mist space. This space was surrounded by an impenetrable black mist, with only an area the size of Gumo's outstretched arms free of the black mist. Guo tried to touch the black mist and immediately felt an extreme cold and fear, causing him to quickly retract his hand. Not daring to continue exploring the black mist, Guo turned his attention to the area he was in. However, this small area had nothing around it except the mist, so Guo looked down. On the smooth floor made of unknown materials, Guo saw something the size of a pigeon egg. Picking up the item, Guo guessed from its appearance and texture that it was likely the seed of an unknown plant. As for what kind of plant, Guo couldn't determine. Unable to ascertain the origin of the seed, Guo temporarily put it aside and continued to observe the small space he was in. However, apart from the seed, there were no other discoveries. Leave. With no other discoveries, the moment Guo had the thought of leaving, he instantly left the black mist space. At the same time, the seed he was holding was also brought out with him. Although the black mist space could only be entered by consciousness, the items inside could be brought out. He just didn't know if items from the outside could be brought in. Thinking of this, Guo looked around, picked up an item at random, and concentrated. Soon, he reappeared in the black mist space. Looking at the item in his hand, Guo was overjoyed. Items from the outside could actually be brought in. Regardless of what other secrets this black mist space held, this storage ability alone was already incredibly powerful. After trying out the black mist space's storage ability a few times, Guo turned his attention back to the seed. A mysterious seed existing in that peculiar space, even an idiot could guess that it was absolutely not simple. As Guo stared at the seed in his hand, observing it, a faint light screen suddenly appeared. Seeing this light screen, Guo was first startled, then realized that this should be the origin of the seed in his hand. Name, Sunflower. Grade, Grade 1 low grade. Effect, condenses sun essence. Planting conditions, first order spirit field. A sunflower that can condense sun essence. I just don't know what kind of treasure this sun essence is, Guo thought to himself, looking at the light screen in front of him. In addition, the sunflower's planting conditions require a spirit field, coupled with what the green-robed middle-aged man said earlier about Qi induction and Qingluo sect. These terms made Guo suspect that he might have transmigrated to a cultivation world. Mentioning the green-robed middle-aged man, Guo remembered him saying that he only had 3 days to complete Qi induction, otherwise he would be expelled. Although he didn't know what the consequences of being expelled would be, it clearly wouldn't be a good thing. But the problem was that Guo had no idea what Qi induction was. Without the original owner's memories, Guo suffered from a severe lack of information. Fortunately, the original owner was not a normal person, because who writes a diary if they are normal? Guo found the original owner's diary in a hidden cabinet by the bed and was overjoyed. It clearly recorded a lot of information about the original owner, and the detailed content made Guo speechless. This original owner was indeed not a normal person. If this diary were seen by outsiders, wouldn't it be social suicide? But for Guo, this diary allowed him to fully understand everything about the original owner, as well as his current predicament. Just as Guo guessed, he had transmigrated to a cultivation world, and the original owner, who shared Gumo's name, was taken in by the Qingluo sect because he was found to have a low-grade spiritual root. He was to be trained as a utility disciple of the sect, who are laborers responsible for miscellaneous tasks for the sect, such as spirit field management, spirit beast feeding, spirit ore refining, spirit medicine sorting, and so on. These miscellaneous tasks cannot be performed by mortals, and the elite of the sect cannot waste their precious cultivation time doing this. Therefore, the lowest grade low-grade spiritual root holders like Guo are excellent candidates for utility disciples. Although a low-grade spiritual root is the worst spiritual root, it is still a spiritual root, and one can cultivate with it. As long as one has a cultivation base, they can use spiritual power to perform those miscellaneous tasks that mortals cannot. Although it was only the hard labor of a utility disciple, for mortals, being able to enter the Qingluo sect and embark on the path of cultivation meant surpassing 99% of ordinary people. As long as one could achieve Qi induction, they would be immune to all illnesses. If they could take another step and enter the Qi refinement stage, they would have a lifespan of over 100 years. However, the original owner had been selected into the Qingluo sect for nearly 3 months, but still failed to complete the qi induction step. With a low-grade spiritual root aptitude, not completing qi induction in 3 months was actually nothing remarkable. Read the error-free version at 169 SHUBA. The Qingluo sect naturally knew the talent of these low-grade spiritual root disciples. In order to make these utility disciples quickly gain cultivation and contribute to the sect faster, Guo and other utility disciples received a qi induction pill and 3 low-grade spirit stones as cultivation resources upon entering the sect. With these resources, even a low-grade spiritual root was enough to complete qi induction within 3 months. However, the original owner seemed to be naturally unsuited for cultivation. No matter how hard he tried, even after taking the qi induction pill, he failed to successfully achieve qi induction. Hearing news of others successfully completing qi induction one after another, the original owner began to become anxious. At this time, the original owner suddenly heard a piece of news. It was said that in a certain forest outside the utility disciple area, an intersect brother had once left behind a powerful cultivation secret manual that could allow one to quickly become stronger. Upon learning this news, the original owner immediately went to search for it. Subsequently, the original owner was very fortunate to find a cultivation technique. Guo looked at the content in the diary, frowning slightly. This looked very problematic. Guo rummaged through the cabinet where the original owner kept the diary and found the secret manual. Refining Spirit Art. The name sounded very intimidating. Guo flipped through the contents, which actually described how to devour living souls to refine one's divine soul. Although Guo, who had just transmigrated, did not understand cultivation, devouring living souls was clearly not a righteous path cultivation technique. From the original owner's diary, this Qingluo sect should not be an evil sect. If a disciple within this sect cultivated such a vicious cultivation technique, wouldn't it be certain death if discovered? At this moment, Guo was certain that someone was trying to harm the original owner. But why target the original owner, who was just a utility disciple who hadn't even achieved qi induction? From the original owner's diary, there was no mention of him having any enemies. The diary ended after the original owner obtained this refining spirit art. Clearly, the original owner cultivated this cultivation technique, and then something went wrong, causing his divine soul to dissipate, which is how Guo transmigrated. Wu. Guo closed his diary and let out a long breath. From the original owner's diary, Guo vaguely felt that the original owner's lack of progress in cultivation might have been due to someone tampering with him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him, with a spiritual root, to fail at qi induction even after taking a qi induction medicinal pill. A qi induction medicinal pill is the best medicinal pill for entering the world of cultivation. Even a mortal without a spiritual root has a tiny chance of achieving qi induction after taking it, let alone someone with a spiritual root. As soon as he transmigrated to this world, Guo felt a deep sense of malice, which made him increasingly cautious. He didn't want to be inexplicably harmed and die shortly after arriving in this world. He glanced at the refining spirit art in his hand. Such an evil cultivation technique needed to be dealt with. If it were discovered, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. However, the material of this refining spirit art was quite special, it couldn't be torn or burned. As for simply discarding it, that wouldn't work either. Who knew if there were any methods for tracking by aura? I've got it. Gumo's heart stirred, and the refining spirit art in his hand suddenly vanished, thrown into the black mist space. This should be foolproof. After dealing with the refining spirit art, Guo pulled another booklet from the bedside cabinet. This was also a cultivation secret manual, but unlike the unpresentable refining spirit art, this one was a cultivation technique that could be openly shown to others. It was also the cultivation technique that Qingluo sect issued to utility disciples for cultivation. The name of the cultivation technique was also very straightforward, qi induction art. This was a superficial cultivation technique that guided how to perform qi induction. Besides the thousands of characters of cultivation technique content, the booklet also contained many of the original owner's notes. The Qingluo sect naturally wouldn't just issue cultivation techniques and then ignore them, someone would specifically guide their cultivation. The green-robed middle-aged man from before was the teacher responsible for guiding these utility disciples in their cultivation. From the densely packed notes in the booklet, it was clear that the original owner had indeed put in a lot of hard work into cultivation. These notes also helped Guo quickly get started with this qi induction art. Guo, having transmigrated and received higher education, naturally had excellent reading comprehension. Coupled with knowledge from another world as his backing, Gumo's comprehension ability was definitely not weaker than those geniuses. After understanding the method of the qi induction art, Guo was eager to try cultivating. Having transmigrated to a cultivation world, how could he not try a cultivation method? He took out 3 jade stones, about the size of a 1 yuan coin, from the cabinet and held them in his hand. These were the 3 low-grade spirit stones issued by the Qingluo sect. Without qi induction medicinal pills, these spirit stones could also assist in cultivation. Ready, Guo began to perceive the heaven and earth spiritual qi according to the method of the qi induction art. Unfortunately, his inferior spiritual root aptitude made his perception of spiritual qi extremely weak. After an unknown amount of time, Guo finally sensed a faint trace of spiritual qi from his hand. Guo knew this was the spiritual qi mentioned in the qi induction art. This was also thanks to those few spirit stones, otherwise, it would take who knows how long to sense the existence of spiritual qi. Without hesitation, Guo captured that wisp of spiritual qi and guided it into his body. As long as this wisp of spiritual qi was drawn into his Danshan qi si, it would count as completing qi induction. It won't succeed on the first try, will it? Seeing that wisp of spiritual qi successfully guided into his body, Gu Mo was pleasantly surprised. But as soon as Gu Mo's joy appeared, that wisp of spiritual qi dissipated. The guided spiritual qi was too faint and was completely consumed during the process of entering the body. Again. Taking a deep breath, Gu Mo calmed himself and continued to cultivate. After several attempts, Gu Mo finally succeeded in guiding a faint wisp of spiritual qi into his danshan. He originally thought this time he would definitely succeed in qi induction, but after that wisp of spiritual qi entered the danshan, it was swallowed by a wisp of black light. At this moment, Gu Mo was certain that the original owner's inability to complete qi induction was indeed due to a scheme. With that black light occupying his danshan, Gu Mo simply could not complete qi induction, at least not within 3 days. If he couldn't complete qi induction within 3 days, then Gu Mo would be expelled from the Qinglo sect, cutting off his path of cultivation. As for being a loose cultivator, for someone with an inferior spiritual root, this was undoubtedly a dead end. Although being a loose cultivator offered freedom and no constraints, the cultivation techniques, medicinal pills, and spirit stones for cultivation all had to be acquired by taking risks. If it weren't for the Qinglo sect only accepting people with clean backgrounds, they could easily recruit many loose cultivators with cultivation. Since ordinary methods couldn't complete qi induction, Gu Mo turned his attention to the sunflower seeds he had obtained in the black mist space. If he could grow this sunflower and obtain its sun essence, could it help him succeed in qi induction? Gu Mo felt that the sun essence would definitely bring him a surprise, but the problem was that this sunflower required spiritual fields to be planted. The Qinglo sect naturally had spiritual fields, and some of these utility disciples would eventually go on to manage spiritual fields. But these were all matters that would happen after they had cultivation and officially became utility disciples. Currently, Gu Mo and the others could only stay in this area. Anyone who left without authorization would be directly expelled. Stuck for a moment, Gu Mo decided to go out and gather information, as staying here wouldn't solve the problem. Leaving his small house, it was already noon on the second day. Although they were utility disciples, the Qinglo sect still gave each person an independent small house. The reason was simple: cultivation could not be disturbed, and several people living together simply could not cultivate. The first place Gu Mo went was the dining hall. He was still immortal, so he naturally needed to eat. Even after achieving qi induction and stepping onto the threshold of cultivation, he still couldn't abstain from food. The diary had records about the dining hall, and Gu Mo easily found its location. The number of people inside the dining hall was surprisingly small, even though it was currently mealtime. You can read the error-free version at 169shu.com. Gu Mo could roughly guess why there were so few people. Everyone was busy cultivating. With the aptitude of an inferior spiritual root, the only way to make progress was to spend more time cultivating. The free meals provided by the dining hall were just ordinary food. In the mortal world, this would definitely be considered a delicacy. As for better spiritual rice or spirit beast meat, those could only be purchased with extra money, and what was spent was not mortal gold and silver, but spirit stones or sect contributions. After eating, Gu Mo went directly to the scripture pavilion. The scripture pavilion open to utility disciples obviously couldn't be expected to have anything good. It contained only books related to the 100 arts of immortal cultivation and some low-grade spell books. Utility disciples would all be engaged in miscellaneous tasks related to the 100 arts of immortal cultivation in the future, so it was very necessary to let utility disciples understand the relevant content beforehand. Gu Mo's purpose was precisely these books, especially those concerning spiritual fields. As long as he could solve the problem of spiritual fields, he could plant that sunflower. I've got it. Soon, Gu Mo's eyes showed surprise and joy. He truly found a solution from these books, a method that allowed him to plant the sunflower without needing to find a real spiritual field. Chapter 3 Sun Essence. The method Gu Mo found was actually quite simple. Since there was no spiritual field, he would create one artificially by burying spirit stones and other items containing spiritual qi directly into the soil, which would increase the spiritual qi of that land. However, there was a very obvious drawback to doing this. Once the spirit stones buried in the soil were depleted of their spiritual power, the spiritual qi of that land would also disappear. Only true spiritual fields supported by spiritual veins could maintain a continuous flow of spiritual power. But for Gu Mo, this was the only way to break the deadlock, and he just happened to have 3 spirit stones to try it out. Without hesitation, Gu Mo quickly returned to his small room, found a basin, went outside to dig up some soil, and after cracking the 3 spirit stones, buried them all inside. 3 low-grade spirit stones providing spiritual power to a basin-sized plot of land should be enough to reach the level of a first-order spiritual field. After completing the modification of the miniature artificial spiritual field, Gu Mo took out the sunflower seeds and planted them directly. All Gu Mo could do next was wait. If all went well, he would know the result by tomorrow. As long as the planting conditions were met, this sunflower would immediately take root and sprout. After carefully checking the flower pot, Gu Mo began to cultivate. A night of cultivation still yielded no results, but there was a huge change in the flower pot. In the previously empty flower pot, a plant resembling a sunflower was gently swaying in the morning sun. Is this the sunflower? Gu Mo curiously examined this plant, which was only as tall as his arm. The plant had a straight stem and 2 palm-sized leaves. The most eye-catching part was naturally the flower of the plant. This flower was somewhat similar to a sunflower, but Gu Mo felt that this flower looked more like a miniature sun, and as the sun rose in the sky, the color of this flower was constantly changing from warm red to golden yellow. Moreover, the golden disk of the sunflower kept locked onto the sun in the sky. Seeing this, Gu Mo moved the flower pot to the window, allowing the sunlight to shine directly on the sunflower. Under the sunlight, Guo noticed that the sunflower swayed even more cheerfully, and the sunlight shining on the sunflower's disc was actually being condensed. Sun essence. Seeing this, Guo immediately guessed what the light condensed in the sunflower's disc was. However, this sun essence could not be obtained yet, it could only be collected after the sun set. Guo waited in the room for an entire day, not leaving for a single step, fearing that some accident might occur if he left. Fortunately, Guo had some food and water stored in his room, so he did not starve. Finally, when the last ray of sunlight disappeared into the sky, the originally golden sunflower quickly dimmed, but a faint golden light still remained in its disc. Guo's gaze focused on the sunflower, and the familiar light screen appeared. At this moment, a harvest option appeared on the light screen. This meant that if outsiders could not see the sunflower's attribute light screen, they would not be able to collect the sun essence from the sunflower. This was definitely good news for Guo. Without hesitation, Guo clicked the harvest option. The next moment, the wisp of golden light from the sunflower surged out, transforming into an illusory sun the size of an egg that landed in Guo's hand. Upon touching the illusory sun, Guo immediately felt a warm power flow from his hand throughout his entire body. Then, let's see if this sun essence can help me complete Qi induction. Feeling the mystery of the sun essence, Guo's confidence increased by a few points. Tomorrow was the final deadline. If this sun essence could not help him complete Qi induction, then Guo would be expelled from the Qingluo sect. Taking a deep breath, Guo swallowed the illusory sun in his hand in one gulp, then entered a cultivation state. As the sun essence entered his body, the warm feeling became even more pronounced. Guo concentrated his mind and guided the sun essence towards his danshan. The guiding process was very smooth, but Guo knew that the final result would depend on whether this sun essence could dispel the black light entrenched in his danshan. Finally, the power of the sun essence, emitting a warm aura, entered Guo's danshan. Subsequently, the black light entrenched in Guo's danshan melted rapidly like ice and snow under a scorching sun. It's done. Seeing this, Guo was overjoyed. After the sun essence dispelled the black light, it successfully settled into Guo's danshan. From this point on, Guo officially completed Qi induction. Although what Guo introduced was not spiritual Qi in the conventional sense, sun essence was a more powerful force than ordinary spiritual Qi. Guo, who mastered this power, would surpass ordinary cultivators in all aspects. Exhaling a long breath, Guo ended his cultivation. Feeling the warm power constantly emanating from his danshan, Guo was excited. Having completed Qi induction, he had officially embarked on the Dao of cultivation. Of course, what surprised him the most was the sunflower obtained from the black mist space. The sun essence condensed by the sunflower was definitely a rare treasure, and with this sun essence, it would definitely be of great help to his cultivation. The next day, Guo slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the joy in his eyes had completely dissipated, replaced by helplessness. He had thought that with the disappearance of the black light in his danshan, his cultivation would make significant progress, but the results of this night's cultivation were still extremely disappointing. This inferior spiritual root cultivates too slowly. Guo shook his head. Successfully completing Qi induction could not change the quality of his spiritual root. However, without the obstruction of the black light, Guo could now cultivate normally, it was just that his cultivation speed was definitely at the level of a low-grade spiritual root. Read the error-free version at 169 SHUBA. But when Guo's gaze swept towards the window and he saw the sunflower gently swaying in the morning light, a glimmer of hope appeared in Guo's heart. This sunflower could condense a portion of sun essence every day, and with the help of this sun essence, he could completely compensate for the shortcomings of his poor spiritual root and slow cultivation speed. Getting up and coming before the sunflower, Guo observed it for a moment, then reached out and grabbed the flower pot. The next moment, the sunflower by the window disappeared, having been stored by him in the black mist space. Today was the 3-month deadline. Those who had not yet completed Qi induction would be expelled from the Qingluo sect, while those who had completed Qi induction would enter the next stage of cultivation. Because he was leaving, Guo was worried that leaving the sunflower in the room might lead to some accident, so he took it with him directly. So many people. Arriving at the gathering point, Guo saw hundreds of people gathered in the square. These were all utility disciples newly recruited this year, selected from several nearby dynasties, and such recruitment of utility disciples was conducted by the Qingluo sect every 1 to 2 years. The specific frequency depended on the demand for utility disciples. If the demand was high, it would be once a year, if not, then once every 2 years. Scanning the young men and women gathered in 2s and 3s, chatting, Guo found a place to sit down. The original owner had no familiar acquaintances here, which was something Guo was happy about. After waiting for a moment, the familiar green-robed middle-aged man appeared, causing the entire square to fall silent. Line up for the test. The green-robed middle-aged man wasted no words, taking out a jade stone inscribed with special array patterns and placing it on a table that had been prepared. The purpose of this jade stone was to detect the spiritual Qi within the target, so as long as Qi induction was completed, it could be sensed by the jade stone, and Qi induction was the standard for finally remaining as an official utility disciple of the Qingluo sect. As the green-robed middle-aged man spoke, everyone quickly lined up. Immediately, one person stepped forward and placed his hand on the jade stone. Instantly, the jade stone emitted a faint glow. Qualified. Seeing this, the green-robed middle-aged man nodded, then handed over a bag. This was the material for passing the test and officially becoming a utility disciple of the Kinglo sect. Soon, everyone lined up and stepped forward one by one. Different people touched the jade stone, and the intensity of the light emitted by the jade stone varied. The intensity of this light indicated the amount of spiritual qi in the tested person's body. Those who completed qi induction earlier naturally had more accumulated spiritual qi than those who completed qi induction later. Whenever the jade stone glowed brightly, everyone present would cast envious glances. Because the test was very simple, only requiring one to place their hand on the jade stone, the testing of hundreds of people proceeded very quickly, and it was Gu Mo's turn before long. Seeing Gu Mo, the green-robed middle-aged man's expression became somewhat displeased, as Gu Mo might be the only flaw in his mission this time. He came to guide these utility disciples in cultivation because of a sect mission, and the completion rate of the mission was related to the final reward he could obtain. The green-robed middle-aged man, who was in a somewhat bad mood, saw the jade stone emit a faint glow after Gu Mo placed his hand on it, and a slight joy rose in his heart. Not bad. Rarely, the green-robed middle-aged man praised him. Being able to complete qi induction at the last moment was indeed a surprise for him, and thus he could smoothly complete his mission. Seeing the jade stone light up, Gu Mo also let out a long sigh of relief, because he had completed qi induction through sun essence, which was different from the normal method. Gu Mo was worried that his special qi induction method might cause some unexpected issues during the test. Now it seemed everything was normal. Sun essence was essentially a type of spiritual qi, but a higher grade spiritual qi. As long as it was spiritual qi, this jade stone could detect it. As for the quality of the spiritual qi, it was clear that this jade stone, used by utility disciples, did not have the effect of detecting spiritual qi quality. From today onwards, you are officially utility disciples of my Kinglo sect. For the next year, what you need to do is cultivate diligently and enter the qi refinement stage as soon as possible. During this period, senior brothers from various peaks will come here to select people, and you can choose to join according to your own wishes. The green-robed middle-aged man, in a good mood after successfully completing his sect mission, said to everyone. However, if you still haven't made a choice after 1 year, then the sect will forcibly assign you, so make your choice early. For some popular places, there are many people who want to go, and if you are late, those peaks won't want anyone. After the green-robed middle-aged man explained the situation to everyone, he floated away. As the green-robed middle-aged man left, the quiet square immediately became lively. Everyone either gathered in groups of 2 or 3, discussing which peak to go to in the future, or excitedly counted the treasures the sect had given them in their bags. Gu Mo also belonged to the latter, because from the moment he obtained the sunflower, Gu Mo had already decided to become a spiritual farmer managing spiritual fields, and secretly cultivate sunflowers. Therefore, at this moment, Gu Mo was most concerned about the treasures issued by the sect. Opening the bag, there were quite a few things inside: an identity token for a utility disciple, a grey utility disciple robe, a qi refinement stage cultivation technique, a bottle of grain abstinence medicinal pills, 3 qi condensation medicinal pills, and 3 spirit stones. The identity token, in addition to proving identity, was also a voucher for accepting sect missions and recording sect contributions. Although the utility disciple robe was not good looking, it was a dharma robe. Although it was an unranked dharma robe, it also had the effect of being impervious to heat and cold. If this were taken to the mortal world, it would definitely be regarded as an immortal family treasure. As for the cultivation technique, it was called qi condensation art. This cultivation technique was very mediocre in all aspects. Its only advantage was that its cultivation speed was relatively fast among cultivation techniques of its grade. It was very suitable for utility disciples who needed to quickly gain cultivation and work for the sect. The remaining medicinal pills and spirit stones were cultivation supplies. In order to allow everyone to cultivate with all their might, the sect provided a bottle of grain abstinence medicinal pills, so even continuous closed-door cultivation for a few days would not be a problem. Coupled with medicinal pills that improve cultivation such as qi condensation medicinal pills, it would not be a big problem to go from qi induction to qi refining in 1 year, even for those with inferior spiritual roots. After counting the supplies issued by the sect, Gu Mo couldn't help but sigh at the benefits of joining a large sect. This was only for utility disciples. If it were outer sect or inner sect disciples, it was unimaginable how many resources they could obtain. Of course, the sect spent so many resources, and in the future, they would all be earned back from them. Gu Mo, who had just finished counting his supplies and was about to leave, suddenly heard someone call out to him and couldn't help but turn around in confusion. It seemed he had no acquaintances here. Who are you? Gu Mo looked at the 4 people walking towards him. The leader was a young man dressed in luxurious clothes. From his clothes, one could tell his family background was extraordinary. Of course, this was only a mortal family background. In a cultivation sect, cultivation and spiritual root talent were the most important. Even with high status in the mortal world, if one's spiritual root was not good, they would still be a utility disciple. Read the error-free version at 1619shuba.com. Yao Shifeng. The luxuriously dressed young man said with a smile, cupping his hands. Hearing the other party introduce himself, Gu Mo immediately thought that Yao Shifeng was among those who had made the jade stone glow brightly earlier. Those few were definitely the cream of the crop among these utility disciples, but what was the other party looking for him for? I heard that you, Gu Mo, also come from the Great Xia dynasty. We are all people of Great Xia. After greeting him, Yao Shifeng stated his purpose. The path of cultivation is long, and the risks are immense. If you have a few good friends who can help you in times of difficulty, you might be able to overcome the challenges. We all come from the great Xia dynasty, and we should unite and go further together on the path of cultivation. After speaking, Yao Shifeng looked at Gu Mo with a slight smile, waiting for his reply. Facing Yao Shifeng's invitation, Gu Mo thought for a moment and then accepted. Although he was a transmigrator and not from the same hometown as everyone else, Gu Mo deeply agreed with Yao Shifeng's words. Who wouldn't encounter some difficulties on the path of cultivation? Compared to facing them alone, it would naturally be best if someone could help. This was within a sect with relatively strict rules. If it were a loose cultivator, finding a few good friends on the path of cultivation would be extremely difficult. A slight carelessness could lead to being ambushed and killed by others. Upon receiving Gu Mo's affirmative reply, Yao Shifeng's smile widened. As a nobleman of the great Xia, he understood very well that to achieve anything, one could not act alone, especially as a utility disciple. If he possessed a medium grade or even a high grade spiritual root, he wouldn't need to befriend anyone, the sect would provide him with sufficient resources to aid his cultivation. Unfortunately, Yao Shifeng was only detected to have the lowest grade inferior spiritual root. Yao Shifeng clearly found this result unacceptable. In the mundane world, he was a high-ranking dignitary, but upon entering the cultivation world, he became the lowest-ranking utility disciple. He was unwilling to accept this. Therefore, Yao Shifeng wanted to climb higher step by step, and there were precedents of utility disciples eventually becoming intersect disciples. During this time, Yao Shifeng researched cases of utility disciples who rose unexpectedly in the library. Combining this with current conditions, he ultimately chose the plan of befriending fellow villagers. Dining hall private room. Yao Shifeng, Gu Mo, Hu Hai, Wu Jinfei and Chu Fifei gathered and sat together. After Gu Mo agreed to join, Yao Shifeng invited everyone to eat here and get to know each other. After some conversation, Gu Mo formed a general impression of the three people besides Yao Shifeng. Hu Hai was a small boy who gave off a somewhat self-conscious vibe, likely related to his background. Wu Jinfei, in contrast to Hu Hai, was a big fellow and quite talkative. His spiritual qi detection results were also in the upper middle tier. Chu Fifei was the only female among the five, with a beautiful appearance. At 15 or 16, she was already curvaceous, and Hu Hai and Wu Jinfei's gazes would occasionally drift towards her. Everyone, I have some cultivation insights here that I can share with you all, Yao Shifeng began after they had briefly introduced themselves. He had his own plans for forming such a small group, and to profit from it, initial investment was essential. Hearing that Yao Shifeng had cultivation insights to share, everyone turned their gazes to him. What was most important now? Naturally, it was cultivation. Cultivation was everything. Although the sect would have senior brothers in the qi refinement stage give them lectures, such rote instruction could not compare to detailed cultivation insights. An elder in my clan once joined the sect and left behind some cultivation insights, Yao Shifeng briefly introduced when he saw everyone looking at him. The reason Yao Shifeng was a dignitary of the Great Xia was all thanks to that elder who joined the sect. Although his elder was only an outer sect disciple and had passed away more than 100 years ago, the inheritance left behind still allowed Yao Shifeng's family to remain among the powerful. Among this, the cultivation insights left by that elder were a very significant part of the inheritance. With the help of these cultivation insights, Yao Shifeng was able to become one of the most outstanding utility disciples. Unfortunately, that elder was just an ordinary outer sect disciple, and having passed away many years ago, there was no longer any connection to the sect. Otherwise, Yao Shifeng could have relied on that elder. Taking a deep breath, Yao Shifeng began to reveal the cultivation insights left by his clan elder. These cultivation insights would undoubtedly be extremely precious treasures in the hands of a loose cultivator. In the sect, their value would decrease somewhat, but for utility disciples, they were still very valuable. So that's how it is. Listening to Yao Shifeng's explanation, Gu Mo gained a clear understanding of qi refinement stage cultivation. After completing qi induction, the next cultivation goal was to continuously accumulate spiritual qi, and then, with the accumulated spiritual qi, open up meridians to complete a small heavenly cycle. According to different cultivation techniques, the number of meridians to be opened for a small heavenly cycle also varied, but all qi refinement stage cultivation techniques followed the rules of 9 small heavenly cycles, 3 medium heavenly cycles, and 1 great heavenly cycle. Completing 1 small heavenly cycle meant successfully entering the first level of the qi refinement stage. Completing 3 small heavenly cycles meant reaching the third level of the qi refinement stage. After that, there was a small bottleneck from the qi refinement early stage to the middle stage. Fusing 3 small heavenly cycles to complete 1 medium heavenly cycle allowed one to enter the qi refining middle stage. Completing 3 medium heavenly cycles meant reaching the 9th level of qi refinement. Fusing 3 medium heavenly cycles into 1 great heavenly cycle meant reaching cultivation qi completion realm. Looking at the thoughtful expressions on everyone's faces, a smile appeared on Yao Shifeng's lips. He had presented the great gift of cultivation insights, so this small group was now stable. And he had only shared a small part of these insights, he would release the rest little by little. As Yao Shifeng finished his explanation, everyone came back to their senses and expressed their gratitude to Yao Shifeng. Our current task is to raise our cultivation as quickly as possible. We'll gather again in a week. By then, everyone can exchange ideas about their cultivation problems. Yao Shifeng waved his hand. This Yao Shifeng is not a simple person, Gu Mo thought to himself as he returned to his small room, recalling Yao Shifeng's previous behavior. However, this was not a big deal. Since he had offered valuable cultivation insights, Gu Mo didn't mind giving something in return when the time came. Taking out the sunflower from the black mist space, he checked the time. It was already evening. Since the sunflower had been kept in the black mist space all day, no sun essence had condensed on it. This also let Gu Mo know that the sunflower could not condense sun essence when placed in the black mist space, it had to be placed outside. Well then, let's begin cultivation. Gu Mo took out the Qi condensation art, the cultivation technique given by the sect, and read it carefully. Time quickly passed as Gu Mo focused on his cultivation. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. Soon, a week passed. Today was the time for everyone to gather again. Gu Mo's cultivation had progressed by leaps and bounds this past week. All of this was thanks to the sunflower. One portion of sun essence could equal 2 days of Gu Mo's arduous cultivation. Arduous cultivation referred to cultivation for more than 8 hours out of a 12-hour day. And the sun essence condensed by the sunflower, one portion, was equivalent to 2 days of Gu Mo's arduous cultivation progress, and that portion of sun essence could be refined in a breath. To put it in a more easily understandable way, Gu Mo's cultivation speed this week was comparable to that of a cultivator with a low-grade spiritual root. If the cultivation speed of an inferior spiritual root was set at 1, then the cultivation speed of a low-grade spiritual root would be 2 to 4. The reason it wasn't a fixed value was because even among low-grade spiritual roots, there were differences between them. But it was certain that the cultivation speed of a low-grade spiritual root was at least 2 times that of an inferior spiritual root. This was only a low-grade spiritual root. If it were a medium-grade spiritual root, it would be 5 to 7 times the speed, and a high-grade spiritual root could even reach 10 times that of an inferior spiritual root. This was only the basic increase in speed. If combined with powerful cultivation techniques, spiritual lands, and medicinal pills, this speed would be even faster. Gu Mo, using the sun essence condensed by the sunflower, actually achieved the cultivation speed of a low-grade spiritual root. It was no exaggeration to say that this was equivalent to changing Gu Mo's spiritual root. This effect alone was enough to prove the preciousness of this sunflower. However, during this week, Gu Mo also discovered other uses for this sun essence. The new use for sun essence that Gu Mo discovered was that it could be used to dispel the black mist in the black mist space. Although each portion of sun essence could only dispel a very small part of the black mist, this discovery still made Gu Mo extremely excited. His sunflower was obtained from the black mist space. If he could dispel that black mist, could he find more sunflowers? One sunflower gave Gu Mo the cultivation speed of a low-grade spiritual root cultivator. If it were 2 sunflowers, that would be close to the cultivation speed of a medium-grade spiritual root. If he could have 5 sunflowers, it would be comparable to the cultivation speed of a superior spiritual root cultivator. As soon as this thought arose, Gu Mo's heart surged. He wished he could immediately use all the sun essence he harvested each day to dispel the black mist, but reality told Gu Mo that the top priority now was to improve his cultivation. Only by entering the Qi refinement stage and becoming a spiritual farmer could he use spirit fields to plant sunflowers. Planting sunflowers in pots was only a temporary measure. Gu Mo could feel the spiritual Qi in the pot gradually depleting. Once the spiritual Qi in the pot was completely consumed, the sunflower, lacking spiritual Qi, would no longer be able to condense sun essence. Fortunately, after becoming an official utility disciple, the sect issued 3 more spirit stones. Gu Mo could sustain himself for a while longer, but he had to enter the Qi refinement stage before the spirit stones ran out. Glancing at the time, Gu Mo set off for the private dining room in the cafeteria where they met last time. When he arrived, Yao Shifeng and the other 4 were already there, discussing something. Gu Mo, which peak do you plan to go to? Yao Shifeng asked when he saw Gu Mo appear. As utility disciples, they would all eventually go to various peaks to do hard labor, but they still had some choice as to which peak they would go to. Spirit Plant Hall. Gu Mo did not hesitate. The Kinglo sect's spirit fields were all managed by the Spirit Plant Hall. If Gu Mo wanted to be a spiritual farmer, he naturally had to go to the Spirit Plant Hall. Gu Mo's answer surprised all 4 of them. Among the 100 arts of cultivation, the most popular were alchemy, weapon forging, array formations, and talismans. Therefore, these 4 peaks were the most popular choices, if only to learn a skill there, which would give them a means of livelihood. Yao Shifeng and the other 3 chose these 4 peaks, Hu Hai chose Dan Peak, Wu Jinfei chose Weapon Peak, Chu Fifei chose Array Peak, and Yao Shifeng chose Fu Peak. However, the Spirit Plant Hall, which Gu Mo chose, was definitely the most unpopular category. After all, what future could there be in being a spiritual farmer? If we go to different peaks, won't we be able to complement each other better? Gu Mo smiled after learning of their choices. That's true. Yao Shifeng nodded and said no more. Gu Mo was originally brought along just to make up the numbers, barely managing to complete Qi induction just in time. His aptitude was among the worst even for those with inferior spiritual roots. Now, he had even chosen the Spirit Plant Hall, which had no future, meaning that Gu Mo's future help to him would be limited. If it were anyone else, Yao Shifeng might have tried to persuade them, but for Gu Mo, perhaps being a spiritual farmer was his best choice. With his aptitude, he probably wouldn't be wanted by any of the popular peaks. After the discussion about their destinations, the most important part, the exchange on cultivation, followed. Immediately, Wu Jinfei brought up the difficulties he encountered in his cultivation this week, and Yao Shifeng explained them using his knowledge of cultivation insights. Afterward, Hu Hai and Chu Fifei also raised their questions. Yao Shifeng answered all of them. As for Gu Mo, he did not ask any questions, because so far he had not encountered any difficulties, thanks to the powerful sun essence. The problems encountered by Wu Junfei and the other two basically revolved around how to open up meridians and complete a small heavenly cycle. To successfully open up meridians, it simply came down to the amount of spiritual power and the control over it. The amount of spiritual power is determined by the spiritual qi refined by the cultivator each day. Gu Mo directly absorbed sun essence and did not need to refine it. Furthermore, one portion of sun essence was equivalent to 2 days of arduous cultivation. This speed of accumulating spiritual qi, comparable to a low-grade spiritual root cultivator, was something the 4 people present could not match. As for the control of spiritual power, because the spiritual qi transformed from sun essence was extremely pure, it was very smooth to control. This also allowed Gu Mo, as long as he accumulated enough spiritual power, to directly open up a small heavenly cycle and enter the qi refining first layer, without any bottlenecks during the process. Although he had no questions, Gu Mo listened very carefully to Yao Shifeng's explanations. During this time, Gu Mo also noticed that Yao Shifeng answered Wu Junfei's questions most thoroughly, because he was the one with the best aptitude among the 5, besides Yao Shifeng. With good aptitude, Yao Shifeng naturally invested more, so he could reap more in the future. As for someone like Gu Mo, even if Gu Mo didn't ask a single question, Yao Shifeng wouldn't actively inquire. As for giving Gu Mo a cold shoulder directly, that certainly wouldn't happen. The unity of the small group was very important, and he wouldn't be foolish enough to actively exclude Gu Mo. As dusk fell, today's meeting concluded, and everyone agreed to meet again in a week. Gu Mo, are you really going to the spirit plant hall? There's no future there. A voice called out to Gu Mo as he was about to leave. Of course. Gu Mo turned and smiled at Hu Hai, who had called out to him, I'll bring you spiritual rice then. All right. Seeing Gu Mo's firm attitude, Hu Hai no longer tried to persuade him, nodded, and then turned to leave. Returning to his small room, Gu Mo took the sunflower out of the black mist space. Unfortunately, it was already late, and he had missed a day's worth of sun essence today. Read the error-free version at 169 SHUBA. However, the sunflower was of great importance, and Gu Mo dared not leave it behind and go out alone. Without sun essence, Gu Mo could only cultivate on his own. This immediately highlighted the shortcomings of his inferior spiritual root, his cultivation speed was too slow. Finally, Gu Mo stopped cultivating. If he didn't have the sunflower, then Gu Mo would have to grit his teeth and continue cultivating. But with the sunflower, Gu Mo's cultivation speed was comparable to that of a low-grade spiritual root cultivator. He could completely give up the inefficient part of his own cultivation and replace all cultivation with sun essence. Although not cultivating himself would mean half the cultivation speed, from the original 2 times, his own cultivation plus sun essence, for a total of 3 times the cultivation speed, it would become only 2 times the cultivation speed from sun essence. While he lost 1/3 of his cultivation speed, Gu Mo gained a lot of time. His own arduous cultivation for 8 hours only amounted to half a portion of sun essence. It was better to free up this time to cultivate other things, such as spells. As a cultivator, one cannot only cultivate, one also needs to master some spells. Other utility disciples were currently cultivating with all their might to enter the qi refinement stage as quickly as possible, so practicing spells and the like could only be put off until later. Gu Mo, with his free time, could practice spells in advance without delaying his cultivation. One portion of sun essence was equivalent to 2 days of arduous cultivation, and such a cultivation speed was still faster than that of those utility disciples with inferior spiritual roots. With this thought, Gu Mo disregarded the darkening sky and immediately got up and headed to the library. The library contained many unranked minor spells, which were very suitable for Gu Mo, who had not yet entered the qi refinement stage, to learn. You're the one. His gaze quickly swept over several unranked minor spell books. Gu Mo quickly locked onto one, picked up the spell book, and began to study it carefully. The unranked minor spell Gu Mo chose was called Cleaning Technique. This was absolutely the most practical minor spell for low-level cultivators. Casting the cleaning technique once a day would ensure a day of cleanliness and freshness. Diligently studying the spell formula for the cleaning technique, Gu Mo gradually discerned a bit of the Dao. This cleaning technique achieved its cleaning effect through the vibration of qi. This was similar to the ultrasonic cleaning Gu Mo knew, and with the principle understood, Gu Mo quickly grasped the cleaning technique. In the terms of the cultivation world, this was comprehension ability. It was just that Gu Mo's comprehension ability came from knowledge of another world, but the effect achieved by both was the same. Coupled with Gu Mo's control over qi, it wasn't long before Gu Mo successfully cast the cleaning technique. This speed was definitely not inferior to that of top geniuses. Unfortunately, the library was empty, and no one was there to marvel at Gu Mo's comprehension ability. Or rather, it was precisely because the library was empty that Gu Mo chose to try it directly, otherwise, he would have chosen to return to his room to test the spell. Gu Mo hadn't forgotten that someone wanted to harm him, but so far, that person had not appeared. Unable to find the culprit, Gu Mo could only keep a low profile. As a utility disciple with no talent and no background, it was hard to imagine someone would specifically target him. Therefore, Gu Mo felt that he had most likely suffered an undeserved calamity. As long as he kept a low profile, perhaps the killer wouldn't even remember him, a small fry. With the sunflower in hand, as long as Gu Mo had enough time, he could definitely grow stronger step by step. By then, he wouldn't have to fear the hidden killer anymore. After grasping the cleaning technique, Gu Mo left the library and returned to his small room. For the next week, Gu Mo spent his time practicing the cleaning technique. A spell can be divided into 4 stages: grasp, proficiency, major achievement, and perfection. With different levels of proficiency, the power and effect of the spell will vary greatly. Taking the cleaning technique as an example, a grasp level cleaning technique can only be considered simple cleaning, proficiency should be fine cleaning, and major achievement can be used as cleaning plus maintenance. As for perfection, Gu Mo has not yet cultivated to this level and cannot evaluate it. That's right, in just 1 week, Gu Mo cultivated the unranked minor spell, cleaning technique, to major achievement. Although it was the simplest unranked minor spell, achieving major achievement in just 1 week was indeed a bit exaggerated. The main reason for this was that Gu Mo understood the principle of the cleaning technique. Subsequently, he continuously adjusted the frequency of qi vibration to achieve the best cleaning effect. Now, with a major achievement level cleaning technique from Gu Mo, not only is his whole body clean and refreshed, but the vibrating qi can also give his whole body a massage, making his skin much smoother. If he continued to cultivate the cleaning technique to the realm of perfection, Gu Mo felt that the cleaning technique would undergo a qualitative change. However, cultivating to perfection is not easy. For most people, cultivating a spell to major achievement is basically the peak. Even for Gu Mo, who understood the principle of the cleaning technique, it would probably take a long time to cultivate the cleaning technique to perfection. However, what Gu Mo had in abundance now was time. Glancing at the time, Gu Mo immediately went out. Today was the time for everyone to gather again. It was still the private room in the cafeteria from last time, but this time, Gu Mo was the first to arrive. After waiting quietly for a moment, Yao Shifeng, Hu Hai, and Wu Jinfei arrived one after another. Seeing their current state, Gu Mo was slightly stunned. The 3 of them looked a bit disheveled. In contrast, Gu Mo, who had cast the cleaning technique on himself before leaving, appeared refined and even had a hint of immortal qi. Gu Mo, you still have the heart to dress yourself up. Wu Jinfei glanced at Gu Mo and couldn't help but speak. They had spent all their time this week on cultivation. Not to mention taking care of themselves, they even ate fasting pills directly for meals. It's just the effect of the cleaning technique. Gu Mo smiled. Gu Mo's answer choked Wu Jinfei. He somewhat didn't understand. Why waste time cultivating the useless cleaning technique instead of seizing the time to improve one's cultivation now? Also, Gu Mo had actually grasped the cleaning technique in such a short time. This speed was a bit fast. Wu Jinfei and the other 2 would never have thought that Gu Mo hadn't just grasped the cleaning technique, but had directly achieved major achievement in it. Gu Mo, you've mastered the cleaning technique. Can we discuss it later? At this moment, a slightly surprised voice came. The person who spoke was Chu Fifei, who had just arrived. As a woman, Chu Fifei had obviously dressed up before coming. And from her words just now, it was clear that Chu Fifei was also cultivating the cleaning technique. Compared to the unkempt Yao Shifeng and the other 2, Chu Fifei clearly didn't allow herself to be messy. Therefore, a convenient spell like the cleaning technique was absolutely as important as cultivation for a female cultivator like Chu Fifei. However, Chu Fifei had studied for a long time and still couldn't grasp the cleaning technique. Now, hearing that Gu Mo had actually grasped the cleaning technique, this naturally made Chu Fifei very surprised. No problem. Gu Mo nodded. Wasn't the purpose of their small group gathering to exchange cultivation experiences? As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Mo felt 2 envious gazes. As the only female cultivator in the small group, Chu Fifei was very popular. As for rivalry and jealousy, that didn't exist. Everyone was very clear that once they embarked on the path of cultivation, cultivation was the most important thing. As long as their cultivation was sufficient, they would have everything. Cough cough. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Yao Shifeng, who had been silent, lightly coughed to draw everyone's attention, and then Yao Shifeng revealed a shocking piece of news. Just 2 days ago, someone successfully entered the qi refinement stage. For an error-free version, see chapter 1619. What? Hearing this news, the 4 people, including Gu Mo, showed disbelief. How long had it been? Someone had actually entered the qi refinement stage. Even Gu Mo, who refined sun essence every day and had a talent comparable to a low-grade spiritual root, estimated that it would take him at least 3 months to enter the qi refinement stage. Now, less than a month had passed, and someone had actually successfully entered the qi refinement stage. This was already a cultivation speed comparable to a medium-grade spiritual root. If there hadn't been a problem with the spiritual root test before, then the other party must have obtained some opportunity. The news can be confirmed. This person's name is Fan Xiaoming. At the time of the test, the light from the jade stone was even brighter than mine. Yao Shifeng's expression showed a hint of solemnity. Fan Xiaoming's matter disrupted Yao Shifeng's plan. Originally, he wanted to contend for the title of the first to enter the qi refinement stage, but now that title was directly snatched by someone, and with such a huge gap. With his plan disrupted, Yao Shifeng also began to feel a bit urgent. If he couldn't get first, then the title of second would barely suffice. For this, he could only advance his plan. Who? Taking a deep breath, Yao Shifeng's gaze swept over the 4 people who were still in shock and spoke, "Everyone, I need your help." Upon hearing Yao Shifeng's words, the 4 of them snapped back to attention and looked at him, waiting for him to continue. A moment later, expressions of hesitation appeared on everyone's faces, because the favor Yao Shifeng asked for was to borrow money, or rather, to borrow cultivation resources. Yao Shifeng's reasoning was to concentrate the small group's cultivation resources to rapidly increase one person's cultivation level, and then have that highly cultivated person protect and assist the others. This logic was sound, but cultivation resources were extremely important to those with inferior spiritual roots. Since their talent was lacking, they could only rely on cultivation resources to improve. If they didn't even have cultivation resources, then improving their cultivation would be incredibly difficult. Moreover, the person who would first advance their cultivation by concentrating the group's resources, why was it Yao Shifeng and not someone else? At least Wu Junfei, the second most talented among the five, had his own thoughts. Seeing the hesitation on everyone's faces, Yao Shifeng felt uneasy. He knew he was a bit too hasty this time, but there was nothing he could do. His plan had been disrupted, so he could only take a risk. Besides, since no one directly refused, it meant there was still room for discussion. Indeed, although everyone was hesitant, they had no intention of refusing, as Yao Shifeng's plan was highly feasible. The immortal cultivation world was not safe, and even within a sect, there was competition. Utility disciples with inferior spiritual roots were the most easily bullied, but if there was a strong person to protect them, it would definitely avoid a lot of trouble. Brother Yao, can we give you half of our resources? If we don't have cultivation resources, we won't be able to cultivate. If we can't enter the Qi refinement stage within a year, then we'll be forcibly assigned to those unpopular peaks. The few of them exchanged glances, and finally, Chu Fifei spoke. Good. Yao Shifeng nodded. This was already a very good outcome. It was unrealistic to ask everyone to hand over all their cultivation resources. Hearing this, everyone no longer hesitated and took out 3 spirit stones. The cultivation resources in their hands actually only consisted of 2 types, 3 Qi condensation pills and 3 spirit stones. If they had to choose to give up one, they would definitely choose the spirit stones. Although spirit stones had many uses, they could assist in cultivation, set up formations, help refine various magic treasures and Dao tools, and were also the common currency of the immortal cultivation world. However, when it came to assisting in cultivation, medicinal pills naturally had a stronger effect. Yao Shifeng was not surprised by this. Although he knew that none of them had used their medicinal pills, for those with scarce resources, they would not take medicinal pills when their normal cultivation was still progressing. They would only take medicinal pills to accelerate when their cultivation could no longer progress. However, as the common currency of the immortal cultivation world, spirit stones could also be used to purchase other cultivation resources. But when he saw the cultivation resources Gu Mo handed over, surprise appeared in Yao Shifeng's eyes, because Gu Mo had taken out 3 Qi condensation pills. With the Sun Essence, Gu Mo naturally didn't need any medicinal pills for his cultivation, spirit stones were what he needed most. As time passed, the spiritual Qi in the flower pot was slowly disappearing, and soon Gu Mo would need to replace the spirit stones in the flower pot, so he naturally couldn't give away the spirit stones he had on hand. Yao Leida, how about I exchange these 3 Qi condensation pills for 3 spirit stones with you? Gu Mo calculated the consumption of spirit stones. To be safe, it would be even more secure if he could obtain 3 more spirit stones. Of course. Gu Mo's words brought Yao Shifeng back to his senses, and then he unhesitatingly took out 3 spirit stones to exchange with Gu Mo. At this stage, the value of medicinal pills far exceeded that of spirit stones. Everyone, I promise you here and now, your assistance today will be repaid many times over in the future. After receiving everyone's resources, Yao Shifeng stood up and said solemnly. This would be the starting point of his, Yao Shifeng's, rise. He would use the power of the group to obtain more cultivation resources, then advance his cultivation faster than others, and from then on, one step fast would lead to every step fast, ultimately becoming a strong person envied by all. Of course, in addition to his verbal promise, Yao Shifeng also imparted all the cultivation insights he knew. When everything was concluded, they agreed to gather again in 1 month. The reason it was no longer a week was because Yao Shifeng intended to cultivate with all his might during the upcoming period, to enter the Qi refinement stage as soon as possible. Gu Mo, who was about to leave, was called by a voice. It was Chu Fifei. You promised me you'd discuss your insights on the cleaning techniques cultivation. Of course I haven't forgotten. Gu Mo smiled, then said to the other 2 who were also preparing to leave, Hu Hai, Wu Junfei, do you want to come along too? Both of them shook their heads. They clearly had no interest in the cleaning technique. Now that they had half their cultivation resources less, they had to cultivate even harder. Seeing that Hu Hai and Wu Junfei were not interested in the cleaning technique, Gu Mo did not insist and began to explain his insights on the cleaning technique to Chu Fifei. With Gu Mo's current major achievement realm, guiding Chu Fifei was naturally more than sufficient. In fact, after Gu Mo's guidance, Chu Fifei suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. At this moment, Chu Fifei felt a hint of mystery emanating from Gu Mo. Although she hadn't mastered the cleaning technique, she had studied this unranked spell for several days. In her opinion, Gu Mo's understanding of the cleaning technique was definitely not at the beginner level. Gu Mo, thank you. After digesting the cultivation insights Gu Mo had shared, Chu Fifei bowed very solemnly. In the immortal cultivation world, imparting the Dao and teaching was definitely a great kindness. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Yao Shifeng to make everyone give him half of their cultivation resources after only explaining cultivation insights for a few days. You can read the error-free version at 169 SHUBA. This was not only because Yao Shifeng's plan was feasible, but also because everyone was grateful for the cultivation insights he had imparted. Maybe I'll need to ask for your guidance next time. Gu Mo waved his hand, and then the two bid farewell. Chu Fifei wanted to go back and cultivate the cleaning technique. With Gu Mo's cultivation insights, she was now full of confidence in mastering this small spell. And Gu Mo also began his cultivation. It would probably take him another 2 months to enter the qi refinement stage. However, half a month later, a major event occurred. Fan Xiaoming, the utility disciple who was the first to cultivate to the qi refinement stage, was severely injured in an attack by an unknown assailant. As this attack incident escalated, more news spread. The reason Fan Xiaoming was able to cultivate so quickly was due to a magic treasure in his possession that could gather spiritual qi. A magic treasure, that was a treasure of a higher grade than a magical artifact. Such a treasure was undoubtedly a heavy treasure for a utility disciple, and once exposed, it would inevitably be coveted. The reason Fan Xiaoming's possession of a magic treasure was exposed was because his cultivation speed was too fast, attracting the attention of many people. After being investigated by someone with ulterior motives, the truth immediately came to light. The subsequent attack was then logical. If this had happened outside, the matter would have been left unresolved. Murder and seizing treasures were too common outside. The fact that Fan Xiaoming was only severely injured and survived was already a great fortune. But this was within the sect, and such an incident would clearly not end so easily. 3 days after the attack, the enforcement hall disciples of the sect apprehended the assailant. The culprit was also a utility disciple, but one who had joined the sect several years ago and was already in the qi refinement stage. Among this year's batch of utility disciples, Fan Xiaoming was the first to enter the qi refinement stage. He was undoubtedly the strongest among his peers, so naturally, no one dared to harbor ill intentions toward him. After the culprit was caught, his cultivation was directly crippled, and he was expelled from the sect. Utility disciples inherently possess the worst spiritual roots, so with his cultivation destroyed, he would never have another opportunity to cultivate in this lifetime. As for Fan Xiaoming, he also recovered his opportunity. However, this time, Fan Xiaoming directly offered the magic treasure to an outer sect deacon, earning the deacon's appreciation and some medicinal pills for healing. Fan Xiaoming lost an opportunity he couldn't control but gained the protection of a deacon. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. With a deacon supporting him, Fan Xiaoming's future days would certainly be much better than those of other utility disciples. This incident also gave the utility disciples different feelings. Some marveled at the sect's strict enforcement, which quickly apprehended the culprit, making them feel safe. Others envied Fan Xiaoming's opportunity. As for Gu Mo, his heart was filled with vigilance, because he also had an opportunity, one even stronger than Fan Xiaoming's magic treasure. If the existence of the sunflower were to become known, would he also be attacked? The answer was almost certainly yes. It seems I still need to be more low-key. Gu Mo took a deep breath. The reason Fan Xiaoming was exposed was that he was too high profile. With his aptitude of inferior spiritual roots, his cultivation speed was comparable to medium-grade spiritual roots. Even a fool would know there was definitely something amiss. Therefore, Gu Mo decided to slow down his cultivation speed. Originally, he could have entered the qi refinement stage in 3 months, but now Gu Mo decided to extend that time. Previously, he refined 1 portion of sun essence daily. Now, Gu Mo planned to refine 1 portion every 2 days, which was exactly the cultivation speed for inferior spiritual roots. The remaining portion of sun essence, Gu Mo intended to use to dispel the black mist in the black mist space. Gu Mo had always held extremely high expectations for the black mist space. However, his previous goal was to quickly enter the qi refinement stage, so he had given up on exploring the black mist space. Now that his cultivation needed to slow down, it was a good time to explore the black mist space. If he could find sunflower seeds again, it would be a huge gain. Time quickly passed in cultivation. Of course, Gu Mo's cultivation referred to the cultivation of the cleaning technique. In terms of cultivation, Gu Mo only spent a few breaths every 2 days, absorbing 1 portion of sun essence. The diligent cultivation of the cleaning technique made Gu Mo feel that he was gradually approaching perfection. Yao Leito won't be able to make it today. He's currently preparing to break through to the qi refinement stage. A month later, everyone gathered again, but this time Yao Shifeng was absent. His heart now held only one thought, to quickly enter the qi refinement stage. With Yao Shifeng absent, the few of them chatted about recent hot topics, then dispersed. As for their next gathering, it depended on when Yao Shifeng would emerge from seclusion. Gu Mo. As Gu Mo was preparing to return and continue his cultivation, Chu Fifei called out to him, I have some doubts about the cleaning technique. Could you guide me again? A month ago, with Gu Mo's guidance, Chu Fifei finally successfully mastered the cleaning technique. This made her extremely excited, as she could now always maintain her cleanliness, which was incredibly important for a female cultivator. However, after mastering the cleaning technique, Chu Fifei discovered something strange. Every time she cast the cleaning technique on herself, her cultivation speed would increase slightly. This left Chu Fifei very confused. What she cast was indeed the cleaning technique, but she didn't remember the cleaning technique having the effect of increasing cultivation speed. To figure out the reason, Chu Fifei prepared to ask Gu Mo for advice again. After all, her cleaning technique's mastery was entirely thanks to Gu Mo's guidance. Sure. Gu Mo nodded. Gu Mo did not need to deliberately hide his talent in spell comprehension ability. Appropriately displaying his talent would instead benefit him. For example, by guiding Chu Fifei now, if he encountered any difficulties in the future, he could seek her help. Listening to Gu Mo's explanation, many of Chu Fei's doubts were resolved, and at the same time, she was amazed by Gu Mo's profound attainment in the cleaning technique spell. However, Gu Mo's explanation did not resolve her confusion regarding how the cleaning technique could increase her cultivation speed. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Fei ultimately did not voice the confusion in her heart. Their current relationship had not yet reached the point where they could confide secrets. Looking at Chu Fei leaving with a heavy heart, Gu Mo was also a bit puzzled. Was what he explained that difficult to understand? Recalling what he had explained, Gu Mo shook his head. He had, in any case, shared his insights with her. Whether she could comprehend it was irrelevant to Gu Mo. Returning to his small room, Gu Mo's gaze slightly narrowed. Someone had entered his room during his absence. The reason Gu Mo was so certain was that a booklet was currently placed on his table. Corpse Demon True Understanding. Gu Mo picked up the booklet, and the words on it made his eyebrows twitch wildly. This was a cultivation technique, and furthermore, it was an evil path cultivation technique. They truly are like lingering spirits. Gu Mo flipped through the Corpse Demon True Understanding. It was a body tempering cultivation technique. The cultivation technique was very profound, had no spiritual root requirements, and its cultivation speed was extremely fast. Its only drawback was that it required devouring the blood and essence of cultivators. Coupled with the refining spirit art which devoured living souls, this truly achieved a two birds with one stone effect, wasting nothing. It was clear that the person who sent him this Corpse Demon True Understanding was the same group of people who had given him the refining spirit art, and they hadn't forgotten about him, this little fry, even thoughtfully sending him a more advanced cultivation technique. What was their purpose? Were there other people within the Kinglo sect who had also obtained such cultivation techniques? Countless questions arose in Gu Mo's mind. However, Gu Mo immediately suppressed all these doubts. He clearly didn't have the ability to investigate them now, not even daring to report them to the sect. The only thing Gu Mo could do was not cultivate these evil path cultivation techniques. As long as he wasn't swayed, he wouldn't need to worry about being coerced. Those evil path cultivators presumably wouldn't dare to act within the Kinglo sect. At most, they would resort to minor tricks. Throwing the Corpse Demon True Understanding into the black mist space, Gu Mo began to meticulously search his room, lest someone had tampered with it. At the same time, Gu Mo was also glad that he always put the sunflower into the black mist space whenever he left. If he had left the sunflower behind and someone had noticed something unusual, it would have been troublesome. After confirming that there was nothing unusual in the room, Gu Mo began his daily cultivation. Regardless of the intentions of the person who sent him the evil path cultivation technique, improving his own strength was the best way to deal with it. Time flowed by. Gu Mo maintained his cultivation speed of absorbing one portion of sun essence every 2 days, and the remaining portion of sun essence was used to dispel the black mist in the black mist space. Neither of these tasks took much time. Gu Mo spent the vast majority of his remaining time diligently cultivating the cleaning technique, as he felt that he was already close to the cleaning technique's perfection. Then, let's try the effect of the perfected cleansing art. The time it took for the cleaning technique to reach perfection was even faster than Gu Mo had imagined. Immediately, Gu Mo adjusted his state and formed a hand seal to cast a perfected cleansing art on himself. Logically speaking, with Gu Mo's current mastery of the cleaning technique, he could instantly cast it without forming a hand seal. However, this was his first time casting it on himself after his cleaning technique reached perfection, so to ensure stability, Gu Mo still formed the hand seal. As the hand seal was formed, the spiritual chi in his body began to vibrate at a specific frequency. When this vibrating spiritual chi landed on his body, Gu Mo immediately felt his entire body shake. In an instant, his muscles and bones vibrated, followed by intense soreness. This feeling was like his muscles and bones were being continuously scrubbed with a washboard. Oh my, could something have gone wrong? Gu Mo gritted his teeth, enduring the intense soreness in his body, feeling a bit flustered. The cleaning technique he obtained from the library only went up to major achievement. This perfection realm was actually deduced by Gu Mo himself. The purpose of the cleaning technique is to remove dust and impurities. A major achievement level cleaning technique, in addition to the above effects, also has the effect of maintaining the body. Therefore, to go a step further, it needs to achieve the effect of removing dust and impurities from the entire body, inside and out. Removing dust and impurities from outside the body is very simple, an entry-level cleaning technique can do it. But removing dust and impurities from the internal organs, muscles, bones, and flesh is not so easy. However, Gu Mo thought of vibrating the internal organs, muscles, bones, and flesh at different frequencies to achieve the effect of cleansing the internal organs. These days, Gu Mo had been gradually adjusting his spiritual chi, looking for a frequency that could cleanse the internal organs, muscles, bones, and flesh without causing damage. This frequency had now been found by Gu Mo, and his spiritual chi was currently vibrating his entire body at this special frequency. But this full body soreness was something Gu Mo had not anticipated. Fortunately, this soreness quickly disappeared. Gu Mo's current spiritual chi could only sustain this perfected cleansing art for a short while. When the effect of the cleaning technique ended, the soreness disappeared, replaced by an indescribable feeling of lightness. After quickly checking his own condition, Gu Mo found that a lot of filth had appeared on his body. Marrow cleansing. Seeing this, Gu Mo's heart stirred, and he thought of the cleansing that the increase in cultivation brought to a cultivator's body after entering the chi refinement stage. At this moment, Gu Mo's situation was very similar to marrow cleansing. Recalling the content about marrow cleansing, Gu Mo could confirm that this was the effect of marrow cleansing. Cultivators entering the Qi refinement stage complete the effect of marrow cleansing by having spiritual Qi flush their bodies. Gu Mo's perfected cleansing art, by flushing the internal organs, muscles, and skin with vibrating spiritual Qi, also achieved the effect of marrow cleansing. The difference between the two is that the marrow cleansing from realm advancement is more thorough and effective, but Gu Mo's perfected cleaning technique has no cultivation realm requirements. Now that Gu Mo was undergoing marrow cleansing before entering the Qi refinement stage, the benefits he would gain when he did enter the Qi refinement stage would be even greater. Also, since this perfected cleansing art could be cast on himself, it should also be castable on others. If he set up a stall, wouldn't he be earning thousands of spirit stones a month? However, with Fan Xiaoming's case as a precedent, Gu Mo naturally wouldn't expose himself for no reason. Moreover, with his current amount of spiritual Qi, casting the perfected cleansing art once would exhaust it. It wasn't even enough for himself, so how could he have extra spiritual Qi to cast it on others? Having mastered the perfected cleansing art, Gu Mo began to cast the cleaning technique on himself daily, slowly undergoing marrow cleansing for himself. During this time, the black mist in the black mist space gradually receded under the dissolution of portions of sun essence. One day, Gu Mo saw a corner of an item emerge from the black mist. Seeing something new appear in the black mist space made Gu Mo very excited and expectant. To witness the true appearance of that corner of the item in the black mist as soon as possible, Gu Mo even slowed down his cultivation, squeezing out more sun essence to disperse the black mist. Of course, this was only one reason. By slowing down his cultivation speed again, Gu Mo planned to give himself more time for marrow cleansing with the perfected cleansing art before entering the Qi refinement stage. The better his foundation before entering the Qi refinement stage, the greater the benefits he would gain when he break through. Time flowed by, and with Gu Mo's increased allocation of sun essence, a small half of the item in the black mist space was revealed. It was actually an automatic vending machine. Although only a small half of this automatic vending machine had emerged from the black mist, Gu Mo could already confirm its identity. With strong curiosity, Gu Mo approached the automatic vending machine. In the small half of the window that was revealed, Gu Mo saw the sunflower he had been longing for. However, to obtain a sunflower from the automatic vending machine, one needed to purchase it, and the currency required for the purchase was the sun essence. To purchase a new sunflower, Gu Mo needed to spend 50 portions of sun essence. 50 portions of sun essence, at Gu Mo's current rate of obtaining sun essence, would take 50 days. During these 50 days, Gu Mo would have to stop cultivating and fully accumulate sun essence. Although this would greatly delay his cultivation progress, Gu Mo knew that acquiring a new sunflower was definitely worth it. As long as he had 2 sunflowers, Gu Mo would be able to obtain 2 portions of sun essence every day. Afterward, Gu Mo continued to accumulate sun essence, assuming there was more than one sunflower in the automatic vending machine. It would only take 25 days to purchase the 3rd sunflower. Read the unedited version at 1619 book bar. The more sunflowers he had, the shorter the time it would take for Gu Mo to acquire his next sunflower. At the same time, the more sunflowers, the more sun essence Gu Mo would obtain daily, and his cultivation speed would also skyrocket. The only drawback was that the early stage would be more difficult. Moreover, he didn't have a spirit field. Using a flower pot to bury spirit stones was only for emergencies, and planting one was already the limit. Gu Mo couldn't possibly plant a second sunflower in a flower pot. Therefore, a spirit field was crucial for Gu Mo's future development, and to obtain a spirit field, Gu Mo needed to enter the spirit plant hall and become a spiritual farmer. The prerequisite for becoming a spiritual farmer was that Gu Mo needed to enter the Qi refinement stage. Then, let's focus on improving my strength first. Gu Mo decided to temporarily pause the black mist dispersion and use all his sun essence for cultivation. As for the other items in the automatic vending machine's goods window that were obscured by the black mist, Gu Mo could only investigate them next time. Only a small part of the automatic vending machine was revealed, and Gu Mo was certain that there were definitely other goods in this vending machine besides the sunflower. However, these were still covered by the black mist, but presumably, no matter what the goods were, they would require sun essence to purchase. Given Gu Mo's current situation, before he had a spirit field, his sun essence would definitely not be enough. Instead of coveting treasures he couldn't temporarily obtain, it was better to first improve his cultivation. He could continue to explore the black mist space once he had a spirit field. Gu Mo was about to begin his cultivation, but he had to stop because he received a message paper pigeon from Yao Shifeng. This message paper pigeon was a method of communication between low-level cultivators. Its speed and confidentiality were very poor, but it was perfectly sufficient for transmitting non-confidential information within the sect. Most importantly, these message paper pigeons were cheap, affordable for utility disciples like them. After receiving the message, Gu Mo immediately got up and headed to the agreed meeting place. Yao Shifeng's emergence from seclusion meant he had successfully entered the Qi refinement stage. When Gu Mo arrived at the familiar private dining room, Wu Jinfei, Hu Hai, and Chu Fifei had already arrived. After a few months, all three had undergone significant changes, especially Chu Fifei, whose transformation was the most obvious. Compared to Wu Jinfei and Hu Hai, who still looked somewhat disheveled, Chu Fifei appeared even more radiant and captivating. Gu Mo didn't know that his appearance had also made Wu Jinfei, Hu Hai, and Chu Fifei somewhat surprised and uncertain. With the help of the great perfection level purification technique, Gu Mo had already begun marrow cleansing, a process only available to those who had entered the Qi refinement stage. Therefore, Gu Mo gave the three of them the feeling of being like those senior brothers in the Qi refinement stage. Gu Mo, what realm are you in now? Wu Junfei asked, voicing the doubts in their hearts. I'm still 4 months of accumulation away from the Qi refinement stage, Gu Mo thought for a moment before saying. His plan was to enter the Qi refinement stage in 6 months, only 4 months had passed, so theoretically, he should be able to enter the Qi refinement stage in another 2 months. Although some progress was delayed during the period to dispel the black mist, it would be simple to catch up by using all the sun essence originally intended for dispelling the black mist for cultivation instead. However, when he spoke, Gu Mo naturally held back a little. Entering the Qi refinement stage in 8 months should be considered relatively safe. But Gu Mo's words still shocked the three of them. They knew that Gu Mo had exchanged the medicinal pills given by the sect for spirit stones with Yao Shifeng. In such circumstances, being able to catch up with the main group was not an easy feat, especially since Gu Mo had also spent time cultivating an unranked spell during that period. I presume you all are also close to the Qi refinement stage. Gu Mo was startled when he saw their astonished expressions, then he reacted. However, this was not a big problem. Only truly outstanding situations like Fan Xiaoming's would attract attention, his situation was nothing special. I have about 2 months left, Wu Junfei said with a hint of pride. He couldn't compare to Yao Shifeng, but he still had a clear advantage over others. I should be able to make it in 3 months, Hu Hai thought for a moment before saying. I'm probably about a month away from being able to attempt a breakthrough to the Qi refinement stage, Chu Fifei hesitated before speaking. Originally, she had calculated that she would have the confidence to attempt a breakthrough to the Qi refinement stage after 3 months, but her cultivation speed had increased each time she applied the cleaning technique to herself. This led to her progress being significantly ahead of schedule. In about a month, she would be able to attempt a breakthrough to the Qi refinement stage. Chu Fifei felt both surprised and a little uneasy about this, as the increase in her cultivation speed was somewhat inexplicable. But Chu Fifei did not intend to hide her progress. Gu Mo hid his progress because he truly had an opportunity, and if it attracted attention, it could easily be exposed. Furthermore, Gu Mo was capable of controlling his cultivation progress, he could go fast if he wanted to, and slow if he wanted to. Chu Fifei couldn't control her cultivation speed like Gu Mo, so she could only and would definitely choose to go all out. Besides, her current cultivation speed was not particularly noticeable, at least compared to Yao Shifeng, who had already entered the Qi refinement stage. Chu Fifei, who still needed another month to attempt a breakthrough to the Qi refinement stage, was clearly a bit behind. Since her current cultivation speed would not attract any prying eyes, Chu Fifei naturally wouldn't hide it. The sooner she attempted a breakthrough to the Qi refinement stage, the earlier she could gain the initiative. Didn't Yao Shifeng borrow a sum of cultivation resources from everyone precisely to break through as quickly as possible, finally succeeding today in becoming the second disciple among their group of utility disciples to enter the Qi refinement stage? What? Upon hearing Chu Fifei's progress, Wu Junfei's reaction was the strongest. According to the intensity of the light detected by the jade stone at that time, Chu Fifei could only rank 4th, only stronger than Gu Mo. But only a few months had passed, and Chu Fifei's cultivation progress had actually surpassed his. How could this not shock Wu Junfei? What's wrong, everyone? Yao Shifeng entered the private room and, seeing Wu Junfei's shocked expression, couldn't help but ask with a smile. At this moment, Yao Shifeng was graceful and full of confidence, completely different from his previous unkempt appearance. This was the change in confidence and strength brought about by the improvement in his cultivation realm. Boss, we were just discussing our cultivation progress. Wu Junfei explained everyone's progress. Upon learning of Chu Fifei's progress, Yao Shifeng's eyes also showed surprise, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. Chu Fifei's slight anomaly was nothing significant. After all, the jade stone's detection wasn't always perfectly accurate, a little deviation was completely normal. If it were a true opportunity, Chu Fifei would probably have entered the Qi refinement stage long ago, so why would she need another month? Entering the Qi refinement stage in second place, Yao Shifeng felt high-spirited. Chu Fifei's minor peculiarity was not even on his mind. Even the aura on Gu Mo, which was similar to his own after marrow cleansing, Yao Shifeng only looked at a few more times. The cultivation realm was the most important, no matter how well one cultivated the cleaning technique, it was all superficial. Yao Shifeng apparently attributed the special aura on Gu Mo to Gu Mo applying the cleaning technique to himself every day. With Yao Shifeng's appearance, everyone's focus naturally shifted to him, and Yao Shifeng then shared his experiences of breaking through to the Qi refinement stage with everyone. He was able to break through so quickly this time thanks to everyone's support, so Yao Shifeng naturally had to give some rewards. Gu Mo, do you have any questions? This time, Yao Shifeng specifically asked Gu Mo. Although Gu Mo's talent wasn't great, he was the only one among the 4 who had offered his medicinal pills. Who wouldn't like such a person? If possible, Yao Shifeng naturally wanted to help him. For error-free versions, read at 1619 SHUBA. Gu Mo naturally had no questions. Before entering the Qi refinement stage, Gu Mo would not encounter any bottlenecks. However, to avoid highlighting his abnormality, Gu Mo still asked a question. Time quickly passed amidst their questions and answers. As night fell, this exchange also concluded. Next would be the time for everyone to bid a temporary farewell to Yao Shifeng. Yao Shifeng had already entered the Qi refinement stage, and he would soon leave this place to go to Fu Peak and become a utility disciple working there. Actually, Yao Shifeng could have continued to stay here until the end of the year, but he obviously wouldn't do so. Having pushed himself to enter the Qi refinement stage, Yao Shifeng's goal was to get a step ahead of others. He wanted to use this advantage to seize more opportunities. Everyone, the next time we meet, it should be when all of us have entered the Qi refinement stage. Yao Shifeng cupped his hands to bid farewell to everyone, then turned and left without hesitation. On the path to becoming a strong individual, nothing could hinder his steps. During the new book period, consistent reading is quite important. Everyone, please try to flip to the latest chapter when you have time. Watching Yao Shifeng's departing figure, everyone else also left, preparing for their final sprint. Several of them were only a few months away from the Qi refinement stage, and no one wanted to be at the bottom. There were hundreds of new utility disciples this time. The earlier one entered the Qi refinement stage, the better peak they could enter. Among the four, except for Gu Mo, Hu Hai, Wu Jinfei and Chu Fifei, all chose some of the most popular peaks, and the competition on these popular peaks was intense. Gu Mo, who was about to return, was called out by Chu Fifei. Is there any confusion in your cultivation of the cleaning technique? Gu Mo asked. Chu Fifei calling him over was nothing more than a question about the cleaning technique. But this time, Chu Fifei shook her head. She had already reached the entry level in the cleaning technique, and Gu Mo had explained a lot to her before, which she hadn't fully digested yet. This time, Chu Fifei called Gu Mo to test an idea she had. Gu Mo, can you come to my room? Chu Fifei took a deep breath and said. What? Chu Fifei's sudden invitation startled Gu Mo. Don't misunderstand, I want to ask you for a favor. Realizing her words were ambiguous, Chu Fifei hurriedly explained. All right. Gu Mo nodded, curious about what Chu Fifei needed his help with that was so mysterious. The living quarters for utility disciples were all in one area, and it only took about 10 minutes for Gu Mo to arrive at Chu Fifei's small room. Along the way, Gu Mo also learned the reason Chu Fifei asked for his help. The root of it was still the cleaning technique. Every time Chu Fifei used the cleaning technique, she could increase her cultivation speed. It was just that the increase was not significant, and Chu Fifei didn't know if this was the only increase she could get, or if it was because the cleaning technique's realm was not high enough. To verify this, Chu Fifei either had to fully improve her mastery of the cleaning technique, or ask someone with high mastery of the cleaning technique for help. Clearly, Chu Fifei chose the second option. Her current time needed to be used for cultivation, and she really couldn't spare the mental effort to comprehend the cleaning technique. And Gu Mo was the only person Chu Fifei knew who had cultivated the cleaning technique and whose mastery of the cleaning technique was higher than hers. So that's how it is. After understanding the situation, Gu Mo nodded. He was also a bit curious about Chu Fifei's ability to accelerate her cultivation just by using the cleaning technique. Then let's begin. Upon entering the room, Chu Fifei closed the doors and windows, took a deep breath, and nodded to Gu Mo. Hearing this, Gu Mo didn't hesitate and directly cast a major achievement level cleaning technique. As for the perfected cleansing art, it was one of Gu Mo's trump cards and he wouldn't use it easily. At the same time, there were some restrictions on using the perfected cleansing art on others. The vibrating spiritual energy of the cleaning technique landed on Chu Fifei, and in the next moment, Chu Fifei was like a flower washed of its mundane dust by rainwater, emitting a strange fragrance. This is. In just a moment, that strange fragrance filled the entire small room. Gu Mo sniffed the fragrance and felt his mind clear. Chu Fifei was also startled by the changes in her body. Compared to her entry-level cleaning technique, the effect of Gu Mo's major achievement level cleaning technique was indeed quite strong. This should be some kind of special physique, Gu Mo gazed at Chu Fifei. At this moment, she was like a fairy who had transcended the mortal world. Cultivation speed increased by 5 times. Chu Fifei carefully sensed her own situation, her eyes filled with shock. A 5-fold cultivation speed was definitely the equivalent of a medium-grade spiritual root. Such an opportunity was definitely stronger than Fan Xiaoming's. Fan Xiaoming only obtained a magic treasure, while Chu Fifei had a special physique, which could accompany her always. If Chu Fifei exposed her special physique now, there would definitely be sect elders who would take her in as their disciple, and becoming an inner sect disciple would not be a problem. Gu Mo, can you keep it a secret for me? Chu Fifei looked at Gu Mo with pleading eyes. With Fan Xiaoming as an example, she didn't want to expose her special nature now. Her physique couldn't be taken away by others, but she herself could be abducted. Unless she could meet a sect elder and demonstrate her special physique in person, easily exposing it would only bring her great risks. And as a utility disciple, she currently had no way to meet a sect elder. Of course. Gu Mo nodded. Just then, the refreshing, strange fragrance in the room quickly faded, and Chu Fifei also transformed from an extraordinary fairy back into a mortal. The change came too quickly, and neither Gu Mo nor Chu Fifei could react. It's gone. Chu Fifei said with a look of loss. Her cultivation speed returned to its normal state. The feeling of her cultivation speed soaring by 5 times was like a fleeting moment. Seeing this, Gu Mo raised his hand and cast another major achievement level cleaning technique. Soon, the strange fragrance reappeared, and Chu Fifei once again experienced a 5-fold increase in cultivation speed. At this point, Gu Mo finally understood that Chu Fifei's special physique required the cleaning technique to be activated. It was as if Chu Fifei was a flower buried in dust, and the cleaning technique swept away the dust covering the flower, allowing the flower's beauty and fragrance to emanate. But soon, the surrounding dust would cover the flower again, hiding its beauty and fragrance. After understanding her situation, Chu Fei knew that the cleaning technique spell would become her mandatory spell. It was just that her progress in this spell was average. To cultivate to Gumo's level, she didn't know how many years it would take. Chu Fei, who had also reached the entry level in the cleaning technique, could naturally clearly perceive how much more profound Gumo's two cleaning techniques were compared to hers. Chu Fei suspected that this was no longer a proficient level cleaning technique, but very likely a major achievement level cleaning technique. How long had it been? Gumo had actually cultivated the cleaning technique to major achievement. What terrifying comprehension ability this was. This comprehension ability was in no way inferior to her special physique. With Gumo, who had possibly cultivated the cleaning technique to major achievement, as a teacher, Chu Fei naturally wouldn't forget to ask him for guidance. Even if Chu Fei hadn't fully digested and absorbed the previous content, it didn't prevent her from accumulating more insights from Gumo. The next period was a crucial time for cultivation sprints, and Chu Fei couldn't keep looking for Gumo and delaying his cultivation. She could only take advantage of the current opportunity to ask him for more guidance. As for asking Gumo to continuously cast the cleaning technique for her so she could cultivate at 5 times the speed, Chu Fei didn't even consider it. Gumo guiding her cultivation of the cleaning technique had already helped her greatly. If it weren't for Gumo, she wouldn't have been able to reach the entry level in the cleaning technique so quickly. Without reaching the entry level in the cleaning technique, Chu Fei also wouldn't have discovered her special physique. While guiding Chu Fei in her cultivation of the cleaning technique, Gumo was also thinking in his heart, if a major achievement level cleaning technique had such an effect, then what would be the situation with a perfected cleansing art? Ultimately, Gumo still chose not to cast the perfected cleansing art on Chu Fei for 2 reasons. Firstly, everyone's physique is different. To unleash the effect of the perfected cleansing art, the frequency of spiritual energy vibrations needs to be adjusted, and during this period, the other person's physical condition would be completely grasped by Gumo, which is generally taboo for a cultivator. The second reason was that casting the perfected cleansing art consumed too much spiritual qi. If he cast it on Chu Fei, then Gumo himself wouldn't be able to use it. Currently, Gumo was continuously using this perfected cleansing art to perform marrow cleansing on himself, and this process was best not stopped before he entered the qi refinement stage. Helping others must not affect oneself, otherwise, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Back in his own small house, Gumo was now prepared to devote all his energy to cultivation, so that he could quickly enter the qi refinement stage. Only by entering the qi refinement stage could Gumo begin his subsequent plans, such as joining the spirit plant hall, or accumulating sun essence to purchase new sun flowers. Time passed quickly during cultivation. During this period, many utility disciples successively entered the qi refinement stage. Those who entered the qi refinement stage at this time were considered the cream of the crop among this batch of utility disciples. On this day, Gumo, who had just collected his daily sun essence and was about to cultivate, received a message via paper pigeon. The sender was Chu Fei, who wished for him to come over for a chat. Could it be that she has already successfully broken through? Gumo calculated the time, and it perfectly matched the breakthrough time Chu Fei had mentioned earlier. However, since she had successfully broken through, why didn't she gather everyone for a celebration in the dining hall's private room? Instead, she asked him to come to her small house. Despite his doubts, Gumo still got up and headed to Chu Fei's small house. Knock knock. Who is it? After knocking, Chu Fei's cautious voice came through. After confirming that there was no one outside the house except Gumo, Chu Fei opened the door, quickly pulled Gumo inside, and then tightly closed the door. As Chu Fei pulled him into the house, Gumo was about to speak when suddenly a rich, peculiar fragrance assailed him. Under this strange fragrance, Gumo's expression twisted slightly. This peculiar fragrance contained a clear, refreshing scent that cleared one's mind, a stimulating aroma that agitated one's bloodline, and a warm, soporific scent that made one drowsy. Various scents with various special effects rushed in all at once. Gumo, who was completely unprepared, instantly felt bewildered. After several breaths, Gumo finally reacted. Looking at Chu Fei, who was like a fairy from the heavens, and the fluctuations of spiritual qi from her body, he finally understood the reason. Chu Fei had broken through to the qi refinement stage, and the marrow cleansing from the breakthrough of her realm had activated Chu Fei's special physique, and it was a stronger activation than last time. This state had already lasted for 3 days. For these 3 days, Chu Fei dared not leave her small house. She had also sealed the house tightly with various items to prevent the fragrance from spilling out. However, staying indoors indefinitely was not an option. Although Chu Fei had entered the qi refinement stage, she had not yet entered the bigu state, abstaining from grain. The bigu pills the sect had given her earlier had long been consumed. In desperation, she could only seek help from Gumo, the only one who knew the secret of her physique. After understanding the situation, Gumo directly gave the bigu pills he had on him to Chu Fei. Gumo had only eaten one of these bigu pills to taste it and hadn't used them since. With sun essence, Gumo's cultivation hardly required any time. He naturally had enough time to eat in the dining hall. Even ordinary meals tasted much better than bigu pills. Only cultivators who hadn't entered bigu and wished to cultivate diligently would choose bigu pills. It was said that high-grade bigu pills tasted much better, but high-grade bigu pills were also expensive, so the sect naturally wouldn't issue high-grade bigu pills to these utility disciples. Amidst Chu Fei's thanks, Gu Mo quickly left the house. The chaotic fragrance in there was too tormenting. However, if Chu Fifei could control the fragrance emanating from her body, the effects brought by different fragrances would definitely be of great use. For example, the fragrance that clears one's mind would certainly have good auxiliary effects for cultivating mental type cultivation techniques, and other fragrances also had potential for development. Unfortunately, the current Chu Fifei was clearly unable to control the fragrance emanating from her body. With the help of the Bigu pills Gu Mo provided, Chu Fifei confined herself in her small house for a full month. Only then did the fragrance on her body completely disappear. During this period, with the 5x cultivation amplification brought by the activation of her special physique, Chu Fifei took a big step forward in the Qi refining first layer realm. And when Chu Fifei messaged Gu Mo to inform him of her current situation, Gu Mo was just one step away from the Qi refinement stage. However, he did not immediately choose to break through. The marrow cleansing effect of the Great Perfection level purification technique was still active, and Gu Mo planned to wait a while longer to maximize the benefits of this breakthrough. At this time, the news of Wu Junfei's successful breakthrough arrived. Immediately, the four of them gathered in the private room of the dining hall to celebrate for Wu Junfei and Chu Fifei. Chu Fifei had broken through a month ago, but her situation was special, so she only informed Gu Mo. Now that the fragrance on her body had disappeared, Chu Fifei naturally announced her breakthrough. Wu Junfei, unaware of the reason, learned that Chu Fifei had broken through around the same time as him, and he had even broken through a few hours earlier than Chu Fifei. He immediately felt much better. He was still the second person in their small group to enter the Qi refinement stage. Hu Hai, Gu Mo, you two need to work harder. Don't make us wait too long, Wu Junfei said spiritedly. Hearing this, Gu Mo smiled and nodded. The spirit plant hall he wanted to go to had no competition, so it made no difference whether he went earlier or later. On the contrary, Hu Ha's Dan Peak was where the competition was fierce. Therefore, Hu Hai was the most anxious at this moment. Thus, as soon as the celebration banquet ended, Hu Hai rushed back to cultivate. Gu Mo, thank you. Before leaving, Chu Fifei once again expressed her gratitude to Gu Mo. This time, Gu Mo had helped her a great deal. Without Gu Mo, Chu Fifei couldn't imagine how bad the situation would have been. We're friends, aren't we? Maybe I'll even ask for your help in the future, Gu Mo waved his hand. If Chu Fifei could solve the problem with her physique, then in the future, Chu Fifei might be the one who goes the furthest in this small group. Of course, this did not include Gu Mo. With the sunflower and the black mist space, Gu Mo felt that he should not be left behind either. Of course. Chu Fifei smiled and waved to Gu Mo, then her figure drifted away. At this moment, only Gu Mo and Hu Hai remained in the small group. Another month later, the two met in a private room in the dining hall, but this meeting was not a celebration of Hu Ha's successful breakthrough. Hu Ha's breakthrough failed. Under the resources provided by the sect, breaking through to the Qi refinement stage was not difficult, but the aptitude of his inferior spiritual root still meant there was a probability of breakthrough failure. It's just one failure. There's still plenty of time now. Let's try again, Gu Mo comforted Hu Hai, who looked dispirited. The side effects of a failed breakthrough in the Qi refinement stage were actually minimal, a few days of rest would suffice. In fact, having experienced a failed breakthrough could even increase the success rate of a subsequent breakthrough. Irreversible damage would only occur from a failed breakthrough at a higher realm. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. At this moment, the change in mindset was the most troublesome. If Hu Hai lost his drive because of this, then he might be completely stuck here. I know. Hu Hai nodded, but this failure still dealt him a considerable blow, because the Dan Peak he wanted to go to had very high recruitment requirements. This failed breakthrough greatly reduced his chances of entering Dan Peak. I, someone who hasn't even broken through yet, am actually comforting you, someone who has attempted a breakthrough. Is there any justice in this world? Gu Mo said unhappily. Gu Mo, don't be discouraged either. You will definitely succeed in breaking through. Hearing Gu Mo's words, Hu Ha's face couldn't help but flush slightly. Indeed, logically, Gu Mo should be the one who needed comfort the most right now, he was the one with the worst talent among them. Alright, hurry up and cultivate. When you succeed, impart your cultivation experience to me so I can increase my chances of breaking through, Gu Mo waved his hand. Okay. Hu Hai took a deep breath and nodded. Half a month later, Hu Hai once again attempted to break through to the Qi refinement stage and succeeded. Gu Mo, thank you. Hu Hai said excitedly when he saw Gu Mo in the private room of the dining hall. Hu Hai, according to their previous agreement, told Gu Mo all his insights on breaking through to the Qi refinement stage. Gu Mo, you can definitely do it. Finally, Hu Hai sent his blessings to Gu Mo, then immediately set off for Dan Peak. Having delayed for half a month, he could no longer linger. With Hu Ha's departure, the original 5-person small group now only had Gu Mo left. There will be a third chapter later. During the new book period, please vote and follow. Then, it's about time for a breakthrough. Back in his small house, Gu Mo took a deep breath. The marrow cleansing effect brought by the perfected cleansing art had been getting weaker and weaker recently. Of course, the main reason was that his spirit stones had run out. During this time, Gu Mo had replaced the spirit stones in the flower pots where he grew sunflowers 3 times, using up all 9 of his spirit stones. If he delayed any longer and the spirit stones in the flower pots were completely depleted, Gu Mo would run out of supplies. Adjusting his state, Gumo slowly circulated the chi condensation art, guiding the pure spiritual energy within his body to begin impacting the first small heavenly cycle. With Gumo's control over spiritual energy and its purity, his meridians were easily opened. In just a few hours, Gumo successfully connected the first small heavenly cycle. As he had said before, Gumo would face no obstacles in entering the chi refinement stage. With the small heavenly cycle connected, the spiritual energy that had been like stagnant water in his danshan began to circulate. The flowing spiritual energy, like a rushing river, began to wash over Gumo's body, and the marrow cleansing of the realm breakthrough began. 3 hours. Gumo slowly opened his eyes, calculated the time, and was slightly shocked. The marrow cleansing time he gained from this breakthrough was a full 3 hours. According to the information Gumo had gathered about chi refinement stage breakthroughs, the marrow cleansing time was usually about 1 hour. Gumo's was 3 times that of others, which was enough to show that his continuous use of the perfected cleansing art to perform marrow cleansing in advance was effective. 3 times the marrow cleansing time brought Gumo wider and tougher meridians and physique. The wider meridians could accommodate more spiritual energy and allow for faster spiritual energy circulation. A cultivator's spiritual energy source is the danshan, but spiritual energy is constantly circulating, so the meridians can also store additional spiritual energy. This additional spiritual energy is where a cultivator's foundation lies. At this moment, Gumo's total spiritual energy was 3 times that of other cultivators who had just entered the chi refining stage. In addition to the increase in total spiritual energy, the marrow cleansing also significantly enhanced his physique. Clenching his hands, Gumo felt a surge of powerful strength. This strength was roughly 3 times that of an average chi refining stage cultivator. It was no exaggeration to say that with Gumo's current foundation, although he had just entered the chi refining first layer, he could definitely be considered a cultivator of the chi refining second layer. This was very important for Gumo, because in the coming time, Gumo would prepare to start accumulating sun essence, and his cultivation would then stagnate. With spiritual energy and a physique comparable to the chi refining second layer, Gumo had the confidence to pause his cultivation. Once he had enough sunflowers, Gumo's cultivation could completely surpass others. After familiarizing himself with the increase in strength brought by the realm breakthrough, Gumo casually cast a perfected cleansing art on himself to remove the impurities brought by the marrow cleansing. However, when the perfected cleansing art landed on him, Gumo's face showed a look of surprise. The marrow cleansing effect, which had originally been very weak, had actually become stronger. Logically, the marrow cleansing effect of the perfected cleansing art should have disappeared once Gumo entered the chi refining stage, but the result was exactly the opposite. After a moment of surprise, Gumo immediately realized that the reason for this result was actually very simple. Gumo had too little spiritual energy before, making it impossible for him to fully cast the perfected cleansing art. Now that Gumo's realm had broken through, his spiritual energy far exceeded the chi gathering stage, not to mention that Gumo's spiritual energy was 3 times that of his peers. This allowed Gumo to use many times more spiritual energy than he could during the chi gathering stage. With abundant spiritual energy, the power of the perfected cleansing art was maximized, and naturally, the marrow cleansing effect was also enhanced. This result surprised Gumo greatly. Marrow cleansing was a benefit only enjoyed during a realm breakthrough. In the chi refining 9 layers, one could enjoy marrow cleansing 9 times in total. Each time could bring a significant improvement to a cultivator, but Gumo could use the perfected cleansing art to experience the marrow cleansing effect at any time. Thus, when he broke through to the chi refining second layer, he would gain even more benefits, just like this breakthrough. It was worth spending all this extra time. Gumo let out a long breath. The diligent cultivation of the cleaning technique and the delay in his breakthrough had led to this great harvest. After spending a few days stabilizing his cultivation, Gumo got up and left his small house. It was time to leave now. With the black mist space, all important items had been placed in the black mist space by Gumo, so he had nothing to pack. He went directly to the personnel hall in the east. That was where utility disciples chose their respective peaks. The Kinglo-sect's various peaks had sent people there long ago. Utility disciples who had entered the chi refinement stage and wished to join a peak would register there. Entering the personnel hall, there were quite a few people, and most of them were gathered in front of 4 tables. These 4 tables represented the pill, artifact, formation, and talisman peaks. Gumo merely glanced around before turning his gaze to a table in the corner. That was his target. Greetings, senior brother. Gumo came to the table representing the spirit plant hall and bowed to the young man sitting distractedly in the chair behind the table. Oh, oh. Hearing someone call out, Mai Yunfa, who had been daydreaming, suddenly snapped back to reality. He looked at the young man in front of him and asked, "Can I help you?" Read the error-free version at 169 bookstore. Senior brother, is this the spirit plant hall? This reaction from the other party made Gumo momentarily doubt if he had come to the wrong place. Ah, yes, yes. Hearing Gumo's words, Mai Yunfa also realized that the young man in front of him wanted to join the spirit plant hall. At that moment, Mai Yunfa's eyes became a little moist. This year, it finally wasn't zero again. He knew the spirit plant hall's situation best because he had been coming here to recruit people for years, but the result was that no one ever voluntarily signed up. Everyone went directly to the neighboring pill, artifact, formation, and talisman peaks. Even if they were rejected, those people would still try the beast taming, puppet, or feng shui peaks. The spirit plant hall basically had to wait until the deadline, when those utility disciples whom no one wanted were forcibly assigned to the spirit plant hall. It was imaginable what kind of standard those unwanted utility disciples would have, and managing spirit plants was not an easy task. This also led to the spirit plant hall needing to spend more effort on training, and the final results were still not satisfactory. If the utility disciples under him were not up to standard, then the outer sect disciples of the spirit plant hall could only take on more tasks, which greatly affected the outer sect disciples' cultivation. Facing this situation, the spirit plant hall had also considered some methods, such as raising benefits to attract talented utility disciples to sign up voluntarily. But the problem was that a small increase in benefits was useless, and the spirit plant hall still couldn't compare to the popular peaks. If the benefits were raised too high, who would provide the additional resources? They couldn't possibly squeeze the resources of the spirit plant hall's outer sect disciples, or even the deacons and hall masters, could they? But the spirit plant hall was unwilling to just give up like this, so the spirit plant hall came up with some preferential policies that didn't require spending resources. As for the effect, Mai Yunfa's excited expression showed that no one paid attention to these empty promises. Junior brother, you've absolutely come to the right place by joining the spirit plant hall, let me tell you. Mai Yunfa enthusiastically began to explain the preferential policies for joining the spirit plant hall to Gu Mo. Gu Mo listened quietly to the other party's narration, his eyes showing a hint of pleasant surprise. Although the preferential treatment mentioned by the other party did not include substantial cultivation resource rewards, it was offered at the standard of an outer sect disciple. As long as he joined the spirit plant hall and passed the assessment, Gu Mo would be able to enjoy the same benefit of renting spirit fields as an outer sect disciple. Generally, utility disciples who joined the spirit plant hall would be assigned to outer sect disciples of the spirit plant hall to manage spirit fields. To give an easy-to-understand example, if the Kinglo sect is compared to a large company, the spirit plant hall is a department within this company, and the outer sect disciples are the mid-level junior leaders of this department, responsible for a large area of spirit fields and managing important matters concerning them. However, the daily management of spirit fields cannot be done personally by outer sect disciples, they also need to cultivate. Therefore, at this time, utility disciples are needed to step in. These utility disciples are like the company's bottom-tier grunt employees. If the employees under him are capable, then the junior leader above can naturally relax a bit. However, the spirit plant hall only received some unwanted, trash employees, which made the outer sect disciples of the spirit plant hall feel very helpless, having to spend more time personally managing the spirit fields, which greatly affected their cultivation. For this reason, some outer sect disciples actively applied to reduce the number of spirit fields they managed to lighten their burden. But those vacant spirit fields could not be left fallow, so this benefit of renting spirit fields to utility disciples who actively joined the spirit plant hall came into being. After renting a spirit field, one only needs to pay rent annually, and the remaining income belongs to the tenant. Furthermore, the spirit plant hall will not inquire about what is planted in the spirit field. As for ordinary utility disciples, working under outer sect disciples, they would at most receive some meager compensation annually. Of course, to obtain this benefit, one needs to pass an assessment to prove that the utility disciple renting the spirit field can indeed manage it well, otherwise, renting a spirit field to someone who knows nothing would simply be wasting it. Let's go, I'll explain the details on the way. Seeing the joy on Gumo's face, Mai Yunfa felt a sense of relief, but to avoid any complications, Mai Yunfa decided to take Gu Mo to the spirit plant hall first. This way, he would have something to show for this year's recruitment task. Thinking about how it was 0 for the past few years, he finally recruited 1 this year. Now Deacon Zhao couldn't deduct his task reward, could he? Mai Yunfa led Gu Mo out of the personnel hall, then he summoned a magical artifact sword and activated a spell, causing the magical artifact sword to enlarge. Come up. Mai Yunfa stepped onto the magical artifact sword and waved to Gu Mo. Gu Mo looked at the magical artifact sword with some envy. This was a standard magical artifact crafted by Weapon Peak, and when combined with the sword control spell, it could be used to fight or as a means of transport. Unfortunately, for Gu Mo currently, obtaining a magical artifact sword was still difficult. Although this item was a standard magical artifact crafted by Weapon Peak, its price was not cheap. Besides that, to fully utilize a magical artifact sword, one also needed to learn the sword control spell. Go. Once Gu Mo stepped onto the magical artifact sword, Mai Yunfa activated a spell, and instantly, the magical artifact sword soared into the air, speeding towards the distance. This speed can rival a high-speed train. Gu Mo looked at the constantly receding scenery below, from initial nervousness to now being able to face it calmly, and even comparing it in his mind to the high-speed trains he had ridden. Being able to carry people so smoothly and quickly indicates that the senior brother Mai Yunfa is not weak in his mastery of the sword control spell. After about a quarter of an hour, a valley appeared before Gu Mo's eyes, and within the valley were endless rice fields. I'll take you to see Deacon Zhao. Mai Yunfa brought Gu Mo to the cluster of buildings on one side of the valley. This was where the spirit plant hall was located. Hearing that he was being taken to see the deacon of the spirit plant hall, Gu Mo's heart tightened slightly. To become a deacon of a hall, one must at least be a cultivator at the foundation establishment realm. Facing someone a whole major realm higher than himself, Gu Mo was a little worried if his situation would be discovered. A utility disciple actually possessing 3 times the spiritual power and physique of a cultivator at the same stage wasn't that clearly suspicious? If his abnormality was indeed seen through, then Gu Mo would only be able to expose some less important trump cards. As long as the most important sunflower was not exposed, other exposures should not be a big problem, and he might even gain some benefits. As his thoughts flickered, Mai Yunfa had already brought Gu Mo to the Hall of Affairs. Seeing this, Gu Mo controlled the flow rate of the spiritual power within his body to reduce its fluctuations. This was a very rudimentary method of concealing one's cultivation that he had seen in the scripture pavilion. It wasn't even a proper technique, but it was better than nothing and could have some effect. Gu Mo, is it? Very good. Zhao Qiancheng, who looked like a middle-aged man, simply glanced at Gu Mo and offered a few words of encouragement. He didn't pay much attention to a utility disciple. Normally, he, a deacon, would never meet a utility disciple. But today was different from the past. It was rare to have someone willing to actively join the Spirit Plant Hall, so Zhao Qiancheng naturally wanted to meet him and express the Spirit Plant Hall's attitude. Anyway, these things cost no money, so give as much as possible. Yunfa must have already told you about the benefits and treatment of joining my Spirit Plant Hall. As long as you can learn a spell exclusive to spiritual farmers, you will pass the assessment. After a few words of praise, Zhao Qiancheng then took out a booklet and handed it to Gu Mo. Respectfully taking the booklet, Gu Mo then followed Mai Yunfa out. The moment he stepped out of the Hall of Affairs, Gu Mo couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. This hurdle was successfully passed. Junior brother Gu Mo, for now, you will temporarily stay here. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can go to the Hall of Transmission, where experienced spiritual farmer seniors will teach classes. After arranging accommodation for Gu Mo, Mai Yunfa hurriedly left. His recruitment task was not over yet, and he needed to go quickly. If he missed someone while he was away, that would be a sin. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. Thank you, senior brother Mai. Gu Mo bowed to the departing Mai Yunfa. Then, Gu Mo turned his gaze to the residence before him. Compared to the utility disciples' dormitory, the living conditions here were clearly much better, even including a courtyard, and the house was protected by a formation. During closed-door cultivation, one only needs to activate the formation to avoid being disturbed, but activating the formation requires spirit stones. And Gu Mo, after joining the Spirit Plant Hall, only received an assessment opportunity and a booklet, nothing else. He wondered if other peaks were also so stingy. After a complaint, Gu Mo entered the house and took out the booklet he had received from Deacon Zhao. At the Qi refinement stage, one cannot yet condense divine sense, so jade slips, which allow for quick reading, cannot be used. One can only slowly flip through it oneself. The booklet recorded a total of 5 first-order spells. These 5 spells were all prepared for spiritual farmers: the metal element Little Zhengjin Sword Qi, the wood element Xiao Huishan technique, the water element Small Cloud Rain technique, the fire element Little Flame Wave, and the earth element Small Earth Dragon technique. The 5 spells, covering metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each had corresponding effects. Zhengjin Sword Qi is an offensive spell used to eliminate insect and rodent pests. The insects and rats that appear in the spirit fields are not ordinary creatures. Mortals and mortal weapons cannot kill these spirit insects and spirit rats. Only cultivators, specifically cultivators who master the powerful Zhengjin Sword Qi, can do so. At the same time, to avoid accidentally harming the spirit plants in the spirit fields, Zhengjin Sword Qi is a single target spell with concentrated power. If a spirit plant is accidentally harmed, then the wood element Xiao Huishan technique can be used for treatment. This Xiao Huishan technique can not only treat spirit plants but also treat injured cultivators. The most frequently used spell in daily spirit field management is the water element Small Cloud Rain technique, which is a spell that can summon spirit rain. Only spirit plants watered with spirit rain can grow robustly. As for the last 2 spells, fire and earth, they are only used before planting and after harvesting in the spirit fields. The fire element Little Flame Wave is an area of effect fire element spell that can burn hidden insect eggs or ling rice stalks left behind to increase the fertility of the spirit field. And the Small Earth Dragon technique is a summoning spell that can summon a large earth dragon to plow the land. After reading the introductions to these spells, Gu Mo immediately had a general impression of the cultivation style farming. However, why did all these spells have a little prefix? Could there be upgraded versions of spells like Great Zhengjin Sword Qi and Great Return to Spring? The doubts in Gu Mo's heart clearly had no one to answer them, and Gu Mo's most important task at the moment was to quickly master a spell. He had 5 to choose from, and as long as he mastered one of them, he would pass the assessment and be able to rent a spirit field of his own. As for which spell to choose, Gu Mo had already made his decision after seeing the introductions of the 5 spells, the Small Cloud Rain technique. This was the most frequently used spell for daily management, so he naturally had to master it first. Otherwise, Gu Mo would only be able to fetch spiritual spring water to irrigate the land every day, which was too inefficient. With this thought, Gu Mo turned the booklet in his hand to the page that recorded the Small Cloud Rain technique. Compared to the unranked cleaning technique, a first-order spell like the Small Cloud Rain technique was several levels more difficult. However, it wasn't a big problem, because Gu Mo, with the help of his knowledge from his previous life, had figured out some tricks for this Small Cloud Rain technique. The principle of this Small Cloud Rain technique was to use special incantations to transform the spiritual qi within the cultivator's body into tiny particles, which were then scattered into the sky. These tiny particles would then absorb the water vapor in the sky and condense into drops, finally transforming into rain infused with spiritual qi that fell down. Having understood the principle of this Small Cloud Rain technique, there was no longer any bottleneck to mastering it. All that remained was to spend time practicing the incantations. Gu Mo had nothing but time, and if there was anything still unclear, he could go to the Hall of Transmitted Spells to attend classes. Small Cloud Rain technique. Gu Mo quickly formed hand seals, and immediately, a small dark cloud formed from countless water vapors appeared in the room. Then, drizzling rain fell from the dark cloud, completely wetting Gu Mo's room. But at this moment, Gu Mo didn't care about these things. After spending a month, he had finally successfully mastered the first order spell, small cloud rain technique. Now, Gu Mo was considered a formal spiritual farmer. Mastering a first order spell in 1 month was absolutely astonishing talent among utility disciples, and even among inner sect disciples, it would be considered top tier talent. But Gu Mo knew that he was able to master the small cloud rain technique in 1 month because of the knowledge he had gained in his previous life, which allowed him to see through the principle of the small cloud rain technique. In the words of the cultivation world, he had grasped the essence of the small cloud rain technique. If it were a native cultivator, understanding the formation of rain would undoubtedly be much more difficult. However, when practicing the incantations, Gu Mo had no advantage, but this was all hard work, just a matter of spending more time. Having successfully mastered the small cloud rain technique, Gu Mo only needed to demonstrate it to pass the assessment and rent his own spirit field. But Fan Xiaoming's example warned Gu Mo. For a utility disciple like him to master a first order spell in 1 month was a bit too eye-catching. Of course, even if his comprehension ability was exposed, others couldn't take it away. The problem was that Gu Mo truly had a great opportunity, and if this attracted the attention of interested parties, the secret of the sunflower might not remain hidden. Should I learn another spell? Since he couldn't immediately reveal that he had mastered the small cloud rain technique, Gu Mo couldn't just wait. All 5 of the spells exclusive to spiritual farmers were useful, so naturally, the more he mastered, the better. After all, when he rented a spirit field, he would have to handle everything himself, unlike those outer sect senior brothers who had many utility disciples under them assisting with various spiritual farmer exclusive spells. Yunfa, how is the recruitment of utility disciples this time? Zhao Qiancheng asked Mai Yunfa, who had just finished his task and came to report. While Gu Mo was diligently cultivating spells, the 1-year deadline quietly arrived. At this moment, the recruitment work of all peaks had already concluded. If one had not yet joined a certain peak by this time, they would have lost the right to choose. The sect would then forcibly arrange them according to the personnel shortages of each peak. This time, only junior brother Gu Mo joined voluntarily. Mai Yunfa spread his hands. So be it. Zhao Qiancheng sighed. When Gu Mo joined, he thought the spirit plant hall was finally going to rise this year, but who knew there would only be one in the end. Just Gu Mo alone was clearly not enough. The spirit plant hall had always been the most understaffed. Other peaks had already filled their quotas early, only the spirit plant hall was always short of people. Therefore, the remaining unwanted utility disciples would basically all be assigned to the spirit plant hall. Zhao Qiancheng didn't want these utility disciples, but even bad people were better than none. The task of the spirit plant hall was to provide the sect with a sufficient amount of spiritual rice, and if this task was not completed, the spirit plant hall's resources would be deducted. By the way, how is that Gu Mo progressing? Mentioning Gu Mo, Zhao Qiancheng inquired. With only one utility disciple who joined voluntarily, Zhao Qiancheng felt it was necessary to pay more attention to him. This would also show the spirit plant hall's emphasis on utility disciples who joined voluntarily. Once the news spread, perhaps more utility disciples would choose to join the spirit plant hall in the future. I'll go take a look right now. After Mai Yunfa brought Gu Mo over, he basically forgot about him. After all, what was there to pay attention to for a utility disciple? However, since the deacon asked, he naturally had to go and see. Hearing this, Zhao Qiancheng waved his hand speechlessly. If Mai Yunfa wasn't a bit related to him, he would have told him to get lost a long time ago. Buzz. Gu Mo brought his 2 fingers together, and a white light trembled at his fingertips, emitting a soft hum. Seeing this, Gu Mo's mouth curved into a smile, having mastered the little Zhengjin sword chi. Compared to the small cloud rain technique, this little Zhengjin sword chi took Gu Mo 2 months to successfully master, but this speed was still extremely terrifying. Read the unedited version at 169 SHUBA. Dispelling the sword chi at his fingertips, Gu Mo took out the flower pot, but at this moment, there was no trace of the sunflower in the flower pot. Not long ago, the spiritual chi in the flower pot had been completely exhausted. Without spiritual chi, the sunflower also reverted to its seed state, so Gu Mo's sun essence harvest was 0 these past few days. I must obtain a spirit field. Although only 3 months had passed since Gu Mo arrived at the spirit plant hall, Gu Mo knew he couldn't wait any longer. He needed to quickly obtain a spirit field and plant the sunflower. Only then could he harvest sun essence and purchase new sunflowers. However, mastering a first order spell in 3 months was still a bit eye-catching for a utility disciple, but it should attract much less attention than mastering it in 1 month. Is junior brother Gu Mo in? While Gu Mo was hesitating, Mai Yunfa's voice came from outside. Hearing this, Gu Mo immediately went out. Senior brother Mai, why have you come? Gu Mo very warmly invited Mai Yunfa into the house, but soon Gu Mo awkwardly realized that he had nothing to entertain the other party with. Seeing this, Mai Yunfa didn't mind. What could a newly arrived utility disciple have? Junior brother Gu Mo, Deacon Zhao asked me to inquire about your cultivation progress. Fortunately, I just barely mastered the small cloud rain technique. Hearing Mai Yunfa ask about his cultivation, Gu Mo no longer hesitated and took the opportunity to speak. What? He was just thinking about how to remind Gu Mo to work harder and master a spell as soon as possible, so that the spirit plant hall could have a benchmark for utility disciples who voluntarily joined and received outer sect benefits. Unexpectedly, he heard Gu Mo say that he had already successfully mastered a spell, which left Ma Yunfa a bit stunned. Junior brother has fortunately comprehended the small cloud rain technique. Gu Mo repeated what he had just said. From Ma Yunfa's reaction, it was clear that his mastery of a spell in such a short time was indeed astonishing. Excellent. After hearing Gu Mo's words clearly, Ma Yunfa was overjoyed. Gu Mo comprehending the small cloud rain technique at this moment was simply perfect. However, to be on the safe side, Ma Yunfa asked Gu Mo to demonstrate the small cloud rain technique. This was naturally effortless for Gu Mo, and he deliberately slowed down his casting speed to show that he had truly just comprehended it, rather than having mastered it for 2 months already. Confirming the situation, Ma Yunfa controlled his flying sword and took Gu Mo towards the Hall of Affairs. Hall of Affairs. At this moment, apart from those who were in seclusion or out, the remaining outer sect disciples had all arrived. The utility disciples, forcibly assigned by the sect, had already reached the spirit plant hall. The next step was how to distribute them. However, facing that batch of unwanted utility disciples, the outer sect disciples present all felt a bit uncomfortable. Managing spirit plant fields required many people, so everyone was short-staffed. But taking in these unwanted utility disciples was also quite difficult, because cultivating them was too painful. Moreover, even if they were reluctantly cultivated, their abilities would not be good, probably only equivalent to half a qualified spiritual farmer. Are you all mute? The people have arrived. Those who are short-staffed, quickly take them away. Zhao Qiancheng scanned the outer sect disciples and spoke. Although he also knew that this batch were all unwanted trash, the personnel shortage in the spirit plant hall was real. Without enough spiritual farmers, how could so many spirit plant fields be managed? If the spirit plant fields lacked management and production was insufficient, what about the spirit plant hall's income? I'll take 5 people. I want 3 people. Deacon Zhao had spoken, and the outer sect disciples present began to report numbers, none daring to ask for too many people. Otherwise, the cultivation of these personnel would require a lot of effort, and taking a few less was still acceptable. Anyway, it had always been this way over the years. Ultimately, this year's batch of utility disciples, forcibly arranged by the sect, were distributed among the outer sect disciples present. With this, the matter was more or less concluded. Just as the outer sect disciples were about to leave, Ma Yunfa appeared with Gu Mo. Seeing Ma Yunfa, Zhao Qianquan's mouth twitched. He had deliberately sent Ma Yunfa away earlier, naturally to let him avoid the distribution of these unwanted utility disciples. After all, he was a junior related to him, so Zhao Qiancheng giving him some special treatment, others could only endure it, who made them not have a deacon as an elder. However, Ma Yunfa's appearance at this moment really made Zhao Qiancheng feel awkward. Some things were tacitly agreed upon by everyone. Every time utility disciples were distributed, Ma Yunfa was absent due to a deacon's task, thus missing the distribution of utility disciples. With this reason, everyone's face was preserved. But now that Ma Yunfa appeared, wasn't this embarrassing? Have the tasks I gave you been completed? Zhao Qiancheng, with a somewhat displeased expression, asked. Deacon Zhao, you asked me to check on junior brother Gu Mo's assessment progress. He has successfully comprehended the small cloud rain technique. Ma Yunfa, completely oblivious to Zhao Qianquan's displeased expression, hurriedly stated his discovery. What? Ma Yunfa's words stunned Zhao Qiancheng. Not only Zhao Qiancheng, but also the outer sect disciples who had not yet left were stunned. They naturally knew that this year there was a utility disciple who voluntarily joined, and as long as that utility disciple passed the assessment, he could rent a spirit plant field. They had thought this would take a long time, but unexpectedly, in just 3 months, that utility disciple had successfully comprehended the small cloud rain technique. Comprehending a first-order spell like the small cloud rain technique in 3 months would be normal for those geniuses in the inner sect, but for this to happen to a newly joined utility disciple, it was somewhat concerning. For a moment, curious, scrutinizing, and suspicious gazes swept towards Gu Mo. Gu Mo, have you really comprehended the small cloud rain technique? Zhao Qianquan's gaze turned to Gu Mo, who had appeared with Ma Yunfa. Facing the inquiry, Gu Mo did not answer. He directly raised his hand and formed a hand seal. Soon, a dark cloud condensed in the Hall of Affairs, followed by a drizzling rain. However, before these raindrops could wet the ground, Zhao Qiancheng waved his hand, and the dark cloud vanished without a trace. Good, good, good. After Zhao Qiancheng dispelled the dark cloud condensed by Gu Mo, he looked at this utility disciple with a surprised expression. He had not expected this utility disciple to bring him such a surprise. The welfare benefits offered by the Spirit Plant Hall needed someone to realize them, so the Spirit Plant Hall could use this as a benchmark to attract utility disciples to join voluntarily. Oh, your spiritual power and physique. Under Zhao Qianquan's careful scrutiny, he quickly discovered Gu Mo's abnormality. With a gap of a major realm, Gu Mo could not hide from Zhao Qiancheng before mastering a true concealment method. Not only Foundation establishment cultivators like Zhao Qiancheng, but also several outer sect disciples in the late stage of Qi refinement present, sensed some abnormality in Gu Mo. For uncorrected versions, read at 169shu.com. Comprehending the small cloud rain technique in 3 months, and spiritual power and physique far exceeding those of the same realm, these abnormalities all proved one thing: the utility disciple in front of them had some kind of opportunity. In an instant, the surrounding gazes became complex. Gu Mo felt the change in the surrounding gazes. He had already prepared for it the moment he displayed the small cloud rain technique. For this, Gu Mo also thought of a countermeasure. Using Zhao Qunken's inquiry, Gu Mo proactively exposed his perfected cleansing art, using it to explain why his spiritual power and physique were stronger than other cultivators of the same period. Gu Mo's true secrets were the sunflower and the black mist space. Although the perfected cleansing art was also quite astonishing, it only indicated that Gu Mo's comprehension ability was very strong, which could also explain why he was able to comprehend the small cloud rain technique within 3 months. Perfected cleansing art. When Gu Mo revealed this technique, it truly gave everyone present a small shock. The cleaning technique, an unranked minor spell, was something everyone knew. But no one had thought of cultivating this unranked minor spell to perfection. At the same time, no one knew that the perfected cleansing art actually had the effect of marrow cleansing. What's so strange about this? The cleaning technique was originally created by a powerful being who gained inspiration from the bone forging art. As a deacon, Zhao Qiancheng obviously knew more than the others, including the origin of the cleaning technique. Among the inner sect disciples, there were disciples who diligently cultivated the cleaning technique, their goal being to master the perfected cleansing art to build a strong foundation during the qi refinement stage. However, such inner sect disciples were extremely rare. Wasting a lot of time diligently cultivating the cleaning technique without delaying normal cultivation was only possible for disciples with exceptionally outstanding talent and spiritual root. Those slightly less talented would not dare to do so. Otherwise, if a lot of time was wasted on the cleaning technique and it was not successfully cultivated to perfection in the end, the loss would be significant. It's just that no one expected the perfected cleansing art to actually appear on a utility disciple. Alas, what a pity. Zhao Qiancheng re-examined Gu Mo's spiritual root, and it was still of low grade. This couldn't help but make him sigh deeply. To be able to cultivate cleaning technique to perfection and to master small cloud rain technique in 3 months, such comprehension ability was definitely not inferior to those prodigies in the inner sect. However, Gu Mo's spiritual root was only low grade, which meant that Gu Mo had almost no chance of foundation establishment. Even progressing from qi refining early stage to qi refining middle stage would be a huge hurdle. Unless a large amount of resources were used to pile it up, the qi refinement stage could still be achieved with resources, but the cost effectiveness was too low. The resources required for a low-grade spiritual root to advance a small realm would be enough for those medium-grade or high-grade spiritual root cultivators to advance several small realms. Precisely because of the extremely low cost effectiveness, even if Gu Mo's comprehension ability became known, it would be impossible for him to receive cultivation from the sect. In the early stages of a cultivator's journey, the importance of spiritual root is greater than comprehension ability. Only in the later stages does comprehension ability's importance become prominent. And to use resources to push a low-grade spiritual root like Gu Mo to the later stages, the amount of resources required would make one's scalp tingle just thinking about it. So many resources could cultivate several cultivators of the same realm. However, Gu Mo could still become an excellent spiritual farmer. With his comprehension ability, there was a very high chance he could master all 5 spirit farmer spells. A spiritual farmer who has mastered 5 spirit farmer spells holds a higher status than an ordinary outer sect disciple. Spirit Plant Hall currently has 3 old spiritual farmers who have mastered 5 spirit farmer spells. Many outer sect disciples are very polite when they see them. After all, if anyone's spirit field has an urgent situation, they will inevitably need to ask for their help. If Spirit Plant Hall could have one more spiritual farmer who has mastered 5 spirit farmer spells, it would definitely be a great thing. Thinking of this, Zhao Qunken's gaze towards Gu Mo immediately became much more cordial. In fact, now that Gu Mo had mastered small cloud rain technique and passed the assessment, it could be publicized immediately. So, Zhao Qiancheng brought Gu Mo in front of the utility disciples who were forcibly assigned to the Spirit Plant Hall and announced that Gu Mo had received the outer sect disciple benefits. Furthermore, Zhao Qiancheng directly waived 3 years of rent for Gu Mo and provided first order spirit seeds for free for 3 years. As soon as this news came out, the utility disciples looked at Gu Mo with envy, and many of them were filled with regret. If only they had known, they would have chosen to actively join the Spirit Plant Hall, so they too could have enjoyed such treatment. As for the assessment required to obtain these benefits, it was ignored by everyone. Looking at the frustration on the faces of those utility disciples, Zhao Qiancheng nodded with satisfaction. These utility disciples in front of him were not Zhao Qunken's target, the next batch of utility disciples was. By then, Gu Mo's case would spread, and it would definitely have a considerable appeal to the next batch of utility disciples. After encouraging the utility disciples present, Zhao Qiancheng left. Sure enough, showing a little talent still has its benefits. Gu Mo exhaled in his heart as he watched Zhao Qiancheng leave. This was also part of his plan, to expose his comprehension ability in cultivating spells, to find a very reasonable explanation for his uniqueness, thereby reducing others' attention, and to gain more importance from the Spirit Plant Hall by demonstrating his talent. The 3 years of free rent and 3 years of spirit seeds were the harvest of him showcasing his talent. Junior brother Gu, these are all uncultivated spirit fields. Pick 1. In the Spirit Plant Hall's archives, Mai Yunfa took out a map and pointed to the scattered small green squares on it. The spirit fields Gu Mo could rent were not part of the continuous stretch of spirit fields in the valley, but rather some scattered small spirit fields outside the valley. The formation of spirit fields completely depended on the direction of the underground spiritual veins. The large spirit fields in the valley were formed because countless spiritual veins intertwined beneath them, while the scattered spirit fields outside the valley were caused by the extension of some small spiritual veins. Scattered spirit fields were not as easy to manage as continuous spirit fields, and in situations of insufficient personnel, they were the first to be abandoned. Therefore, Spirit Plant Hall decided to rent these scattered spirit fields to utility disciples who actively joined the Spirit Plant Hall. As the first utility disciple to actively join after Spirit Plant Hall introduced this policy, Gumo also received the first right to choose. Senior brother Mai, I'll choose this one. Gumo's gaze swept over these spirit fields, then he pointed to one of the small squares. According to the markings on the map, this spirit field was about 1 mu, which was considered a smaller area, but it was a first-grade middle-level spirit field. There was more than one spirit field of this grade, but Gumo chose the largest one. The higher the grade of the spirit field, the faster the spirit plants on it would grow. Okay, I'll register it for you right away. Mai Yunfa was not surprised by Gumo's choice. After all, between first-grade low-grade and first-grade middle-level, even an idiot would choose first-grade middle-level. Unless there were other significant unfavorable conditions, such as a particularly small area, frequent appearance of insect beasts nearby, etc. The spirit field Gumo chose evidently did not have these unfavorable conditions. Let's go, I'll take you to get some tools. Handing Gumo a spirit field rental contract, Mai Yunfa took Gumo to collect some tools needed by spiritual farmers, such as hoes, sickles, and the like. Of course, if one could skillfully master all 5 spirit farmer spells, these tools would not be needed. Small earth dragon technique could completely replace hoes for plowing, and the effect would be even better. Little Jengjin sword chi could not only kill insects but also be used for harvesting spirit plants. The only tool that could not be replaced by a spirit farmer spell was a magical artifact hut. The spirit field Gumo chose was located outside the valley, and to look after the spirit field, Gumo could not constantly travel back and forth between the inside and outside of the valley. Moreover, since Gumo was planting sunflowers in the spirit field, he dared not leave. Therefore, Gumo was destined to live near the spirit field. Compared to building a crude hut himself, renting a magical artifact hut from the spirit plant hall was clearly better. The magical artifact hut also had formation restrictions, making it safer for future secluded cultivation. For an error-free version, read at 169 SHUBA. Bringing his things, Mai Yunfa summoned his magical artifact sword and carried Gumo to the plot of land he had chosen. Junior brother Gu, my task is complete. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come find me. After delivering Gumo, Mai Yunfa waved to bid him farewell. Many thanks, senior brother Mai. Gumo bowed politely. After Mai Yunfa left, Gumo's gaze swept across the spirit field in front of him. It was not as desolate as he had imagined. Even for uncultivated spirit fields, Spirit Plant Hall would not let them go to waste directly, basic maintenance would still be done, which was also the responsibility of Spirit Plant Hall. If the number of registered spirit fields decreased, the sect would hold them accountable. After some inspection, Gumo placed the magical artifact hut by the edge of the spirit field. After injecting spiritual chi, the magical artifact hut, like Mai Yunfa's magical artifact sword, began to expand, eventually transforming into a small hut suitable for one person to live in. Such a convenient item made Gumo's eyes light up with desire, but unfortunately, this thing was even more expensive than a magical artifact sword. It was fortunate that Gumo was the first utility disciple to actively join the Spirit Plant Hall, receiving many benefits, including free spirit field rent, free spirit seeds, and 3 years of free use of this hut. Well then, let's begin. After setting up the hut, Gumo took out a hoe, preparing to plow the land. At this moment, Gumo somewhat regretted not having mastered small earth dragon technique first, as he wouldn't have to cultivate the land himself with a hoe. Gumo, who came from a rural background, was quite knowledgeable about farming, and with his physique and spiritual chi 3 times that of a chi refinement stage cultivator of the same level, cultivating this acre of land was no problem at all. After the spirit field soil is renewed, it still needs to be maintained with the small cloud rain technique. Gumo took out the booklet issued by the Spirit Plant Hall, which contained insights on spirit field planting. Gumo's understanding of farming might not apply to the spirit fields of the immortal realm, so it was very necessary to flip through this booklet. The small cloud rain technique, then. Putting away the booklet, Gumo stood by the spirit field, forming a hand seal, and immediately a dark cloud enveloped the spirit field. Since there was no one around, Gumo naturally didn't need to hold back and went all out. Whoosh! In a moment, drizzling spiritual rain fell, wetting the spirit field, and immediately, the spiritual chi on the spirit field also became a bit denser. Spirit fields also belong to areas touched by spiritual veins, so the spiritual chi would naturally be stronger than the outside world. Moreover, Gumo's spirit field was a first grade middle level 1, so the spiritual chi concentration was even higher than those of grade 1 low grade. Unfortunately, all this spiritual chi was fixed underground by a formation, making it difficult for cultivators to absorb it, but spirit plants could absorb the underground spiritual chi through their roots. Gumo didn't care about this, his cultivation didn't rely on spiritual chi at all, but on sun essence. It was just that there were no spirit plants planted in the spirit field at the moment, so Gumo couldn't plant the sunflower now, otherwise, a solitary sunflower in the spirit field would be a bit conspicuous. When he had money, Gumo also planned to set up a formation around the spirit field to increase its safety. After planning the future matters of the spirit field, Gumo returned to the magical artifact hut to prepare for cultivation. Gumo's cultivation was naturally not about improving his cultivation base, but about casting the great perfection level purification technique on himself and comprehending the remaining 3 spirit farmer spells. As for improving his cultivation base, he would naturally consider it after accumulating a wave of sunflowers. Anyway, after knowing the cultivation speed of an inferior spiritual root, Guo basically gave up on cultivating by himself. The next day, Guo set off early to the spirit plant hall to collect spirit seeds. Previously, he had hitched a ride with Mai Yunfa from the spirit plant hall to the spirit field, and Guo hadn't felt much. Now, relying on himself to travel, Guo truly experienced the distance between the two. It seems I need to get a mode of transportation as soon as possible. When Guo arrived at the spirit plant hall, panting, this thought couldn't help but surface in his mind. As the thought arose, Guo's mind couldn't help but wander. Speaking of modes of transportation, the first choice was naturally a magical artifact sword, which could not only transport him but also be used against enemies, but the price was too high, and Guo couldn't afford it in a short time. And a paper crane, which was cheaper than a magical artifact sword, was the best choice for many utility disciples with shallow pockets. A paper crane was not a magical artifact but a talisman, with a limited number of uses, but it had the advantage of being cheap, and its speed was barely acceptable. Of course, a paper crane did not have combat capabilities. However, with Guo's current net worth of 0 spirit stones, even a paper crane would have to wait for a while, until the spirit field's output. Guo had received 3 years of rent exemption, meaning all the income from the spirit field during these 3 years belonged to him. Disciple Guo, here to collect spirit seeds. Guo came to the spirit plant hall's special storeroom for collecting spirit seeds and bowed to the old cultivator guarding it. Oh, you are that Guo who has mastered the great perfection level purification technique and entered the small cloud rain technique in 3 months. The old cultivator guarding the spirit seed storeroom looked at Guo curiously upon hearing this. Such a cultivator with excellent comprehension ability but a terrible spiritual root was quite rare. It is this disciple. Guo handed over his identity token. Here are the first order spirit seeds, choose yourself. The old cultivator took out a thick booklet and handed it to Guo. Respectfully taking the booklet, Guo began to flip through it. On the first page, Guo saw the name Lingyu rice, which was a grade 1 low-grade ling rice and also the spirit plant with the largest planting area in the spirit plant hall today. Because this Lingyu rice was easy to plant, had a very good yield, and could be harvested in half a year, it had almost all advantages except for its slightly low grade. This was also the most recommended spirit plant for beginners. Guo also planned to use this Lingyu rice as his first attempt at a spirit plant, but he didn't make a choice immediately. There were many other spirit plants in the booklet, and Guo also wanted to see them to broaden his horizons. As the pages of the booklet turned, various novel spirit plants continuously appeared. And almost all of these spirit plants had specific planting conditions. For example, the first order high-grade red grass required a high-temperature environment, and to change the spirit field environment, a formation would be needed, which was a considerable expense. Furthermore, the growth of red grass did not require the small cloud rain technique, but rather the daily casting of little flame wave. Red grass planting required a large investment, but if successfully planted, the returns were also very generous. After all, this was a first-order high-grade spirit plant. He continued to look at several more spirit plants, all of which were first-order, because the booklet only contained first-order spirit plants, and Guo could only collect first-order spirit plant seeds. Suddenly, Guo saw a spirit plant that made his eyes light up, spirit sunflower. But Guo preferred to call it sunflower, because this grade 1 low-grade spirit sunflower was extremely similar to a sunflower, and also 7 or 8 parts similar to a sunflower. Originally, Guo planned to plant the sunflower in the spirit field, using the ling rice to conceal it. At this moment, Guo felt he had a better choice, hiding the sunflower among spirit sunflower, which were 7 or 8 parts similar in appearance. Wouldn't this be even more perfect? And this spirit sunflower had no special planting conditions. The only drawback was its very slow growth speed. While Lingyu rice matured in half a year, this spirit sunflower required several years. Both were grade 1 low grade, one only needed half a year, while the other needed several years. However, this spirit sunflower was not without its merits. If planted long enough, it had a chance to improve its grade. But this chance was enough to deter many people, but for Guo, this was no problem at all. His purpose was to use this spirit sunflower to cover for the sunflower. Senior, I choose Lingyu rice and spirit sunflower. After making his choice, Guo handed the booklet back to the old cultivator in front of him. Good. The old cultivator was not surprised by Guo's choice. Lingyu rice, as the best spirit plant for beginners, was chosen by almost every new spiritual farmer. As for spirit sunflower, quite a few people chose it too. After all, it had a chance to upgrade its grade. Planting a few might bring a surprise in the future. As for Guo wanting several hundred spirit sunflower, although it was a bit much, it was still within the normal range. Taking the spirit seeds, Guo rushed back to his spirit field without stopping and planted all the spirit seeds he had. Among them, the hundreds of spirit sunflower seeds were arranged by Guo on a piece of land in front of the hut. The rest of the land was planted with Lingyu rice. When the spirit field was full and all the spirit seeds in his hand were used up, Guo could receive spirit seeds for free, but the quantity was fixed by the size of his spirit field, he couldn't take more. Small cloud rain technique. After the spirit seeds were planted, Guo formed a hand seal and cast the small cloud rain technique to water them. Next, what Guo had to do was slowly wait for the seeds to sprout. Guo originally thought that after the seeds were planted, it would take at least 3 to 5 days for them to sprout, but in reality, within a day, the seeds planted in the spirit field began to break through the soil and sprout. This result greatly surprised Gumo, but he quickly realized the reason. His estimation of 3 to 5 days for sprouting was based on a grade 1 low-grade spirit field, whereas Gumo's actual spirit field was first grade middle level. The higher the grade of the spirit field, the greater its influence on the growth of spirit plants. In addition, careful management of the spirit field can also accelerate the growth of spirit plants, and the best management for a spirit field involves the 5 spells exclusive to spiritual farmers. These 5 spells have been proven beneficial for spirit plant growth through the practice of countless generations of spiritual farmer seniors. This means the Lingyu rice won't need half a year, it will mature in 5 months, Gumo recalculated, using the first grade middle level spirit field and the spirit farmer spells he had mastered as his standard template. He concluded that the Lingyu rice could mature 1 month earlier. Harvesting a crop in 5 months would clearly be of great benefit in alleviating Gumo's financial pressure. Moreover, Gumo was exempt from rent for 3 years, meaning all the harvest from the spirit field during these 3 years would belong to him. With this thought, Gumo felt full of drive. In the following time, Gumo managed the spirit field while also cultivating and comprehending other spirit farmer spells. Gumo's goal was to master all 5 spirit farmer spells. As for cultivation, Gumo clearly wouldn't start anytime soon. He needed to first grow the spirit sunflowers in the spirit field before he could plant the sunflowers, allowing the sunflowers to continuously condense sun essence. Gumo wouldn't use this sun essence for cultivation, instead, he would save it to purchase a second sunflower from the automatic vending machine in the black mist space. Once he accumulated 5 sunflowers, Gumo would possess a cultivation speed comparable to a superior spiritual root. Therefore, a slight delay in cultivation progress now was completely insignificant. Junior brother Gumo. You have a letter. On this day, Gumo was inspecting the spirit field when a utility disciple from the spirit plant hall ran over and handed him a letter. Thank you. Gumo took the letter. In Qingluo sect, aside from Yao Shifeng and a few others, no one else would write to him. As expected, the letter was from Yao Shifeng. The peaks within Qingluo sect were far apart, making ordinary communication paper pigeons ineffective. While more advanced communication talismans existed, they were quite expensive for many newly initiated utility disciples. Thus, writing letters, an ancient method of communication, became the most economical choice. Moreover, this method was not slow, as some utility disciples who possessed magical artifact swords would moonlight as couriers to earn extra money. With the speed of a magical artifact sword, they could reach various peaks of the sect within a day. The gathering has been postponed. Gumo opened the letter and nodded slightly. Yao Shifeng's letter roughly stated that the 5 of them would postpone their reunion because, having just joined their respective peaks, each of them had endless tasks and truly had no time to clone themselves. Furthermore, the 5 of them were on different peaks, and without flying magical artifacts like magical artifact swords, they would waste a lot of time on the journey. Gumo glanced at the spirit field. It was indeed not suitable to waste time gathering now. The spirit field required him to cast the small cloud rain technique daily for irrigation. Unless Gumo could make a round trip on the same day, he would delay casting spells on the spirit field. Time flowed by, and Gumo cared for the spirit field day after day, and the spirit plants in the spirit field responded to Gumo's hard work, growing very well. Most importantly, the hundreds of spirit sunflowers, after 3 months of growth, finally bloomed into golden flower heads. But this was just the beginning. Next, the spirit sunflowers needed to undergo a long period of precipitation to ripen the spirit sunflower seeds in their flower heads. But for Gumo, none of this mattered. With the cover of these hundreds of spirit sunflowers, he could finally plant the sunflowers. The day after the sunflowers were planted, they were already the same size as the surrounding spirit sunflowers. Their appearances were very similar, the only difference was in their flower heads. The spirit sunflower's flower head was like that of a sunflower, while the sunflower's flower head resembled a small sun. With the sunflower mixed among hundreds of spirit sunflowers, this slight difference was very difficult to notice without careful attention. At sunset the next day, Gumo finally harvested another portion of sun essence. Moreover, this portion of sun essence looked a bit more solid than the one previously grown in the flower pot. This change continued in the following days. The illusory small sun formed by the sun essence became a bit more solid each day than the day before, until it reached a certain limit and then stopped. This change in the sunflower made Gumo very curious. To understand the reason, Gumo tried to refine a portion of sun essence. Afterward, he was astonished to discover that this portion of sun essence could substitute for 3 days of his diligent cultivation. Previously, the sun essence could substitute for 2 days of his diligent cultivation. Now, the sun essence condensed by the same sunflower had reached the equivalent of 3 days of his diligent cultivation. Both types of sun essence came from the same sunflower. The only difference was that the former sunflower was planted in a flower pot, while the latter was planted in a spirit field, specifically a first-grade middle-level spirit field. Clearly, the change in the sun essence should have come from the spirit field. The spiritual chi contained in the spirit field was obviously stronger than that of the flower pot Gumo made with 3 low-grade spirit stones, so the sun essence condensed by the sunflower also improved. It's just unknown if the condensation level of this sun essence would continue to increase if planted in a higher grade spirit field. For a 6191 book 1 bar 1 read no one mistake version. Temporarily suppressing the thought of finding a higher grade spirit field, for the current Gumo, obtaining this first grade middle level spirit field was enough to make many utility disciples envious. As for a first order high grade spirit field, it was simply not something the current Gumo could covet. The improved quality of the sun essence condensed by the sunflower means that Gumo only needs to accumulate 3 sunflowers to harvest 3 portions of such sun essence daily, giving him 9 times the cultivation speed. This is still the cultivation speed of a superior spiritual root. In addition, this new sun essence is also more effective at dispelling the black mist in the black mist space. The only pity is that the automatic vending machine still judges this 3 times the amount of sun essence as 1 portion, just like the 2 times the amount of sun essence Gumo had accumulated before. In less than a month, I'll have 50 portions of sun essence. Gumo counted the sun essence he had. He only needed to wait another 20 days to gather 50 portions of sun essence to purchase a second sunflower. With 2 sunflowers providing 2 portions of sun essence daily, he would only need to wait another 25 days to purchase a third sunflower. By then, Gumo would possess a cultivation speed comparable to a superior spiritual root genius. If he endured a bit longer and accumulated 5 sunflowers as originally planned, that would be 15 times the cultivation speed. This speed already surpasses the limit of a superior spiritual root. It's just unknown how cultivation speeds exceeding a superior spiritual root are classified in the immortal realm. Chapter 21 New Sunflower. 20 days passed in a flash. After collecting his daily sun essence, Gumo's mind entered the black mist space. At this moment, a small box in the black mist space was emitting a golden glow. These were the 50 portions of sun essence Gumo had accumulated. Without hesitation, Gumo took the small box to the automatic vending machine and put all the sun essence inside. When the last portion of sun essence was inserted, the sunflower on the vending machine's display became available for purchase. Click Purchase. A seed, very familiar to Gumo, rolled out from the opening at the bottom of the vending machine and was caught by Gumo. Focusing his mind on the seed in his hand, information about the sunflower appeared, confirming to Gumo that the seed in his hand was indeed a sunflower seed. However, the sunflower's information on the vending machine's display did not disappear, meaning that as long as Gumo gathered another 50 portions of sun essence, he could continue to purchase sunflowers. Leaving the black mist space, Gumo planted the second sunflower seed. Just like the first sunflower, the second sunflower had already grown by the next day and provided Gumo with a portion of sun essence at sunset. It was just that the sun essence condensed by the second sunflower was only twice the amount, and it needed to continue growing for some days to catch up with the first sunflower. However, whether it was 2 times or 3 times the sun essence, in front of the automatic vending machine, both were considered 1 portion. Unless Gumo intended to cultivate with sun essence or disperse the black mist in the black mist space, there was no difference between the two. Now Gumo only needed to wait another 25 days to purchase the third sunflower, at which point he would have the same cultivation speed as a superior spiritual root. From a low-grade spiritual root to a superior spiritual root, this was truly heaven-defying fate, so Gumo had to be increasingly careful not to expose the secret of the sunflower. It was the 8th month since he joined the Spirit Plant Hall, and also the 5th month since Gumo obtained the Spirit Field. He finally gathered 50 portions of sun essence for the second time, acquiring the third sunflower. At the same time, Gumo was not idle, not needing to cultivate, he spent most of his time looking after the Spirit Field and cultivating Spirit Farmer spells. Over this period, both endeavors had yielded results. Now, the ripe lingy rice in the Spirit Field exuded a rich rice fragrance, and the Spirit Farmer spells Gumo had mastered had increased from 2 to 4. Currently, the only Spirit Farmer spell Gumo had not yet mastered was Return to Spring. Compared to the other 4 spells, Return to Spring was the most difficult one. Return to Spring could not only heal spirit plants but also heal the injuries of cultivators. It could be said that spiritual farmers who had mastered Return to Spring were 2 different types of people from those who hadn't. Spiritual farmers who mastered Return to Spring could be half a healer. If any precious spirit plant in the sect was damaged, a spiritual farmer who had mastered Return to Spring was needed to intervene, and even when going on missions, it was easier to find a team. It was just that Return to Spring was very difficult to cultivate. Gumo had researched it for so long and was still a little short of mastering it. This was already with Gumo applying some biological, botanical, and medical knowledge from his previous life. If it were an ordinary cultivator, let alone being close to mastering it, they probably wouldn't even find the door. Unless they were those wood element spiritual root talent holders, who could forcibly comprehend it with their powerful talent. Spiritual roots, besides their grade, also have elemental attributes. Every cultivator's body has all 5 elements, but the distribution of the 5 elements varies, and some people have one attribute that is particularly prominent. These types of cultivators belong to the elemental spiritual root holders, and they will find it very smooth when cultivating cultivation techniques and spells that match their own attributes. As for utility disciples like Gumo, the sect simply didn't test their spiritual root attributes because there was no need. Low-grade spiritual roots are basically balanced and weak in all 5 elements. Let's harvest the lingy rice first. Gumo temporarily stopped his research on Return to Spring. He had originally planned to master all 5 exclusive spirit farmer spells before the season's lingy rice harvest, which would truly be farming in the sense of cultivation. He wouldn't have to carry a hoe to till the land himself like before, which somewhat lacked the immortal flavor. However, given the current progress, it was clear that the original plan could not be completed. Standing in front of the spirit field, gazing at the golden rice ears, Gumo formed a hand seal. Chengchen sword chi condensed at his fingertips, then he swung it out. As the sword chi cut through, large swathes of rice ears fell. 1 mu of spirit field was completely harvested in no time. Then Gumo formed another hand seal, and with a wave of his grey utility disciple robe, the cut rice ears were all collected into the cuff of Gumo's long robe. The move Gu Mo performed was called Sleeve Universe. Legend has it that a powerful cultivator drew inspiration from the top-tier divine ability, Sleeve Universe, to create this super simplified small spell. As for how simplified it was, one could tell from the fact that Sleeve Universe and cleaning technique were of the same grade. This Sleeve Universe spell's effect is to store items, but unlike a magic treasure, the weight of the items stored by Sleeve Universe must be borne by the cultivator themselves, and it continuously consumes chi during the process. For cultivators without a magic treasure, it is also an alternative, but not many cultivators practice this spell. Instead of wasting time cultivating the spell and continuously consuming chi during its maintenance, a large bag is more practical. It's just that a cultivator carrying a large bag somewhat ruins that immortal flavor, which is why Gu Mo learned this spell. Of course, the most important thing is that this spell can serve as a cover for the black mist space. Gu Mo dared not expose the existence of the black mist space, but with Sleeve Universe as a cover, using the black mist space's storage ability would not be a problem, as long as Gu Mo did not collect things in front of people that exceeded his own bearing capacity. And the hundreds of caddies of rice ears collected from the spirit field clearly did not exceed this range. Gu Mo's physique, 3 times that of cultivators of the same level, had no problem carrying hundreds of caddies of things. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. After putting away the rice ears, Gu Mo came to the spirit sunflower field in front of the small house and dug out 3 sunflowers with their soil, placing them into 3 flower pots. Gu Mo was going to the spirit plant hall to register the harvested rice ears, so he naturally couldn't leave the sunflowers behind. If someone broke in during that time and discovered the existence of the sunflowers, it would definitely be a big problem. Someone had broken into his house before in the miscellaneous disciple area, and Gu Mo had always remembered this incident. As long as these sunflowers are dug out with their soil and placed in flower pots, they can be kept for a few days without turning into seeds. There will be no impact if they are replanted after returning. Of course, this is also a temporary emergency measure. In the future, when the number of sunflowers increases, it may not be convenient to do this, but by then, Gu Mo will have set up a formation around the spirit field. As for now, Gu Mo needs to slowly save money, and this harvest from the spirit field will be Gu Mo's first pot of gold in his cultivation life. With everything tidied up, Gu Mo headed to the valley, walking towards the spirit plant hall, passing large fields of ripening rice along the way, where many utility disciples were busy harvesting with sickles. The spirit fields in the valley were of good quality, and with professional spiritual farmers managing them, their ripening time was naturally no slower than Gu Mo's, with some even maturing earlier. What Gu Mo saw now were mostly grade 1 low-grade spirit fields on the outskirts of the valley. Even so, the Lingyu rice in these grade 1 low-grade spirit fields matured around the same time as Gu Mo's, which clearly demonstrated the skill of the professional spiritual farmers in the spirit plant hall. It was just that harvesting Ling rice with sickles lacked a certain immortal charm. "Senior, I'm here to turn in Ling rice." Arriving at the spirit plant hall's granary, Gu Mo handed over his identity token. This was where Ling rice was registered and purchased, and all the Ling rice harvested in the valley would eventually converge here. Utility Disciple. The supervisor in charge of collecting grain was slightly surprised when he saw the utility disciple token Gu Mo handed him, because those who came to turn in Ling rice were mostly outer sect disciples. Only outer sect disciples who had rented large spirit fields would come to turn in Ling rice. Utility disciples were laborers under outer sect disciples, so they naturally had no Ling rice to turn in. "Oh, so you're that Gu Mo, are you?" After a moment of surprise, the supervisor quickly reacted. This year, a utility disciple in the spirit plant hall had managed to rent a spirit field. This matter was quite widely circulated within the spirit plant hall, not just that Gu Mo had rented a spirit field, but also his inferior spiritual root and astonishing comprehension ability. However, was it a bit too early to turn in Ling rice at this time? A newly admitted utility disciple, planting Ling rice for the first time, it would be a miracle if no problems arose, let alone turning it in so early. Could it be that he harvested the Ling rice before it was even ripe? Such incidents were not uncommon in the spirit plant hall. Most sect disciples were recruited from the mortal world, and many in the mortal world knew nothing about farming. But very quickly, the supervisor's slightly furrowed brow relaxed, because the Ling rice Gu Mo produced was of excellent quality. He threw all the Ling rice stalks Gu Mo presented into a special magical artifact, which seemed to be a husking magical artifact. The stalks went in, and what came out were grains of Ling rice, like jade stones. Lingyu rice, 500 caddies. The warehouse supervisor tallied the processed Ling rice, his eyes filled with disbelief. Gu Mo's 1 mu of land actually yielded 500 caddies of Ling rice. While this yield was average within the spirit plant hall, it was absolutely high yield outside. For Gu Mo, a utility disciple, to achieve this yield on his first cultivation attempt was simply incredible. No wonder Deacon Zhao values him so highly, his talent is indeed remarkable. The supervisor secretly nodded. "How do you plan to handle this Ling rice?" Zhao Qiancheng had exempted Gu Mo from 3 years of rent, so all this Ling rice belonged to Gu Mo. Gu Mo now had 3 choices: turn in the Ling rice to the sect for sect contribution, sell the Ling rice at the market near the sect for spirit stones, or keep it for his own consumption. Consuming Ling rice also had the effect of increasing cultivation speed. Although this effect was not as strong as medicinal pills, it had no side effects, whereas medicinal pills could not be taken long term. Gu Mo had already planned how to deal with the Ling rice. He would turn in 300 caddies to the sect in exchange for contribution. Sect contribution could be exchanged for various cultivation techniques, spells, as well as magical artifacts, medicinal pills, and talismans. Many of these high-quality items could not be bought with spirit stones. Therefore, he decided to exchange the bulk of his harvest for contribution, with 1 caddy of ling rice exchanging for 1 contribution. Of the remaining 200 caddies of ling rice, Guo planned to keep a portion for himself to eat. With sun essence, he didn't pursue the cultivation boosting effect of ling rice, he simply wanted its taste. Since he was already a cultivator, continuing to eat ordinary food felt too unimmortal. Another portion Guo intended to sell at the market for some spirit stones. In fact, ling rice could be directly exchanged for spirit stones by turning it into the sect, but the price would be slightly lower. Currently, Guo clearly couldn't ignore this price difference, so he needed to make a trip to the market, which could net him several dozen more spirit stones. After exchanging 300 caddies of ling rice for 300 contribution, Guo headed straight to the Hall of Honor, preparing to use his newly acquired contribution to exchange for a secret art that could conceal his cultivation. As the number of Guo's sunflowers reached 3, he also needed to prepare for his upcoming cultivation. Once he cultivated, the boost from the 3 sunflowers would grant him the cultivation speed of a superior spiritual root. If he didn't conceal this, such rapid cultivation speed appearing on a utility disciple with an inferior spiritual root would practically be telling others that there was something unusual about him. And the Hall of Honor was the sect's dedicated place for exchanging various cultivation techniques, secret arts, and treasures using contribution. Such places existed in every peak and hall. However, cultivation techniques, secret arts, and treasures were not stored within the Hall of Honor itself. The Hall of Honor was merely a window. The treasure vault and library, where cultivation techniques, secret arts, and treasures were stored, belonged to the sect's restricted areas, not accessible to just anyone. However, it was a genuine need for disciples within the sect to exchange treasures using contribution, so places like the Hall of Honor were established. Sect disciples would select the desired treasures at the Hall of Honor, which would then be delivered by the Hall of Honor. Arriving at the Hall of Honor, Guo found an empty counter and received a thick catalogue from a beautiful senior sister. This was the catalogue of cultivation techniques, secret arts, and spells that could be exchanged with sect contribution. Flipping through the catalogue, in the secret arts section, Guo found a secret art that could conceal cultivation, the Qi concealment art. This secret art was a relatively common method, and its effect was also quite ordinary. Cultivating it to proficiency could block the detection of cultivators of the same realm, and only by cultivating it to major achievement could it block the detection of cultivators one major realm higher than oneself. Even Guo wasn't very confident about cultivating a secret art to major achievement, but there were truly few such concealment spells, and Guo only found this one. The sect should have stronger ones, but the sect would obviously not put all its assets out for exchange. Looking at the exchange price of the Qi concealment art, which he wasn't too satisfied with, Guo's dissatisfaction completely died down, because this very common Qi concealment art required 3,000 contribution. This price definitely exceeded Guo's expectations. One should know that the exchange price for a first order spell was only 1 or 200. But secret arts and spells were clearly not the same thing. Secret arts were generally cultivation methods with special effects, while spells were a means of combat. With Guo's yield of 500 caddies of ling rice per season, he could harvest 1,000 caddies a year, meaning he would need to cultivate for 3 years to accumulate 3,000 contribution. 3 years was not an unbearable wait for Guo. A cultivator's lifespan was inherently longer than a mortal's, and as cultivation improved, lifespan would continuously increase. 3 years was truly nothing. However, without a secret art to conceal his cultivation, Guo couldn't cultivate with full effort. Waiting for 3 years without cultivating, for other cultivators, would be akin to ruining their future, but Guo could accept it. Because not cultivating would not consume sun essence. With the remaining sun essence, Guo could continue to purchase sunflowers, accumulating more sun essence. At that time, Guo could use a large amount of sun essence to quickly catch up on his delayed cultivation progress. But if possible, Guo still didn't want to delay too long. Only by raising his cultivation as quickly as possible could he possess means of self-preservation. Although the sect was safe, there were still incidents like Fan Xiaoming's. His outcome was relatively good, as he lost his magic treasure but gained the favor of an outer sect deacon. However, one cannot be too optimistic about everything. Fan Xiaoming was just lucky. If the assailant had struck with a little more force, Fan Xiaoming would likely have been a corpse. It seems I can only try my luck at the market. Since his contribution points were insufficient to exchange for the Qi concealment art, Guo decided to visit the market to see if he could acquire a similar secret art. The market was not only frequented by disciples of the Qingluo sect, many loose cultivators also came here to trade. Therefore, theoretically, any strange and rare item could be found in the market, though the probability was not guaranteed. Leaving the Hall of Honor, Guo immediately chose to descend the mountain and head to the market. Now that the ling rice in the spiritual field had been harvested, going out for a few days would not delay anything. Moreover, Guo had long wanted to visit the market, as many rumors of finding treasures came from various markets. Guo did not expect to find any treasures himself, but it was a good opportunity to broaden his horizons. After a rapid journey, with sweat on Guo's forehead and most of his spiritual power depleted, he finally arrived at the market outside the sect. At this moment, Guo somewhat regretted not exchanging contribution points for a paper crane to travel. However, Guo quickly suppressed this regret. Exchanging contribution points for common items like paper cranes was pure foolishness. The same paper crane could be bought for half the price in the market. Guo's current financial situation did not allow for such extravagance. Entering the market, this cultivator's market was actually not much different from the commercial streets in Gumo's memory. The central avenue of the market was lined with various shops. Many of these shops were properties of the sect's various peaks, such as those specializing in medicinal pills, magical artifacts, formations, and talismans. These peaks would bring some of their surplus production here for sale, and at the same time, they would purchase needed materials from loose cultivators. In addition, some shops were owned by nearby cultivation families, and a small number of shops belonged to loose cultivators of considerable strength. As for the more numerous loose cultivators of average strength, they set up stalls in a corner plaza of the market, where rumors of finding treasures originated. Gumo was naturally very interested in this, but before that, he needed to sell some ling rice to exchange for spirit stones. Gumo did not need spirit stones to aid his cultivation, but spirit stones had uses beyond cultivation. The restriction on his magical artifact house required spirit stones to activate. In the future, setting up formations would also require spirit stones, and with spirit stones, Gumo would be able to purchase some items he currently needed. For example, a paper crane for travel. While it was not worth exchanging contribution points for a paper crane, it did not mean Gumo did not need one. If there was a cheap paper crane, Gumo would still buy it. As a cultivator traveling, one could not always rely on walking, it lacked the immortal touch. While sword flying was very immortal-like and cool, he was too poor and could only use a paper crane instead. Besides, riding a crane also fit the immortal's demeanor very well. After circling the bustling central avenue, Gumo finally entered a wine shop run by a loose cultivator. After this walk, Gumo had managed to inquire about the price of ling rice. The shop's purchase price was 3.3 spirit stones per jin, which was 0.3 higher than the sect's price of 3 spirit stones. If he were to set up a stall in the plaza and sell it slowly, the price could at least reach 3.5. However, Gumo ultimately chose to sell to the shop. After all, he planned to sell 100 jin of ling rice this time, and setting up a stall would probably take a lot of time. After all, ling rice at 3.5 per jin would definitely be a considerable burden for many loose cultivators. But if he sold it cheaper, why not just sell it directly to the shop? It would save time. Greetings, Immortal Master. When Gumo entered the wine shop, a young and beautiful female shop assistant greeted him. From her address, it was clear that she was just a mortal. The most numerous people in the market were actually mortals. They basically served the cultivators who came here, as the price of employing a cultivator versus a mortal was absolutely worlds apart. And those mortals also hoped to be noticed by an immortal master and embark on the path of cultivation, or at least receive some gifts from an immortal master to provide some assistance for their descendants to embark on the immortal path. I'm looking for your shopkeeper, I have business to discuss. Gumo said to the shop assistant. This female shop assistant's beauty was considered good among mortals, but compared to Chu Fifei, she was far inferior, especially Chu Fifei in her awakened special physique state, which was even more beyond what mortals could achieve. Please wait a moment, Immortal Master. The female shop assistant bowed and then disappeared into the back of the shop. She was only responsible for reception and small transactions. If a high-level cultivator appeared or there was a large transaction, it was beyond her scope of ability. So it's a fellow deist from the Kinglo sect. Soon, a man in a short shirt appeared. Upon seeing Gumo's Kinglo sect utility disciple robe, his face immediately became much more enthusiastic. Although utility disciples were the workhorses of the sect, this was, after all, a market under the jurisdiction of the Kinglo sect. Generally, loose cultivators were unwilling to offend utility disciples of the Kinglo sect. Furthermore, a utility disciple saying he had business to discuss with him made it even more noteworthy, because there was likely someone behind this utility disciple. Go Yu, who had been doing business in this market for so many years, understood this very well. Greetings, shopkeeper. Gumo quickly returned the greeting. The other party was a cultivator in the chi refining middle stage. Although the other party's enthusiasm was a bit puzzling, it should not affect the transaction. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. He couldn't possibly lower the price just because the other party was enthusiastic, that was absolutely impossible. Ling rice was not lacking in sales channels, wine shops needed ling rice for brewing spiritual wine, restaurants also needed ling rice, and even pharmacies needed ling rice, as some medicinal pills required ling rice. Little brother, you want to sell ling rice? Upon learning Gumo's intention, Go Yu was delighted. Brewing wine consumed a lot of ling rice, but his current ling rice acquisition channels could not meet the demand at all. Although Gumo's 100 jin of ling rice was not much, it was probably a test from the person behind him, and a test of 100 jin of ling rice indicated considerable strength. If he could secure this ling rice supply channel, it would definitely be a great thing for his shop. Indeed, Go Yu's address for Gumo changed from fellow deist to little brother. That's right. Gumo nodded, then took out 2 bags, totaling 100 jin of ling rice, from his sleeve. After inspecting the ling rice Gumo took out, Go Yu was overjoyed. He was happy that the ling rice Gumo produced was of very good quality, definitely new rice from the current season. He knew that the ling rice he had previously acquired through his channels were all inferior, old rice. The Kinglo sect would not easily sell high-quality new rice, it was always prioritized for the disciples within the sect. As for purchasing ling rice from loose cultivators, it was basically impossible. Loose cultivators could barely take care of themselves, so how could they have time to farm? Only a few cultivation families would have some spiritual fields, but those cultivation families also prioritized the ling rice produced from their spiritual fields for their own family's use. Moreover, Because cultivation families had limited foundations, their spiritual field output simply could not compare to large sects like the Kinglo sect, meaning cultivation families basically had very little surplus grain left. Only large sects like the Kinglo sect would have a considerable surplus of grain each year. After this surplus grain became old grain, it would be sold off to the market and purchased by people like Guo Yuyu. Although brewing wine with inferior old rice was not a big problem, if it were high-quality Ling rice, it could obviously improve the quality of the wine. To be able to sell the new rice of the season, this made Guo Yuyu reevaluate the strength of the person behind Guo Mo. Guo Yuyu believed he couldn't form a connection with such a person, but he could definitely get closer to Guo Mo, the utility disciple who handled affairs. After all, Guo Mo was selling things on behalf of his senior, so it was up to this little brother Guo Mo to decide who to sell these things to. Little brother Guo Mo, here are 330 spirit stones. Guo Yuyu handed a bag of spirit stones to Guo Mo, which was the price for 100 caddies of spiritual rice. Afterward, Guo Yuyu took out a bottle of wine and 30 spirit stones and handed them to Guo Mo. These are a small token of my appreciation, big brother. Guo Yuyu's action surprised Guo Mo. Why were there gifts when selling things? But Guo Mo quickly realized that this manager Go had clearly misunderstood something. Guo Mo obviously had no intention of explaining such a misunderstanding. Letting the other party misunderstand that he had a background was naturally beneficial to Guo Mo. It could deter the other party from harboring ill intentions and also bring tangible benefits, killing two birds with one stone. Thank you very much, big brother. Next time I have spiritual rice, I'll still sell it to you, big brother. Having accepted the benefits, Guo Mo also made a guarantee. He could naturally sell his own spiritual rice to whomever he wished. Upon receiving Guo Mo's assurance, Guo Yuyu was overjoyed. Wasn't this a high-quality spiritual rice acquisition channel right here? Leaving Guo Yuyu's shop, Guo Mo secretly pondered whether to ask Guo Yuyu, a manager who had been in the market for decades, to help him find a secret technique to conceal his cultivation. With the other party's connections, the efficiency of finding something would definitely be higher than his own. Moreover, since the other party currently had something to ask of him, he would surely help with all his might. After a moment of thought, Guo Mo ultimately decided not to speak. It was, after all, their first meeting. Guo Mo planned to look for it himself first. If there were no clues, it wouldn't be too late to mention it during their next spiritual rice transaction. First, go to the talisman shop to buy a paper crane for travel. Pinching the bulging bag, 360 spirit stones was definitely a huge sum for Guo Mo. A year ago, when he had just become a utility disciple, he only had a total of 9 spirit stones, 3 of which he had exchanged for medicinal pills with Yao Shifeng. Now that his assets had skyrocketed, essential items for cultivators like paper cranes could no longer be left empty-handed. Paper cranes belong to a type of talisman. To buy paper cranes, one naturally has to go to a talisman shop. If one wants to buy a magical sword, one needs to go to a shop that sells magic treasures. However, magical artifacts, even low-grade magical artifacts, start at 4-digit prices, and Guo Mo's 360 spirit stones were simply not enough. Not only magical artifacts, but the formation plates for formations that Guo Mo needed were also quite expensive. What Guo Mo could afford now were only some low-grade talismans and medicinal pills, but Guo Mo currently had no urgent need for either of these. The damage of low-grade talismans was not as strong as the power of the spirit farmer spells he cast. The lethality of Guo Mo's Jengjin sword chi was definitely stronger than the power of those low-grade talismans. The reason was also very simple: the more times it was cast, the higher the spell's proficiency, which led to a slight increase in the power of the Jengjin sword chi. Of course, if spirit stones were abundant, carrying a few talismans for self-defense would also be acceptable. After all, the spiritual power consumed by activating talismans is negligible, while the spiritual power consumed by casting Jengjin sword chi is not small. The same logic applies to medicinal pills. The medicinal pills that cultivators value most for improving cultivation are, in Guo Mo's opinion, completely useless. He cultivates by relying on sun essence and doesn't need any medicinal pills at all. As long as sun essence is abundant, his cultivation can rapidly increase. Furthermore, taking too many medicinal pills can have side effects, whereas Guo Mo has not yet discovered any side effects from sun essence. Other types of medicinal pills, such as healing pills, detoxification pills, and vitality pills, can also be prepared in abundance if spirit stones are plentiful. But Guo Mo is clearly not yet at the stage of having abundant spirit stones, so he can only wait for these less urgent needs. Guo Mo's most urgent need now is a secret technique to conceal his cultivation, followed by a formation plate to set up a formation. With the formation protecting his spiritual field, he can feel more at ease. After all, Guo Mo's spiritual field contains sunflowers. Currently, he relies only on the visually similar spirit sunflowers for cover. If he could add another layer of formation for concealment, it would be foolproof. After circling the talisman shop, Guo Mo left the shop with a paper crane. This paper crane cost him 8 spirit stones. If he had gone to the square to buy from a loose cultivator, he could probably have gotten it for 5 spirit stones. But Guo Mo still chose this place because the shop was an industry of the Sex Fu Peak, and the items sold naturally had quality assurance. He didn't want the paper crane to malfunction and fall from the sky while he was flying on it. The spiritual rice was sold, and he had a paper crane for travel. Guo Mo's mission for this trip to the market was basically complete, but he clearly wasn't going back yet. He planned to check out the loose cultivator stalls in the square. After all, that was where countless legends were born. Arriving at the square with anticipation, Gu Mo even thought he had come to a vegetable market if it weren't for the occasional spiritual power fluctuations from the stall owners. It's too unimmortal-like, Gu Mo muttered to himself, then plunged in. Fellow deist, this is a treasure I excavated from a ruin. I can't discern its origin, but if fellow deist wants it, I can sell it to you cheaply. A burly man with a sturdy build held a piece of broken copper and scrap iron, trying to sell it to Gu Mo as he passed by. See the no-error version at 169 SHUBA. Hearing this, Gu Mo quickened his steps and quickly moved away. At this moment, he felt ashamed of his previous idea of finding a bargain here. Those loose cultivators who have been struggling at the bottom of the cultivation world are all shrewd individuals. They may not have extensive knowledge, but finding a bargain from them is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, let alone Gu Mo, a novice whose knowledge is not as high as theirs. If he had any thought of finding a bargain, he would definitely be swindled out of everything, even his underwear. Gu Mo even wondered if he found a secret technique to conceal cultivation at these stalls, whether he would have the confidence to buy it, because he didn't even have the ability to discern the authenticity of these cultivation techniques and secret techniques. All things considered, Gu Mo had only been cultivating for just over a year. Compared to those old hands who had been in the cultivation world for decades, Gu Mo was a complete newbie. Fortunately, searching for a secret technique to conceal cultivation in the market was just an alternative. He had the option of exchanging sect contributions, and Go Yu, whom he met today, was also a potential avenue. Therefore, what Gu Mo lacked now was not the discernment to distinguish authenticity, what he lacked was spirit stones and sect contribution points. Putting aside the idea of finding a bargain and returning to the intrinsic value of the items, there were still many useful good things to be found at these stalls. For example, an item at the stall in front of him caught Gu Mo's eye. The item Gu Mo favored was a first-order formation plate. A formation plate is a tool for quickly setting up formations, suitable for cultivators who don't understand formations. Moreover, this particular formation plate was inscribed with both an illusion formation and a defensive formation. Unfortunately, this formation plate was damaged, half of the formation stones within it were missing, and some of the formation patterns on the plate were incomplete. As a result, only one of the illusion formation or defensive formation could be activated. However, the spirit stones required to activate the formation plate were not reduced, meaning this formation plate consumed the spirit stones for 2 formations but could only operate 1. This flaw was too fatal, causing the formation plate, which would originally be worth at least 1,000 spirit stones, to now be offered by the vendor for only 200. If it didn't have the drawback of double spirit stone consumption, this formation plate could still be worth 400 or 500 spirit stones as a normal first-order formation plate. Will you sell it for 100 spirit stones? After a moment of thought, Gu Mo spoke. Formations were Gu Mo's most pressing need currently, aside from his cultivation concealing secret technique, especially since both the illusion formation and defensive formation on this plate were very suitable for setting up in a spirit field. It was the best formation for concealing the existence of the sunflower. Additionally, the formation could also block spirit insects and spirit beasts from invading and consuming the spirit plants in the spirit field. During this spirit field planting, Gu Mo hadn't encountered many invasions from spirit insects or spirit beasts. The reason was simple, because some fallow spirit fields, the spirit insects hidden within them had long since fled. However, once these fallow spirit fields began to be cultivated again, the aura of the spirit plants would attract spirit insects and spirit beasts. Therefore, Gu Mo's second season of spirit field planting was likely to encounter consumption by spirit insects and spirit beasts. Although Gu Mo possessed Jengjin sword chi and could deal with spirit insects and spirit beasts, that would be after the spirit field had already suffered damage. The best countermeasure was naturally to block spirit insects and spirit beasts outside the spirit field. Formations were the best means of spirit field protection. The large spirit fields in the spirit plant halls valley were protected by a grand formation. Once a severe insect plague or rodent infestation occurred, the formation within the valley would activate, blocking all insects and rodents outside, ensuring the safety of the spirit plants in the valley. Gu Mo's spirit field was outside the valley and clearly could not receive protection from the grand formation. If an insect plague or rodent infestation truly broke out without protective measures, he would definitely have no harvest. Compared to the severe consequence of no harvest, this formation plate, which would consume double spirit stones, was not unacceptable. After all, this was probably the only formation plate Gu Mo could afford right now. A regular first-order formation plate in the Array Peaks shop of the sect required 500 spirit stones, which Gu Mo clearly could not afford. No sale. Upon hearing Gu Mo's haggling, the vendor's fists instantly clenched. But upon seeing the Kinglo sect utility disciple robe on Gu Mo, he suppressed his anger and coldly replied with 2 words. Utility disciples were like oxen and horses in various sects, but compared to loose cultivators, utility disciples were still disciples. In this market town protected by the Kinglo sect, loose cultivators naturally wouldn't conflict with sect disciples. Then 120 spirit stones. Gu Mo tentatively continued to inquire, he genuinely wanted this formation plate. Seeing that Gu Mo genuinely wanted it, the vendor also conceded 20 spirit stones. Finally, Gu Mo acquired this formation plate for 180 spirit stones. The 360 spirit stones he had just obtained were instantly halved, causing Gu Mo a pang of heartache, but he knew that this kind of expense absolutely could not be saved. I wonder if there are any second-hand magical artifacts I can pick up. After acquiring a second-hand damaged formation plate, Gu Mo some would hope to find another second-hand magical artifact. However, Gu Mo quickly abandoned this unrealistic idea. There were second-hand magical artifacts, but their prices were not much cheaper than new ones. As for damaged magical artifacts, there were those too, but no one would choose a damaged magical artifact. This was a weapon for cultivators to defend themselves and face enemies. Fighting with a problematic magical artifact was simply courting death. As for repairing a damaged magical artifact, the final cost would be more than buying a new one directly. He didn't find any cheap second-hand magical artifacts, but obtaining a formation plate this time was still a small gain, and he wouldn't be at a loss if he encountered an insect plague in the future. Just as Guang was about to leave, his gaze caught sight of a stall selling spirit beasts. Of course, what was sold at this stall were only pseudo-spirit beasts that had a probability of becoming true spirit beasts. Among mortal beasts, there was a small probability of some atavistic or specially mutated individuals appearing. These were called pseudo-spirit beasts by cultivators and possessed the potential to become true spirit beasts. Therefore, some loose cultivators would collect these pseudo-spirit beasts in the mortal world and bring them to the market town to sell for spirit stones. However, the pseudo-spirit beasts appearing at such stalls were basically those that had already been filtered out once. Those pseudo-spirit beasts with excellent bloodlines had long since been bought. For example, the Yu Shao peak of the sect was the largest buyer of quality pseudo-spirit beasts in this area. Buying these pseudo-spirit beasts back and cultivating them into true spirit beasts through special secret techniques would lead to a huge profit. It should be known that a true first-order spirit beast's combat power was absolutely no worse than a cultivator in the chi refinement stage. If a cultivator had a spirit beast, their combat power would directly double. However, the cost of doubling combat power was that the resources consumed would also double. The expense of cultivating a spirit beast was no less than that of a cultivator of the same stage, only the extremely wealthy dared to touch such a luxury item as a spirit beast. Guang was barely able to support himself now, so he naturally had no plans to raise spirit beasts. But the pseudo-spirit beasts at the stall were indeed very cheap. These filtered pseudo-spirit beasts had an extremely low possibility of becoming true spirit beasts, so their selling price was also very cheap. One could buy a beast for 3 to 5 spirit stones. This price made a hidden thought in Gumo's mind resurface. After Gumo obtained the Sun Essence, he had always had an idea: if the Sun Essence could increase his cultivation speed, then would it work for others as well? Experimenting with cultivators was absolutely impossible. The Sun Essence was Gumo's biggest secret. If it were a spirit beast he could completely control, it would absolutely be worth trying. Read the error-free version at 169SHUBA. If it worked, cultivating a spirit beast would definitely be a huge enhancement to Gumo's combat power. Brother, look at this spirit beast. This is a spirit beast containing a trace of the Howling Moon Heavenly Wolf bloodline. Seeing Gumo's interest in the pseudo-spirit beasts at his stall, the vendor immediately began to introduce them enthusiastically. If you don't like this one, it doesn't matter. Look at this red sparrow, legend says it is a descendant of the divine beast vermilion bird. Seeing that Gumo was not interested in the large dog he introduced, the vendor quickly pointed to a red sparrow in a cage. Gumo ignored the vendor's chatter. This kind of sales pitch couldn't even fool a child, but you really couldn't refute him. The Howling Moon Heavenly Wolf was the ancestor of wolves, and the vermilion bird was the king of birds. So, saying that this large dog and red sparrow contained their bloodline was naturally not wrong. Since it was an experiment, any pseudo-spirit beast would do. Quickly scanning the pseudo-spirit beasts at the stall, Gumo's gaze settled on a red koi about the size of a forearm in a basin. It wasn't that this red koi was special, it was just a water-type pseudo-spirit beast. Most water-type spirit beasts could master the spell Small Cloud Rain technique, which was the spirit beast version of the Small Cloud Rain technique. If this experiment succeeded and Gumo cultivated a water-type spirit beast, then Gumo wouldn't have to cast the Small Cloud Rain technique every day to water the spirit field. He could completely hand this task over to the spirit beast. Thus, even if Gumo temporarily left for a few days, he wouldn't have to worry about the spirit field being unattended. Brother, you have good taste. This koi contains true dragon bloodline. Once it leaps over the dragon gate. Seeing Gumo's gaze sweep towards the red koi in the basin, the vendor quickly introduced it to Gumo. What's the price? Gumo interrupted the vendor. 3 spirit stones. Seeing that Gumo really wanted to buy, the vendor naturally shut his mouth and quoted the price very concisely. He was chattering on and on. Wasn't it just to sell these unwanted pseudo-spirit beasts? He cast Sleeve Universe, throwing the red koi, pot and all, into the black mist space. Gumo didn't linger and left the market directly. He didn't have many spirit stones left and needed to save some to activate the formation plate, so he couldn't spend them all. Stepping out of the market, the restriction on flying disappeared. Gumo immediately took out the paper crane he had just bought, injected spiritual chi into it, and the paper crane transformed into a white immortal crane as tall as a person. Gumo leaped onto the paper crane and urged his spiritual chi, and the paper crane flapped its wings and flew. While its speed wasn't like a high-speed train as a magic sword would be, it was at least on the level of an electric scooter. Sure enough, having a means of transportation makes all the difference. Sitting on the paper crane, Gumo quickly saw the valley where the spirit plant hall was located. Gumo came to the spirit plant hall to collect the ling rai seeds for the next season. As for why he didn't keep his own seeds, besides Gumo having 3 years of free seeds to claim, the most important reason was that the ling rai seeds from the spirit plant hall were specially cultivated, and only the seeds provided by the spirit plant hall could achieve the most ideal yield. If he kept his own seeds, the yield might be discounted, and the growth rate would also be slower. For this second season of Ling Tian cultivation, Gumo still chose Ling Yu rice. After all, having 1 experience, Gu Mo was confident this time he could grow a higher yield. Also, among the 5 exclusive spiritual farmer spells, Gu Mo only had Xiaohuishan technique left to master. He planned to try more advanced spirit plants after mastering Xiaohuishan technique. Cultivating advanced spirit plants could greatly increase Gu Mo's speed in acquiring sect contributions, allowing him to accumulate the necessary contributions to exchange for Qi concealment art in advance. However, the more advanced the spirit plant, the greater the difficulty of cultivation. A slight mistake leading to cultivation failure would waste a season's time and the effort put in during that period. Therefore, Gu Mo did not dare to try easily, preparing to attempt it only after mastering all the spirit farmer spells. Riding the paper crane back to his Ling Tian cabin, Gu Mo immediately replanted the 3 sunflowers from the black mist space, then kept the purchased red koi in the water tank. After planting the new season's Ling rice seeds, he would use it to test the effect of sun essence. Well then, let's start a new season of Ling rice cultivation. Gu Mo stood in front of the Ling Tian, gazing at the stalks in the field, then chanted a spell and waved his hand to release a little flame wave, burning all the stalks in the field to ashes, adding some fertility to the Ling Tian. At the same time, it also burned to death any insect eggs that might exist in the Ling Tian. In the previous season's Ling rice cultivation, Gu Mo basically didn't encounter any insect pests, which was the advantage of cultivating an idle Ling Tian for the first time. Now, in this second season, Gu Mo needed to be well prepared. Preventing insect pests was key to ensuring the Ling Tian's yield. Small Earth Dragon Technique. After releasing the little flame wave, Gu Mo chanted another spell, pointing at the Ling Tian. The next moment, an earth dragon as thick as a wash basin emerged, moving back and forth in the Ling Tian. In a short while, this Ling Tian was plowed once by the earth dragon. This speed and efficiency were immeasurably higher than when Gu Mo used a hoe before. Moreover, the earth dragon could also dredge the spiritual qi in the Ling Tian, creating a better growth environment for the spirit plants. With the preparatory work for Ling Tian cultivation complete, Gu Mo took out the Ling Yu rice seeds and scattered them in a regular pattern. Small cloud rain technique. With the seeds scattered, Gu Mo cast the third spirit farmer spell. The next moment, dark clouds gathered above the Ling Tian, and then a drizzling spiritual rain fell, watering the Ling Tian. Done for the day. Gu Mo let out a long breath. Casting 3 spirit farmer spells at once, if his spiritual qi wasn't 3 times that of a spiritual farmer of the same order, he really wouldn't be able to sustain such a large consumption. But cultivating entirely with spirit farmer spells, this efficiency was also obvious. It only took a few moments, and he had the Ling Tian in front of him sorted out. If it were other spiritual farmers, it would take at least several days, and the final effect would still be far inferior to Gu Mo's. With the Ling Tian cultivation completed, Gu Mo took out the damaged formation plate, removed the formation stones from it, and buried them around the Ling Tian according to the formation plate's instructions. After completing all this, Gu Mo took out 18 spirit stones and installed them on the formation plate to provide energy. Consuming 18 spirit stones at once truly made Gu Mo feel a bit pained, and this could only activate one type of formation. A normal first-order formation plate only required 9 spirit stones. Fortunately, the formation could usually enter a low-consumption standby state and only be activated when needed. Only in the activated state would the spirit stones in the formation plate be consumed quickly. This damaged formation plate offered a choice between an illusion formation and a defensive formation. Gu Mo chose the illusion formation. This non-confrontational formation would have relatively less consumption of spirit stones. A defensive formation, once attacked, would consume spirit stones at an extremely terrifying rate. Placing the formation plate with the spirit stones installed into the Ling Tian, Gu Mo returned to his cabin with the formation plate's control talisman, turning his gaze to the red koi in the water tank. Sensing Gu Mo's gaze, the red koi floated to the surface, smacking its mouth as if begging Gu Mo for food. Seeing this, Gu Mo took out a sun essence from the black mist space and stuffed it into the fish's mouth. As the sun essence entered its mouth, the red koi immediately flipped over, showing its white belly. Ah, this. It's not dead, is it? Gu Mo quickly reached out and touched the fish's belly. Thankfully, it wasn't dead, it should just be unconscious. After observing the koi for a while and seeing no other changes, Gu Mo focused his energy on cultivating Return to Spring, preparing to master this last spirit farmer spell as soon as possible. The next day, Gu Mo got up, preparing to water the Ling Tian, and during this time, his gaze flickered towards the water tank, discovering that the koi was swimming leisurely in the tank. Go to 6-9 bookbar to read the error-free version. Seeing that the koi had recovered, Gu Mo immediately went forward to check. This koi had swallowed a portion of sun essence, and he wondered if there were any changes. He reached out and scooped up the koi, and the koi surprisingly didn't struggle, obediently allowing Gu Mo to pick it up. Hey! His gaze swept over the koi, and Gu Mo quickly discovered an anomaly. This koi, originally entirely red, now had 3 scales that had turned golden, a golden color like the sun. There was a change, but what was the use of this change? Glancing at the koi, which was smacking its mouth, Gu Mo directly threw it back into the water tank. Compared to pseudo-spirit beasts like cats and dogs, fish-type spirit beasts were clearly more difficult to enlighten. Therefore, it was obviously impossible to get information from this koi, but at least sun essence indeed had an unknown effect on this koi. If he continued to feed it sun essence, it might reveal this unknown effect, but currently, Gu Mo's primary goal was to accumulate sun essence to purchase new sunflowers. In just 16 days, Gu Mo would be able to purchase the 4th sunflower, and then in 12 days, he would be able to purchase the 5th. The more sunflowers he had, the faster he could purchase new ones. However, with Gumo's current strength and status, the number of sunflowers he could possess was limited. Too many would be difficult to conceal. Once the secret of the sunflowers was discovered, Gumo would face a very dangerous situation. 5 sunflowers was the quantity Gumo considered relatively safe. If he activated the illusion formation in the Lingtian, then 10 sunflowers might also be attempted. But activating the illusion formation required consuming spirit stones, so Gumo needed to earn enough spirit stones to keep the illusion formation activated for a sufficiently long time. Managing the spiritual fields, accumulating sun essence, and comprehending and cultivating spells, this was Gumo's daily routine for the foreseeable future. In addition, a daily great perfection level purification technique was an indispensable practice for Gumo. With the marrow cleansing effect of the great perfection level purification technique, Gumo's body was gradually changing. When he break through, these accumulations would burst forth at once, allowing his physique and spiritual power to surpass other cultivators of the same order. However, since he had not yet obtained a secret spell to conceal his cultivation, Gumo could not cultivate with all his might. Even though he could now obtain 5 portions of sun essence every day, he could only absorb 1 portion of sun essence at the level of an inferior spiritual root, and then rest for 3 days. At this rate, it was unknown how long it would take to reach the chi refining second layer. A month had passed since the last planting, and Gumo had successfully gathered 5 sunflowers. If he absorbed all 5 portions of sun essence harvested daily, Gumo's cultivation speed would reach a terrifying 15 times, even stronger than those with superior spiritual root. Unfortunately, Gumo did not dare to do so. Therefore, the sun essence harvested daily was used by Gumo to expand the black mist space and feed the fish. After Gumo fed the koi sun essence for the second time, 3 more scales on the koi turned golden. Gumo wondered if he had to wait until all the scales on the koi turned golden before any changes would occur. However, there were nearly 1,000 scales on the koi. If this was truly the case, it would require at least 300 portions of sun essence to turn all the koi scales golden. Even with 5 sunflowers now, it would take Gumo 2 months to gather over 300 portions of sun essence. Gambling a large amount of sun essence on this koi was clearly not wise. Instead, expanding the black mist space was the best choice. As the black mist space was expanded, the space Gumo possessed also grew larger. Most importantly, as the black mist receded from the automatic vending machine, he had already seen a corner of a new purchase icon. The automatic vending machine not only sold sunflowers, but also new items, which made Gumo very curious. Therefore, during this period, he used all the harvested sun essence to expand the black mist space. In about 3 days, the new product icon should be fully revealed. As the newly harvested 5 portions of sun essence shattered, the surrounding black mist was immediately cleared further under the sunlight. With the dissipation of this part of the black mist, Gumo finally saw the new product icon on the automatic vending machine. Name, Pea Shooter. Grade, Grade 1 low grade. Effect, shoots pea seeds to attack enemies. Planting conditions, first order spiritual field. Looking at the introduction of the new product, Gumo was somewhat stunned. Wasn't this the Pea Shooter from Plants vs. Zombies? Gumo then thought of the sunflower. Its effect seemed very similar to the sunflower in Plants vs. Zombies, but Gumo hadn't thought in that direction at the time. After all, their names were different. Now, with the appearance of the Pea Shooter, Gumo was sure that the automatic vending machine was selling plants from Plants vs. Zombies. Compared to the sunflower, which could improve cultivation, the Pea Shooter was clearly an attack-type plant. As for its specific effect, that would require obtaining the actual item and trying it out personally. It actually costs 100 portions of sun essence. Scanning the number below the product icon, Gumo raised an eyebrow. This price was not cheap, even more expensive than the sunflower. Gumo now had 5 sunflowers, and it would take him 20 days to gather 100 portions of sun essence. 5 sunflowers are still a bit insufficient. Gumo exited the black mist space, feeling a bit distressed. However, continuing to increase the number of sunflowers carried risks. Gumo planned to wait until the season's Lingyu rice harvest, exchange for more spirit stones, and activate the formation in the spiritual field so he could plant more sunflowers. 20 days was but a blink of an eye for a cultivator. When Gumo put the newly gathered 100 portions of sun essence into the automatic vending machine, the purchase button below the Pea Shooter lit up. Click to buy. A seed rolled out. Gumo caught the seed and examined it carefully, but did not see anything different. Without hesitation, Gumo left the black mist space and arrived at the spiritual field. Gumo had long planned where to plant this Pea Shooter. Planting it among the spirit sunflower was clearly unsuitable. 5 sunflowers were already hidden among the spirit sunflower, and adding a distinct Pea Shooter would attract too much attention. Therefore, Gumo decided to plant the Pea Shooter directly among the Lingyu rice, using the Lingyu rice to conceal the Pea Shooter. Arriving at the center of the spiritual field, Gumo moved aside a few stalks of Lingyu rice and planted the seed in his hand. Immediately, the seed quickly took root and sprouted at a visible speed. In just a few breaths, a plant appeared, a vibrant green base with 3 green leaves, a straight, half-human tall stem, topped with a pea pod resembling a small cannon. There was also a curled leaf behind the pea pod cannon, making it look somewhat cute. Not bad, not bad. Gumo looked at the Pea Shooter with some surprise. He had thought that the Pea Shooter, like the sunflower, would take a day to grow after planting, but it only took a few breaths. This meant that the Pea Shooter had practical combat value. When fighting others, as long as Gumo had some time, he could plant pea shooters to assist him in combat. Now, it was time to verify the pea shooter's combat power. As a combat-type plant, its combat power directly related to its value. Just what should he use to verify the pea shooter's combat power? He couldn't experiment on himself, could he? Just as Gumo was contemplating how to verify the pea shooter's combat power, the pea shooter suddenly rotated its pea pod cannon and aimed at a certain direction. Gumo then felt the spiritual power in the spiritual field being absorbed by the pea shooter's roots, gathering in its pea pod cannon. Bang! Soon, a round, green pea shot out from the pea pod cannon, hitting a dark shadow not far away. Squeak! Accompanied by a scream, the dark shadow fell to the ground. It was then that Gumo discovered it was a black spirit rat. These black spirit rats were definitely a major scourge to the spiritual fields. Many seedlings in the spiritual fields had fallen victim to the black spirit rats. However, black spirit rats were naturally cautious and excellent at hiding, so finding them was not an easy task. But this pea shooter instantly locked onto the black spirit rat and killed it with one hit. From the power of this attack by the pea shooter, Gumo roughly judged that the pea shooter's attack power was at least at the level of a chi refining first layer cultivator's full strength attack. Although this destructive power was not strong, the pea shooter's automatic targeting and attacking ability alone were already quite surprising. With such a pea shooter in the spiritual field, would he no longer have to worry about black spirit rats causing trouble? However, the real surprise came a month later. Like the sunflower, the pea shooter planted in the spiritual field could actually continue to increase its attack power over time. In 1 month, the attack power of the pea shooter's spiritual chi condensed peas increased from its original chi refining first layer to the chi refining second layer realm. Gumo's current combat strength is roughly at this level, and now one pea shooter is equivalent to giving Gumo a 1x increase in output. Furthermore, during this period, as Gumo researched, he discovered more functions of the pea shooter. The pea shooter has 2 attack modes. The first is a fully automatic mode, where the pea shooter will automatically attack all enemies within its range. As for who is an enemy and who is a friend, this is determined by Gumo. Currently, Gumo has listed black spirit rats and other small spirit beasts that can harm spirit fields as enemies. He has added all human cultivators to a whitelist to prevent other cultivators who come to find Gumo from being accidentally injured by the pea shooter. But if a cultivator attempts to attack Gumo, then Gumo can use the second, manual mode. In this mode, the pea shooter will attack whoever Gumo tells it to. Of course, the pea shooter is not without flaws. The pea shooter has 2 main drawbacks. First, it cannot move. If discovered, the pea shooter can only face enemy attacks directly. Second, its attack speed is relatively slow. The pea shooter needs to absorb spiritual chi and then condense it into peas to fire them. This mechanism also means that in land without spiritual chi, the pea shooter cannot absorb spiritual chi to attack. However, these shortcomings are not insurmountable. Slow attack speed can be compensated for by quantity. Gumo can now purchase a pea shooter with chi refining second layer attack power every 20 days. As long as he plants a dozen or so, the problem of slow attack speed will naturally be resolved. As for land without spiritual chi being unable to provide spiritual chi to the pea shooter, this can be solved by burying spirit stones in flower pots. Gumo used this method to plant sunflowers before he obtained the spirit field. Using flower pots also solves the pea shooter's inability to move, but it consumes more spirit stones. The appearance of the pea shooter brought Gumo a considerable sense of security. As long as a few are planted, cultivators at the chi refining early stage can no longer harm Gumo. If the number is sufficient, he might even be able to contend with those at the chi refining middle stage. For Gumo, who has not obtained a secret art to conceal his cultivation and thus cannot cultivate with full effort, leading to a slow increase in his realm, this pea shooter is a treasure that protects his deo. Furthermore, compared to the heaven-defying effect of sunflowers that can rapidly increase cultivation, the pea shooter, which outsiders perceive as a purely offensive plant, will not attract too much attention even if exposed. While offensive spirit plants are not very common, they do exist. Moreover, the pea shooter currently only has the attack power of the chi refining second layer. Cultivators at the chi refining middle stage likely wouldn't be interested in such an offensive spirit plant with significant drawbacks. And for those below the chi refining middle stage, even if they have any intentions, Gumo can currently handle them completely. Of course, Gumo will not easily reveal the existence of the pea shooter unless necessary. After all, the pea shooter has many differences from ordinary offensive spirit plants. Having verified the pea shooter's power, Gumo spent all his sun essence on purchasing pea shooters. The pea shooter can only unleash its true power when it reaches a certain quantity. Gumo set this quantity at 5 plants. It's not that he didn't want to buy more, but 5 pea shooters are already enough to deal with cultivators below the chi refining middle stage. As for the chi refining middle stage, Gumo cannot handle them yet. Of course, cultivators at the chi refining middle stage generally wouldn't bother a utility disciple like Gumo, unless Gumo exposed some treasure that was enough to arouse their greed. He planted 5 pea shooters in the spirit field in the east, south, west, north, and center directions. With the protection of 5 pea shooters, Gumo's spirit field has not encountered attacks from small spirit beasts. As for spirit insects, the pea shooter can attack them before they enter the spirit field. However, once spirit insects entered the spirit field, Gumo made the pea shooter stop attacking. The reason is simple: spirit insects are too small, and the pea shooter's attacks would accidentally harm the ling rice. If the pea shooter attacked with full force, the spirit insects could be eliminated, but the spirit field would also suffer. Therefore, Gu Mo had to deal with the insects that entered the spirit field himself. But with the pea shooter blocking a wave beforehand, the number of spirit insects entering the spirit field drastically decreased, so Gu Mo's workload was not much. Furthermore, as the number of pea shooters reached 5, the insects that could break through the pea shooter's defense and enter the spirit field became fewer and fewer. Without insect or rodent infestations, and with Gu Mo's continuous improvement in the small cloud rain technique, the ling rice in the spirit field grew splendidly. From the heavy rice ears, Gu Mo could already determine that this harvest would definitely far exceed the previous season. Besides that, the ripening time will also be advanced again. Previously, it took 5 months to ripen, but this season, it can be harvested in just over 4 months. And this also happened to be Gu Mo's first year as a spiritual farmer in the spirit plant hall. This year, Gu Mo mastered all 5 spirit farmer spells exclusive to spiritual farmers. Among them, the most difficult Xiaohuishan technique was just mastered a few days ago. Mastering all 5 spirit farmer spells in 1 year can definitely be called a shocking talent. Looking across the entire spirit plant hall, only 3 experienced spiritual farmers currently possess all 5 spirit farmer spells. Gu Mo is now the 4th. If Gu Mo were to announce that he had mastered all 5 spirit farmer spells, he could probably directly become an outer sect disciple of the spirit plant hall. Gu Mo certainly hoped to become an outer sect disciple, but not now. Mastering 5 spirit farmer spells in 1 year would indeed be somewhat alarming to speak of. An anomaly would attract attention, and Gu Mo is currently most afraid of being noticed, as he has many secrets and cannot withstand scrutiny from outsiders. For an error-free version, read at 169shu.com. Therefore, Gu Mo decided to wait a few years before revealing that he had mastered all 5 spirit farmer spells. With his previously revealed comprehension ability, it would seem much more reasonable. A few years are nothing to cultivators with long lifespans. The biggest factor in cultivator deaths is not old age, but rather death in battles or struggles for opportunity. This year, in addition to mastering 5 spirit farmer spells, Gu Mo also accumulated a family fortune of 5 sunflowers, 5 pea shooters, 1 damaged formation plate, 151 spirit stones, 50 caddies of ling rice, and 1 pseudo-spirit beast koi. Excluding the sunflowers and pea shooters, which are unique to Gu Mo, the remaining gains are absolutely enormous for a utility disciple who has just joined for 1 year. Furthermore, the new season's ling rice will soon be harvested, and then Gu Mo's wealth will surge again. As previously expected, after more than 4 months, which was almost exactly 1 year since Gu Mo joined the spirit plant hall, the ling rice in the spirit field finally matured. Just as Gu Mo was preparing to harvest, he received another letter from Yao Shifeng. Yao Shifeng's letter this time contained only one thing, an invitation for everyone to gather 3 days later at the market Gu Mo had visited before. Since the time and place didn't conflict, Gu Mo immediately wrote back to Yao Shifeng, stating that he would arrive on time. After replying to the letter, Gu Mo began harvesting the spirit field. Streaks of Zhengjin sword chi swept out, cutting down the heavy rice ears. Gu Mo then used the sleeve universe spell to collect the cut rice ears into his sleeve, directly transferring them into the black mist space. A few moments later, the spirit field harvest was complete. Gu Mo roughly estimated the yield to be at least 700 to 800 caddies, which was basically his limit. As for the maximum yield of Lingyu rice, it is said that someone once set a record of 1000 caddies per mu, but this record was achieved on a first-order high-grade spirit field with the combined effort of 5 professional spiritual farmers, each mastering a proficient spirit farmer spell. This extreme yield was clearly not widely applicable. With a yield of 700 to 800 caddies per mu, Gu Mo was considered an outstanding cultivator in the spirit plant hall, specifically for Lingyu rice. After the spirit field harvest was finished, Gu Mo placed all the sunflowers from the spirit sunflowers and the pea shooters from the spirit field into flower pots and moved them into the black mist space. Next, Gu Mo needed to go to the spirit plant hall to register his yield, so naturally, he had to take all these with him. In addition, the koi kept in the water tank were also put into a basin by Gu Mo and tossed into the black mist space. These koi had consumed a lot of Gu Mo's sun essence. If they were stolen, it would be a significant loss. In the future, once sun essence became a bit more abundant, Gu Mo also planned to feed these koi until they were entirely golden, to see what changes would occur. Everything that could be taken was already packed. Finally, Gu Mo activated the formation plate in the spirit field, allowing the power of the illusion formation to shroud the spirit field. After completing all this, Gu Mo then rode his paper crane and flew towards the valley. 800 caddies. The manager responsible for registering spirit field yields looked at Gu Mo in disbelief. A yield of 800 caddies of spiritual rice per mu was a rare achievement even for outer sect disciples, let alone a utility disciple who had only joined the spirit plant hall for a year. As for faking the yield, as the manager responsible for yield registration in the spirit plant hall, if he didn't have the ability to discern truth from falsehood, he wouldn't be in this position at all. In this year's competition for the highest Lingyu rice yield per mu, you've already entered the final round. After confirming Gu Mo's yield per mu, the manager couldn't help but exclaim. There was a high probability that this year's champion for yield per mu would fall into the hands of a utility disciple. Every year, the spirit plant hall rewarded the disciple with the highest yield per mu to encourage everyone to strive for increased production. This was also why Gu Mo chose not to conceal his yield. Inflating the yield was difficult, but reporting a lower yield was very easy, especially for a newly initiated utility disciple like Gu Mo. If he reported a yield of 500 caddies per mu, it would already be considered excellent, and no one would suspect him of falsely reporting his yield. But in the end, Gu Mo still chose to report truthfully, showcasing his talent in farming. This would not attract any prying eyes, instead, it would earn him rewards from the spirit plant hall. Guang was able to obtain a spirit field and enjoy 3 years of rent-free cultivation because he displayed his talent in the Dao of spiritual farmer. Since that was the case, why not continue to leverage this talent to gain more benefits? What Guang truly needed to keep a low profile and conceal was the existence of the sunflower. The sun essence, which could almost reverse spiritual root talent, would definitely attract powerful beings who could easily crush Guang if exposed. For this reason, Guang was extremely cautious. Every time he went out, he took all the sunflowers with him. He didn't dare to cultivate with full effort without a secret art to conceal his cultivation. After surrendering 500 caddies of spiritual rice and exchanging them for 500 sect contributions, Guang kept 300 caddies for himself. Of those, 200 caddies would be sold at the market, which would yield approximately 660 spirit stones. These spirit stones would be more than enough for Guang to activate the formation plate's illusion formation for a long time. With the illusion formation's protection, Guang could further increase his sunflower count to 10 plants. At that time, with 10 portions of sun essence daily, whether for expanding the black mist space, purchasing new pea shooters, or feeding the fish, it would be relatively abundant. As for the remaining 100 caddies, they were naturally for his own consumption. Ever since he started eating spiritual rice he cultivated himself, Guang had lost some interest in ordinary food. Spiritual rice containing spiritual chi and ordinary food were simply not on the same level. After completing the yield registration, Guang rode his crane to the market. Although it was still early before the agreed time, with the spirit field harvest complete, it was fine for Guang to stay in the market for a few days. His first stop upon arriving at the market was Goyuyu's wine shop. Their previous transaction had been pleasant, so Guang chose to continue selling his spiritual rice to him. Little brother, I've been looking forward to your arrival. Upon learning of Guang's appearance, Goyuyu put down his work and greeted him warmly. Last time, he had obtained 100 caddies of fresh, seasonal spiritual rice from Guang, which allowed him to brew a batch of high-grade spiritual wine, establishing some reputation. Previously, the wine brewed with inferior spiritual rice was just ordinary spiritual wine. Although cultivators still bought it, this ordinary spiritual wine couldn't fetch a high price. Only high-grade spiritual wine and above could sell for a good price, and if a wine shop consistently sold only ordinary spiritual wine, it would also be detrimental to its reputation. Shopkeeper Go, you're probably looking forward to my spiritual rice, aren't you? After exchanging a few pleasantries with Goyuyu, Guang didn't waste any time and directly took out 200 caddies of spiritual rice. He clearly understood that the other party's enthusiasm was entirely for his spiritual rice. Indeed, seeing Guang produce 200 caddies of spiritual rice this time, Goyuyu's eyes gleamed with pleasant surprise. Immediately, Goyuyu quickly took out 660 spirit stones and handed them over, also including a complimentary bottle of high-grade spiritual wine. You can read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. These 660 spirit stones were for the spiritual rice, but since Guang sold the spiritual rice to him, Goyuyu naturally had to give him some benefits, didn't he? Guang naturally wouldn't refuse. The spiritual wine Goyuyu gave him last time, Guang had already finished drinking. He had to admit, the spiritual wine tasted really good, and the spiritual chi contained in it was even stronger than that in spiritual rice. Even Guang, who wasn't fond of drinking, had finished the entire bottle himself. After the transaction was complete, Guang didn't linger and bid farewell. Before leaving, Guang asked Goyuyu to help him keep an eye out for any information regarding secret arts for concealing cultivation. Guang was currently 2,200 sect contributions short of being able to exchange for the chi concealment art. Under current circumstances, it would take Guang 2 years to accumulate enough. If he could find such secret arts in the market, it should save him a lot of time and potentially be much cheaper. Of course, Guang only considered this a backup plan, he wouldn't be disappointed if there was no news. Goyuyu naturally agreed wholeheartedly to Guang's request. In his opinion, this should be something a powerful figure behind Guang was looking for, so he naturally had to give it his full effort. Leaving Goyuyu's wine shop, Guang headed directly to the plaza in the corner of the market and slowly began to browse. He had to admit that the stalls in this plaza always offered something different every day. This made Guang feel no boredom at all during his days of browsing, instead, he felt like his horizons were greatly broadened. As long as he could resist making a purchase, then the genuine or fake items on the stalls wouldn't be able to deceive him. On the third day of arriving at the market, Guang went to the meeting point specified in Yao Shifeng's letter as agreed. Yao Shifeng had arranged for everyone to meet at a restaurant in the market, a place specifically catering to cultivators, offering various kinds of spirit wine, spirit rice, and spirit beast meat. Hosting a banquet here would undoubtedly bring great prestige. After all, spirit wine, spirit rice, and spirit beast meat were not cheap, making them unaffordable for ordinary low-level cultivators. Yao Shifeng choosing this location for the gathering likely cost him a considerable amount. Guang, who was just marveling at Yao Shifeng's generosity, suddenly caught sight of someone waving at him from the side of the restaurant. Looking closer, it was indeed Yao Shifeng, the organizer of this gathering. Yao Leida, long time no see. Seeing a familiar face, Guang's expression softened into a smile. In the miscellaneous disciple area, Yao Shifeng had shared many cultivation insights with everyone. Of course, everyone had also provided Yao Shifeng with a lot of help, but Guang didn't dislike this mutual assistance. Why aren't we going in? After exchanging pleasantries with Yao Shifeng, Gu Mo pointed to the restaurant with some confusion. Do you think this is a place utility disciples like us can afford? Yao Shifeng spread his hands. He had set the meeting point here simply for ease of finding, as he figured most of them might not have had a chance to visit this market in over a year. If he had chosen some obscure corner, people might not have found it, but this restaurant, as one of the most prominent buildings in the market, was very easy to recognize. That's true. Gu Mo nodded. Even with 811 spirit stones in his possession, he wouldn't dare to spend money here. Only those wealthy cultivators in the Qi refinement late stage or even foundation establishment cultivators would come here to spend. After waiting a moment longer, Hu Hai, Wu Jinfei, and Chu Fifei also appeared one after another. Like Gu Mo, as soon as they arrived, Yao Shifeng called them over. Subsequently, the five of them found a cheap private room in a tavern, took their seats, ordered a cup of low-grade spirit tea, and began to chat. The content of their conversation was mostly complaints. After joining their respective peaks, everyone realized the hardships of being a utility disciple. There was an endless amount of work every day. Taking Fu Peak, where Yao Shifeng was, as an example, utility disciples' task upon joining was to refine blank talismans. Only by refining a certain quantity of blank talismans would they receive compensation. To meet the requirements, Yao Shifeng spent almost all his time refining blank talismans, even delaying his cultivation. This also meant that Yao Shifeng's cultivation had barely progressed in over a year. It was no exaggeration to say that their cultivation progressed the fastest when they were in the miscellaneous disciple area. At that time, resources were provided by the sect, and they only needed to cultivate diligently. However, after joining their respective peaks, most of their time had to be spent on miscellaneous tasks, and they had to earn resources themselves. Fortunately, after more than a year of hard struggle, Yao Shifeng had improved his skill in refining blank talismans, allowing him to complete his daily tasks more smoothly and leave time for cultivation. But in Yao Shifeng's opinion, this was far from enough. With his inferior spiritual root, if he wanted to rise, this was simply not enough. Therefore, he thought of the small group of people. Everyone, please lend me a hand again. Yao Shifeng stood up and bowed to everyone. Yao Leida, we need to discuss this matter. Wu Jinfei spoke as the representative of the four. Everyone agreed to support Yao Shifeng. After all, everyone had experienced the hardship of being a utility disciple and understood the helplessness of having no backing. Among the group, Yao Shifeng was clearly the most outstanding. Investing in Yao Shifeng, if he could rise and become an outer sect disciple, they would all benefit. However, the amount of the investment needed careful discussion among them. They couldn't invest in Yao Shifeng to the point of delaying their own cultivation, that would be putting the cart before the horse. All right. Upon hearing this, Yao Shifeng stood up and left the private room. Without affecting your own cultivation, how much can you contribute? After Yao Shifeng left, Wu Jinfei's gaze swept over Hu Hai and Chu Fifei, finally resting on Gu Mo. In Wu Jinfei's opinion, Gu Mo, who entered the Qi refinement stage the latest and joined the spirit plant hall, should be the poorest among them. Therefore, the lower limit for this investment in Yao Shifeng should be determined by Gu Mo. Hu Hai, how much will you contribute? Gu Mo's gaze swept towards Hu Hai. With Gu Mo's current financial standing, he was definitely the wealthiest in the small group. In Gu Mo's opinion, the lower limit for this investment should be Hu Hai. As for Chu Fifei, her financial standing was likely second in the small group. This was Gu Mo's guess based on Chu Fifei's special physique. Chu Fifei could activate her special physique by casting the cleaning technique on herself, thereby increasing her cultivation speed. As long as her cultivation speed kept up and her spiritual power continuously increased, the tasks of a utility disciple could naturally be handled with ease, and by successfully completing tasks, she would receive corresponding rewards. I can contribute a maximum of 25 spirit stones. Hu Hai calculated in his mind and finally spoke. Hu Hai, who had just completed 1 year in Dan Peak, had not earned much spirit stones due to his unfamiliarity with the work. However, he still chose to contribute 25 spirit stones, which was nearly half of his savings, because he also hoped that Yao Shifeng could rise and then become their support. He didn't want to continue the days of being bullied in Dan Peak without any backing. Then everyone contributes 25 spirit stones. Wu Jinfei nodded. Although he had more savings than Hu Hai, 25 spirit stones was indeed a bit painful, but he also hoped to have someone to rely on. The bullying of newly joined utility disciples was not something only Hu Hai had experienced, Wu Jinfei had also gone through it. Among the five, probably only Gu Mo hadn't experienced such encounters. After he joined the spirit plant hall, he directly rented the spirit field outside the valley, so he never worked with other utility disciples, and naturally, no one would bully him. In fact, Gu Mo is now a target for flattery among the utility disciples in the spirit plant hall. This is also thanks to the spirit plant hall's promotion of Gu Mo as a signboard, letting many people know about this utility disciple who received outer sect disciple treatment upon joining the spirit plant hall. Thank you all for your trust. As Yao Shifeng received the 100 spirit stones, his somewhat dim confidence rekindled. After joining Fu Peak, Yao Shifeng had initially thought that as the second disciple of this batch of utility disciples to enter the Qi refinement stage, he should receive some preferential treatment. However, he received nothing, because there were many like him in Fu Peak. After all, each batch of utility disciples would have a first, second, and third place. These utility disciples basically joined the Dan, Artifact, Talisman, and Array peaks. In Fu Peak, Yao Shifeng could meet the first place of the previous batch of utility disciples, and the third place of the batch before that. His second place in this batch was nothing in Fu Peak. In fact, the top few of the next batch would soon arrive at Fu Peak. But now with the support of the others in the small group, Yao Shifeng was completely confident that he could surpass them, and this would be his first step towards rising. Yao Leida, this is just the first investment. From now on, we can provide 100 spirit stones every year, Wu Junfei said after handing over the spirit stones, continuing to relay the group's earlier discussion. A single investment was clearly not enough to make Yao Shifeng successfully rise and become their backer. Therefore, everyone decided to invest in Yao Shifeng once a year, with each person contributing 25 spirit stones per time. In the early stage, this amount might still be a burden, but as everyone's business becomes more proficient, their income will also increase, and then 25 spirit stones will be easily affordable. Wu Junfei's words filled Yao Shifeng with wild joy. This was definitely an unexpected pleasant surprise. Although he had also planned to seek support from everyone once a year, it was naturally best that they proactively offered it now. Of course, Yao Leida, this comes with conditions. Wu Junfei took a deep breath, then glanced at Gu Mo. The proposal for continuous investment was put forward by Gu Mo, and the subsequent conditions were also proposed by Gu Mo, but everyone felt they were very reasonable. What conditions? Yao Shifeng straightened up slightly. The condition is, Yao Leida, you need to let us see the growth of your strength, Wu Junfei said very seriously. The biggest fear in investment is putting money in and seeing no results. Therefore, when Gu Mo proposed this condition, almost everyone agreed. Good. Yao Shifeng felt this condition was nothing. If his strength couldn't constantly advance, then what was the point of talking about rising? With his confidence reignited, Yao Shifeng was now full of fighting spirit. After agreeing to meet again at this time next year, Yao Shifeng left in a hurry. He wanted to quickly convert the spirit stones in his hand into his own strength. Hu Hai. Gu Mo called out to Hu Hai, who was about to leave. Then, under his puzzled gaze, Gu Mo threw a small bag to him. This is. Opening the bag Gu Mo threw, Hu Hai found that it actually contained 1 jin of spirit rice. Although he, being from Dan Peak, was not clear about the situation in Spirit Plant Hall, he knew very well that it was not difficult for a utility disciple to obtain the specialties of their respective peak, but it was not an easy matter either. Take Hu Hai's Dan Peak, for example, his task was to process medicinal materials, and the quantity of raw medicinal materials was greater than the amount he needed to turn in because there would be losses during processing. If the loss was too great, and he couldn't turn in enough materials, the task would be judged as a failure, and he would not receive remuneration. But if his technique was excellent, reducing the loss and making the obtained materials greater than the required amount, then the excess could become extra remuneration for the utility disciple. Hu Hai could currently only barely complete his task and would need a few more years to guarantee minimal loss, at which point he would have surplus medicinal materials to trade with other cultivators. At this moment, Gu Mo directly gave him 1 jin of spirit rice. In Hu Hai's view, Gu Mo had clearly entered the spiritual farmer profession. However, Hu Hai had just invested 25 spirit stones in Yao Shifeng, and he no longer had spirit stones to buy Gu Mo's spirit rice. This is what I promised you before, to give you spirit rice once I joined Spirit Plant Hall, Gu Mo said with a smile. Gu Mo was now repaying Hu Hai for a kind reminder he had given him previously with 1 jin of spirit rice. Gu Mo's words made Hu Hai slightly stunned, and then he remembered the time in the miscellaneous disciple area when everyone was discussing where to go. Then next time I'll bring you some medicinal materials, Hu Hai said, accepting the spirit rice and also promising Gu Mo. Gu Mo, you really are full of hidden depths. After Hu Hai left, Chu Fifei came to Gu Mo's side. She had always felt that Gu Mo was not as simple as he seemed, a suspicion she had since she experienced the cleaning technique he performed, and Gu Mo had always lived up to her expectations, constantly bringing surprises. I can't compare to you. Gu Mo glanced at Chu Fifei. She should be the one with the highest cultivation realm in the small group. Although Yao Shifeng was the first to enter the Qi refinement stage, he had been delayed too long at Fu Peak, while Chu Fifei, with the enhancement of her special physique, had already caught up to Yao Shifeng in cultivation progress. Actually, if they were to invest, Chu Fifei would be the optimal choice. If her special physique could truly be developed, Chu Fifei's aptitude would be no worse than that of intersect disciples. Come on, let's find a place to properly exchange insights on cultivating the cleaning technique. Chu Fifei rolled her eyes at Gu Mo. With her secret known to him, Chu Fifei knew that many things could not be hidden from Gu Mo. However, this also allowed Chu Fifei to openly discuss the cultivation of the cleaning technique with Gu Mo, which had already become the most important part of Chu Fifei's cultivation. Perfect, I also have some things I need your help with. Gu Mo nodded. What kind of help do you need? Hearing that Gu Mo needed her help, Chu Fifei immediately became interested. It had always been Gu Mo helping her, so Chu Fifei naturally wanted to reciprocate. Mutual help was the best way to get along. I have a damaged formation plate, can you help me see if it can be repaired? Chu Fifei was a utility disciple from Array Peak, and her understanding of formations was clearly stronger than his. Therefore, Gu Mo wanted Chu Fifei to see if the formation plate could be repaired. If the damaged formation plate could be repaired, then Gu Mo would obtain a high-quality formation plate with both an illusion formation and a defensive formation. No problem, but don't have too high expectations. My understanding of formations is still very shallow. Hearing that Gu Mo had actually obtained a formation plate, Chu Fei's eyes immediately showed a look of as expected. This Guo truly had many hidden things. Others were still worrying about completing the tasks of a utility disciple, yet Guo had even obtained something like a formation plate. Even if it was damaged, it was still worth quite a few spirit stones. It's fine. Guo waved his hand, then led Chu Fei away from the market, taking out a paper crane under her astonished gaze. Spirit rice, formation plate, paper crane. Chu Fei was shocked by Guo's wealth. Was this something a utility disciple who had only been initiated for a year could possess? Come on. Guo beckoned to the stunned Chu Fei. The damaged formation plate had been placed by Guo in his spirit field, so naturally, Guo needed to take Chu Fei to his spirit field for her to see it. Actually, to repair a damaged formation plate, the best option would be to invite a formal formation master, or at least an experienced array peak utility disciple. However, Guo chose Chu Fei, who had only joined array peak for a year. The reason was simple: compared to others, Chu Fei was clearly more trustworthy. Guo knew Chu Fei's biggest secret, and now by revealing some minor, inconsequential secrets of his own, he could deepen their mutual trust. Trust was a very precious thing in the world of cultivation. Besides, asking Chu Fei for help was cheap. Even if Chu Fei couldn't repair the formation plate now, Guo could wait. Guo could even prepay the cost of repairing the formation plate, indirectly subsidizing Chu Fei. Perhaps in the near future, he could have a trustworthy formation master friend. You're a bit heavy. After carrying Chu Fei to his spirit plant field, Guo couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Carrying a person with a paper crane consumed a lot of spiritual qi. Fortunately, Guo's spiritual qi was 3 times that of an ordinary qi refining first layer disciple, otherwise, he might not have been able to fly back in one go. Hearing Guo say she was heavy, Chu Fei's fists instantly clenched. Female cultivators cared about their weight too, you know. But soon, Chu Fei's urge to hit Guo was distracted by the spirit plant field before her. Is this the spirit plant field you rented? She had already learned from Guo on the way that he had rented a spirit plant field of his own at the spirit plant hall. Chu Fei was very surprised by this. It was the treatment typically given to an outer sect disciple. At that moment, Chu Fei even regretted not choosing the spirit plant hall back then. However, once Chu Fei learned the conditions for renting a spirit plant field, her regret vanished. One needed to master a spirit farmer spell to qualify for renting a spirit plant field. Chu Fei had struggled with the cleaning technique spell, let alone other spells. She might not have a talent for spells, but instead, she had a natural fondness for formations. And Guo, when he was in the miscellaneous disciple area, had already displayed his proficiency in spells. Now that he had mastered a spirit farmer spell and rented his own spirit plant field, it didn't seem so strange anymore. How is it? Guo opened the illusion formation outside the spirit plant field and led Chu Fei into it. The spirit plant field looked very messy at the moment, with ling rice stalks scattered everywhere. But Chu Fei, based on the quantity and quality of these stalks, could estimate the approximate yield of the spirit plant field. At this moment, Chu Fei understood why Guo could produce so many good things. The quality of this spirit plant field is quite good, Chu Fei said. Although she wasn't a spiritual farmer, she could judge the quality of a spirit plant field by the spiritual qi it contained. As she spoke, Chu Fei walked into the spirit plant field. After walking a few circles in the spirit plant field, she found the location of the formation plate, which made Guo's eyes light up. This Chu Fei truly had some talent for formations. To repair this formation plate, we need to complete the formation stones and repair some of the formation patterns on it. Chu Fei inspected the formation plate and quickly gave her conclusion. I can refine the formation stones, but I currently can't repair the formation patterns. Chu Fei's main task at Array Peak now was to refine formation stones and assist formation masters in placing the formation stones at their respective locations. How long until you can attempt the repair? Guo asked. About a year. Chu Fei thought for a moment. In a year, she would be considered a veteran of Array Peak. With her current task completion rate, she would have a chance to take on some more difficult tasks, such as repairing some basic formation patterns inscribed on formation stones. For ordinary small formations, one could directly use plain formation stones without formation patterns when setting up the formation. However, if a more complex formation was to be set up, then formation stones with inscribed formation patterns would be required. And the formation patterns inscribed on the formation stones would get damaged over time or after the formation was attacked. At this time, the damaged formation patterns needed to be repaired. A formation, especially some large formations, required thousands of formation stones. For example, the formation within the Spirit Plant Hall's valley used tens of thousands of formation stones. Periodically, the Spirit Plant Hall would invite people from Array Peak to inspect the formation and replace some damaged formation stones. One inspection might require replacing hundreds or thousands of formation stones, and this was just the Spirit Plant Hall. Formations on other peaks were basically also maintained by Array Peak, so Array Peak replaced many damaged formation stones every year. These damaged formation stones couldn't just be discarded, instead, utility disciples would be assigned to repair them, and then they would be used to set up some less important formations. Compared to refining a new formation stone, repairing the original formation stone was clearly a very cost-effective endeavor. Of course, this cost-effectiveness referred to the material cost. In terms of technical difficulty, repairing formation patterns was clearly more difficult than refining blank formation stones. Precisely because of the high technical requirements, the remuneration for repairing formation stone patterns also increased significantly. The high remuneration caused many utility disciples of Array Peak to rack their brains, all wanting to learn this skill of formation pattern repair, which would definitely become something they could rely on for their livelihood in the future. And to acquire the knowledge of formation pattern repair, only utility disciples who performed outstandingly in the blank formation stone refining tasks could obtain it. Chu Fei was definitely among the best in this regard, so Chu Fei was relatively confident that she could obtain this quota. Good. Gu Mo nodded, a year was nothing, he could wait. As he spoke, Gu Mo took out 10 caddies of ling rice and handed it over, this is the deposit. Chu Fei did not decline the ling rice Gu Mo offered, because these ling rice could help her improve her cultivation speed. Only when her cultivation improved could she help Gu Mo. Besides, Gu Mo's current situation didn't seem like he would lack these 10 caddies of ling rice. At this moment, Chu Fei felt that Gu Mo was more suitable to be the leader than Yao Shifeng. Yao Shifeng, as the leader, still needed everyone's financial support, while Gu Mo had already started to support them. The 10 caddies of ling rice as a deposit, rather than being a deposit, Chu Fei knew it was more like Gu Mo's financial support to her, just like how they supported Yao Shifeng. The only difference was that Yao Shifeng was jointly supported by the 4 of them, and in the future, Yao Shifeng needed to repay all 4 of them, while she was supported by Gu Mo alone, and in the future, she only needed to repay Gu Mo. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. If ling rice was a form of material support, then the subsequent guidance on the cleaning technique was a form of cultivation support. After her doubts about the cleaning technique cultivation were answered, Chu Fei bid farewell and left. As a utility disciple, she had to complete fixed tasks every day and couldn't be away for too long. Gu Mo naturally continued his great farming endeavor. As for what to plant in this 3rd season, Gu Mo originally wanted to try planting some high-grade spirit plants to accelerate the acquisition of sect contribution points. With all 5 spirit farmer spells currently mastered, the success rate of planting high-grade spirit plants would definitely be very considerable. However, the planting period for those high-grade spirit plants required at least a year, and some even took 2 or 3 years to mature, which meant that Gu Mo would not be able to obtain any income during this period. Gu Mo now needed to continuously maintain the illusion formations operation, which was definitely a huge expense. Moreover, if there was a secret art for concealing cultivation in the market, he also needed to be able to promptly provide funds for its purchase. For the above reasons, Gu Mo had to save a small sum of money first before he could fully commit to planting high-grade spirit plants to earn big money. And the best spirit plant for accumulating small sums of money was naturally Lingyu rice. Normally, it matured in half a year, but for Gu Mo, it could be harvested in just over 4 months, making it absolutely the fastest spirit plant for accumulating wealth at the moment. Just as Gu Mo was heading to the spirit plant hall to collect Lingyu rice seeds, preparing to plant 1 or 2 more seasons of Lingyu rice to save money, an unexpected piece of news disrupted his plan. As Gu Mo slowly flew towards the spirit plant hall on his crane, a sword light shot out from the direction of the spirit plant hall, sweeping past Gu Mo, but very quickly, this sword light sharply turned a big curve and stopped in front of Gu Mo. At this moment, Gu Mo also clearly saw the person, it was Mai Yunfa, who had brought him to the spirit plant hall back then. Junior brother Gu Mo, hurry and follow me. Seeing Gu Mo, Mai Yunfa quickly pulled Gu Mo onto his magic sword and flew with him towards the spirit plant hall. Senior brother Mai, what happened? Seeing Mai Yunfa's anxious appearance, Gu Mo quickly assessed the situation in his mind. It seemed he hadn't revealed anything he shouldn't have. Deacon Zhao is looking for you. It's a good thing. Mai Yunfa looked at Gu Mo with a somewhat astonished gaze. Having just come out of the spirit plant hall, he clearly remembered the shock on Deacon Zhao's face at the time. Half an hour ago, the manager in charge of storing ling rice began to report this year's harvest to Zhao Qiancheng, which was the most important matter for the spirit plant hall. This year's ling rice yield has dropped again. Upon learning that this year's ling rice yield growth rate was still negative, Zhao Qiancheng's expression became somewhat unpleasant. Although the decrease wasn't much, it was a decrease nonetheless, and it had been a slight decline for several consecutive years, which was the most critical issue. This would make the sect feel that he, as the deacon, hadn't handled things well. The greatest purpose of the spirit plant hall was to provide ling rice to the sect. The yield of ling rice directly concerned the spirit plant hall's welfare and benefits for the coming year, as well as his future as a deacon. He had been focusing on yield all these years, but the spiritual fields in the valley had reached their limit and had no further potential for improvement. It was even difficult to maintain the current yield, a slight disturbance would lead to a slight drop in yield. Currently, the only way to increase the spirit plant hall's ling rice yield was to utilize the scattered spiritual fields outside the valley. However, due to insufficient manpower, the spiritual fields outside the valley could not yet be fully utilized. No, it seems there's already someone cultivating the spiritual fields outside the valley. How was Gu Mo's yield this year? As a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, Zhao Qiancheng naturally had a good memory and quickly recalled Gu Mo's situation. Deacon Zhao, your subordinate was just about to report to you. Hearing Zhao Qiancheng proactively mention Gu Mo, the manager in charge of storage showed a hint of a smile. This was the surprise he had prepared. In recent years, every time he came to report, it was bad news. This year, good news finally arrived, so he, as the manager, naturally had to talk about it properly. Immediately, the manager reported Gu Mo's ling rice yield for both seasons this year. When he heard that Gu Mo's first season ling rice yield was 500 caddies, Zhao Qiancheng's face couldn't help but show surprise. To achieve this yield on the first planting of ling rice was absolutely astonishing. But when Zhao Qiancheng learned that Gumo's second season yield directly soared to 800 catties, Zhao Qiancheng was greatly shaken. 800 catties per mu, this yield could already compete for this year's per mu yield champion. Deacon Zhao, the highest yield of ling rice per mu this year is 800 catties. The manager also timely informed him that Gu Mo had won this year's per mu yield championship. Good, good, good. Zhao Qiancheng took a deep breath and said good 3 times. The policy of leasing spiritual fields outside the valley to utility disciple who voluntarily joined was set by Zhao Qiancheng. Gu Mo was the first beneficiary of Zhao Qunken's policy. The more outstanding Gu Mo performed, the more it proved Zhao Qunken's foresight. Upon learning that Deacon Zhao of the Spirit Plant Hall was looking for him regarding the spiritual fields per mu yield, Gu Mo was overjoyed. Being the per mu yield champion came with excellent rewards. Although the reward was not fixed and depended entirely on Deacon Zhao's mood, anything a deacon in the foundation establishment stage gave out would be a good thing for a chi refinement stage like Gu Mo. Mai Yunfa, controlling the magic sword, glanced at Gu Mo, whose eyes were filled with pleasant surprise, and his heart was also filled with envy. In previous years, Mai Yunfa didn't think much of the rewards for the per mu yield champions, but this time was different. He was certain that the reward Gu Mo would receive would far exceed those of previous years. The reason was simple, Gu Mo had brought great honor to Deacon Zhao. With Mai Yunfa's full effort, the magic sword quickly landed in front of the Spirit Plant Hall's main discussion hall. Gu Mo followed Mai Yunfa into the discussion hall and met Deacon Zhao. Greetings, Deacon Zhao. Gu Mo bowed along with Mai Yunfa. Not bad. Zhao Qunken's gaze swept towards Gu Mo. Although Gu Mo's cultivation had basically not increased much, given the results he had shown, Zhao Qunken's praise of not bad was more than sufficient. You should have already mastered the second Spirit Farmer spell by now, right? Thinking of Gu Mo's excellent comprehension ability and his 800 catties per mu yield, Zhao Qiancheng said with great certainty. To master 2 Spirit Farmer spells in just over a year after joining the Spirit Plant Hall, he definitely had the potential to become the Spirit Plant Hall's 4th person to master all 5 Spirit Farmer spells in the future. It was a pity that his spiritual root talent was too poor, otherwise, with such comprehension ability, it would have been possible for him to become an inner sect disciple. Yes. Gu Mo replied respectfully. Now was clearly not the time to reveal that he had already mastered all 5 Spirit Farmer spells, as that would be too astonishing and would attract a lot of attention. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. Revealing that he had mastered 2 Spirit Farmer spells was in line with the image of excellent comprehension ability he had previously displayed, and it also matched Deacon Zhao's conjecture. Letting everything remain within Deacon Zhao's predictions and under his control was definitely the safest approach. If Gu Mo were to reveal now that he had mastered 3 Spirit Farmer spells, it would certainly shock Zhao Qiancheng, but it would also cause him to pay more attention to Gu Mo. Being noticed was what Gu Mo wanted least. This time you've won the Ling Rice per mu yield championship. As per custom, the Spirit Plant Hall will give you a reward. Zhao Qiancheng looked at Gu Mo, beginning to consider what reward to give him. Although Gu Mo's spiritual root talent was very poor, his comprehension ability was good. Compared to those utility disciple with poor spiritual roots and poor comprehension ability, he definitely had cultivation value. Do you know what a Lingzi master is? After a moment of thought, Zhao Qiancheng spoke. As soon as he said this, Mai Yunfa's face, standing nearby, immediately showed an expression of disbelief, because he guessed what reward Deacon Zhao was going to give Gu Mo. He, an outer sect disciple, had also received such a reward, but until now, such a reward had never been given to a utility disciple. This junior is shallow in knowledge and has never heard of it. Gu Mo shook his head. Lingzi master, from the name, sounded like a profession related to plants, but Gu Mo truly hadn't heard of what exactly they did. You can think of a Lingzi master as an advanced profession of a spiritual farmer, a profession equivalent to an alchemist, talisman master, formation master, or blacksmith. The spirit plant seeds you receive are cultivated by Lingzi masters, which is why they have such high yields. Zhao Qiancheng began to explain. From Zhao Qunken's narration, Gu Mo gained a general understanding of the Lingzi master profession. If spiritual farmers were ordinary farmers, then Lingzi masters were the expert professors of an agricultural research institute. The former were responsible for farming and production, while the latter researched more high-yield crops. In addition, Lingzi masters also researched and cultivated some strange spirit plants, which was very important to Gu Mo. If he could become a Lingzi master, he wouldn't have to worry about his pea shooter being exposed and attracting attention. After all, it was quite normal for a Lingzi master to create some novel spirit plants. Even with the sunflower, as long as the effect of sun essence wasn't exposed, he could easily conceal it with the identity of a Lingzi master. With this thought, Gu Mo looked eagerly at Zhao Qiancheng. The other party suddenly bringing up the Lingzi master profession clearly meant there was more to come. I have an opportunity here that can allow you to become a Lingzi master. Consider it your reward for being the champion in Mu Yield this time, Zhao Qiancheng said with a smile. This kind of reward, which didn't require real money, was the least painful to give out. Many thanks, Deacon Zhao. Gu Mo was overjoyed to receive Zhao Qunken's affirmative reply. I'm only giving you the opportunity. As for whether you can ultimately become a Lingzi master, that depends on your own efforts. Zhao Qiancheng waved his hand. Although Lingzi masters were not as famous as professions like alchemy, artifact forging, formations, or talismans, the difficulty was by no means lower. Without sufficient talent, it was very difficult to get started. Currently, the entire Kinglo sect only had 2 first-order Lingzi masters. The main reason for the Kinglo sect having so few Lingzi masters and their strength being so weak was that the Kinglo sect lacked a Lingzi master legacy. For the 4 major professions like alchemy, artifact forging, formations, and talismans, the Kinglo sect had legacies reaching 4th order. Other professions like beast taming and puppet mastery also had 3rd order legacies, but only the Lingzi master profession had no legacy in the Kinglo sect. For this, the sect master used his connections and found a wandering 3rd order Lingzi master, inviting him to the Kinglo sect to become a guest elder. This ended the Kinglo sect's history of having no Lingzi masters, allowing the Kinglo sect to achieve self-sufficiency in spirit seeds. However, the invited guest elder was not a member of the Kinglo sect after all, and he would eventually leave one day. For this, the Kinglo sect paid no small price to get this 3rd order Lingzi master to agree to teach some of the Lingzi master's techniques. The reward Zhao Qiancheng was giving Gu Mo at this moment was an opportunity to receive instruction from that 3rd order Lingzi master. However, this slot was not unique. That 3rd order Lingzi master was only responsible for teaching, as for how many people listened, he didn't care, and how much they comprehended, he also didn't care. Therefore, this slot was not particularly precious. Inner sect disciples of the Kinglo sect and outer sect disciples of the Spirit Plant Hall could all get this opportunity. Lingzi master was a higher tier profession than spiritual farmer, so the Spirit Plant Hall received more slots and opportunities than other peaks. And facts have proven that spiritual farmers have a higher probability of becoming Lingzi masters. Over the years, 2 people have become official Lingzi masters, both from the Spirit Plant Hall. The number was not large, but this achievement still made the Kinglo sect very satisfied, at least the seeds for Lingzi masters were there. And in the future, new Lingzi masters might even be born. He obtained the qualification to attend the lectures of the 3rd order Lingzi master, but there was no exact date for when these lectures would begin. After all, the other party was not only a 3rd order Lingzi master but also a golden core stage cultivator. A cultivator of this rank could easily spend several years in a small closed-door cultivation session. For cultivators, cultivation was the top priority, and teaching had to be put aside. However, according to what Gu Mo learned from Mai Yunfa, that 3rd order Lingzi master elder would emerge from his closed-door cultivation within the next few years, and then the lectures would begin. Junior brother Gu Mo, your luck is really good. You only need to wait a few years to get the chance to attend lectures. I, your senior brother, have been waiting for many years now. Mai Yunfa controlled his magic sword, his tone full of emotion. Mai Yunfa had obtained the qualification to attend the lectures a long time ago. It was just that the 3rd order Lingzi master elder had been in closed-door cultivation ever since his last lecture, so he had been waiting until now. Senior brother Mai, with these many years of refinement, perhaps you will be able to become a Lingzi master even more smoothly, Gu Mo said with a smile. You're right. Mai Yunfa nodded in agreement. The deeper one's attainment in the Dao of spiritual farming, the greater the chance of becoming a Lingzi master, this was personally stated by that 3rd order Lingzi master elder. Therefore, Mai Yunfa's waiting all these years was not in vain. He had also put in great effort in the Dao of spiritual farming and was very confident that he could become an official Lingzi master. We're here. As he spoke, Mai Yunfa descended his magic sword, but the landing spot was not Gu Mo's spirit field outside the valley, but the miscellaneous disciple area, the place where Gu Mo had stayed before joining the Spirit Plant Hall. The reason for coming here was also due to Zhao Qianken's task. It was now time for a new batch of utility disciples to choose their respective peaks, and Gu Mo, as the signboard of the Spirit Plant Hall, naturally needed to be brought out. So, Gu Mo came here with Mai Yunfa to recruit people, hoping to recruit more utility disciples to develop the spirit fields outside the valley. Junior brother Gu Mo, the task of recruiting people is up to you. Upon arriving at the personnel hall, Mai Yunfa handed the recruitment task over to Gu Mo. On the way here, Gu Mo had suggested that Mai Yunfa take the initiative. Peaks like alchemy, artifact forging, formations, and talismans all waited for utility disciples to come to them, because they had the confidence to do so. But the Spirit Plant Hall clearly could not, so they needed to actively recruit people. Mai Yunfa adopted Gu Mo's suggestion, but he handed the recruitment task to Gu Mo. As an outer sect disciple, he obviously couldn't bring himself to actively recruit people. Okay. Gu Mo nodded, then left the personnel hall. As a utility disciple, there was naturally no such thing as losing face for him. He clearly understood that Deacon Zhao gave him so many benefits with the purpose of attracting more utility disciples to join the Spirit Plant Hall. If the final result was still that not many utility disciples voluntarily joined, then the benefits he could receive in the future might decrease. This junior brother, learn about the Spirit Plant Hall. Gu Mo stopped a utility disciple who was about to enter the personnel hall and began to promote it. Sorry, I'm planning to join Dan Peak. Suddenly being grabbed, the utility disciple who had just broken through to the Qi refinement stage was startled. If you join the Spirit Plant Hall now, you can receive outer sect disciple treatment. Junior brother, won't you consider it? Gu Mo said with a smile. Are you senior brother Gu Mo? Suddenly, the utility disciple being held by Gu Mo looked at him with surprise. Now it was Gu Mo who was a little confused, but he quickly understood the reason, because the Spirit Plant Hall had spread his story to the miscellaneous disciple area very early on. Therefore, many newly initiated utility disciples knew that Gu Mo had joined the Spirit Plant Hall and received outer sect disciple treatment. That's right. Gu Mo nodded. It really is senior brother Gu Mo. As Gu Mo nodded, immediately, some utility disciples nearby rushed over, asking Guo if he had really received outer sect disciple treatment. Facing the inquiries from those utility disciples, Guo naturally answered fluently, and upon receiving Gumo's affirmative reply, several of them immediately expressed their willingness to join the Spirit Plant Hall. The treatment of outer sect disciples was enough to make many people change their choice. Although obtaining this treatment required passing a test, it was still very attractive. Obtaining outer sect disciple treatment and owning a spirit field of one's own was definitely an opportunity to change one's fate. Of course, some utility disciples who were more confident in themselves would still choose one of alchemy, artifact refining, formations, or talismans, because in their view, the upper limit of a spiritual farmer was too low. Guo didn't care about this. Not to mention spiritual farmers, even Lingzi masters were considered low tier among the 100 arts of cultivation, completely incomparable to the four major professions of alchemy, artifact refining, formations, and talismans. Of course, this was only limited to the low tier. No matter which profession it was, once it reached the high tier, it would be highly sought after. Take Lingzi masters for example. The Lingyu rice that is now widely circulated in the cultivation world was cultivated by a Lingzi great master. Current cultivators who can eat spiritual rice should thank this Lingzi great master. Guo gathered the utility disciples who were willing to join the Spirit Plant Hall, and then handed them over to Mai Yunfa. He was responsible for recruiting, Guo was only there to help promote. Good. Having just arrived not long ago, someone already wanted to join the Spirit Plant Hall, which made Mai Yunfa very excited. At this moment, he was already imagining Deacon Zhao's reward after this recruitment mission was completed to perfection. Afterward, Guo set off again, actively extending invitations to the utility disciples in the miscellaneous disciple area, including those utility disciples who had not yet entered the Qi refinement stage. The senior brother of the Spirit Plant Hall actively extended an invitation, and joining also came with the treatment of an outer sect disciple. This entire package was an unimaginable temptation for those utility disciples. Except for those with firm goals, many utility disciples expressed their willingness to join the Spirit Plant Hall. Mai Yunfa, is your Spirit Plant Hall not being a bit excessive? The disciples from the other peaks responsible for recruitment in the personnel hall, upon discovering the situation, complained to Mai Yunfa. With Gumo's actions, 40% of this batch of utility disciples expressed their desire to join the Spirit Plant Hall. What were they supposed to do then? The four peaks of alchemy, artifact refining, formations, and talismans were fine, they never worried about a lack of people, but the other peaks were not. You can also go and recruit people, I didn't stop you, Mai Yunfa pouted. After learning that the Spirit Plant Hall might get 40% of this batch of utility disciples, his heart had been in a state of excitement. Humph. Having been rebuffed, the disciples from the other peaks snorted coldly and said nothing more. They did want to learn from the Spirit Plant Hall and recruit people. If their own outer sect disciples didn't go, finding a utility disciple from the peak would also work, but the other peaks didn't have any extra benefits to offer. Asking them to offer the same outer sect disciple treatment as the Spirit Plant Hall was absolutely impossible. The Spirit Plant Hall had spirit fields in the valley that were uncultivated, which could be offered as treatment to utility disciples who voluntarily joined. The other peaks did not. For example, Yushao Peak, the treatment for outer sect disciples was to receive a spirit beast or a pseudo-spirit beast that had a high probability of becoming a spirit beast. And this obviously could not be given to utility disciples. The number of utility disciples on Yushao Peak was even greater than the number of spirit beasts. Newly joined utility disciples could only do some miscellaneous tasks first and would have to wait a few years and show good performance before being assigned an ordinary pseudo-spirit beast. Under these circumstances, Yushao Peak simply could not compete with the Spirit Plant Hall and could only watch the Spirit Plant Hall recruit extensively. Miscellaneous Disciple Area, a very ordinary courtyard. This outwardly ordinary courtyard was currently equipped with a high-tier aura isolating formation, and two figures completely shrouded in black mist were sitting opposite each other. Senior brother, this is the list from recent years. The figure sitting on the right took out more than a dozen jade talismans. Each jade talisman had a name, and Gumo's name was prominently among them. Not bad. The figure sitting on the left scanned the number of jade tokens and nodded in satisfaction. Senior brother, why do we need to infiltrate these utility disciples? Wouldn't choosing those outer sect disciples or even inner sect disciples be more effective? Seeing that the figure on the left was very satisfied with his performance, the figure on the right couldn't help but voice his doubts. They had migrated from a distant foreign land with their entire sect, urgently needing a spiritual vein Dao field to settle down. Unfortunately, the spiritual veins here were either occupied by great sects or by powerful Yao beasts, and there were simply no unowned spiritual veins. For the continuation of the sect, they could only seize other spiritual vein Dao fields. After some searching, Qingluo sect became the target. Because among the several top sects in this cultivation world, only Qingluo sect possessed a fourth order spiritual vein but did not have a nascent soul level cultivator guarding it. It was said that Qingluo sect's nascent soul old ancestor had perished decades ago while exploring a ruin. This was witnessed by the nascent soul cultivators of other sects, so it was absolutely true. Therefore, Qingluo sect was the softest persimmon among the great sects in this cultivation world. But even so, it was not easy to seize the spiritual vein Dao field of a nascent soul level sect. Even without nascent soul level combat power, Qingluo sect's sect formation was enough to resist invading nascent soul cultivators. Furthermore, as foreign cultivators, if they forcibly attacked Qingluo sect, it was hard to guarantee that other local great sects would not intervene. After much consideration, using infiltration to dismantle Qingluo sect from within became the optimal solution. In the view of the figure on the right, To infiltrate Kinglo sect, choosing higher status outer sect or even inner sect disciples was the best choice, but currently, they were only infiltrating those less noticed utility disciples. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. 1,000-mile dike crumbles from an ant's nest. Although utility disciples are inconspicuous, they are the easiest to infiltrate. At the same time, these utility disciples are involved in the foundation of Kinglo sect's various industries. To truly bring down a great sect, one needs to erode it little by little from the foundation. The figure on the left seemed to be in a good mood and patiently explained. Of course, what he didn't say was that if they could truly infiltrate outer sect or even inner sect disciples, who would be willing to infiltrate these utility disciples? This was a matter of no other choice. As a nascent soul great sect that had existed for over 1,000 years, Kinglo sect naturally had a set of methods to prevent important disciples within the sect from being infiltrated by others. It also cost their sect a great deal to allow the two of them to successfully infiltrate the middle and lower ranks of Kinglo sect, but they were still far from the high ranks. However, they had patience. To seize a nascent soul level sect, being impatient would not work. According to his observation, Kinglo sect should not be able to produce a new nascent soul cultivator within 100 years, so they still had enough time. Besides, who said he hadn't tried to send people to infiltrate Kinglo sect's inner sect? It was just that this kind of secret, the junior brother in front of him was not yet qualified to know. His task was only to infiltrate those utility disciples. Junior brother has been enlightened. Upon hearing this, the figure on the right quickly stood up and bowed. By the way, are there any worth cultivating among these utility disciples? The figure on the left fiddled with those jade tokens. Although utility disciples were inconspicuous, if they encountered some good seedlings and nurtured them, they might be able to play an unexpected role in the future. Senior brother, your junior brother was just about to report to you. Upon hearing this, the figure on the right took out a jade plate from the pile of jade plates. Gumo's name was clearly written on this jade plate. When this disciple entered the miscellaneous disciple area, he had been targeted by him. The reason was simple, this disciple had a reclusive personality, making him the most suitable infiltration target. He slightly manipulated things, causing the other party to be poisoned and unable to cultivate. In his despair, he guided him to find the refining spirit art he had prepared. The refining spirit art is a very strange cultivation technique. Its entry is extremely simple and does not require spiritual root talent, but the risk of cultivating it is also extremely high, because the first step of the refining spirit art is to refine one's own divine soul. Success means entry, failure naturally means soul flying away and spirit scattering. According to his observation, this Gumo successfully entered. With the help of the entry-level refining spirit art, he successfully achieved chi induction within the time limit. But this was just the beginning. For the refining spirit art to advance, it could only do so by devouring and refining living souls. No improvement could be gained through cultivating normally. Afterward, he also gave out the corpse demon true understanding, a body forging method. Like the refining spirit art, this was also a cultivation technique that did not require spiritual root talent to cultivate, it only required the cultivator's vital blood. Once this Gumo cultivated these two cultivation techniques, he would be completely under his control, because the Kinglo sect would not tolerate disciples who cultivated such evil spells. Besides that, this jade plate was not just a useless jade plate with a name written on it, a trace of the target's divine soul was melted inside. If the other party did not obey, he could directly curse and kill him through this jade plate. At this point, the infiltration of a utility disciple was considered complete. Those utility disciples who wanted to cultivate and become stronger would naturally try every means to obtain living souls and vital blood. Whether they attacked their companions or secretly ambushed mortals outside, this would damage the Kinglo sect. Although this damage was not great, accumulated over time, as the senior brother said, 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. But he had not expected that this Gumo, who had seemed unremarkable before, would display astonishing comprehension ability after joining the Spirit Plant Hall. He mastered a Spirit Farmer spell within 3 months and achieved perfection in the perfected cleansing art. He gained the attention of the Spirit Plant Hall's deacon. This was definitely the best performing among all the utility disciples infiltrated so far. Especially his excellent comprehension ability, combined with the refining spirit art and the corpse demon true understanding, it was simply a perfect match. The refining spirit art and the corpse demon true understanding have no spiritual root talent restrictions for cultivation, but they do have requirements for comprehension ability in the late stage. Utility disciples generally have poor spiritual roots, so their comprehension ability is also very poor. Therefore, these infiltrated utility disciples have limited potential and will at most serve as cannon fodder in the future. But Gumo has the opportunity to become an important chess piece. He is indeed worth cultivating well. After listening to the introduction about Gumo, the figure on the left immediately took out a booklet and a jade bottle. Give these things to that little fellow. Yes. The figure on the right respectfully took them. Afterward, the two ended this meeting, and their figures quickly disappeared. Senior brother Mai, these are all junior brothers who want to join our Spirit Plant Hall. Gumo brought more than a dozen people to the personnel hall. Junior brother Gumo, you've worked hard. Mai Yunfa skillfully vacated his seat and invited Gumo to sit down. Then, he took the dozen or so people to register, after which he took out the spirit boat borrowed from the Spirit Plant Hall and brought them to the Spirit Plant Hall. It should be over in a few more days. Looking at the departing Mai Yunfa, Gumo let out a long breath. In the past few days, he had visited all these utility disciples, explaining the benefits and treatment of joining the Spirit Plant Hall. Now, only a few were in seclusion, but Qi induction seclusion would at most last only a few days. Once everyone had been visited, Gumo's task would be complete. Stretching, Gumo got up and walked towards the lounge behind the personnel hall. This was a place for outer sect disciples who came to recruit to rest. Because Gumo performed exceptionally well this time, the Spirit Plant Hall also arranged one for Gumo, to prove that he indeed enjoyed the treatment of an outer sect disciple. Entering the lounge, Gumo's gaze swept across the table in the lounge, and his eyes instantly narrowed. Because he saw a familiar scene on the table. A booklet, and a jade bottle that had never appeared before. Damn it! Seeing this, Gumo couldn't help but curse. The evil cultivator behind the scenes was still watching him. At this moment, he had already confirmed that the evil cultivator was within this miscellaneous disciple area. But knowing was useless, Gumo didn't know who exactly it was, and even if he did, with his current strength, he wouldn't dare to report it. But Gumo knew that no matter what evil cultivation technique the other party sent, he would just throw it all into the black mist space. As long as he didn't cultivate these evil spells and rarely came to the miscellaneous disciple area, the other party wouldn't be able to control him. Oh. As Gumo approached the table, he clearly saw the booklet on the table. The 3 large characters for breath concealment technique made Gumo's breathing hitch. If this wasn't a false advertisement, then this booklet should be a secret spell for concealing aura, which was exactly what Gumo urgently needed right now. He carefully inspected the booklet, and after confirming there was no danger, Gumo picked up a wooden stick and carefully opened it, seeing the contents inside. Just as Gumo guessed, this was indeed a secret spell for concealing aura. Its rank was even higher than the Qi concealment art. The Qi concealment art could only conceal cultivation fluctuations, while this breath concealment technique could even conceal one's aura. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. What a good thing. After reading the cultivation method of the breath concealment technique, Gumo couldn't help but exclaim at the subtlety of this secret spell. With the knowledge he had mastered in his previous life, Gumo quickly saw through the principle of this breath concealment technique. Cultivators with spiritual power in their bodies are like walking high-energy beings, and this breath concealment technique builds a barrier within the cultivator's body to isolate the high-energy fluctuations that the cultivator constantly emits outwards. Besides that, the cultivator's aura can also be isolated by this barrier. Understanding the principle of this breath concealment technique, Gumo also knew that this breath concealment technique was not some evil cultivator cultivation technique and could be completely cultivated. Thus, he no longer needed to gather sect contributions to exchange for the Qi concealment art, which saved him a large amount of contributions and several years of time. It's just, why did the evil cultivator behind the scenes suddenly send him such a non-evil cultivator cultivation technique? With doubts, Gumo turned his gaze to the jade bottle beside him. This seemed to be the first time the other party had sent something other than a cultivation method. Carefully opening the jade bottle, a moment later, a bloody smell assailed him, and within the bloody smell, there was also a chilling wail. Seeing this, Gumo's expression changed. Without hesitation, he directly threw the jade bottle into the black mist space, intending never to touch this thing again. Because Gumo had already guessed what this thing was, it was a cultivator's living soul and vital blood. If Gumo had cultivated the refining spirit art and the corpse demon true understanding, devouring the living soul and vital blood in this bottle could directly allow him to reach Qi refining second layer. So that's it. At this moment, Gumo understood why the other party specifically sent the breath concealment technique, a cultivation technique to conceal cultivation aura. Because as long as one devours and refines living souls and vital blood, one will bear karma, and some special secret spells can detect this karma. Also, after devouring and refining living souls and vital blood, one's strength would suddenly surge, which also needed to be concealed, otherwise, it would attract attention. They really thought of everything, Gumo said with a solemn expression. Undoubtedly, he had been targeted by that unknown evil cultivator, and they were even preparing to focus on cultivating him. Otherwise, such a cultivator's living soul and vital blood, which were like spirit pills for ordinary cultivators to improve their cultivation, would not be easily given to others by an evil cultivator. Being specifically targeted by an unknown evil cultivator was naturally not a good thing, but it also made Gumo feel a little relieved. Since the other party wanted to cultivate him, they probably wouldn't make a move against him in the short term, which gave Gumo a stable growth period. In the future, when Gumo's strength became stronger, he would no longer have to fear that evil cultivator. With this breath concealment technique, Gumo's cultivation plan could be put on the agenda. With full effort in cultivation, Gumo's improvement speed would surpass that of a superior spiritual root. 2 days later. After visiting all the utility disciples in the miscellaneous disciple area, Gumo bid farewell to Mai Yunfa and returned to the spirit plant hall alone. As for Mai Yunfa, he would continue to stay and transport those utility disciples who intended to join the spirit plant hall back once they entered the Qi refinement stage. Returning to his Ling Tian cabin, enveloped by the illusion formation, Gumo felt a sense of safety. Once Chu Fei repaired the formation plate, with the illusion formation, the defensive formation, and the pea shooter in the spirit field, it would not be so easy for that unknown evil cultivator to silently enter his room again. Calming his emotions, Gumo replanted the sunflower and pea shooter from the black mist space back into the spirit field, then began a new round of Lingyu rice planting. Logically, after obtaining the breath concealment technique, Gumo's pressure was greatly reduced, and he could completely try planting higher grade spirit plants. However, when Gumo left the spirit plant hall, he had already claimed the Lingyu rice seeds in advance, so he could only continue to plant another season of Lingyu rice. During this period, Gu Mo would increase the number of sunflowers to 10, master the breath concealment technique, and only then could he begin to cultivate with full effort. Planting Lingyu rice was already second nature to Gu Mo, who had mastered all 5 spirit farmer spells. In just a few quarters of an hour, the Lingyu rice had been planted, and the next step was daily management. With the illusion formation and the pea shooter, Gu Mo did not need to worry about insects or rodents sneaking in to gnaw on the Ling rice. He only needed to cast the small cloud rain technique on the spirit field every day, and the remaining time Gu Mo could use to comprehend the breath concealment technique. As Gu Mo already understood the principle of the breath concealment technique, his progress in mastering this secret spell was rapid. In about a month and a half, he had already mastered this breath concealment technique. Activating the secret spell, the spiritual energy fluctuations on Gu Mo's body quickly concealed themselves, and even his aura became faint. Not bad, it should be able to hide from the prying eyes of cultivators below Foundation establishment. Gu Mo nodded in satisfaction. The reason why the breath concealment technique was superior to the chi concealment art was not only that the secret spell had the ability to conceal aura, but also that its effect on hiding cultivation was stronger. The breath concealment technique, upon getting started, could withstand the prying eyes of cultivators in the same major realm, and when cultivated to the mastery realm, it could prevent being spied on by cultivators one major realm higher than oneself. In contrast, the chi concealment art only had the effect of the breath concealment technique's mastery after being cultivated to major achievement. As for the effect of the breath concealment technique's major achievement realm, Gu Mo did not know, because the breath concealment technique he obtained was not complete and could at most be cultivated to the mastery realm. It made sense, the breath concealment technique was not some cheap secret spell, so how could they give him the complete version? But for Gu Mo, being able to cultivate the breath concealment technique to the mastery level was already enough. As long as he could hide from cultivators of the same rank and one rank higher, as for higher ranked cultivators, the meaning of concealment was not great. Gu Mo's rapidly increasing cultivation would attract the attention of chi refining and foundation establishment cultivators, making them think that Gu Mo had obtained some opportunity, but in the eyes of stronger golden core stage cultivators, this might not be anything at all. Treasures in the eyes of low-level cultivators might be trash in the eyes of higher-level cultivators. During the period when Gu Mo was mastering the breath concealment technique, the number of sunflowers in the spirit field also reached 10. Gu Mo originally had 5 sunflowers, so the sun essence required to purchase the 6th sunflower only took 10 days to accumulate. The 7th sunflower took even less time, and then the time became shorter and shorter. Finally, the sun essence required for the 10th sunflower was accumulated in just over 5 days. Now Gu Mo could harvest 10 portions of sun essence every day. However, since the breath concealment technique had just been mastered, it was not yet time to cultivate with full effort without any worries. So Gu Mo stored all the sun essence harvested daily in the black mist space. If sun essence was left outside after harvesting, it would gradually dissipate, but if stored in the black mist space, it could be preserved for a long time. Then, let's quickly cultivate the breath concealment technique to the mastery realm. Gu Mo took a deep breath and continued to immerse himself in the comprehension of the breath concealment technique. With his understanding of the breath concealment technique's principle, there would be no bottleneck in cultivating it to mastery, it was merely a matter of spending time. Without the need for cultivation and pausing the comprehension of spirit farmer spells, Gu Mo spent all his time on the cultivation of the breath concealment technique, greatly increasing its progress. Time flowed by, and as Gu Mo's 3rd season of Lingyu rice was about to mature, he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Gu Mo's aura was completely gone, just like a mortal. Finally, I've entered the mastery realm. He let out a long breath. This was the first time Gu Mo had wholeheartedly comprehended a secret spell without reservation. Fortunately, the result was very satisfying. From the moment he obtained the breath concealment technique, it took him 1 season of Lingyu rice to cultivate it to the mastery realm. If this were to be known, it would surely shock countless people. The breath concealment technique was not some low-grade small spell, but a secret spell more difficult to cultivate than ordinary spells. How many people needed several years just to get started, and as for the mastery realm, it was unthinkable without at least a decade or more. This was based on a cultivator with a medium spiritual root and comprehension ability as a template. If it were a utility disciple, it would probably take decades to get started, and some with poor comprehension ability might not even be able to begin. But Gu Mo, relying on knowledge from another world, successfully analyzed the principle of the breath concealment technique, which allowed him to cultivate it to the mastery realm within 1 season of Lingyu rice. Then, let's try the feeling of cultivating with full effort. With the breath concealment technique entering the mastery realm, Gu Mo could now cultivate with full effort without any reservations. Immediately, Gu Mo took out 10 portions of sun essence and absorbed them. 1 portion of sun essence was equivalent to 3 days of Gu Mo's arduous cultivation, and 10 portions of sun essence were equivalent to a month of Gu Mo's arduous cultivation. A month of arduous cultivation was released in this instant. Gu Mo immediately felt the surging spiritual energy containing the sun essence in his meridians. Without hesitation, Gu Mo controlled the spiritual energy to begin the expansion of the second small heavenly cycle. The expansion of the meridians was overwhelming under the surging spiritual energy, but when the second small heavenly cycle expanded to 1/3 of its progress, the surging spiritual energy flow began to weaken. Seeing this, Gu Mo once again took out 10 portions of sun essence and absorbed them. In an instant, the surging spiritual energy came again, helping Gu Mo to rapidly expand his meridians. It was clear that Gu Mo intended to directly break through to the chi refining second layer in one go. He had stayed at the chi refining first layer for too long. Boom. When Gu Mo took out and absorbed 10 portions of sun essence for the third time, the second small heavenly cycle within his body was directly opened, which signified Gu Mo officially stepping into the chi refining second layer. When one's realm experiences a breakthrough, their physique will also undergo a complete marrow cleansing. Gu Mo had previously been using his perfected cleansing art to cleanse his body, which made his physique inherently stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. This breakthrough further enhanced his physique. Still triple, hey. 3 hours passed, and the marrow cleansing effect brought by the realm breakthrough disappeared. Gu Mo assessed his condition and found that after entering chi refining second layer, his spiritual power and physique were still 3 times that of cultivators at the same stage. This meant that Gu Mo currently possessed the combat power of at least a chi refining stage 3 cultivator. Being 3 times stronger at chi refining first layer and still 3 times stronger at chi refining second layer did not mean Gu Mo hadn't improved. On the contrary, the fact that Gu Mo could maintain 3 times the spiritual power and physique of cultivators at the same stage was already a very impressive improvement. If he hadn't improved, Gu Mo, upon reaching chi refining second layer, would likely only have achieved twice the spiritual power and physique of cultivators at the same stage, relying on his foundation from chi refining first layer. Furthermore, the cultivation technique Gu Mo cultivated was only the relatively common chi condensation art. To achieve such an effect proved that Gu Mo's consistent use of the perfected cleansing art on himself had a significant impact. I was a bit too impulsive just now. Having successfully entered chi refining second layer, Gu Mo stood up and stretched his body. Feeling the slight tingling in his meridians, he secretly warned himself. After his breath concealment technique reached perfection, Gu Mo chose to directly complete a small heavenly cycle in one go. While this allowed Gu Mo to break through to chi refining second layer in an extremely short time, it also put immense pressure on his meridians. Fortunately, Gu Mo's meridian strength, enhanced by the perfected cleansing art, far surpassed that of other cultivators, which allowed him to break through smoothly. If it had been anyone else, their meridians would likely have torn, and spiritual power would have rushed out of the meridians, coursing wildly through the body, ultimately leading to injury. Thanks to his tough meridians, although no serious consequences occurred, his meridians still suffered a slight injury from the sudden immense pressure. However, this minor injury would quickly heal, so there was no need to worry too much. After familiarizing himself with the power of his new realm, Gu Mo circulated his breath concealment technique. Immediately, the aura of his chi refining second layer quickly receded, finally settling at chi refining first layer. Gu Mo had waited a long time to break through to chi refining second layer, but for a utility disciple, this speed of breakthrough was still a bit too fast. Gu Mo planned to only reveal his chi refining second layer realm after a small portion of the utility disciples who started with him had also reached chi refining second layer. Why a small portion and not most? Because not all utility disciples can reach chi refining second layer within a few years. More often, utility disciples need to spend 10 or even 20 years to potentially reach chi refining second layer. If they are lucky enough to accumulate some cultivation resources, they might even have a chance to impact the chi refining stage 3 realm in their lifetime, but this is already the limit for the vast majority of utility disciples. Spiritual root talent and cultivation resources are the biggest obstacles on a utility disciple's cultivation path. Only by obtaining an opportunity can they possibly break through the shackles and reach a higher realm. This is also why many cultivators are willing to fight desperately for opportunities. The vast majority of cultivators' deaths are due to the struggle for opportunities. Gu Mo's caution is also to hide his great opportunity. To celebrate your master's cultivation breakthrough, I'll reward you with an extra portion of sun essence today. Gu Mo's gaze swept towards the koi in the water tank. At this moment, Gu Mo could only share his joy of cultivation breakthrough with this koi. After these days of feeding, nearly half of the koi scales had turned golden, and as the number of golden scales increased, Gu Mo noticed that this koi had become much smarter, which meant it was evolving towards becoming a true spirit beast. Splish, splash. Seeing the 2 portions of sun essence in Gu Mo's hand, the koi happily smacked its lips. After Gu Mo put the 2 portions of sun essence into its mouth, he walked out of the small house. The yield from the spirit plant field is quite a bit less this time. Gu Mo looked at the ripe lingyu rice in the spirit plant field. During this season's lingyu rice cultivation, Gu Mo had been fully focused on comprehending the breath concealment technique, which led to a significant slackening in the management of the spirit plant field. This resulted in some minor pest infestations not being dealt with in time, causing a reduction in yield. But even with the reduced yield, Gu Mo estimated that it should still be around 600 caddies. After all, the spirit plant field was guarded by an illusion formation and pea shooters, which fended off 80 to 90% of insect and rodent pests. Even with a reduction in yield, the actual decrease was not much. If other spiritual farmers dared to follow Gu Mo's example, they would at least see a 70 to 80% reduction in yield. Swish, swish, swish. Gu Mo quickly harvested the lingyu rice in the spirit plant field. After his realm improved, Gu Mo's spiritual power surged several times compared to when he was at chi refining first layer. With abundant spiritual power, casting spells naturally became effortless. After the spirit plant field harvest was complete, Gu Mo put the 10 sunflowers, 5 pea shooters and the koi in the water tank into the black mist space. Then, he rode a crane to the spirit plant hall to register his yield. Spirit plant hall. Zhao Qiancheng, who rarely showed his face, was currently beside a young woman, a warm smile on his face. Junior sister Yuan, why are you only coming to senior brother's place now? Senior brother Zhao, junior sister has been busy cultivating, so I only now found time to come to senior brother's place. The young woman's words were full of politeness. After all, although they addressed each other as senior brother and junior sister, they had only met twice. The first time was several months ago at the inner sect disciple initiation ceremony. In Kinglo sect, only inner sect disciples have a special initiation ceremony. Outer sect disciples and utility disciples do not receive such treatment. Read the error-free version at 1619 book bar. As an elder of the Spirit Plant Hall, Zhao Qiancheng also enjoyed the treatment of an inner sect disciple. Therefore, he addressed inner sect disciples as senior brother or junior sister based on their cultivation. As a foundation establishment cultivator, Zhao Qiancheng did not need to be so enthusiastic towards a newly initiated inner sect disciple. However, this newly initiated inner sect disciple possessed the very rare fire spiritual root. Most cultivators have balanced 5 elements, but there is a small group of people where one particular attribute accounts for over 50% of all attributes. These can be called attribute spiritual roots. And according to the proportion, attribute spiritual roots are also divided into different grades. Exactly 50% is a low-grade attribute spiritual root, 60% is medium grade, 70% is high grade, and if it reaches 80%, it is supreme grade. As for 90%, this is almost non-existent. Even if it did exist, it would quickly die prematurely. Extreme imbalance in the 5 elements can cause many problems. Such infants born in the mortal world would die shortly after birth. Only those born into powerful immortal cultivation sects with deep foundations might survive. Even if an infant with a single attribute reaching 90% appeared in a weak immortal cultivation family, they would not be able to protect it. This is also why the few powerful single spiritual root cultivators in the history of the cultivation world all came from top-tier great sects. Currently, the person beside Zhao Qiancheng was a medium-grade fire spiritual root. An attribute spiritual root is not necessarily stronger than a 5 elements balanced spiritual root. In fact, in overall circumstances, it might even be inferior to a 5 elements balanced one. However, an attribute spiritual root has a unique advantage in cultivating corresponding attribute cultivation techniques and spells. For example, this young woman with a medium-grade fire spiritual root will definitely not progress slower than a superior spiritual root when cultivating fire attribute cultivation techniques. An inner sect disciple with a cultivation speed reaching high grade will at least achieve foundation establishment in the future, and even golden core is not an impossible hope. If she can obtain some great opportunities, nascent soul is not out of the question. How could Zhao Qiancheng not be enthusiastic when facing such a junior sister? In the cultivation world, strength is paramount, but when your strength cannot advance further, you need to consider human relations. If you don't build a good relationship while the other party is still weak, you won't have the chance once she becomes strong. That's right, for us cultivators, cultivation is the most important, Zhao Qiancheng replied with a laugh. As they spoke, the two arrived at the Spirit Plant Hall's warehouse. This junior sister Yuan wasn't there to chat with Zhao Qiancheng. She came to the Spirit Plant Hall to receive her inner sect disciple benefits and also to tour the various industries within the sect. Compared to outer sect and utility disciples, inner sect disciples are the true core of the Kinglo sect, the future leaders of the sect. Naturally, the Kinglo sect is very generous with the treatment of inner sect disciples. Spirit stones, medicinal pills, magical artifacts are self-evident, and inner sect disciples consume Lingyu rice daily as a supplement to their cultivation. After all, medicinal pills cannot be consumed excessively, but Lingyu rice has no such restriction. Therefore, unless a cultivator is particularly short on funds, they will consume Lingyu rice daily, which not only satisfies their appetite but also aids their cultivation. Young man, why is this season's yield quite a bit less? When Zhao Qiancheng brought the fire spiritual root girl into the warehouse, he heard the voice of the warehouse manager. The girl's arrival time was well planned. This was precisely the time when a new season of Lingyu rice was ripe. Since she was there to collect Lingyu rice, she naturally wanted to choose the freshest, in-season Lingyu rice. This season's spirit field suffered from an insect plague, so... Facing the warehouse manager's inquiry, Gu Mo pulled out the words he had prepared long ago. Who hasn't encountered a few insect or rat plagues when farming? Therefore, fluctuations in spirit field yield are very normal. What a pity. Hearing that Gu Mo suffered an insect plague, the warehouse manager's face showed regret. Gu Mo had previously won the yield per mu champion once. If he could maintain his previous yield of 800 jin, he might still be able to compete for the title of yield per mu champion this year. Each time one wins the yield per mu champion, they receive a reward. Utility disciples have poor cultivation talent and can only rely on resources. The reward for the yield per mu champion is a very good accumulation of resources. Seeing the warehouse manager's expression of regret, Gu Mo also showed a look of disappointment. He was quite concerned about the reward for the yield per mu champion. The previous yield per mu champion allowed Gu Mo to get an opportunity to become a Lingzi master. Even if this time's reward wasn't as good as the last, he presumed it wouldn't be too bad. Unfortunately, nothing is absolutely perfect. In order to quickly cultivate the breath concealment technique to proficiency, Gu Mo could only sacrifice some of the spirit field's yield. Having missed this opportunity, Gu Mo will no longer have the chance to compete for the Lingyu rice yield per mu champion in the future. Having entered the Qi refining second layer and mastered all 5 types of spirit farmer spells, Gu Mo is now fully capable of attempting higher grade spirit plants. No longer cultivating Lingyu rice, he naturally cannot compete for the Lingyu rice yield per mu champion. After weighing, Gu Mo's yield this time was finally set at over 600 jin. Although it was not as much as the previous 800 jin, this yield still exceeded the average standard. Of this, 300 jin of Lingyu rice was handed over and exchanged for contribution points. Adding the original 800 contribution points, Gu Missouri now had 1100 contribution points in hand. Without needing to exchange for the Qi concealment art, which costs 3000, these 1100 contribution points could already be exchanged for quite a few things. Of the remaining 300 jin of Lingyu rice, Gu Mo planned to sell 200 jin to exchange for spirit stones. The market's wine shop was Gu Mo's only external connection to the sect currently, which was quite beneficial for Gu Mo to understand the situation outside the sect. Gu Mo naturally couldn't cut ties. Besides, with the formation plate as a spirit stone consumer, Gu Mo's demand for spirit stones was not small. The last 100 jin of Lingyu rice was kept by Gu Mo for himself. Deacon Zhao. After completing the yield registration, Gu Mo, who was about to leave, turned around and saw Zhao Qiancheng. He quickly bowed, feeling a hint of apprehension, as this was the moment to test his proficient breath concealment technique. The previous matter was handled well. Zhao Qiancheng glanced at Gu Mo and nodded. The matter he referred to was naturally the more than 100 new recruits Gu Mo had brought to the Spirit Plant Hall in the miscellaneous disciple area earlier. This was definitely the largest batch the Spirit Plant Hall had actively recruited in recent years, and their quality was also much better than those utility disciples who had been screened. Now, those actively joining utility disciples are diligently cultivating Spirit Farmer spells. Once they master a Spirit Farmer spell, they will be able to develop the spirit fields outside the valley, and by then, the Spirit Plant Hall's yield should not continue to slightly decline. It's a pity that among this batch of utility disciples, no one with outstanding comprehension ability like Gu Mo has appeared. It's been 4 or 5 months, and no one has successfully comprehended a Spirit Farmer spell. Unlike Gu Mo, who mastered the small cloud rain technique in 3 months. This is what a disciple should do. Gu Mo appeared very humble. At the same time, his gaze couldn't help but sweep over the girl beside Zhao Qiancheng. Her black and red hair was truly eye-catching. This was an anomaly caused by the imbalance of the 5 elements in the body of a spiritual root holder. The higher the grade of her spiritual root, the more obvious the anomaly. Keep up the good work. Zhao Qiancheng offered a few words of encouragement. He clearly had no intention of introducing the girl beside him to Gu Mo. This girl was an inner sect disciple, while Gu Mo was merely a utility disciple. The two were completely on different levels. Upon hearing this, Gu Mo also bowed and retreated. During this time, Zhao Qiancheng did not discover any issues with Gu Mo's cultivation, which meant that the breath concealment technique could indeed hide him from a foundation establishment cultivator's perception. Senior brother Zhao, you seem to think highly of this utility disciple. Gu Mo left, but the girl became interested. Zhao Qiancheng, as a foundation establishment deacon, actually chatted with a utility disciple for so long, which in itself was very rare. He's a good prospect, with outstanding comprehension ability. He mastered the small cloud rain technique in 3 months and won the Lingyu rice yield per mu champion in 1 year. It's a pity his spiritual root is too poor. Zhao Qiancheng nodded. Aside from his poor spiritual root, Gu Mo's other performances were extremely outstanding. For this, he was willing to make an exception and give Gu Mo, this utility disciple, an opportunity to interact with a Lingzi master. Listening to Zhao Qiancheng's words, the girl appeared very calm, even with a hint of disdain in her heart, because Gu Mo's achievements were outstanding among utility disciples, but in her eyes, as an inner sect disciple, they were just ordinary. She comprehended those fire element spells much faster than this. In fact, among all inner sect disciples, she was among the top tier in comprehending fire element cultivation techniques and spells. This was the powerful boost of a medium-grade fire spiritual root. But when Zhao Qiancheng casually mentioned that Gu Mo had mastered the perfected cleansing art, the girl's expression immediately changed. The perfected cleansing art possesses the effect of marrow cleansing. This is no secret among the inner sect disciples. Several senior brothers from the inner sect spent a great deal of time diligently cultivating the cleaning technique for this very reason, aiming to cultivate it to perfection. Their goal was to then use the marrow cleansing effect of the perfected cleansing art to gain a profound foundation. Some of those senior brothers succeeded and are now among the strongest combatants in the inner sect disciples, while others, of course, failed, spending a great deal of time without managing to cultivate the cleaning technique to perfection, thus wasting precious time. They are now at the bottom among the inner sect disciples. The young girl also wished to obtain the perfected cleansing art. It could be said that this was the standard for a prodigy. Only by possessing a foundation far surpassing cultivators of the same order could one be called a prodigy. The perfected cleansing art was the cheapest way to achieve this goal. After all, besides the perfected cleansing art, there were various heaven and earth treasures to achieve a foundation far surpassing those of the same order, but these items were too precious for even inner sect disciples to obtain. In contrast, the cleaning technique could be cultivated by anyone. The only difficulty was that it was too hard to cultivate it to perfection. As a medium-grade fire spiritual root, the young girl's talent was naturally not bad, especially in comprehending fire-attributed cultivation techniques and spells, where she far surpassed others. However, correspondingly, in comprehending cultivation techniques of other attributes, the young girl was not very effective, even appearing somewhat dull. Therefore, the young girl clearly realized that, given her situation, it was absolutely impossible for her to comprehend the cleaning technique to perfection. But without mastering the perfected cleansing art, how could she stand out in the talent-rich inner sect? The young girl's experiences made her deeply desire to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could she avoid being bullied and control her own destiny. However, the perfected cleansing art was truly not something that could be achieved by mere conviction, but Zhao Qiancheng's words gave the young girl a new idea. Junior sister Yuan, what's wrong? Seeing the young girl somewhat lost in thought, Zhao Qiancheng inquired. I suddenly understood a difficult point in cultivation just now. The young girl offered a reason to brush him off. Afterward, under Zhao Qiancheng's guidance, the young girl collected her ling rice. Market. Brother Gu, you're finally here. As Gu Mo stepped into Go Yuyu's wine shop, the latter's voice drifted from far to near into Gu Mo's ears. Upon hearing this, Gu Mo wasted no words and directly took out 200 caddies of ling rice, while Go Yuyu quickly handed over 660 spirit stones along with a pot of spirit wine. With the transaction complete, the overjoyed Go Yuyu was about to chat with Gu Mo to deepen their relationship, but Gu Mo's next words instantly stiffened Go Yuyu's expression. Brother Go, next time I won't be selling this ling yu rice anymore, and there's no need for that secret art I asked you to inquire about last time either, Gu Mo said after a moment of contemplation. Gu Mo no longer planned to plant ling yu rice, he intended to plant higher quality spirit plants. Naturally, he would have no ling rice to sell to Go Yuyu, and as for the secret art to conceal cultivation that he had asked him to inquire about, he now had the breath concealment technique and no longer needed it. Brother Gu, is there something I did wrong that made you unhappy? Go Yuyu asked worriedly. His wine shop had finally managed to produce a batch of good quality spirit wine with the help of the excellent ling rice Gu Mo sold during this period. Just as he had accumulated some reputation, it was about to disappear immediately. How could Go Yuyu not feel distressed? This concerned his income. As a loose cultivator, he relied entirely on this wine shop to advance further. Brother, you've misunderstood, it's just that ling yu rice is too low grade, so I won't plant it anymore. I plan to switch to higher quality spirit plants. If you want some, I can sell you some then. Seeing Go Yuyu's expression, Gu Mo reacted and quickly explained. Really? Go Yuyu said, somewhat disbelievingly. If he brewed wine with high quality spirit plants, the effect would definitely be stronger than with ling yu rice, and he also had several high-grade spirit wine recipes. As long as the senior behind Gu Mo didn't plant some particularly strange spirit plants, he could brew them into spirit wine. Of course, but high-quality spirit plants are not cheap, you know, Gu Mo reminded. Don't worry, as long as you can get me high-quality spirit plants, the price is not an issue, Go Yuyu guaranteed. He could barely get some aged ling yu rice, which was a low-grade ling rice, through his channels, but he had no channels for higher quality spirit plants. However, as long as there was a channel, even if the price was slightly higher than the market price, he could accept it, as the profits would be enormous if he could brew high-quality spirit wine. Brother, this is my treasured good wine, please pass it on to that senior. Before Gu Mo left, Go Yuyu reluctantly took out a small bottle. As a winemaker, he naturally had some good things on him, but he usually didn't bear to use them, only taking a small sip when he needed to break through a minor cultivation bottleneck. But this time, Go Yuyu felt that he had to make a sacrifice and slightly curry favor with the powerful figure behind Gu Mo. After all, for high-quality spirit plants, Go Yuyu feared that Gu Mo, as a utility disciple, might not have enough influence. Okay. Gu Mo nodded. This was Go Yuyu trying to curry favor with a non-existent powerful figure behind him, and Gu Mo truly couldn't refuse, because as a utility disciple, what right did he have to refuse on behalf of the powerful figure behind him? Moreover, Gu Mo accepting Go Yuyu's item, and Gu Mo then selling high-quality spirit plants to Go Yuyu, would actually be Go Yuyu taking advantage. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. Wow, so strong. After leaving the wine shop, Gu Mo opened the small bottle Go Yuyu gave him, and a fiery aroma of wine immediately assailed him. From this aroma, Gu Mo actually felt a burning sensation. Gu Mo didn't know much about wine, but just from this fiery aroma, he could tell that the spiritual energy contained in this wine was not low. Wine of this quality would definitely provide a significant boost to cultivation, but Gu Mo had sun essence, which was many times more effective. Drinking it directly would be a waste, he could trade it with other cultivators instead. After browsing the market, Gu Mo rode his crane back to the spirit plant hall. This time, Gu Mo was smarter, he didn't choose the spirit seeds when he left earlier, but decided to choose them upon his return, to avoid any mishaps along the way. Upon arriving at the warehouse for distributing spirit seeds, Gu Mo directly chose first-order high-grade spirit plants, water spirit rice. This was the spirit plant Gu Mo ultimately decided on after careful consideration. Water spirit rice also belonged to ling rice, but unlike ling yu rice, which was dry rice, water spirit rice was paddy rice. Therefore, planting water spirit rice required transforming the spirit field into a paddy field, and the water needed for the transformation was not ordinary water, but spiritual spring water containing spiritual energy, or spiritual rain condensed by casting the small cloud rain technique. There was a spiritual spring outside the spiritual spring valley, not far from Gu Mo's spirit field, but the flow of that spiritual spring was not large enough to meet the needs of planting water spirit rice. Thus, the missing portion would need to be supplemented by Gu Mo casting the small cloud rain technique. To cultivate ling rice, one only needs to cast the small cloud rain technique once a day, but if cultivating water spirit rice, the number of times the small cloud rain technique needs to be cast each day will be far more than once. The spiritual field must be kept in a flooded state at all times. It's no exaggeration to say that the cultivation requirements for high-grade water spirit rice are definitely not comparable to ling rice. Without a proficient small cloud rain technique, it's very difficult to guarantee the yield of water spirit rice. But in the end, Gu Mo still chose to cultivate water spirit rice. The reason is simple, he is not far from his small cloud rain technique breaking through to the proficiency realm. As Gu Mo fully comprehends the principles of the small cloud rain technique, there is no bottleneck for him in advancing the small cloud rain technique, all he lacks is proficiency. Among the 5 spirit farmer spells exclusive to spiritual farmers, Gu Mo's most proficient is currently the small cloud rain technique. After all, it's a spell he has to cast every day, so it would be strange if his proficiency wasn't high. Besides the small cloud rain technique being on the verge of breaking through to the proficiency realm, Gu Mo's cultivation has also entered the chi refining second layer. Benefiting from the perfected cleansing art, Gu Mo's spiritual power is 3 times that of cultivators at the same realm, and countless times stronger than when he was at chi refining first layer. At chi refining first layer, Gu Mo would exhaust his spiritual power after casting the small cloud rain technique 3 to 5 times, but now, casting it more than 10 times is not a problem. This also means that even if Gu Mo's small cloud rain technique has not entered the proficiency realm, with his current spiritual power, he can meet the minimum requirements for cultivating water spirit rice. Having talked so much about the difficulty of cultivating water spirit rice, it's natural to discuss its benefits next. Among so many high-grade and mid-grade spirit plants, why did Gu Mo specifically choose it? Besides Gu Mo happening to meet the requirements for cultivating water spirit rice, he naturally valued its high-grade quality and its effect of nourishing meridians and physique. Ling rice belongs to unattributed ling rice, but as its name suggests, water spirit rice is ling rice containing water-attributed spiritual power. This type of ling rice has a very obvious enhancing effect on cultivators who cultivate water-attributed cultivation techniques. Ling rice is not like medicinal pills that cannot be taken excessively. As long as cultivators who cultivate water-attributed cultivation techniques have sufficient water spirit rice, their cultivation speed can definitely surpass that of cultivators of the same period. Even for cultivators who do not cultivate water-attributed cultivation techniques, the inherent high-grade quality of water spirit rice is present, and the spiritual power it contains will not be weak. Furthermore, water spirit rice also possesses the effect of nourishing meridians and physique, which has a therapeutic effect on minor meridian injuries that occur during cultivation. If Gu Mo can successfully cultivate water spirit rice, the gains will definitely not be comparable to the current ling rice. However, there was a slight hiccup when collecting the water spirit rice seeds. Gu Mo, a utility disciple who had only joined the spirit plant hall for just over a year, actually came directly to collect high-grade water spirit rice seeds. This made the manager in charge of seed distribution a bit indecisive for a moment. High-quality spiritual seeds are not easy to cultivate. Even if Gu Mo is not an ordinary utility disciple and holds the title of Ling Rice Yield Champion, Ling Rice and Water Spirit Rice are completely different levels of spirit plants. If water spirit rice seeds were rashly given to Gu Mo and he failed in cultivation, wouldn't that be a waste of precious rice seeds? Even if there is some waste of low-grade and mid-grade spiritual seeds, it's not a big deal, but water spirit rice is a high-grade spirit plant, and it's a relatively valuable one. Finally, the manager distributing the spiritual seeds sent a communication talisman to Deacon Zhao Qiancheng of the Spirit Plant Hall for instructions. Upon receiving the message, Zhao Qiancheng was startled to learn that Gu Mo wanted to try cultivating water spirit rice. It's only been a little over a year. Other utility disciples are still doing odd jobs in the fields, yet Gu Mo is already trying to cultivate high-grade water spirit rice. There are only a few spiritual farmers in the entire Spirit Plant Hall who can cultivate water spirit rice, and these few are all old spiritual farmers who have cultivated the small cloud rain technique to the proficiency realm. Could it be? Thinking of Gu Mo's astonishing comprehension ability, Zhao Qiancheng suddenly thought of a possibility. With this in mind, Zhao Qiancheng directly approved the matter. At the same time, he also had some expectations in his heart. If Gu Mo could truly cultivate water spirit rice, then he would have to consider giving Gu Mo the treatment of a true outer sect disciple. The old spiritual farmers in the Spirit Plant Hall who have specialized skills, although their spiritual root talent is not enough to be true outer sect disciples, they enjoy the same treatment as outer sect disciples, and even exceed it by quite a bit. The manager's action of asking Zhao Qiancheng for instructions was not hidden from Gu Mo. Therefore, Gu Mo saw it clearly, and he was naturally prepared for it. In the Dao of spiritual farming, Gu Mo's strategy is to display his talent as much as possible, which can help him gain more benefits. But in cultivation, Gu Mo's strategy is to be low-key and hidden. His becoming an excellent spiritual farmer will not attract any covetousness, but with his inferior spiritual root talent, his cultivation speed is faster than cultivators with superior spiritual roots. Any cultivator would be curious about such an anomaly. After all, not every cultivator wants to become a spiritual farmer, but every cultivator yearns for faster cultivation speed. Gu Mo returned to his spiritual field with the spiritual seeds. Then, he saw a petite figure, especially the red and black intertwined hair, which immediately reminded Gu Mo of the girl who had been by Deacon Zhao's side not long ago. But why was she here? It seemed they had no connection. Greetings, senior sister. Gu Mo stepped forward to bow. There was no choice, the other party was wearing intersect disciple attire. Although she looked younger than Gu Mo and her cultivation was only at the initial chi refinement stage, Gu Mo, as a utility disciple, could only address her as senior sister. My name is Yuan Nia, junior brother Gu Mo. Hello. The girl smiled and greeted Gu Mo, showing no airs of an intersect disciple. After all, she came here to ask for help, so it was naturally impossible for her to put on airs. May I ask why senior apprentice sister Yuan is looking for this junior brother? Gu Mo returned the bow, then asked about her intention. He didn't remember having any connection with this intersect senior sister. I heard junior brother Gu Mo possesses the perfected cleansing art. Yuan Nia said with a smile. That is correct. Guo nodded. He had already revealed this matter, and many people in the spirit plant hall knew about it. It was not a secret. I would like to ask junior brother to use the perfected cleansing art to help me with marrow cleansing. Yuan Naya took a deep breath and stated her purpose. After learning from Zhao Qiancheng that Guo possessed the perfected cleansing art, Yuan Naya had this idea. If she couldn't master the perfected cleansing art, then she would ask a cultivator who mastered the perfected cleansing art to help her with marrow cleansing. Ah! Upon hearing this request, Guo was momentarily stunned. The news of him possessing the perfected cleansing art had already spread, but why had no one ever sought him out in the past year or so? The reason no one sought out Guo was simple. The principle of the cleaning technique was to achieve the effect of marrow cleansing through spiritual power vibrations, and since everyone's situation was different, subtle adjustments were required based on the target's physical condition to achieve the best marrow cleansing effect. In such a situation, the target's physical condition would be thoroughly investigated by Guo, and no cultivator would be willing to completely expose their physical condition to an outsider. But now, one had actually appeared, and the other party was even an intersect disciple. Guo didn't know if she was aware of the consequences of asking someone else to perform marrow cleansing with a perfected cleansing art. I understand the cleaning technique no less than you do. Yuan Naya's fingers tightly gripped the corner of her clothes to conceal the turmoil in her heart. She naturally knew very well that if she asked Guo to perform marrow cleansing with the cleaning technique, her physical condition would be thoroughly investigated by him. But she wanted to surpass the other senior brothers and senior sisters of the inner sect, and the marrow cleansing of the cleaning technique was the most cost-effective option. Unfortunately, she didn't have the ability to comprehend the cleaning technique to perfection, and it was impossible for her to ask senior brothers or senior sisters in the inner sect who had mastered the perfected cleansing art for help. Because they were in a competitive relationship, exposing her situation to a competitor would surely mean giving them a weakness to exploit. Moreover, those senior brothers and senior sisters who had mastered the perfected cleansing art would not be willing to add another competitor for themselves. But Guo was different. He was a utility disciple and had no competitive relationship with her. Furthermore, utility disciples were relatively easier to control, and the conditions for helping would not be too high. As for her body's secrets being known by him, what did that matter compared to becoming stronger? Yuan Naya was born into a mortal family. When she was young, her black and red hair made people treat her as an anomaly. Her parents disliked her, and others constantly bullied her. This made Yuan Naya have an incomparable desire to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger would she not be bullied. As long as you help me, I can pay you. What do you want? Spirit stones? Medicinal pills? Magical artifacts? Taking a deep breath, Yuan Naya calmed her inner emotions and said. To be honest, Guo didn't really want to help. He only wanted to cultivate and farm discreetly. But from senior apprentice sister Yuan's eyes, Guo knew that he seemingly had no option to refuse. For a female cultivator to be willing to expose everything about her body and ask a male cultivator like him to perform marrow cleansing with the cleaning technique was enough to prove that she had already made up her mind. What could Guo say about this? He also hadn't expected that there would actually be a cultivator who would disregard the exposure of her body's secrets and still ask someone to perform a perfected cleansing art for her. Alright, I can help you. No need for spirit stones, medicinal pills, or magical artifacts. Just help me out when I'm in trouble. Guo rubbed his forehead. He naturally knew that as an intersect disciple, she definitely wasn't lacking in spirit stones, medicinal pills, or magical artifacts. But Guo could also obtain these through farming. Instead, her favor was definitely more valuable than spirit stones or medicinal pills. Good. Yuan Naya nodded without hesitation. For her, an intersect disciple, to help a utility disciple was absolutely a matter of lifting a finger. Come with me. Guo opened the illusion formation of the spiritual field and beckoned to Yuan Naya. At this moment, the sunflower and pea shooter in the spiritual field were all in Gumo's black mist space, so he naturally didn't have to worry about exposing anything. He just invited her in first. Seeing this, Yuan Naya followed without the slightest hesitation. Although she was only in the early chi refinement stage, she was confident she could defeat 3 Gumos. This was also because Guo had mastered the perfected cleansing art, so his foundation might be stronger than that of ordinary utility disciples. If it were an ordinary utility disciple, she could defeat 10. Furthermore, who would dare to lay a hand on an intersect disciple within the sect? Wasn't that courting death? Although Yuan Naya yearned to become stronger, she wasn't brainless. She had only come after analyzing the situation and confirming that there would be no risks. Senior sister, let's agree first. I'll help you with marrow cleansing using the perfected cleansing art, but you can't tell anyone about me. Arriving at the small house by the spiritual field, Guo instructed. Intersect disciples enjoyed good benefits and treatment, but correspondingly, they were also very competitive. All intersect disciples desperately wanted to stand out and become true disciples of the Kinglo sect. Only by becoming a true disciple could one contend for the position of sect master, and at the same time, obtain better resources. In fact, for every true disciple, the sect would provide a set of core formation resources. The temptation of core formation caused countless intersect disciples to fight tooth and nail for the true disciple spots. Yuan Naya, after receiving marrow cleansing from Gumo's perfected cleansing art, would have her foundation increased and would definitely become a formidable opponent. If it were known that Guo had helped, it was possible that those intersect disciples would target Guo. It would be difficult to strike at Yuan Naya, who was also an intersect disciple, but it would be very easy to deal with Guo, a utility disciple. You also can't say that I received the perfected cleansing art here. Yuan Naya, realizing that her line had been stolen, quickly added. Gu Mo didn't want others to know that he had performed the perfected cleansing art for Yuan Naya, and similarly, Yuan Naya didn't want others to know that she had received marrow cleansing from the perfected cleansing art from Gu Mo. If this were exposed, her reputation would be ruined. Even though Yuan Naya didn't care too much about these things after all, as long as you are strong enough, no one dares to speak ill of you behind your back. It was naturally better to keep it a secret if possible. Then, let's begin. After agreeing on secrecy, Gu Mo motioned for Yuan Naya to sit down. Then, he reached out and took Yuan Naya's hand. Gu Mo now needed to understand Yuan Naya's physical condition to find the optimal spiritual power vibration frequency, which required physical contact to obtain specific data. After that, Gu Mo would not need physical contact to perform the cleaning technique. Good. Yuan Naya was a little expectant, yet also carried a hint of apprehension and uneasiness. Finally, all the emotions in her heart transformed into an intense desire to become stronger. For the sake of the Dao, minor matters were simply not worth mentioning. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. As Gu Mo's spiritual power probed, Yuan Naya couldn't help but let out a soft hum. Gu Mo's spiritual power was filled with a warm aura, which made Yuan Naya, who had a fire spiritual root, feel very comfortable. Continue. Feeling Gu Mo's gaze sweep over her, Yuan Naya quickly composed herself. Upon hearing this, Gu Mo controlled the vibrating spiritual power, probing through Yuan Naya's hand towards other parts of her body. Moments later, Gu Mo's brows furrowed slightly. Then, his gaze subtly swept over the bulging area on Yuan Naya's chest. According to the feedback from the spiritual power probe, the size of this area should be much smaller than what he saw. Could it be? Gu Mo quickly realized the reason. At the same time, Gu Mo also heard the clack sound of Yuan Naya's tightly clenched fists. It was clear that Gu Mo's careful action had still alerted Yuan Naya. Evidently, Yuan Naya also knew that under Gu Mo's spiritual power investigation, all disguises would be exposed. Quickly composing himself, Gu Mo continued his investigation as if he hadn't noticed anything. Suddenly, Gu Mo noticed Yuan Naya's body instantly tense up, and a blush appeared on her face. Combined with the position of his spiritual power's vibration at that moment, sweat beads couldn't help but appear on Gu Mo's forehead, fearing that she might suddenly erupt. He quickly controlled his spiritual power to continue downwards. Only then did Yuan Naya's tense body gradually relax. Although both sides knew what had happened, they tacitly said nothing. Alright. After examining Yuan Naya's body, Gu Mo had already mastered the optimal spiritual power oscillation frequency for her. Phew. Hearing that Gu Mo had completed his examination, Yuan Naya also let out a long breath. There were several times she almost cried out. Although Yuan Naya was mentally prepared for this situation when she chose to let Gu Mo perform the great perfection level purification technique for marrow cleansing on her, the warm sensation contained within Gu Mo's spiritual power still exceeded her expectations. Junior brother Gu Mo, you've been hiding quite a few secrets, Yuan Naya said, appraising Gu Mo. With her own secret discovered, Yuan Naya urgently needed to grasp some of Gu Mo's secrets. Only when both sides held each other's secrets could they be wary of each other and not reveal them. Senior sister Yuan's secret isn't small either, Gu Mo hinted meaningfully. If she dared to expose his secret, then Gu Mo would spread the word that her chest was padded. Humph. Yuan Naya clenched her fists, wishing she could punch Gu Mo. Which other utility disciple, upon seeing an intersect disciple like her, wasn't respectful? But this Gu Mo was an exception. However, remembering that she still needed his help, Yuan Naya suppressed the shame and annoyance in her heart. Then, junior brother Gu Mo, let senior sister experience the effect of your great perfection level purification technique. Okay. Gu Mo nodded. This was also his first time performing the perfected cleansing art on someone else, and he was equally anticipating the effect. His spiritual power circulated within his body, then Gu Mo sent out a ray of cleaning technique light towards Yuan Naya. As the light landed on Yuan Naya, she felt a tingling and soreness throughout her body. The oscillating spiritual power continuously cleansed her body, shaking out some of the impurities within. A quarter of an hour later, the cleaning technique's spiritual power dissipated, and Yuan Naya slumped to the ground. At this moment, she looked as if she had just been pulled out of water, drenched in sweat. But Yuan Naya's eyes were full of pleasant surprise at this moment. The effect of this perfected cleansing art was surprisingly good, exceeding her expectations. She had naturally researched the cleaning technique before. After realizing that she was not cut out for cultivating the cleaning technique, she decisively gave up. However, this did not affect Yuan Naya's judgment of the perfected cleansing art's effect. After all, there were records of cultivators in the sect who had achieved perfection in the cleaning technique, and the effects of the perfected cleansing art were meticulously documented. But those records were not as strong or as long-lasting as her current personal experience. Senior sister Yuan, are you alright? Seeing Yuan Naya slumped on the ground in a daze, Gu Mo was a little worried, because the cleaning technique he performed on Yuan Naya was an enhanced version. A normal perfected cleansing art only lasts for about 10 breaths, but this time the cleaning technique lasted for a quarter of an hour. The reason Gu Mo increased the dosage was because he suddenly thought of a problem. If he performed the cleaning technique at a normal dosage, then he would need to apply it to the other party once a day. Gu Mo clearly could not accept Yuan Naya coming every day. He had so many secrets here, wouldn't her daily visits expose them? Other secrets being exposed were not important, but the sunflower secret absolutely could not be exposed. As for Gu Mo going to Yuan Naya's residence every day to perform the cleaning technique on her, that was also unrealistic. It was not easy for him, a utility disciple, to enter the inner sect disciple's residence, and he also needed to manage the Ling rice fields. He didn't have time to run back and forth. After much thought, Gu Mo came up with a method, directly increasing the dosage. Performing the cleaning technique once could last for many days, thus eliminating the need to perform it daily. I'm fine, I'm very well. Yuan Naya composed herself, then mobilized the spiritual power within her body to dissipate the lingering tingling sensation. At this moment, she also felt a change. The circulation of her spiritual power was much smoother than before. The effect was so obvious it was almost instantaneous. Speaking of which, Yuan Naya's noticeable effect was not only due to Gu Mo's enhanced cleaning technique, but also because Yuan Naya came from the mortal world, and her body contained more mortal chi than those disciples who grew up in the sect from a young age. Now, with the help of Gu Mo's perfected cleansing art, the mortal chi within Yuan Naya's body was cleansed, and the effect was naturally immediate. Junior brother Gu Mo, I'll come again in a month. Yuan Naya checked her own condition. This marrow cleansing would require at least a month for her to adapt. Originally, Yuan Naya was still troubled about how she could receive Gu Mo's cleaning technique cleansing every day. Coming here every day would sooner or later raise suspicion. Now, this problem was easily solved. Suddenly, Yuan Naya's heart stirred. If she could think of this problem, then perhaps Gu Mo had also thought of it, and perhaps this cleaning technique, with its extraordinary intensity and duration, was his solution. As a cultivator who had cultivated a spell to the perfection realm, making some adjustments to the spell's power was definitely not difficult. Yuan Naya left. Before leaving, she gave Gu Mo a communication jade talisman for contact. Compared to a one-time communication talisman, this communication jade talisman was more akin to a magical artifact and could be reused multiple times. Naturally, this item was not cheap, but for an inner sect disciple, it was nothing. After confirming Yuan Naya's departure, Gu Mo replanted the sunflower and pea shooter from the black mist space back into the Ling rice field. The koi were also put back into the fish tank. After doing all this, Gu Mo stood in front of the Ling rice field, ready to begin a new round of Ling rice field planting. This time, he was going to plant first-order high-grade water spirit rice, and he couldn't be careless. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. He used little flame wave and small earth dragon technique to tidy up the Ling rice field. Next was to frantically cast small cloud rain technique until the Ling rice field was submerged in spiritual rain, only then could he begin planting water spirit rice. A week later. Looking at the Ling rice field where the water was already above his calves, Gu Mo finally let out a long sigh. For a week, every day he had squeezed out every last bit of spiritual power in his body into small cloud rain technique. It had rained continuously for a whole week above Gu Mo's Ling rice field, finally submerging it. With the Ling rice field submerged, the pea shooter planted in it were not affected. Gu Mo had tried it before, as long as the pea shooter were not completely submerged, they would be fine. As for the sunflower, it was planted in the spirit sunflower, and this small area was separated by Gu Mo and was not submerged. Moreover, even if the sunflower were submerged, like the pea shooter, as long as they were not completely submerged, they could still condense sun essence. But the spirit sunflower could not be submerged, so Gu Mo separated them. After preparing the Ling rice field, Gu Mo meticulously placed the already sprouted water spirit rice seedlings one by one into the water field. Ling rice could be directly sown, but water spirit rice required a seedling cultivation process. Directly scattering the seeds into the water would affect the germination rate. Looking at the rippling water field, a thought suddenly popped into Gu Mo's mind, raising fish in the rice paddies. Immediately, he returned to his small house, scooped out the koi from the fish tank, and tossed them into the water field. Plop! The koi was thrown into the paddy field and was stunned for a moment, then it happily swam around in the field. Compared to the narrow fish tank, the wide paddy field clearly made the koi happier. Looking at the koi playing in the paddy field, Gu Mo took out a portion of sun essence. Immediately, the koi quickly swam over, opening its mouth, waiting for Gu Mo to feed it. I've raised you for so long, it's time you did some work. Gu Mo put the sun essence in his hand into the fish's mouth, then said to the koi, from now on, you'll be responsible for patrolling this area. If you find any bugs in the water, you're responsible for eliminating them, understand? Chomp. The koi chomped its mouth, indicating it understood. Seeing how intelligent the koi was, Gu Mo felt greatly relieved. After feeding it sun essence for so long, not only were the scales on the koi's body continuously turning golden, but its sentience had also grown considerably. It could now understand many of Gu Mo's commands. The higher the grade of spirit plant in the spirit field, the stronger the attraction for spirit bugs and spirit beasts. Those small spirit beasts were handled by pea shooter, but pea shooter struggled more with spirit bugs, especially since rice was being planted this time. If spirit bugs were lurking in the water, pea shooter would have an even harder time dealing with them. But with this koi, it could eliminate the spirit bugs lurking in the water and protect the water spirit rice from insect pests. Looking at the koi diligently patrolling the paddy field, Gu Mo also returned to his small house with peace of mind to begin his cultivation for the day. 1 month later, Yuan Naya arrived as scheduled. After receiving an extra strength version of cleaning technique from Gu Mo, she left trembling. Fortunately, she came at night, and there was no one nearby. If someone had seen a female cultivator leave Gu Mo's small house in such a state, it would definitely have led to wild speculation. After Yuan Naya left, Gu Mo began to adjust the power of the illusion formation. Before Yuan Naya entered, Gu Mo had used the power of the illusion formation to cover the entire spirit field, leaving only a path leading to Gumo's small house. Yuan Nia didn't investigate this. In her opinion, the secrets on Gumo were far more intriguing than the secrets in this spirit field. For example, the total amount of Gumo's spiritual power was far beyond what a chi refining first layer could possess. Even if Gumo mastered the great perfection level purification technique and had a stronger foundation than other cultivators, it wouldn't be that much stronger. In fact, the reason Gumo had so much spiritual power was very simple: he was not a cultivator at chi refining first layer, but a cultivator at chi refining second layer perfection, only one step away from chi refining stage 3. After mastering the breath concealment technique to the proficient realm, Gumo no longer held back in his cultivation. He went all out, refining 10 portions of sun essence every day. 1 portion of sun essence was equivalent to 3 days of arduous cultivation, so 10 portions were 30 days of arduous cultivation. Over this month, Gumo had effectively cultivated for 2.5 years. His cultivation realm directly soared to chi refining second layer perfection, only one step away from thoroughly completing the third small heavenly cycle and entering chi refining stage 3. However, Gumo stopped at this point. There was nothing he could do, his cultivation realm had increased too quickly, and the marrow cleansing effect of the cleaning technique couldn't keep up. For this, Gumo also began to apply an enhanced version of the cleaning technique to himself, performing it daily to catch up with his cultivation progress. However, casting the enhanced cleaning technique consumed a lot of spiritual power, which led to a reduction in the number of times Gumo could cast the small cloud rain technique, causing the water level in the spirit field to drop slightly. However, it was not a big problem. After a month of frantically practicing the small cloud rain technique, Gumo felt that he was not far from entering the proficient realm. The next day, Gumo came to the spirit field and began to form hand seals to cast the small cloud rain technique. Just then, Gumo suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment, and his hand seal movements instantly became nimble and graceful. Subsequently, a larger and thicker dark cloud appeared above the spirit field than before, and then spiritual rain poured down. If the previous spiritual rain was just a light drizzle, this time it was a moderate rain covering a significant area. The rainfall alone was several times that of before. Finally, I break through. Seeing this, Gumo let out a long breath. Just now, his small cloud rain technique successfully entered the proficient realm, which was also the first ranked spell Gumo had cultivated to the proficient realm. Not many people in the entire spirit plant hall had cultivated a spirit farmer spell to the proficient realm, and most of them were outer sect disciples of the spirit plant hall. As for utility disciples who could cultivate a spirit farmer spell to the proficient realm, there were only a handful of very old spiritual farmers. After the small cloud rain technique breakthrough, Gumo's pressure in managing the spirit field instantly decreased significantly. What used to require casting the small cloud rain technique several times in a row could now be done in 1 or 2 tries. This allowed Gumo to have more spiritual power to cast the great perfection level purification technique, enabling his marrow cleansing progress to quickly catch up with his cultivation. Half a month later, Gumo successfully completed the third small heavenly cycle circulation, officially becoming a cultivator at chi refining stage 3. Moreover, his physique and spiritual power remained the same as before, still 3 times that of cultivators at the same realm. For a cultivator with an inferior spiritual root, chi refining stage 3 almost marked the end of their cultivation deo, unless they encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Although Gumo's upper limit would not stop at chi refining stage 3, the fact that he had an inferior spiritual root would not change. Therefore, in the process of fusing the 3 small heavenly cycle into 1 middle stage heavenly cycle and breaking through to the chi refining middle stage, Gumo felt a slight bottleneck, which was the drag caused by his spiritual root. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. But it was not a big problem. Besides requiring a spiritual root, comprehension ability was also an important indicator for breakthrough. At least, facing how to fuse 3 complex small heavenly cycle into an even more complex middle stage heavenly cycle, Gumo did not feel it was tricky. With knowledge from another world as his external comprehension ability, he deconstructed this complex heavenly cycle operation route using mathematical knowledge, which immediately greatly reduced the difficulty of fusion. Furthermore, the Qi condensation art cultivation technique manual also contained some insights on fusing the 3 small heavenly cycle into a middle stage heavenly cycle. However, since each cultivator's situation was different, these insights could not be copied directly. But at least with these insights, the difficulty of breakthrough could be reduced by a few more points. Besides that, during the Qi refinement stage cultivation, as long as there were enough resources, even if one's spiritual root or comprehension ability was a bit lacking, they could still be forcefully pushed forward. Gumo had sun essence, so even if he had nothing else, he could directly push forward with sun essence and eventually break through. Of course, directly pushing forward in this manner was the least recommended way to break through. The small heavenly cycle fusion was a delicate task. Even if it succeeded by brute force, the fused middle stage heavenly cycle would not be perfect. Imperfection meant limited potential and foundation. Gumo would not attempt such a crude breakthrough method unless absolutely necessary. In the following time, Gumo, stuck at the bottleneck, stopped cultivating and put all his energy into fusing the small heavenly cycle. With the help of his knowledge from his previous life and the insights in the cultivation technique manual, the progress of the small heavenly cycle fusion was very pleasing. But the surprises were far from over. When Gumo stopped cultivating, the sun essence he harvested daily was used to continue expanding the black mist space, and that's when the surprises came. There were 2 surprises in the black mist space. The first and most obvious was the appearance of a new plant in the automatic vending machine window. Name, Potato Mine. Grade, Grade 1 low grade. Effect, inflicts powerful explosion damage on the trigger. Planting conditions, first order spirit field. Spending 25 sun essence, Gumo purchased a potato mine. That's right, this potato mine only costs 25 sun essence to buy, making it currently the cheapest plant. However, considering the potato mine is a one-time consumable, the price of 25 sun essence doesn't seem that cheap. I wonder how powerful this powerful really is, Gumo mused, examining the fist-sized potato in his hand. This was just the potato mine seed, its true form would only be revealed after planting. Compared to the actively attacking pea shooter, this potato mine is clearly a passive defensive plant, making it an excellent choice for burying around the spirit field. With this in mind, Gumo spent 75 sun essence to buy 3 more potato mines, planning to plant them soon. Afterward, Gumo turned his gaze to the other side of the black mist space. As the black mist continued to recede, a new object appeared in the black mist space. This newly appeared object was a door. Upon opening it, the inside was still shrouded in black mist and unclear. Gumo tried using sun essence to disperse the black mist, and it was successfully dispersed. Furthermore, only the black mist inside the door was dispersed, the black mist outside in the black mist space remained. This meant that the inside and outside of the door were 2 different spaces. An independent space. Gumo couldn't help but wonder what was inside. However, with not much sun essence left, Gumo could only temporarily put aside his exploration of the door's interior. Leaving the black mist space, Gumo took the 4 potato mines and began searching for suitable planting locations. As a defensive plant, what Gumo needed to protect most was naturally the sunflower and his own small house. Fortunately, these two were close together, so Gumo buried the 4 potato mines in the area where the sunflower was located. It's taking a bit long, Gumo muttered. After burying the potato mines, Gumo waited for about an hour before a small, round-headed stick emerged from the soil. This was the trigger for the potato mine. If one didn't observe carefully, it would be easy to overlook this round-headed stick. Furthermore, after the potato mine was buried in the soil, there was no trace of chi fluctuations, which for cultivators accustomed to detecting chi fluctuations to judge danger, made the potato mine an absolutely difficult to discover threat. Gumo just didn't know how powerful this potato mine was. Should I try it? Gumo pondered. A potato mine is a one-time plant, and trying it once means 25 sun essence. But by understanding the potato mine's power, Gumo could make better judgments. Then I'll try it. Finally, Gumo decided to give it a try. 25 sun essence was only 2.5 days worth of harvest. If the potato mine's power held any surprises, then he could make better use of it. Keeping his distance, Gumo picked up a stone and threw it towards the round-headed wooden stick exposed by the potato mine. It didn't explode. Gumo clearly saw the round-headed wooden stick being touched, but the potato mine did not explode. Does it also have an anti-false trigger function? Gumo thought to himself. It really does. Gumo focused his gaze on the potato mine, and soon its attribute light screen appeared. After carefully studying the attribute light screen, Gumo saw the potato mine's anti-false trigger function. As long as this function was enabled, non-biological contact with the potato mine would not cause it to explode. In addition, the potato mine also had a whitelist function, people on the whitelist would not trigger the potato mine either. This is too thoughtful. Gumo found these functions very user-friendly. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about forgetting where he buried the potato mines and accidentally stepping on them himself. However, Gumo now needed to test the potato mine's power, so he could only disable the anti-false trigger function first. Then, Gumo retreated and picked up another stone, throwing it again at the potato mine's wooden stick. Boom! The next moment, a low rumble exploded. In the blink of an eye, the area where the potato mine was located turned into a deep pit about 3 meters in diameter. The pit wasn't large, but the soil and stones within it were instantly annihilated. Gumo imagined himself within the explosion range and knew he would undoubtedly die. This means that the potato mine can instantly kill cultivators at the chi refining early stage, regardless of whether they are at chi refining first layer, chi refining second layer, or chi refining stage 3, they can be instantly killed. It should also heavily injure those at chi refining middle stage. As for chi refinement late stage, Gumo couldn't judge well, as the potato mine's killing range is small, and cultivators with higher realm might escape the explosion range. But this potato mine is indeed as powerful as described. In comparison, the pea shooter's attack power is only at the chi refining second layer level. Of course, one is a one-time use, and the other can provide continuous output, both having their own advantages. High power, small range, perfect for the spirit field. Gumo was extremely satisfied with this potato mine. The spirit field was planted with sunflower and water spirit rice. If the potato mine's explosion range was too large, it would affect these spirit plants, which would be a net loss. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. However, after this series of tests, the potato mine's performance left Gumo very satisfied. He filled the pit dug by the potato mine, then bought another potato mine from the black mist space and planted it, before returning to his small house with peace of mind. With the pea shooter and potato mine protecting him, Gumo's sense of security had increased significantly. Wait! Gumo called out to Yuan, who was about to enter. Another month had passed, and Yuan appeared punctually, but this time Gumo didn't immediately let Yuan into the house, because he needed to add Yuan to the whitelist, lest his employer step on a potato mine. What's wrong? Yuan Naya looked at Gu Mo with a puzzled expression. Her gaze swept around, but at this moment, the illusion formation in the spirit field was fully activated, and Yuan Naya couldn't see the situation within the spirit field clearly. However, Yuan Naya knew that Gu Mo was attempting to plant high-grade first-order water spirit rice. With her status as an inner sect disciple, she could easily investigate everything about Gu Mo in the spirit plant hall with a little effort. At this moment, Gu Mo's act of concealing within illusion formation, in Yuan Naya's eyes, was Gu Mo trying to hide his methods for planting water spirit rice. After all, a utility disciple who had only recently joined the sect for a few years actually chose to attempt planting a high-grade spirit plant like water spirit rice. If he wasn't crazy, then he must have some special methods. And it was perfectly normal for him not to want these methods to be seen by others. Nothing. After adding Yuan Naya to the potato mine's white list, Gu Mo let Yuan Naya into the house. Junior brother Gu Mo, can the intensity of the cleaning technique be increased? As soon as Yuan Naya entered the house, she asked Gu Mo to increase the intensity. The current intensity is already very high, Gu Mo said, looking at Yuan Naya with confusion. Once a month, this intensity was definitely on the higher side. Gu Mo had only chosen this intensity after thoroughly understanding Yuan Naya's physical condition. If it were any higher, there might be risks. The principle of the cleaning technique was to achieve the effect of marrow cleansing by vibrating the tendons, bones, and flesh. If the intensity was too high, it could cause self-harm. I'm about to break through, and the progress of the cleaning technique can't keep up, Yuan Naya explained why she wanted to increase the intensity. That fast. Hearing this, Gu Mo was surprised. Was this the talent of an inner sect disciple? To be about to break through so quickly, even if it was from Qi refining first layer to Qi refining second layer, the speed was simply too fast. Fast. Yuan Naya shook her head. The reason for her reaction stemmed from a newly admitted inner sect disciple in the sect. This disciple was discovered by an outer sect deacon during a mission in the mortal world. He possessed a rare superior spiritual root. Yuan Naya had a medium-grade fire spiritual root, only comparable to a superior spiritual root when cultivating fire attribute cultivation techniques and spells. However, this new junior brother showed the aptitude of a superior spiritual root and corresponding comprehension ability in all aspects. When that junior brother entered the sect, several golden core elders scrambled to take him in. In the end, the sect master personally took him as a direct disciple. A direct disciple of the sect master meant that he was almost guaranteed a true disciple spot, reducing the already limited number of true disciple spots by one. This was clearly not good news for other inner sect disciples. This was especially true for Yuan Naya, who had only entered the sect a few months earlier than that junior brother. Therefore, Yuan Naya had been cultivating exceptionally diligently during this period. Under the abundant resources available to a medium-grade fire spiritual root and an inner sect disciple, Yuan Naya's hard work quickly paid off. However, Yuan Naya did not choose to break through immediately, because the effect of the perfected cleansing art had not yet reached its optimal state. For inner sect disciples, a breakthrough in realm was not a big deal, they focused more on their foundation. The stronger their foundation, the stronger their combat power in the same realm, and the more hope they had of reaching higher realms. After understanding Yuan Naya's situation, Gu Mo also felt a headache. In his opinion, if the progress of the cleaning technique was insufficient, she could just wait a few more days. Why take unnecessary risks? Gu Mo himself was currently in a situation where the cleaning technique's progress couldn't keep up with his cultivation, but he chose to stop cultivating to catch up on the cleaning technique's progress. It's not impossible to increase the intensity, but I won't be responsible if an accident occurs, and also. Seeing Yuan Naya's unyielding expression, Gu Mo knew he couldn't persuade her, but he had to clear himself of responsibility. No problem, if anything happens, I won't blame you. So, what else? Yuan Naya nodded. Taking risks on the path of cultivation was unavoidable, especially on the path of competing for a true disciple spot. It required moving forward without hesitation. Of course, it's about more money, Gu Mo said matter-of-factly. All right. Gu Mo's words caused Yuan Naya to pause slightly. Then, she pondered for a moment and took out a magical artifact sword. Seeing the magical artifact sword Yuan Naya produced, Gu Mo's eyes lit up. This was a standard magical artifact sword from Weapon Peak, he had seen it at Mai Yunfa's place. However, the one Yuan Naya took out was of better quality, it should be a medium-grade magical artifact. A medium-grade magical artifact sword was not cheap. This is my backup magical artifact sword. How about it as payment? Yuan Naya handed the magical artifact sword to Gu Mo. This was a benefit for her as an inner sect disciple. However, her master had bestowed upon her a high-grade fire elemental magical artifact sword, so this standard medium-grade magical artifact sword was used as a backup. Acceptable. A medium-grade magical artifact sword, Gu Mo was naturally very satisfied with such a reward. Flying with a sword was clearly more dashing than riding a crane. Is there a matching sword control technique? Gu Mo asked casually as he took the magical artifact sword. No, if you want a sword control technique, go exchange for it yourself, Yuan Naya glared at Gu Mo. Within the sect, cultivation techniques, spells, and secret arts could not be privately taught. Disciples who wanted to cultivate them could only exchange them using sect contributions. Of course, as an inner sect disciple, Yuan Naya didn't need to spend sect contributions for most commonly used spells, but this didn't mean she could casually teach them to other disciples. Otherwise, wouldn't the sect's contribution system fall into chaos? Alright then. Gu Mo thought about it. It seemed the exchange price for the sword control technique wasn't very high. He didn't need to exchange for the chi concealment art right now, so he had enough contributions to exchange for the sword control technique without any problem. Then, Senior Apprentice Sister Yuan, are you ready? Having accepted the payment, Gu Mo naturally had to start providing the service. Come on. Yuan Naya nodded. Ah. As soon as Yuan Naya finished speaking, a cry of pain escaped her lips, because Gu Mo's double-enhanced cleaning technique had arrived. Glaring fiercely at Gu Mo, Yuan Naya began to fully cope with the pain brought by the double-enhanced cleaning technique. Although it was very painful, as if her body was being thrown onto an iron anvil and subjected to 1,000 refinements, the effect was equally obvious. The mortal impurities within her body were being forced out little by little. It was just really, really painful. As expected, it's still too much, Gu Mo observed Yuan Naya's condition. As time passed, blood began to seep from her mouth, nose, and skin, which meant the double-enhanced cleaning technique was starting to cause damage to Yuan Naya's body. This clearly violated the purpose of the cleaning technique's marrow cleansing. Read the unedited version at 1619 SHUBA. Yuan Naya obviously noticed her physical condition, but she was also prepared. As an inner sect disciple, she naturally didn't lack medicinal pills for healing. Enduring the physical pain, Yuan Naya quickly took out and consumed a healing medicinal pill. However, Yuan Naya's expression immediately changed. The effect of the healing medicinal pill was weaker than she had imagined. Yuan Naya's current injury was not an ordinary internal or external injury, but a deeper injury that was difficult to reach with ordinary healing medicinal pills alone. Now, Yuan Naya could only immediately stop the marrow cleansing effect of the cleaning technique. But even if she stopped now, she would still need to recuperate for a period of time to recover from the physical damage. She had intended to speed up her cultivation progress, but now it was counterproductive, which made Yuan Naya feel very frustrated. Just as Yuan Naya was about to speak and ask Gu Mo to stop the spiritual power of the cleaning technique, suddenly, a gentle force full of life energy fell upon Yuan Naya. That force entered Yuan Naya's body, and in conjunction with the healing medicinal pill she had taken, it rapidly repaired Yuan Naya's injuries. This is... Yuan Naya suddenly opened her eyes, looking at Gu Mo with an unbelievable gaze. What are you looking at? Is it strange for a spiritual farmer to know the Xiaohuishan technique? Gu Mo said expressionlessly. Gu Mo naturally saw Yuan Naya's predicament just now. He could have chosen to stand by, after all, this was Yuan Naya's own choice, but in the end, Gu Mo still chose to act. Who told the other party to just give him a medium-grade magical artifact sword as payment? Gu Mo naturally wanted the customer to feel that the money was well spent. Gu Mo's words completely stifled Yuan Naya's questions. That's right, the Xiaohuishan technique is a spell exclusive to spiritual farmers, but very few spiritual farmers truly master this spell. Among the 5 exclusive spells of spiritual farmers, the Xiaohuishan technique is the most difficult. At the same time, it is also a qualitative change spell for the spiritual farmer profession. As long as one masters the Xiaohuishan technique, a spiritual farmer gains the ability to treat spirit plants and can take on missions to treat those precious spirit plants. The rewards for such missions are not low. This is definitely a spell that can greatly increase a spiritual farmer's income. In addition to treating spirit plants, the Xiaohuishan technique can also treat cultivators. Some teams on outside missions who cannot find cultivators who have cultivated healing spells will also seek spiritual farmers who have mastered the Xiaohuishan technique. It can be said that a spiritual farmer who has mastered the Xiaohuishan technique can leave the spiritual fields and undertake more lucrative missions. According to Yuan Naya's understanding of Gu Mo, he seems to have joined the Spirit Plant Hall less than 2 years ago, yet he has actually mastered the Xiaohuishan technique. Is he really a utility disciple with an inferior spiritual root? Don't waste the effect of the cleaning technique. I won't cast it for you a second time, Gu Mo reminded, seeing Yuan Naya somewhat dazed. Upon hearing this, Yuan Naya quickly composed herself. Whatever Gu Mo's situation, it was his business. Accelerating the progress of marrow cleansing was Yuan Naya's own business, and it was a major matter concerning whether she could secure the true disciple position in the future. Whoosh. When the effect of the cleaning technique faded, Yuan Naya collapsed weakly. At this moment, she was as disheveled as could be. Sweat soaked her clothes, and there were even specks of blood on them, but Yuan Naya's eyes were incredibly bright. Because the effect of this enhanced version of the cleaning technique was very good. After she goes back and rests for a bit, she'll be able to attempt a breakthrough. Junior brother Gu Mo, I owe you a favor this time. After a moment to recover, Yuan Naya stood up and said with a solemn expression. If Gu Mo hadn't acted this time, she would definitely have needed to recuperate for a period, which, in the race against time for true disciple competition, wasting even a second would be a huge loss. Alright, what you put in there has fallen out, Gu Mo waved his hand, preparing to send her away. After all, if Yuan Naya's current appearance were seen by others, rumors might fly everywhere. Ah! Hearing Gu Mo's words, Yuan Naya quickly covered her chest, then ran away swiftly. Yuan Naya went back to break through her realm, so Gu Mo also prepared to begin his own breakthrough. The difference was that he was breaking through from the chi refining early stage towards the chi refining middle stage. Another month passed. Yuan Naya did not come this month. She informed Gu Mo via a communication jade slip that she had just successfully broken through and was currently consolidating her realm. Then, I'll also begin my breakthrough. Gu Mo put away the communication jade slip and took a deep breath. At this moment, his marrow cleansing progress from the cleaning technique had caught up with his cultivation, and the fusion of the 3 small heavenly cycles had also been completed. Now, what Gu Mo needed to do was to run a complete middle heavenly cycle, formed by the fusion of the 3 small heavenly cycles. As long as he could complete the running of the middle heavenly cycle, Gu Mo would officially step into the Qi refining middle stage. He took out 10 portions of Sun Essence, just in case. Then, Gu Mo mobilized his spiritual power and began to circulate his heavenly cycle. The circulation process was very smooth, and there was no situation where his spiritual power was insufficient. Gu Mo's foundation was profound, and his spiritual power was 3 times that of cultivators at the same level, so naturally, there would be no situation where his spiritual power was insufficient. Even if there was, Gu Mo could quickly replenish it with Sun Essence. The running of the middle heavenly cycle obviously took more time than the small heavenly cycle. This is also why cultivators of higher realms require more time for a single cultivation session than lower level cultivators. Especially for Gu Mo, who was performing the middle heavenly cycle for the first time, to avoid any mistakes, he set the speed to the slowest, which made Gu Mo take a full day to complete one middle heavenly cycle. But as long as there were no mistakes and he could successfully complete the running of the middle heavenly cycle, being slow was fine. When one middle heavenly cycle finished running, Gu Mo immediately felt the spiritual power within his body begin to surge along the middle heavenly cycle route he had circulated. The vast and mighty spiritual power surged, beginning to cleanse Gu Mo's body and meridians. This was the marrow cleansing that came with a realm breakthrough. And this marrow cleansing lasted for a full 6 hours, meaning Gu Mo's physique and spiritual power would be 6 times that of cultivators newly entering the Qi refining middle stage. From 3 times in the early stage to 6 times in the middle stage, the higher the realm, the greater this gap. If he continued, Gu Mo wondered if his foundation would be 9 times that of an ordinary Qi refinement late stage cultivator when he reached the Qi refinement late stage. A 9-fold difference, how vast. But the gap between true prodigies and ordinary cultivators is sometimes even greater than this. There is a saying circulating in the immortal realm, the difference between people is sometimes greater than the difference between humans and dogs. Awesome. Having successfully stepped into the Qi refining middle stage, Gu Mo felt that both his physique and spiritual power were stronger than ever before. At the same time, Gu Mo's temperament also underwent a significant change. This was the change brought about by his foundation being 6 times that of cultivators at the same level. If Gu Mo stood next to an ordinary Qi refining middle stage cultivator at this moment, people would definitely feel that the two were as different as an unpolished jade and a common stone. Gu Mo was that glowing unpolished jade. Of course, Gu Mo's spiritual root was an undeniable flaw in this unpolished jade, but with the sunflower, this slight flaw was nothing. After familiarizing himself with the power brought by the realm breakthrough, Gu Mo then activated the breath concealment technique. His aura quickly receded, and that special temperament rapidly vanished. Soon, Gu Mo returned to his previous Qi refining first layer state. Read the error-free version at 169 SHUBA. No one knew that beneath Gu Mo's Qi refining first layer facade, he possessed the strength of the Qi refining middle stage. After the realm breakthrough, Gu Mo could happily use the Sun Essence to improve his cultivation again. Now, Gu Mo had entered the Qi refining middle stage, but he was not yet considered Qi refining fourth layer. Only when Gu Mo began to attempt the 4th small heavenly cycle would he truly be considered to have entered the Qi refining fourth layer realm. In the Qi refining early stage, completing one small heavenly cycle was considered stepping into one layer of the realm. But upon reaching the Qi refining middle stage, a cultivator attempting the 4th small heavenly cycle is considered to be in the Qi refining fourth layer realm. They do not need to fully complete the 4th small heavenly cycle to be considered Qi refining fourth layer. The reason for this change is naturally the appearance of a middle heavenly cycle circulation within the body of a Qi refining middle stage cultivator. This middle heavenly cycle circulation moved the cultivator's realm forward by half a step. The price, however, is that Qi refining middle stage cultivators must first perform the middle heavenly cycle before they can begin cultivating new small heavenly cycles. This also greatly extended the cultivation time for Qi refining middle stage cultivators and significantly increased the difficulty, but compared to the improvements brought by the middle heavenly cycle, these difficulties were nothing at all. After slightly adjusting his state, Gu Mo absorbed the 10 portions of Sun Essence he had taken out earlier but hadn't used. Subsequently, Gu Mo's expression became solemn because he discovered that there was a problem with the Sun Essence. Chapter 48 Sunflower Upgrade Plan. 10 Sun Essence should have provided Gu Mo with an improvement equivalent to 30 days of arduous cultivation, but this time, Gu Mo only gained about 20 days of arduous cultivation, which was a direct 1/3 reduction. How could Gu Mo not be concerned? He took out another Sun Essence and absorbed it. This Sun Essence provided Gu Mo with an improvement equivalent to 2 days of arduous cultivation, and Gu Mo had already checked the previous Sun Essence, there were no issues with it. Since the Sun Essence had no problem, the problem lay with Gu Mo, and the biggest difference between Gu Mo now and before was his current Qi refining middle stage realm. In other words, one Sun Essence could provide Gu Mo in the Qi refining early stage with an improvement equivalent to 3 days of arduous cultivation, but after Gu Mo entered the Qi refining middle stage, the effect of this Sun Essence became 2 days of arduous cultivation. One Sun Essence being equivalent to 2 days of arduous cultivation was not entirely unacceptable, but Gu Mo had to consider whether, in the future, when he entered the Qi refinement late stage, the effect of this Sun Essence would become equivalent to 1 day of arduous cultivation. Then, when he entered foundation establishment, would this Sun Essence become ineffective? Gu Mo did not believe that this great opportunity could only last until he reached foundation establishment, therefore, there must be a solution. Suddenly, Gu Mo thought of the Sunflower's attribute panel. Name, Sunflower. Grade, First Order Low Grade. Effect, condenses Sun Essence. Planting conditions, first order spirit field. The grade of this sunflower clearly stated first order low grade. So, did this mean that the sunflower could be upgraded, or were there higher grade sunflowers? The sunflower came from the black mist space, and the answer to this question obviously had to be sought from the black mist space. Stopping his cultivation, Gumo entered the black mist space. First, Gumo's gaze fell on the automatic vending machine. The automatic vending machine already had sales icons for 3 types of plants: sunflower, pea shooter, and potato mine. All 3 were first order low grade. He wondered if there would be higher grade plants later. Then, Gumo turned his gaze to the door on the other side. Inside that door was another space. Gumo did not know what was inside. There might be items to upgrade the sunflower, or there might be nothing at all. The automatic vending machine and the space inside the door represented 2 different paths. The former was to find new, higher grade sunflowers, and the latter was to find a way to upgrade the sunflower. Both paths were full of uncertainty. Now Gumo needed to choose one. Was the probability of higher grade sunflowers appearing in the automatic vending machine higher, or was the probability of finding a way to upgrade the sunflower inside the door higher? As for exploring both simultaneously, it was not realistic at the moment. Gumo currently only had 10 sun essence per day, half of which needed to be reserved for cultivation, and the remaining half could be used to explore the black mist space. Because the sun essence could still provide an effect equivalent to 2 days of arduous cultivation, and it was 2 days of arduous cultivation for the chi refining middle stage, by reserving half of the sun essence for cultivation, Gumo could still maintain a cultivation speed 10 times that of a superior spiritual root. Since the sun essence's effect on cultivation improvement was still potent, Gumo naturally did not need to completely stop cultivation just to find higher grade sunflowers. He could perfectly use half for cultivation and half for exploring the black mist space. As for whether to explore the automatic vending machine or the space inside the door, Gumo pondered for a moment and finally decided to explore the space inside the door. In Gumo's view, the automatic vending machine would likely feature other types of plants later, and the probability of higher grade sunflowers appearing was not high. In contrast, the space inside the door might hold new surprises. After making his choice, Gumo then used half of the 10 sunflowers he harvested each day for cultivation and the other half for exploring the space inside the door. Time flowed by, and another month passed. Today, Yuan appeared again, but Yuan was now a chi refining second layer cultivator, and her aura was more condensed than that of an ordinary chi refining second layer cultivator. Gumo judged that Yuan's physique and spiritual power should be twice that of a cultivator of the same realm. The reason it wasn't 3 times, like Gumo's, was simple. Gumo had started using the cleaning technique for marrow cleansing since the chi induction stage, while Yuan only started after entering the chi refinement stage. Naturally, the ultimate improvement Yuan obtained was weaker than Gumo's. However, this did not mean that Yuan's combat power was only twice that of an ordinary chi refining second layer cultivator. Cultivation technique, magical artifact, and spell were all parts that determined a cultivator's combat power. As an intersect disciple, Yuan's would obviously not be lacking, so her ultimate combat power was definitely several times that of an ordinary chi refining second layer cultivator. Come. Yuan waved at Gumo. After experiencing the foundation brought by the cleaning technique for marrow cleansing, Yuan was now somewhat inseparable from Gumo's great perfection level purification technique. After all, no cultivator could resist something that could increase their foundation. Although Yuan paid the price of having her body's secrets known by the other party, for the sake of becoming stronger, these were not worth mentioning. Besides, she had also grasped many of Gumo's secrets, so it was not a loss. Ah! As soon as Yuan finished speaking, she let out a cry of pain. After becoming a chi refining 4th layer middle stage cultivator, the power of Gumo's cleaning technique was once again strengthened. Coupled with Gumo's deliberate enhancement of the cleaning technique's effect, the two superimposed, naturally catching Yuan off guard. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. Once a month, Gumo felt it was still a bit too frequent, because the nearby spirit fields were already being cultivated by utility disciples. Those utility disciples were naturally the group who joined the spirit plant hall last time, and some utility disciples with decent comprehension ability successfully learned a spirit farmer spell and rented a spirit field belonging to them. As the saying goes, many eyes make it complicated. Even if Yuan had means to hide from those utility disciples, it was still not entirely safe. Therefore, Gumo decided to increase the dosage for Yuan, so she wouldn't need to come once a month. Hoo. When the effect of the cleaning technique dissipated, Yuan gasped for breath, looking at Gumo with some surprise and uncertainty. She was already a chi refining second layer cultivator, so why could she still not withstand the cleaning technique cast by Gumo, who was only a chi refining first layer? Before Yuan came, she had wondered if the effect of Gumo's cleaning technique would weaken after her cultivation improved, and if she would need to increase the frequency of her visits. But the result was exactly the opposite. She even needed to reduce the frequency of her visits to Gumo. And for Yuan, this was definitely a good thing. Although this high-intensity cleaning technique for marrow cleansing would bring her great pain, she could endure it for the sake of becoming stronger. If there's nothing else, you can go back. Ignoring Yuan's probing gaze, Gumo would not explain anything to Yuan and directly began to dismiss her. Humph. Yuan huffed in dissatisfaction, then left very obediently. There was nothing she could do since she needed Gumo's help, she could only concede. The 1-year period is almost up, it's time to go to the market. Gumo calculated the time, it was almost time to meet up with his small team. Leaving the hut, Gu Mo looked at the thriving water spirit rice in the spirit field and nodded with satisfaction. However, water spirit rice is a once-a-year crop, and Gu Mo clearly couldn't wait to harvest the spirit field before leaving this time. Gu Mo knew this situation would eventually arise, so he had made some preparations. This time, he would take 10 sunflowers with him, leaving the pea shooter and potato mine to protect the spirit field. Of course, the brocade carp in the water field would also be left behind. This brocade carp had eliminated many spirit insects hidden in the water, and its efforts contributed to the excellent growth of the water spirit rice. Gu Mo was not stingy in rewarding the brocade carp for its hard work with sun essence. Now, the number of golden scales on the brocade carp was increasing, and Gu Mo eagerly awaited the moment when all of its scales would turn golden. After instructing the brocade carp to guard the house well, Gu Mo left the spirit field, then activated the illusion formation to its maximum effect, and hung an out sign outside. If someone still trespassed under these circumstances, they would undoubtedly be an enemy. The pea shooter's attacks would strike without hesitation, and if the enemy still refused to retreat and charged towards the hut, the potato mine would teach him a lesson. Unless it was a cultivator in the chi refinement late stage, any chi refining early stage or middle stage cultivator who dared to trespass on Gu Mo's spirit field would definitely not return. Taking out a paper crane, Gu Mo slowly flew towards the outside of the valley. Although Gu Mo had already obtained a medium-grade magical artifact sword from Yuan Nia, and had exchanged the corresponding sword control spell with sect contribution points, and had already cultivated it to introductory level, he could fully perform sword flight. But taking out a medium-grade magical artifact now would still be a bit too conspicuous. To be safe, Gu Mo decided to continue using the paper crane, as he was not in a hurry anyway. Senior brother Gu Mo. As he flew over a spirit field, a voice called out. Gu Mo's gaze swept over, it was a newly initiated utility disciple greeting him. Gu Mo still had an impression of this person, he was one of the people Gu Mo had recruited in the miscellaneous disciple area at that time. The fact that he could cultivate here now indicated that he had passed the assessment. Gu Mo lowered the paper crane and glanced at the other party's spirit field. This spirit field was larger than his own, but its grade was only grade 1 low grade. And the Lingyu rice in the other party's spirit field did not look very ideal. Which spirit farmer spell did you learn upon entering? Gu Mo asked. It's little Jengjin sword chi. The other party answered Gu Mo's question quickly. He had heard that senior brother Gu Mo was a master who had already mastered 2 spirit farmer spells. The spiritual chi in the spirit field is uneven, causing the Lingyu rice to grow inconsistently. Actually, you should have first learned the small cloud rain technique. For the first planting in a spirit field, there won't be much insect pest anyway. Gu Mo offered guidance. Since the other party joined the spirit plant hall through Gu Mo's recruitment, they could be considered to have a bit of a connection. Gu Mo's guidance was also a way to build good karma. Perhaps in the future, Gu Mo might need the other party's help, for example, asking him to observe the situation near his spirit field when he was not around, as the 2 locations were not far apart. Then, what should I do? The newly initiated utility disciple asked blankly. Clearly, this question was a bit beyond his scope. I'll cast the small cloud rain technique for you once to adjust it. After that, you just need to carefully water it with spirit spring water, and it should alleviate a lot of the issues. As Gu Mo spoke, he waved his hand, and in an instant, a dark cloud appeared in the sky, followed by a drizzling spirit rain. For Gu Mo, who had cultivated the small cloud rain technique to the proficient realm, casting it now was effortless. Of course, what he was casting now was only at the introductory level, but that was sufficient. Thank you, senior brother Gu Mo. Seeing Gu Mo actually offer to help, the newly initiated utility disciple exclaimed with surprise. This was a kind of care he had never received before. The world of cultivation was cruel, although not as obvious within the sect as outside, competition was ever present. Senior brothers like Gu Mo, who were willing to actively help, were absolutely rare. After a small interlude, Gu Mo arrived at the market outside the sect. This time, Gu Mo had no ling rice to sell, so he didn't go to Go Yuyu's wine shop, heading directly to the meeting point. When Gu Mo arrived, Wu Jinfei, Hu Hai, and Chu Fifei had already arrived. Meeting again after a year, Gu Mo could clearly see that everyone's expressions had undergone significant changes. They no longer seemed as tired as last time. It was clear that after 2 years of familiarization, everyone could now handle the tasks of the various peaks with relative ease. However, the biggest change was undoubtedly Chu Fifei. Gu Mo, who was already at Qi refining 4th layer, immediately noticed that Chu Fifei's cultivation had actually entered Qi refining 2nd layer. To enter Qi refining 2nd layer in 2 years might be slightly inferior to those with true medium-grade spiritual roots, but it was by no means weaker than those with low-grade spiritual roots, which was the cultivation progress of outer sect disciples. This was still with Chu Fifei unable to truly activate her special physique, otherwise, Chu Fifei's cultivation speed would be even faster. However, Chu Fifei concealed her strength very well. Wu Jinfei and Hu Hai were clearly unaware of Chu Fifei entering Qi refining 2nd layer. Only Gu Mo, because his realm was too much higher than Chu Fifei's, could discover it. This was likely because she didn't want to expose her special physique. After all, an inferiority spiritual root entering Qi refining 2nd layer within 2 years would be a bit conspicuous. As Gu Mo observed everyone, Chu Fifei and the other 2 were also observing Gu Mo, but soon Wu Jinfei and Hu Hai withdrew their gazes, as Gu Mo didn't seem to have changed much from a year ago. With their realms, they naturally couldn't see through the concealment of the proficient breath concealment technique. In fact, even without the breath concealment technique, with Gumo's current chi refining 4th layer realm, the two of them wouldn't be able to see through him. Read the error-free version at 1619 bookbar. Chu Fifei, on the other hand, had a look of confusion in her eyes. She knew some of Gumo's secrets, and in her opinion, Gumo shouldn't have made no progress at all in this past year. Sorry, I'm late. Not long after Gumo arrived, Yao Shifeng hurried over. With Yao Shifeng's appearance, everyone clearly sensed the spiritual chi fluctuations on his body that surpassed chi refining 1st layer. Yao Leida, you've broken through. Wu Junfei was the first to react, exclaiming. Just lucky. Yao Shifeng's lips curved into a smile. He had actually arrived much earlier but had not shown himself until everyone else had arrived. Only then did he reveal himself to display his strength to everyone. Looking at the shocked expressions of Wu Junfei and Hu Hai, Yao Shifeng felt very satisfied. Although Chu Fifei and Gumo's reactions weren't as strong as Wu Junfei and Hu Has, Yao Shifeng still saw the surprise on their faces. Gumo was indeed a bit surprised. Chu Fifei could enter chi refining 2nd layer because she had a special physique that could accelerate cultivation. Yao Shifeng, on the other hand, had no idea what opportunity he had obtained to be able to cultivate to chi refining 2nd layer so quickly. It couldn't possibly be just with the 100 spirit stones everyone had previously funded him, could it? Those 100 spirit stones could accelerate Yao Shifeng's cultivation, but not to this extent. Although Gumo had some doubts, he didn't ask, as prying into others' secrets was a taboo. However, both had entered chi refining 2nd layer, but Chu Fifei chose to hide it, while Yao Shifeng chose to flaunt it. Was he not afraid of being targeted by those with ulterior motives? Or perhaps, Yao Shifeng's opportunity wasn't afraid of being known. Regardless of the reason, Yao Shifeng proved with facts that everyone's investment was worthwhile. Thus, this year's investment became a matter of course. Last year, everyone agreed with Yao Shifeng that they would invest in him, but he needed to show them results. At this moment, Yao Shifeng had definitely produced results that exceeded everyone's expectations. Accepting the 100 spirit stone and funding from everyone, Yao Shifeng smiled, but the excitement in his heart was clearly not as great as last year. After all, he was now a cultivator at chi refining 2nd layer, and the improvement in his cultivation realm had raised his sights. In the future, when he enters chi refining stage 3, the help everyone present can offer him will become increasingly small, but at least for now, everyone's funding is still very important to him. To reciprocate everyone's funding, Yao Shifeng explained some cultivation details and answered some of their questions. Gumo listened quietly to Yao Shifeng's explanation. For Gumo, who was already at chi refining 4th layer, what Yao Shifeng said was very simple and easy to understand. He even found a few errors. Gumo, through his questions, subtly pointed out those errors. Hearing Gumo's questions, Yao Shifeng and Chu Fifei fell into contemplation. Clearly, both of them had already discovered those errors. As for Hu Hai and Wu Junfei, they were somewhat bewildered. This was the gap in realm. Gumo, your question is excellent. After a while, a light gleamed in Yao Shifeng's eyes. He had clearly found the answer. Just as Yao Shifeng was organizing his words to answer Gumo's question, Chu Fifei also looked up. She must have found the answer as well. From their reactions, it could be seen that Yao Shifeng's comprehension ability was stronger than Chu Fifei's, but Chu Fifei's special physique had greater potential. Regarding this question, Yao Shifeng revealed the answer he had found, his face filled with excitement. This was the thrill of solving an error in cultivation. Everyone, let's end the gathering here. Yao Shifeng stood up. With the recent question answered, Yao Shifeng now had more insights in his heart, and he needed to go back and thoroughly absorb them. Yao Leida, wait for me. Wu Junfei quickly stood up and caught up with the departing Yao Shifeng. As Yao Shifeng entered chi refining 2nd layer, Wu Junfei's competitive spirit towards Yao Shifeng had disappeared, replaced by a desire to get closer to him, so that in the future he could receive more care from Yao Shifeng. Gumo. As Gumo was about to leave, Hu Hai called out to him. Then, Hu Hai handed him a wooden box containing several medicinal herbs. This is a return gift for the ling rice from last time. These medicinal herbs can heal injuries. It's a pity I don't know alchemy, otherwise I could refine them into healing pills. However, using the herbs directly is also effective, Hu Hai explained. Thank you. Although these medicinal herbs were not very useful to Gumo, who had mastered the Xiaohuishan technique, Gumo still accepted them upon hearing that they were a return gift for the ling rice from last time. Gumo, you're becoming more and more unfathomable. After Hu Hai left, Chu Fifei walked over. If she didn't know Gumo's background, she wouldn't have had any doubts about his question just now. But Chu Fifei, who knew Gumo was unusual, always felt that the question just now was intentional on Gumo's part. His purpose was to remind them of the errors within. The one who's unfathomable should be you, Chu Fairy. Gumo glanced at Chu Fifei. Although he had seen through Chu Fifei's true cultivation, he didn't say it aloud. Then I guess we're even, Chu Fifei said with a smile. She didn't plan to reveal that she had entered chi refining 2nd layer, so as not to discourage Gumo, and also to better conceal herself. She didn't want to be as high profile as Yao Shifeng. Then, Chu Fairy, how are the preparations for repairing the formation? Gumo didn't dwell on this question and began to ask Chu Fifei about the formation. I can help you with the repair right now. Chu Fifei nodded. This year, by virtue of her extremely high mission completion rate, she successfully received the task of repairing basic formation patterns. Coupled with her current entry into Qi refining second layer, this gave Chu Fifei even greater confidence in repairing Gu Mo's formation plate. That's great. Gu Mo was overjoyed to learn that his formation plate could be repaired. The stronger the formation outside the spiritual field, the more sunflowers he could plant. Even if one portion of sun essence could only offset 2 days of arduous cultivation, as long as the quantity increased, his cultivation speed would not be much slower. This Gu Mo, his cultivation is definitely hidden. Chu Fifei dismounted from Gu Mo's paper crane. Last time, when Gu Mo carried her over, it wasn't so easy, but this time he looked relaxed and at ease. It was clear that Gu Mo's cultivation had made significant progress. However, thinking that she also had hidden cultivation, Chu Fifei felt relieved. She followed Gu Mo through the illusion array, and then a lush spiritual field came into view. Check out the error-free version at 169SHUBA. At first, Chu Fifei didn't pay attention to the spiritual field. As a spiritual farmer, it was normal for Gu Mo to plant ling rice in the spiritual field. But soon, Chu Fifei realized that what Gu Mo was planting didn't seem to be ling rice. Although she wasn't a spiritual farmer, she recognized ling rice as the most common ling rice. Since what Gu Mo had in his spiritual field wasn't ling rice, then what was it? With doubts, Chu Fifei observed carefully. As someone who wasn't a spiritual farmer, she clearly didn't know much about spirit plant and couldn't identify the origin of the spirit plant in the spiritual field. However, Chu Fifei felt the rich spiritual qi contained in these spirit plant. According to her judgment, what Gu Mo planted in his spiritual field was definitely of first-order high-grade level. First-order high-grade. As this thought arose, Chu Fifei's eyes filled with shock. She didn't know the difficulty of planting first-order high-grade spirit plant, but she could relate it to array peak. Those who could set up first-order high-grade formations were all officially initiated formation masters. In other words, Gu Mo at this moment already possessed the same strength as an official formation master. This is water spirit rice. If you help me repair the formation plate, I'll give you a few caddies of water spirit rice as compensation, Gu Mo said, seeing Chu Fifei's interest in the water spirit rice in the spiritual field. This is water spirit rice. Upon learning the name of the spirit plant in the spiritual field, Chu Fifei couldn't help but widen her mouth. She had heard of the great name of water spirit rice. It was definitely one of the best spiritual foods for Qi refinement stage cultivators. If a cultivator practiced a water attribute cultivation technique, this water spirit rice was the best spiritual food, bar none. Really? When Gu Mo heard that he was willing to use water spirit rice as payment, Chu Fifei's heart pounded with excitement. This was something good that couldn't be bought even with spirit stones. Aside from exchanging a small amount with sect contributions, there were almost no other channels to obtain it. Because the water spirit rice produced by the spirit plant hall was basically pre-ordered by the sect's inner sect disciples, it simply wouldn't be available to utility disciples. Even outer sect disciples would find it very difficult to acquire without some connections. Of course. Gu Mo nodded. To others, the water spirit rice was extremely precious, but to Gu Mo, it was just so-so. He didn't need water spirit rice to improve his cultivation, and as for its effect of nourishing meridians and physique, it couldn't compare to the perfected cleansing art. At most, he would save some to taste later. Having received Gu Mo's promise, Chu Fifei immediately took out the formation plate buried in the spirit field, then took out various tools and began to repair it for Gu Mo with full concentration. At the same time, Yao Shifeng also returned to the Fu Peaks mission hall. Senior brother Yao. Seeing Yao Shifeng, several utility disciples immediately came forward. If Gu Mo and the others were the team Yao Shifeng had gathered in the miscellaneous disciple area, then these utility disciples were the team Yao Shifeng had gathered on Fu Peak. Yao Shifeng's purpose in forming a new team was very clear, to attract investment. On the surface, Gu Mo and the others thought Yao Shifeng only had the 100 spirit stones they had funded, but in reality, Yao Shifeng had received funding from 2 teams. This was enough to significantly increase Yao Shifeng's cultivation speed. Furthermore, this team from Fu Peak could also help Yao Shifeng complete his daily tasks, allowing Yao Shifeng to focus on cultivating. Indeed, Yao Shifeng had others handle the mission progress delayed by this gathering. Taking the blank talisman handed to him by a utility disciple, Yao Shifeng submitted his daily task, then led everyone out of the mission hall. Since Yao Shifeng received benefits, he naturally had to give something in return. However, what Yao Shifeng offered was guidance on cultivation and talisman production, which was very important to those newly initiated utility disciples. With a senior brother willing to guide them, those newly initiated utility disciples naturally chose to follow behind Yao Shifeng. Especially after Yao Shifeng broke through to Qi refining second layer, those utility disciples were even more excited, all believing that following Yao Shifeng would lead to a bright future. Everyone, I suddenly had an epiphany today. I will chat with you all after I come out of seclusion. Yao Shifeng cupped his hands to everyone. He needed to quickly absorb the insights in his heart, it would be too regrettable to miss out. No problem, senior brother Yao, your matters are important. The several utility disciples quickly said. Bidding farewell to everyone, Yao Shifeng returned to his room, then took out a medicinal pill and consumed it. Immediately, a violent medicinal power erupted, making Yao Shifeng's face turn pale. To increase his cultivation speed, Yao Shifeng had purchased a very potent medicinal pill from a loose cultivator in the market. This medicinal pill was not only cheap, but the medicinal power it contained was several times that of medicinal pills of the same stage. The drawback was that the medicinal power was too violent, and consuming it could easily damage the meridians. Meridian damage was not a minor issue, it could diminish a cultivator's foundation. Taking Yao Shifeng as an example, he used this violently potent medicinal pill to break through to Qi refining second layer within 2 years, but the cost was damaged meridians, which resulted in Yao Shifeng's spiritual power being only 90% of that of an ordinary Qi refining second layer cultivator. This was still when the meridian damage was not severe. If Yao Shifeng continued to take this medicinal pill, then his meridian damage would become increasingly severe. Even if he could step into Qi refining stage 3, his internal spiritual power would probably only be 70 to 80% of a normal Qi refining stage 3 cultivator. But Yao Shifeng still chose to continue taking this medicinal pill, because he didn't want to remain unknown. He wanted to break through the shackles of a utility disciple, and he needed to show everyone his strength. Only by becoming stronger could he obtain more resources, and then he could consider how to repair his meridians. Taking a deep breath, Yao Shifeng suppressed the sharp pain caused by the violent spiritual power impacting his meridians and began to cultivate. Phew, it's done. Chu Fifei wiped the sweat from her forehead and handed the repaired formation plate to Gu Mo. Gu Mo took the formation plate and buried it back in the spirit field, then activated it. First to be activated was the illusion formation. A hazy mist enveloped the spirit field, followed by the activation of another defensive formation on the formation plate. Instantly, a thin light curtain enveloped the spirit field. Although this light curtain looked thin, it could withstand the attacks of a Qi refinement late-stage cultivator. Although the spiritual power in the spirit stones within the formation plate would be exhausted after a few blows, the strength of this defensive formation was absolutely sufficient. If it were a Qi refining early or middle stage cultivator, it could definitely withstand for a longer time. If Gu Mo could replace the spirit stones on the formation plate in time, he could completely block the enemy outside. Fairy Chu's craftsmanship is truly remarkable. After testing the effect of the formation plate, Gu Mo nodded in satisfaction. When the water spirit rice matures, I will save a few caddies for you. It's a deal. Chu Fifei said with a beaming smile. This was the first pot of gold she earned with her own craftsmanship. Although Gu Mo had given a lot of help and even funding, this still made Chu Fifei very happy. After all, it meant that she could earn more cultivation resources on her own in the future. After completing the repair of the formation plate, Chu Fifei left. She still had her own tasks and couldn't leave for too long. This was also the restriction for utility disciples, they needed to complete a fixed quota of tasks for the sect every day, unlike outer sect disciples who had relatively free time. And Gu Mo also resumed his daily routine of farming, cultivating, and exploring the black mist space. With the increased defense of the spirit field, Gu Mo also planned to add 5 more sunflowers, increasing the number of sunflowers to 15. With the 10 sunflowers he currently possessed, it would only take 5 days to gather the sun essence needed for 1 sunflower, and the time would become shorter and shorter thereafter. While Gu Mo was quietly cultivating in the spirit field, a piece of news spread among all the utility disciples throughout the entire sect. The sect master's newly accepted personal disciple, the genius with a superior spiritual root, was going to recruit a few attendants from among the utility disciples to help him handle some trivial matters. As soon as this news came out, all the utility disciples were excited. It was a very normal thing for intersect disciples to recruit attendants to help with miscellaneous tasks, allowing intersect disciples to focus entirely on cultivating. After all, wasting precious cultivation time on such trivial matters was the greatest waste. And becoming an attendant to an intersect disciple was definitely a great opportunity for many utility disciples. Even many outer sect disciples were eager to try. Becoming an attendant to an ordinary intersect disciple was not very appealing to outer sect disciples, but becoming an attendant to the sect master's personal disciple was different. Chapter 52 Cultivating Flower Pots. Fu Peak. Senior Brother Yao, this is a great opportunity. With your ability, you definitely have a chance to become a personal disciple's attendant. Several utility disciples excitedly said to Yao Shifeng. They had all witnessed Yao Shifeng's competence, and furthermore, Yao Shifeng's achievement of reaching Qi refining second layer within 2 years surpassed the vast majority of utility disciples. Therefore, everyone felt that Yao Shifeng had a great opportunity. As long as Yao Shifeng could become an attendant to the sect master's personal disciple, they would also benefit. I'm still far from it. Yao Shifeng shook his head, but his heart was stirred by their words, creating ripples of thought. If he wanted to break through the limitations of a utility disciple, then becoming an attendant to an intersect disciple, especially an attendant to the sect master's personal disciple, was definitely a viable path. However, Yao Shifeng's inner pride made him somewhat reluctant to become someone else's attendant. But what happened next strongly impacted Yao Shifeng's pride, because the sect master's personal disciple sent someone to extend an invitation. Looking at the invitation in front of him, Yao Shifeng felt his hands trembling. At this moment, he only needed to reach out to become an attendant to the sect master's personal disciple and end his status as a utility disciple. Yet, at the same time, a huge question arose in Yao Shifeng's mind: why would the sect master's personal disciple send him an invitation? There were many in the sect stronger than him, and even many outer sect disciples would want to become an attendant to the sect master's personal disciple. This junior brother has limited ability and cannot serve senior brother he. Ultimately, Yao Shifeng expressed his intention to the outer sect senior brother who delivered the invitation. After saying this, Yao Shifeng felt his body tremble slightly, because he knew he had missed a great opportunity. But to live under another's roof as an attendant to the sect master's personal disciple was not what Yao Shifeng wanted. Yao Shifeng's goal was to become an intersect disciple of the sect, so he could only refuse. Even if the hope of becoming an inner sect disciple was very slim, he was willing to strive for it. Who's looking for me at this time? Gu Mo, who was studying new objects inside the black mist space gate, detected that the formation outside his spiritual field had been triggered. He immediately left the black mist space. Stepping out of the formation, Gu Mo saw an outer sect disciple. Gu Mo's confusion grew even more, as he didn't seem to know the other person and had no prior interaction with any outer sect disciple. Junior brother Gu Mo, this is senior brother He's invitation. He hopes you can become his attendant. The outer sect disciple took out an invitation and handed it to Gu Mo. Senior brother He? Attendant. Gu Mo took the invitation with a bewildered expression. After understanding the situation, he raised an eyebrow. This senior brother He was actually the sect master's newly accepted personal disciple. It wasn't strange for such a personal disciple to recruit a few attendants, but why would he seek him out? He didn't even know the other person. Moreover, Gu Mo would not become anyone's attendant. Immediately, Gu Mo politely declined senior brother He's invitation. Seeing Gu Mo refuse, the outer sect disciple's face couldn't help but show regret. This was an invitation that countless utility disciples dreamed of, yet this utility disciple actually refused. How inexplicable. Looking at the departing outer sect disciple, Gu Mo scratched his head. Junior brother Gu Mo, it's rare for you to leave your old den. Just as Gu Mo was about to return and continue studying the new discoveries within the space inside the door, Yuan Naya's figure appeared sneakily. To avoid being discovered, Yuan Naya always appeared like this whenever she came to Gu Mo. Senior sister Yuan, do you know about the sect master's newly accepted personal disciple? Seeing Yuan Naya, Gu Mo thought that since she was also an inner sect disciple, she should know more than him. Yes, I do. Yuan Naya nodded. This junior brother, who had joined the sect a few months after her, was now a prominent figure in the sect. However, Gu Mo should have no connection with such a person. What? He Xiaogang invited you to be his attendant. When Yuan Naya learned that Gu Mo had just received an invitation from the sect master's personal disciple, she instantly became like an enraged cat. Gu Mo was someone she had found first. She was still counting on Gu Mo's great perfection level purification technique to help her become a true disciple. If he Xiaogang were to snatch him away, how could she not be angry? Fortunately, Gu Mo had not agreed, which greatly relieved Yuan Naya. Gu Mo, how about you become my attendant? I can give you a lot of cultivation resources. Yuan Naya, still a little uneasy, offered. Gu Mo was too important to her now. Tying him firmly to herself was the most secure option. Moreover, once Gu Mo became her attendant, she wouldn't have to come so sneakily every time. No. Compared to his polite refusal of the sect master's personal disciple's invitation, Gu Mo was much more direct with Yuan Naya. Since she had a request for him, Gu Mo wasn't afraid of offending her. Besides, Yuan Naya, as an inner sect disciple, probably couldn't defeat him. Humph. Read the error-free version at Yilu Yiju Yishu Yiba. Note, this line appears to be a website or book reference in Chinese and is translated literally as it appeared to be a part of the novel text. Yuan Naya let out a cold snort when Gu Mo rejected her invitation, but just as Gu Mo had guessed, Yuan Naya, who had a request for him, could do nothing to Gu Mo. Following Gu Mo into the small house, after a while, Yuan Naya left Gu Mo's spiritual field, trembling. Looking at Yuan Naya's departing figure, Gu Mo also felt a little weak. There were more and more people outside the valley now. If they were to be seen, it would be impossible to clear his name. After confirming Yuan Naya had completely disappeared, Gu Mo returned to the small house, preparing to continue studying the new things that had appeared inside the door. After continuously dispelling the black mist with sun essence over these past few days, the black mist for a certain distance inside the door had dispersed. Subsequently, Gu Mo saw a shelf. The shelf was nothing special, instead, a flower pot on the shelf caught Gu Mo's attention. Because when Gu Mo looked at the flower pot, a light screen actually appeared, with only one line of text on it, Cultivation flower pot. Cultivation flower pot? Is it a flower pot used to cultivate plants? Gu Mo's heart stirred. Immediately, he left the black mist space, dug up a sunflower from the spiritual field, and then transplanted it into this cultivation flower pot. As the sunflower was transplanted into this cultivation flower pot, the text on the light screen immediately changed. First, the sunflower's attributes appeared on the light screen. And behind the sunflower's grade column, an upward arrow appeared. Seeing this arrow, Gu Mo knew he had found a way to improve the grade of plants. However, this arrow was currently gray, meaning Gu Mo had not yet met the conditions required for the sunflower's advancement. So, what did the sunflower need to advance? Gu Mo immediately thought of sun essence. Immediately, he took out several portions of sun essence and placed them in the cultivation flower pot. As the sun essence disappeared, a hint of green appeared at the bottom of the gray arrow. Who? Seeing this, Gu Mo let out a long breath. If the sunflower's upgrade required some special heaven and earth treasure, then Gu Mo would truly be in trouble. Now, the sunflower's upgrade still required sun essence, which was definitely good news for Gu Mo. Chapter 53, Top Quality Sunflowers. After confirming that upgrading the sunflower required sun essence, Gu Mo put all 15 portions of sun essence he harvested each day into the cultivation pot. As the sun essence was added, the arrow representing the upgrade gradually turned green. After investing the 50th portion of sun essence, Gu Mo found that the arrow had completely turned green. Without hesitation, Gu Mo directly clicked the upgrade arrow. The next moment, a ray of light enveloped the sunflower. After a few breaths, the light disappeared, and a slightly taller sunflower appeared. Name, Sunflower. Grade, First Grade Middle Level. Effect, Condenses Sun Essence. Planting Conditions, First Order Spiritual Field. Its First Grade Middle Level. Guang glanced at the upgraded sunflower's attributes, overjoyed, and then he saw a grey arrow behind the grade column. Did this mean that the First Grade Middle Level sunflower could continue to upgrade? If the sunflower was upgraded to First Order, Top Grade, would the condensed sun essence be even more potent? Honestly, Guang was tempted at this moment, but before that, he wanted to verify the effect of the sunflower, which had now been upgraded to First Grade Middle Level. He took the sunflower out of the cultivation pot and replanted it in the spiritual field. The next day, Guang harvested a portion of sun essence condensed by the First Grade Middle Level sunflower. Absorbing that portion of sun essence, a smile immediately appeared on Guang's face. This portion of sun essence allowed him to regain the effect of 3 days of arduous cultivation. Although it was still 3 days of arduous cultivation, this was 3 days of arduous cultivation at his chi refining middle stage realm, which was definitely incomparable to the previous 3 days of arduous cultivation at the chi refining early stage. Determining that the sun essence condensed after the sunflower upgrade had also increased in effect, Guang immediately decided to try to continue upgrading this First Grade Middle Level sunflower. Currently, Guang had 15 sunflowers in his spiritual field. This was almost the limit, any more would be difficult to conceal. With the number unable to increase further, improving the sunflower's grade was the best choice for enhancing cultivation efficiency. At the same time, Guang also wanted to use this upgrade to investigate the amount of sun essence needed for the sunflower's upgrade, to plan for the upgrade of his other sunflowers. He replanted the First Grade Middle Level sunflower into the cultivation pot and continued to add sun essence to the pot. This time, Guang spent a full 100 portions of sun essence to upgrade that medium grade sunflower to high grade. Then, Guang was astonished to find that the upgrade arrow had not disappeared. First Order, Top Grade, was not the limit of this sunflower, it could still be upgraded. I want to see where your limit is. Guang was determined at this moment, ready to upgrade this sunflower to its limit. The sunflower, frankly speaking, was Guang's foundation. The stronger the sunflower, the greater its help to Guang, therefore, Guang would absolutely not hesitate to upgrade the sunflower. However, before that, Guang replanted the current First Order, Top Grade, sunflower back into the spiritual field to test its effect. The result also greatly satisfied Guang, the condensed sun essence could reach the equivalent of 4 days of arduous cultivation. And this was not the limit. If this high-grade sunflower were planted in a high-grade spiritual field, it should be able to reach the level of 5 days of arduous cultivation. Guang's first-grade middle-level spiritual field was already starting to hold him back. It was difficult to obtain a higher-grade spiritual field at the moment, unless Guang was willing to reveal some of his trump cards, in which case he might have a chance to obtain a higher-grade spiritual field, but doing so carried too great a risk. If the spiritual field's grade couldn't be improved, then he would continue to upgrade the sunflower. He moved the First Order, Top Grade, sunflower back into the cultivation pot, and Guang continued to put sun essence into it. Based on the first upgrade requiring 50 portions of sun essence and the second 100 portions, Guang estimated that this third upgrade would require 200 portions of sun essence, which 14 sunflowers could gather in about 14 days. As expected, when Guang invested 200 portions of sun essence, the upgrade arrow turned green again. Clicking Upgrade, the sunflower successfully advanced to First Order, Top Grade. After advancing to First Order, Top Grade, the upgrade arrow behind the sunflower's grade still did not disappear, instead, it became larger. Seeing this, Guang's heart skipped a beat. Another upgrade from First Order, Top Grade, would mean breaking through to Second Order. Second Order was already within the scope of Foundation establishment. From First Order to Second Order, this was definitely a major hurdle, but at this moment, this cultivation pot could actually directly allow the sunflower to upgrade from First Order to Second Order, and the upgrade still required sun essence. Guang could not imagine how much help and improvement it would bring him if he obtained a Second Order sunflower during the chi refinement stage. He tried throwing in a few portions of sun essence, and then Guang's expression became a bit bitter. Previously, when sun essence was added, some progress could be seen on the arrow, but now, no matter how much sun essence was put in, there was no movement at all. This meant that if Guang wanted the current First Order, Top Grade, sunflower to break through its realm, it would require a massive amount of sun essence, which raised the question of whether it was worth it. Investing a large amount of sun essence would inevitably affect Guang's cultivation, but similarly, if he could obtain a Second Order sunflower, it would also be of immense help to Guang. Unable to make up his mind for a while, Guang decided to upgrade his other sunflowers first, but he immediately decided to fully cultivate a Second Order sunflower. Because during the process of upgrading other sunflowers, Guang discovered that the sun essence condensed by the First Order, Top Grade, sunflower was several times more effective than that of other first-grade low-grade sunflowers. Originally, 50 portions of sun essence could upgrade a low-grade sunflower to medium grade, but if sun essence condensed by a First Order, Top Grade, sunflower was used, only a dozen or so portions would be needed. If it were sun essence condensed by a Second Order sunflower, wouldn't just one portion be enough for a direct upgrade? Besides this, Guang also thought about his future breakthrough to Foundation establishment. Would absorbing sun essence condensed by a Second Order sunflower help him better break through to Foundation establishment? Gumo's inferior spiritual root talent meant that his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage would be extremely difficult, so he needed to start preparing as early as possible. Having made up his mind, Gumo first upgraded all his sunflowers to medium grade. The sun essence condensed by medium grade sunflowers was more effective for breaking through the realm of the first order, top grade, sunflower than the low grade ones. As for the high grade, it required too much sun essence, and Gumo's medium grade spiritual field could not fully utilize the full capabilities of a high grade sunflower, so he did not choose it. Qingluo sect main peak. This was the core of the entire Qingluo sect, with the fourth order spiritual vein running through it, bringing dense spiritual qi to the main peak. Cultivating on the main peak was equivalent to having a cultivation acceleration buff. Only sect elders and some exceptionally talented inner sect disciples could enjoy such a superior cultivation environment. Ordinary inner sect disciples could only cultivate on relatively less important side peaks, but even these side peaks had third order spiritual veins. Although not as good as the main peak, they were still coveted cultivation treasures for countless cultivators. At this moment, in an immortal cave on the mountainside of the main peak, a handsome and elegant young man gazed at the list in his hand, lost in thought. He was He Xiaogang, the new personal disciple of the sect master. How interesting, he actually refused my invitation. He Xiaogang looked at the two names highlighted in red on the list, Yao Shifeng and Gumo. Gumo's name also had a special mark next to it. Senior brother, with your current status as a direct disciple of the sect master, you can completely find those outer sect disciples. Why do you insist on choosing utility disciples? Beside He Xiaogang, a middle-aged cultivator spoke. He was the outer sect deacon who brought He Xiaogang to Qingluo sect. Senior brother, outer sect disciples are good, but it's very difficult to get outer sect disciples to join us. Utility disciples are different, as long as you give them a chance, they will desperately seize it, He Xiaogang said softly. I know, but we don't have much time left. The middle-aged cultivator looked worried. The Qingluo sect is preparing to attempt to refine a Ning-Ying pill. Once successful, if the Qingluo sect produces a nascent soul cultivator, we will have no chance. Ning-Ying pills are not that easy to refine. Just the preparation will take several years, and if we interfere a little during that time, it will take even longer. He Xiaogang shook his head. Our most urgent task now is to gather manpower. Only with enough manpower can we dismantle the Qingluo sect from within. Senior brother, please take charge of screening the invited utility disciples. He Xiaogang handed the list to the middle-aged cultivator. He had screened some capable utility disciples and sent them invitations, planning to cultivate them into his pawns. However, not everyone who accepted the invitation would ultimately become a pawn, this required many tests. It was a pity that the two pawns he valued most did not accept his invitation. Although one of the pawns was already on his chessboard, he wanted to recruit the other party to cultivate him well. After all, this pawn was the best he had at the moment. He Xiaogang recalled some information about Gumo, great perfection level purification technique, excellent comprehension ability, and top-tier spiritual farmer talent. It could be said that Gumo, apart from his relatively poor spiritual root, had almost all the characteristics of an inner sect disciple. As for Yao Shifeng, although he didn't have Gumo's outstanding comprehension ability, being able to reach Qi refining second layer within 2 years was absolutely rare among utility disciples. The most important thing was that he had ambition, unlike those utility disciples who, knowing their talent was lacking, gave up on further progress. Don't worry, leave these trivial matters to me. Junior brother, you also need to be careful. Reincarnation pills are not invincible. You must not be discovered by those old fellows. The middle-aged cultivator nodded, and after a reminder, he left. The progress bar is finally past halfway. Gumo looked at the half-green arrow in the cultivation pot and immediately felt as if he had overcome a difficult hurdle. After half a year of continuous investment, the grey arrow finally turned half-green, which meant that in just another half a year, he would obtain a second-order sunflower. A second-order sunflower in 1 year, was it worth it? In Gumo's opinion, it was completely worth it. After all, if Gumo were given a year, he would definitely not be able to reach the foundation establishment stage. But the sunflower could. With a second-order sunflower, Gumo would find it much easier to upgrade other plants. The higher the grade of sun essence, the higher the upgrade efficiency. The cultivation pot could not only upgrade sunflowers, but also pea shooters and potato mines. If pea shooters and potato mines were upgraded to second order, then Gumo would possess foundation establishment stage combat power. It was no exaggeration to say that upgrading plants was the fastest way for Gumo to gain self-preservation means. With plants protecting his Dao, Gumo would be able to cultivate with peace of mind and improve his realm. After checking the state of the sunflower in the cultivation pot, Gumo left the black mist space. A year had passed since he planted the water spirit rice, and now the water spirit rice was mature, so it was time to harvest it. Arriving by the spirit field, a green pea shot out from the spirit field at that moment, killing a black spirit rat. At the same time, a stream of water occasionally sprayed from the water, washing off the spirit insects on the ling rice, and then, a golden red figure swallowed the fallen spirit insects. As the water spirit rice matured, the scent it emitted attracted many spirit beasts and spirit insects. However, most of the spirit beasts and spirit insects were blocked by the formation. Even if there were some stragglers, they were all killed by the pea shooters Gumo planted in the spirit field, and some spirit insects hidden in the water were eliminated by the koi. To better eliminate spirit insects, this koi even learned to spit water, washing off the spirit insects on the water spirit rice leaves to eat them. Feeling Gumo's presence, the koi quickly swam over, spat out the spirit insects it had just swallowed to show them off, and then immediately swallowed them back. Good job. Gu Mo took out a portion of sun essence and put it into the fish's mouth. To make this koi work hard, Gu Mo would occasionally give it rewards. As a result, 2/3 of the golden scales on the koi's body were already covered. The significant growth of these golden scales also benefited from the improvement in the sunflower's grade. Now, Gu Mo's sunflowers were all medium grade, and the sun essence they condensed was naturally stronger. Each portion could add several golden scales to the koi. After giving the reward, Gu Mo's gaze swept across the water spirit rice, which rippled like waves. Then, he brought his 2 fingers together, and in the next moment, sharp sword chi shot out. What Gu Mo was currently performing was no longer the entry-level Little Jengjin sword chi, but the proficient-level Little Jengjin sword chi. For the past 6 months, all the sun essence had been used to upgrade the sunflowers, so he couldn't cultivate. However, Gu Mo did not stop his spell cultivation, especially as the water spirit rice matured and spirit beasts and spirit insects continuously appeared. Sometimes, the pea shooters and koi could not eliminate the invading spirit beasts and spirit insects in time. At that time, Gu Mo would act, and after performing it many times, Gu Mo gradually cultivated the Little Jengjin sword chi to the proficient realm. This was also the second spirit farmer spell Gu Mo had cultivated to the proficient realm, besides the small cloud rain technique. Mastering 2 proficient level spirit farmer spells, Gu Mo could be considered a top-tier spiritual farmer in the entire spirit plant hall. As the sword chi swept out, the water spirit rice ears were cut down one after another. Then, Gu Mo waved his hand to cast Sleeve Universe, and those rice ears were collected by Gu Mo before they even fell. Only 300 caddies. Gu Mo waited and immediately knew the yield of this water spirit rice harvest. Compared to the 800 caddies yield of Lingyu rice, 300 caddies was obviously much less. However, for a first-order high-grade spirit plant, this was already considered a high yield. The highest recorded extreme yield in the spirit plant hall was only a little over 500 caddies. Under normal circumstances, 400 caddies was considered the upper limit. Of course, if Gu Mo could possess a first-order high-grade spirit field, he was confident he could reach that 400 caddies upper limit. Although the yield of 300 caddies per mu was not much, its value far exceeded that of Lingyu rice, which yielded 800 caddies per mu. After the spirit field harvest was completed, Gu Mo put the sunflowers and pea shooters into the black mist space, preparing to go to the spirit plant hall to report the yield. As for the potato mine, this thing was very secretive, so there was no need to take it away. Speaking of which, the rent-free period for Gu Mo's spirit field was due in half a year. He had to think of a way to see if he could extend the rent-free period. Senior brother Gu Mo. Senior brother Gu Mo. Leaving the spirit field and heading to the spirit plant hall, the previously empty spirit fields were now being cultivated by many utility disciples. Seeing Gu Mo pass by, those utility disciples greeted him one after another. This also showed Gu Mo's standing in the hearts of these utility disciples. After all, a senior brother who could occasionally offer them guidance would naturally earn everyone's respect. Listening to the repeated calls of senior brother, Gu Mo couldn't help but sigh, realizing he was now considered an elder in the spirit plant hall. He arrived at the warehouse with practiced ease when a familiar voice called out. Junior brother Gu Mo, long time no see. Hearing this, Gu Mo turned and saw Mai Yunfa walking in. Senior brother Mai, are you also here to register your yield? Gu Mo showed rare enthusiasm for this rare acquaintance in the spirit plant hall. Haha, that's right. This time, I successfully cultivated several acres of cloudwood grass. Mai Yunfa smiled. As an outer sect disciple of the spirit plant hall, besides advancements in cultivation, what brought them the most joy was naturally cultivating rare spirit plants. The cloudwood grass he spoke of was a first-grade middle-level spirit plant. Although named grass, it resembled wood and could be used as a fast-growing spirit wood for starting fires or alchemy. Congratulations, senior brother Mai, on your greatly increased harvest this year. Gu Mo said with a smile. The higher the value of the spirit plant cultivated, the higher the cultivator's income would naturally be. Haha, it's nothing. Junior brother Gu Mo, you're the truly impressive one. An 800 jin per mu yield of Lingyu rice isn't something just anyone can achieve. I wonder if you can continue to create miracles this time. Mai Yunfa still vividly remembered Gu Mo's 800 jin per mu yield of Lingyu rice, at least, he couldn't achieve such a high yield. From Mai Yunfa's words, he clearly didn't know about Gu Mo cultivating water spirit rice yet. Only the steward who issued the spirit seeds and Zhao Qiancheng knew about this matter. Because they weren't sure if Gu Mo could truly succeed in cultivating water spirit rice, the two of them hadn't revealed the news. As they spoke, the two arrived at the registration window. Gu Mo took out his utility disciple token and handed it over. Disciple Gu Mo, select the type of spirit plant you wish to register. The warehouse steward responsible for registration asked a routine question, while also preparing to write down Lingyu rice. It was he who had reported Gu Mo's previous achievement of winning the Lingyu rice per mu yield championship. Water spirit rice. Gu Mo stated the type of spirit plant he wanted to register. What rice? The warehouse steward looked up, a little surprised. He seemed to have heard Gu Mo say some kind of rice just now, but it was definitely not Lingyu rice. It's water spirit rice, senior. Gu Mo took out a handful of water spirit rice stalks and confirmed. This was the warehouse steward, not the steward who issued spirit seeds, so he naturally didn't know that Gu Mo had received water spirit rice seeds. Yes. As Gu Mo took out the water spirit rice stalks, there was a simultaneous gasp from both the front and back. The one in front was naturally the warehouse steward, and the one behind was Mai Yunfa. Both the warehouse steward and Mai Yunfa were very familiar with water spirit rice and knew the difficulty of cultivating it. It was precisely because they knew this that they were so shocked. Junior brother Gu Mo, you, Mai Yunfa said with an expression of disbelief. Water spirit rice was a high-grade spirit plant that Mai Yunfa currently couldn't cultivate, yet Gu Mo, who had only been in the sect for just over 2 years, had actually succeeded in cultivating a first-order high-grade spirit plant like water spirit rice. The gap between people was simply too great. It seems your small cloud rain technique has already entered the proficient realm. Suddenly, another voice sounded. Hearing this, Gu Mo's gaze swept over, and he quickly bowed, saying, Greetings, Deacon Zhao. After learning that Gu Mo was coming to register his yield, Zhao Qiancheng came. He knew very well what spirit plant Gu Mo was here to register this time. Then, let me see your yield. Zhao Qiancheng gestured for Gu Mo to bring out his harvest this time. Hearing this, Gu Mo waved his sleeve, taking out all the harvested water spirit rice stalks. The warehouse steward then put these stalks into a special magical artifact. A moment later, glistening, translucent ling rice grains appeared. 300 jin. With just a glance, the warehouse steward knew Gu Mo's yield this time. Not bad, not bad. Zhao Qianken's eyes also gleamed with pleasant surprise. 300 jin of water spirit rice was not a low yield. It was no exaggeration to say that with these 300 jin of water spirit rice, even if the Lingyu rice yield continued to decrease this year, his evaluation would still be excellent. Compared to Lingyu rice, which had a huge yield and some old rice every year, high-grade Ling rice like water spirit rice was what the sect valued most. This kind of high-grade Ling rice was always in short supply, so the sect placed great weight on increasing the production of such high-grade spirit plants. Increasing the production of a few hundred jin of water spirit rice was far more important than increasing the production of several thousand or tens of thousands of jin of Lingyu rice. Read the error-free version at 169 SHUBA. Deacon Zhao, can this disciple keep 100 jin of Ling rice for himself? Upon learning that Zhao Qiancheng intended to turn in all the water spirit rice, Gu Mo quickly spoke up. Of course. Zhao Qiancheng cleared his throat. It was then that he remembered that, theoretically, all 300 jin of this water spirit rice belonged to Gu Mo, as his spirit field was still under the rent-free period. However, Gu Mo's rent-free period for the spirit field should be coming to an end in half a year. With this thought, Zhao Qianken's mind stirred. Gu Mo, if you can submit 200 jin of water spirit rice annually, then your spirit field can always enjoy rent-free treatment, and the 200 jin of water spirit rice you submit can be exchanged for sect contributions as usual. Thank you for the reward, Deacon Zhao. Hearing this, Gu Mo's eyes lit up. Being able to enjoy rent-free status by submitting 200 jin of water spirit rice was definitely a great thing for Gu Mo, and the 200 jin of water spirit rice submitted could also normally earn sect contributions. This treatment already surpassed many ordinary outer sect disciples of the spirit plant hall. Outer sect disciples also needed to pay spirit field rent, and the rent ratio was not low. Of course, some outer sect disciples who mastered special abilities could enjoy even higher treatment. My spirit plant hall will not be stingy with rewards for outstanding disciples. As long as you can consistently submit water spirit rice, I will apply for outer sect disciple status for you then. Zhao Qiancheng threw out another big bait. Seeing this, Mai Yunfa, who was standing nearby, felt a bit sour in his heart. He had never seen Deacon Zhao speak so kindly to a disciple before. This disciple will definitely work hard. Gu Mo quickly bowed. He hadn't expected that the outer sect disciple status would be settled so quickly. With Gu Mo's current strength, maintaining a 300 jin per mu yield of water spirit rice was not a difficult task. With 2,000 sect contributions added to his identity token, Gu Mo completed this registration. 1 jin of Lingyu rice could only be exchanged for 1 contribution point, while 1 jin of water spirit rice could be exchanged for 10 contribution points. 200 jin of water spirit rice directly increased Gu Mo's contributions by 2,000. If he submitted the 100 jin of water spirit rice he had on him as well, then Gu Mo could directly obtain 3,000 contributions, and he could immediately go exchange for the chi concealment art that Gu Mo had been longing for. At this moment, Gu Mo deeply experienced the changes brought by increased strength. Previously, accumulating 3,000 contributions would have required farming for 3 years, but now, a single season of water spirit rice in 1 year was enough to gather it. Deacon Zhao, this disciple wishes to exchange for water spirit rice. As Gu Mo departed, Mai Yunfa took out his outer sect disciple token, preparing to use his sect contributions to exchange for water spirit rice. This grade of Ling rice would be exchanged for as soon as it appeared, so Mai Yunfa knew he had to seize the moment to obtain water spirit rice. Alright. Zhao Qiancheng nodded. Since Mai Yunfa was related to him, Zhao Qiancheng naturally wouldn't be stingy about taking care of him. Leaving the spirit plant hall, Gu Mo headed to the market. Gu Mo's purpose for this trip to the market was simple, to sell a portion of his water spirit rice for spirit stones. In fact, for Ling rice of the water spirit rice grade, even selling it to the sect wouldn't yield a lower price than selling it at the market. However, Gu Mo had previously promised Go Yu, the manager of the wine shop, that he would sell him high-grade spirit plants, so he naturally couldn't go back on his word. Furthermore, as Gu Mo's only contact outside the sect, Go Yu was a valuable channel for him to understand the situation outside the sect, and he wouldn't easily abandon him. Little brother Gu Mo. Gu Mo's appearance made Go Yuyu's expression ecstatic. Gu Mo hadn't shown up for a year, which had made Go Yuyu very worried that this hard-won channel for Ling rice would be cut off. But with Gu Mo's appearance, Go Yuyu's hanging heart could finally relax. Shopkeeper Go, do you have ample spirit stones? Gu Mo asked with a smile. Now a cultivator at the Qi refining middle stage, Gu Mo felt more at ease facing Go Yuyu, who was also at the Qi refining middle stage. Even though Go Yuyu was at Qi refining 6th layer, Gu Mo's physique and spiritual power, which were 6 times that of his peers, meant he was no less impressive. Gu Mo's opening question about his spirit stones made Go Yuyu pause, then he seemed to realize something, and his face instantly became excited. Because last time, Gu Mo had hinted that the important figure behind him wanted to cultivate high-grade spirit plants. Now, Gu Mo asking if he had enough spirit stones, the meaning behind it couldn't be clearer. To be frank, little brother, I've been running this business for decades, so I'm quite well off. Go Yuyu said with full confidence. He believed he could easily handle 100 jin or so of medium-grade spirit plants. As for more, he didn't think Gu Mo could produce it. Good. Hearing that Go Yuyu was quite wealthy, Gu Mo felt relieved. Immediately, he took out 50 jin of water spirit rice. Aside from what he would consume himself, Gu Mo had also promised Chu Fifei a few jin. It's probably around 50 jin. Looking at the bag Gu Mo pulled out, Go Yuyu instantly judged its weight, and it was just as he expected, about 100 jin. Immediately, Go Yuyu reached out to open the bag, preparing to see what kind of spirit plant it was. As the bag opened, Go Yuyu felt a rich spiritual qi wash over him, and this spiritual qi also carried a trace of special spiritual power. It's water spiritual power. Having been in the market for so many years, Go Yuyu's knowledge was naturally not weak, and he instantly recognized the origin of this special spiritual power. At this moment, Go Yuyu's expression immediately became serious, realizing that the contents of this bag must be extraordinary. Water spirit rice. When Go Yuyu's gaze fell upon the crystal clear Ling rice in the bag, even with his prior mental preparation, he was still shocked. He had never expected that Gu Mo would actually produce high-grade water spirit rice. For him, a cultivator at the Qi refining middle stage, this Ling rice was absolutely an excellent spiritual food for improving his cultivation. Especially since Go Yuyu's 5 elements attribute lean slightly towards water, though it didn't reach a 50% proportion, so he wasn't considered a 5 elements spiritual root. However, this did not affect the fact that the water spirit rice would have a greater enhancing effect on him compared to other spiritual foods of the same rank. Furthermore, as a winemaker, he could completely brew this water spirit rice into high-grade spiritual wine, maximizing its effect. High-grade spiritual wine, this grade of spiritual wine, was enough to give Go Yuyu the confidence to break through to the Qi refinement late stage. Little brother Gu Mo, I spoke too soon just now. My spirit stones are not enough to buy all this water spirit rice. Struggling to calm the surging emotions in his heart, Go Yuyu showed a bitter expression, because his current liquid funds simply couldn't afford these 50 jin of water spirit rice. Gu Mo had presented about 100 jin of Ling rice, but who knew it was actually first-order high-grade water spirit rice. This stuff was absolutely priceless in the market. While ordinary Ling rice like Ling Yu rice might occasionally have some old stock flow out from the Qingluo sect, water spirit rice of this grade would never flow out at all. In this situation, the important figure behind Gu Mo could actually produce 50 jin of water spirit rice, which couldn't help but elevate Go Yuyu's perception of the important figure behind Gu Mo by several levels. 50 jin of water spirit rice was probably something only those inner sect disciples could produce. Of course, what Go Yuyu needed to consider now was not these things, but how he could acquire these 50 jin of water spirit rice. If he were to miss out on these 50 jin of water spirit rice due to insufficient spirit stones, Go Yuyu felt he would definitely develop a heart demon. Learning that Go Yuyu didn't have enough money, Gu Mo was also a bit confused. The market price for 1 jin of water spirit rice was 30 spirit stones, so 50 jin would be 1,500 spirit stones. Go Yuyu could open a wine shop in the market, it was impossible for him not to be able to produce 1,500 spirit stones. Actually, Gu Mo had completely misunderstood. The market price for water spirit rice was 30 spirit stones per jin, but there was simply no water spirit rice in the market. Therefore, the actual price of water spirit rice was far more than 30 spirit stones. If Go Yuyu really bought Gu Mo's water spirit rice for 30 spirit stones, he would truly be a terrible person. Check out the error-free version at 1619 bookstore. Little brother Gu Mo, I wonder if we could trade goods. Go Yuyu seemed to have made a decision, asking tentatively. Shopkeeper Go, what do you intend to exchange? Gu Mo could also accept bartering, but the item had to be useful to him. Brother, I have a divine soul cultivation technique in my possession. I wonder if it can be exchanged for your water spirit rice. Go Yuyu took out a booklet. Divine soul cultivation technique. Upon hearing this, Gu Mo's eyes widened. This type of cultivation technique for cultivating divine soul was extremely precious. Of course, the evil cultivation technique refining spirit art that Gu Mo had obtained long ago was an exception. And what Go Yuyu took out was obviously not some evil cultivation technique. That's right, this is the wine god body tempering method that I, your elder brother, obtained in an immortal cave left by a predecessor. It requires cultivation with spiritual wine. Go Yuyu explained the situation of the cultivation technique, and at the same time, he frankly stated that he wanted to cooperate with the important figure behind Gu Mo. This wine god body tempering method required spiritual wine, and Gu Mo's side would specifically provide him with high-grade Ling rice. Go Yuyu would then be responsible for brewing the spiritual wine, after which both parties could use the spiritual wine to cultivate the wine god body tempering method. This was definitely a win-win situation, and Go Yuyu also held back a secret, the special spiritual wine recipe for cultivating the wine god body tempering method, which only he knew. While other spiritual wines could also be used to cultivate the wine god body tempering method, their effects were far inferior to the specialized spiritual wine. Since it was a win-win cooperation, Gu Mo naturally had no reason to refuse. His spiritual power and physique far surpassed those of cultivators at the same stage, but his divine soul was quite ordinary. Now with this wine god body tempering method, it was like completing the last puzzle piece for Gu Mo to become a hexagonal warrior. Strange, is junior brother Gu Mo's autonomy so great? Go Yuyu watched Gu Mo leave, his brows slightly furrowed. Their cooperation just now was basically decided by Gu Mo directly. 50 caddies of water spirit rice, by all accounts, was not something a utility disciple like Gu Mo could decide. Even if this cooperation was a win-win, he should have reported it to the big shot behind him. Could it be? Suddenly, Go Yuyu thought of an idea that shocked him a little, but very quickly, Go Yuyu shook his head again, feeling that this guess was too outlandish. Finally, Go Yuyu gave up on his wild thoughts. What he needed to do now was to quickly brew these water spirit rice into spirit wine. This was his first time brewing wine with water spirit rice, and if he failed, it would be difficult to explain. That shopkeeper Go should have already guessed something, Gu Mo thought to himself on the way back to the spirit plant hall. In this transaction, Gu Mo acted completely unlike a small character running errands for a big shot behind the scenes. The reason for this was simply that Gu Mo was too lazy to hide anymore. Gu Mo's current strength was not inferior to Go Yuyu's, and the matter of the water spirit rice had probably already spread throughout the entire spirit plant hall. Since it was a secret that everyone already knew, Gu Mo naturally didn't need to keep it hidden. Moreover, as the cooperation deepened, many things required Gu Mo to directly communicate with Go Yuyu, such as matters regarding the cultivation of the wine god body tempering method. If Gu Mo had any questions, he couldn't keep using the excuse of a big shot behind him to ask Go Yuyu, then pretend to go back with the answer, and then come back a few days later to ask again. That would be too time-consuming. Senior brother Gu Mo. Junior brother Gu Mo. Returning to the spirit plant hall, Gu Mo went straight to the spirit seed repository. On the way, whether it was utility disciples or outer sect disciples he met, they all seemed exceptionally enthusiastic. Just as Gu Mo had guessed, the news of his successful cultivation of water spirit rice had spread throughout the spirit plant hall. Upon hearing this news, everyone went from initial disbelief until someone asked Zhao Qiancheng and received Zhao Qianken's confirmation, only then did everyone have to believe it. Gu Mo, a utility disciple who had only joined the spirit plant hall for 2.5 years, had actually successfully grown high-grade first-order water spirit rice. This was simply. The spirit plant hall disciples, who were stunned speechless, couldn't think of a word to describe Gu Mo's prodigy at the moment. Finally, someone came up with the title of innate spiritual farmer saint body and bestowed it upon Gu Mo. Junior brother Gu Mo, are you here to collect spirit seeds? Quick, come to the front of senior brother. When Gu Mo arrived at the spirit seed warehouse, several outer sect disciples were also collecting spirit seeds for the next season. Seeing Gu Mo appear, the outer sect disciple at the very front quickly invited Gu Mo over. As Gu Mo displayed his ability to cultivate water spirit rice, everyone around him became friendly good people. Thank you, senior brother. Gu Mo did not refuse the kind offer. This time, most of Gu Mo's 200 caddies of water spirit rice should have been exchanged by the outer sect disciples of the spirit plant hall. Because Gu Mo's 200 caddies of water spirit rice was extra yield, the other disciples of the sect did not know about it yet, so naturally no one came to snatch it. However, as the spirit plant hall reported the yield, these 200 caddies of water spirit rice would soon become known, and it would be difficult to snatch them then. But as long as they befriended junior brother Gu Mo, who could cultivate water spirit rice, they wouldn't have to worry about not getting water spirit rice. After successfully receiving the water spirit rice seeds, Gu Mo left the spirit plant hall amidst the enthusiastic greetings of the crowd and returned to his Lingtian cabin. After replanting the sunflower and pea shooter in the Lingtian, Gu Mo also began a new season of water spirit rice cultivation. The future rent-free Lingtian would depend on this water spirit rice. Just as Gu Mo was about to start cultivating water spirit rice, suddenly, the formation outside the Lingtian was triggered. This trigger was a touch and release, indicating that no one was trying to break in, but rather a knocking method. This only happens when both parties do not have communication talismans. Stopping his work, Gu Mo walked out of the Lingtian covered by the formation and saw a person waiting outside. Gu Mo did not recognize this person, but the grey cultivator's robe on the other party indicated that they should be a utility disciple of the spirit plant hall, and they were already quite old, likely a utility disciple who had been in the spirit plant hall for many years. The other party's purpose in seeking Gu Mo was also very simple, to give a gift to get acquainted, and at the same time, they hoped that Gu Mo could spare some water spirit rice for them, and they were willing to pay a high price. Gu Mo politely declined, stating that he needed the water spirit rice to break through to chi refining second layer. However, he promised the other party that if there was extra in the next season, he would spare some for them. The older utility disciple was also very satisfied with this result. High-grade spirit rice like water spirit rice was simply not something a utility disciple like him could obtain. Now that there was a chance to purchase some from Gu Mo, even if he had to wait another year, it was already quite good. After that older utility disciple, many outer sect disciples and utility disciples from the spirit plant hall came to visit, which added a bit of liveliness to the originally quiet Lingtian. This really proved the saying, poor in the bustling city, no one asks, rich in the deep mountains, distant relatives appear. Finally, Gu Mo directly hung a closed for cultivation sign and announced that he would openly sell a portion of water spirit rice in the next season, which finally brought the Lingtian back to peace. In the following days, Gu Mo returned to farming and cultivation as usual, except that the focus of his cultivation this time became the wine god body tempering method. With the help of the few bottles of spirit wine provided by Go Yu, Gu Mo's progress with the wine god body tempering method was quite good. This body tempering method was very exquisite. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. Using the intoxication brought by the spirit wine to temper the divine soul, the higher the grade of the spirit wine, the better the effect of this body tempering method. It was a relatively pay-to-win method of cultivation. As for the cultivation of his cultivation base, it remained stagnant. Currently, all the sun essence Gu Mo had harvested was used to upgrade the sunflower. In another 6 months, he would be able to obtain a second-order sunflower, which Gu Mo was incredibly excited about. Buzz. On this day, Gu Mo was casting the small cloud rain technique to replenish water in the Lingtian when the communication jade slip on his body vibrated. Currently, Gu Mo only had one contact on his communication jade slip. Junior brother Gu Mo, you've kept me in the dark for so long. Quickly get senior sister 100 caddies of water spirit rice. As Gu Mo opened the formation, a pretty figure ran in, exclaiming excitedly. Today, she came to the spirit plant hall to receive the intersect disciples' benefits and suddenly heard that the spirit plant hall had a utility disciple who could cultivate water spirit rice. Yuan Naya immediately thought of Gu Mo. After all, she knew that Gu Mo had cultivated water spirit rice in his Lingtian, but Yuan Naya was not sure if Gu Mo could succeed. Now it seemed that Gu Mo had succeeded. After a brief inquiry, it was indeed Gu Mo. Immediately, Yuan Naya rushed over excitedly. Even as an intersect disciple, her annual quota for water spirit rice was only a few dozen caddies. After all, she was not the only intersect disciple, and the yield of water spirit rice was not much, so naturally, each person's allocation was small. Now that Gu Mo had successfully cultivated water spirit rice, wouldn't she be able to get more? Senior apprentice sister Yuan, you don't have a water spiritual root, so water spirit rice has limited effect on you. As for the effect of water spirit rice warming and nourishing your meridians and physique, do you think it would be as effective as junior brother's great perfection level purification technique? Gu Mo said with some helplessness. That's true. Hearing Gu Mo's words, Yuan Naya also felt it made sense. Junior brother Gu Mo, then this time give me a super enhanced cleaning technique. Your senior sister is preparing to break through to Qi refining stage 3. That fast? Gu Mo looked at Yuan Naya with some surprise. It hadn't been long since she broke through to Qi refining second layer, and now she was already preparing to break through to Qi refining stage 3. As expected of an intersect disciple, her talent was truly enviable. Then, senior sister, are you ready? A hint of a smile appeared on Gu Mo's lips. The super enhanced cleaning technique was not that easy to endure. Hat, what is this little pain? If one can improve on the path of cultivation by only enduring a little pain, I believe countless people would be willing to enjoy it. Yuan Naya's tone carried some determination. She was obsessed with becoming stronger. When she was young, she was often bullied because of her dark red hair. Getting beaten was a common occurrence. When she grew a little older, if someone bullied her, she would fight back without hesitation, often ending up covered in injuries herself. Pain, this almost accompanied Yuan Naya throughout her entire childhood. Therefore, she was not afraid of pain. What she feared was being too weak. As soon as Yuan Naya finished speaking, she let out a painful groan, because Gu Mo's super enhanced cleaning technique had already fallen. Gu Mo, whose true cultivation realm was Qi refining 4th layer, definitely maximized the effect of the enhanced cleaning technique he cast. But Yuan Naya, just as she said, gritted her teeth and endured the fierce marrow cleansing effect of the enhanced cleaning technique. Normally, the marrow cleansing of a regular strength cleaning technique felt comfortable, but when this effect was increased several times, it almost became a form of torture. When the effect of the cleaning technique ended, Yuan Naya collapsed onto the ground. Specks of blood stained her clothes. This was the dirty blood refined out by the super enhanced cleaning technique, which proved the effectiveness of this marrow cleansing. Of course, the price was enduring pain far beyond the ordinary. Turn around. Yuan Naya said weakly. Hearing this, Gu Mo turned around, and then the sound of Yuan Naya changing clothes came from behind him. Last time, she went back wearing blood-stained clothes and was questioned by her master. This time, she prepared a change of clothes in advance. After all, she had promised Gu Mo to keep this secret. Junior brother Gu Mo, if you encounter any trouble, come to senior sister anytime. While changing clothes, Yuan Naya, who had recovered some strength, also left Gu Mo's spiritual field under the cover of night. After Yuan Naya left, Gu Mo's side truly returned to tranquility. Time quickly flowed by in this calm. Finally, just a little bit left. Gu Mo held 14 portions of sun essence in his hand and came to the cultivation pot. The first order, top grade, sunflower swayed gently in the pot, and on the attribute light screen of this top grade sunflower, the large upgrade arrow was almost completely green, with only a small part of the arrowhead not yet filled with green. To fill this large green upgrade arrow, half a year had passed since Gu Mo planted the water spirit rice again. Today was the moment Gu Mo would completely fill that upgrade arrow. Without hesitation, Gu Mo put the 14 portions of sun essence in his hand into the flower pot. Immediately, the green upgrade arrow emitted a faint glow, and the last trace of blank space was filled with green. Next, Gu Mo only needed to click the upgrade arrow to advance the first order, top grade, sunflower in the pot to second order. For this, Gu Mo spent a year's worth of sun essence. If all this sun essence were used for cultivation, Gu Mo estimated he could directly go from Qi refining 4th layer to Qi refining stage 6. Crossing 2 minor realms in a year was definitely not a problem. If it weren't for the bottleneck from middle stage to late stage, a year's worth of sun essence could probably allow Gu Mo to enter Qi refining stage 7, or even stage 8. Having paid so much, now was the time for harvest. Without hesitation, Gu Mo clicked the green upgrade arrow. The next moment, the sunflower in the pot was enveloped by a burst of light. The light lasted for about half an hour. As the light dissipated, the sunflower in the pot also underwent some changes. This change was not in its appearance. The upgraded sunflower did not change much in appearance. The most significant change was in the sunflower's flower disc, which was like a small sun. Gu Mo could vaguely see some special golden runes in the sunflower's flower disc. After observing the upgraded sunflower, Gu Mo concentrated, preparing to check the attributes of the new sunflower to see if it had truly upgraded to second order. Name, sunflower. Rank, second order low grade. Effect, condenses sun essence. Planting conditions, second order spiritual field. Upon seeing second order low grade in the rank, a smile immediately appeared on Gu Mo's face. And there was even an upgrade arrow after it, but Gu Mo obviously wouldn't continue upgrading it. God knows how many portions of sun essence it would take to upgrade second order low grade to second order medium grade. You can read the error-free version at 169shu.com. This would only be considered after Gu Mo had upgraded all the remaining sunflowers to second order. However, the smile on Gu Mo's face immediately disappeared when he saw the planting conditions. Planting second order sunflowers required a second order spiritual field. This made Gu Mo wonder where he would find a second order spiritual field now. Qingluo sect naturally had second order spiritual fields, and even third order ones, but these were definitely not something he could access at his current realm. He had finally managed to upgrade the sunflower to second order. If he couldn't plant it because the spiritual field rank was insufficient, wouldn't his year's worth of effort be wasted? Unwilling, Gu Mo moved the second order solar flower from the pot and planted it directly back into the spiritual field. He wouldn't give up unless he tried it himself. After the second order solar flower was planted, it did not revert to seed form. This meant that even a first order spiritual field could allow a second order solar flower to survive normally. This result overjoyed Gu Mo. After waiting for a day, as night fell, Gu Mo came to the second order solar flower. At this moment, a pure sun essence was condensed in the flower disc of the second order sunflower. This was definitely a qualitative change compared to the sun essence condensed by other sunflowers. He chose to collect it, and a smaller, illusory mini-sun appeared, with some golden light points scattered within it. At this point, Gu Mo could conclude that the optimal planting location for a second-order sunflower was undoubtedly a second-order spiritual field, but a first-order spiritual field could also sustain it and successfully condense sun essence, though this sun essence was clearly not in a perfect state. Even so, the sun essence condensed by the second-order solar flower was fundamentally different from that of a first-order one. Next, Gu Mo prepared to absorb this second-order sun essence to experience the difference between the two. Upon absorbing that sun essence, which carried specks of golden light, it instantly transformed into a mist-like spiritual energy. The moment this misty spiritual energy appeared, Gu Mo's meridians felt a heavy sensation. This is... Feeling the mist-like spiritual energy within his body, Gu Mo instantly realized something, his expression filled with shock. For a Qi refinement cultivator to enter the foundation establishment stage, there is a crucial criterion: the spiritual energy within their body must transform from a gaseous state into a liquid state. And from gaseous to liquid, there is an intermediate process, the misty state of the cultivation Qi completion realm. At this moment, Gu Mo, by absorbing the sun essence condensed by the second-order solar flower, actually obtained the misty spiritual energy that only appears in the cultivation Qi completion realm. For the same amount of spiritual energy, the misty spiritual energy is clearly of a higher quality than the gaseous state, which is why Gu Mo felt a heavy sensation that was the weight of the spiritual energy. At the Qi refining 4th layer realm, to obtain the misty spiritual energy that only the cultivation Qi completion realm can master, this will be a huge improvement for Gu Mo. In fact, in some aspects, it could grant Gu Mo the capabilities of the cultivation Qi completion realm. For instance, when casting some low-level spells, both he and a cultivation Qi completion realm cultivator possess misty spiritual energy, so theoretically, the power of the spells they cast would also be the same. As for high-level spells, limited by the difference in the total amount of spiritual energy, Gu Mo might not be comparable to a true cultivation Qi completion realm cultivator. Even so, at the Qi refining 4th layer realm, to possess part of the combat power of the cultivation Qi completion realm, this is already astonishing enough. And this is only imperfect sun essence, that second-order sunflower was not planted in a second-order spiritual field, so the condensed sun essence is also imperfect. If this second-order sunflower were planted in a second-order spiritual field, Gu Mo suspects whether a truly complete second-order sunflower would condense sun essence that could allow him to directly obtain liquid spiritual energy. If his guess proves true, then Gu Mo's future attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage will become much easier. Entering the foundation establishment stage from the Qi refinement stage involves two hurdles. The first is transforming the spiritual energy in the body into a liquid state. This test is largely related to the cultivator's spiritual root. A poor spiritual root makes this hurdle difficult to pass. This hurdle is also a difficult one for Gumo. How difficult is it for an inferior spiritual root to attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage? But if the sunflower can directly allow Gumo to obtain liquid spiritual energy, then this hurdle would be directly bypassed, eliminating the need to consider his spiritual root problem. The other hurdle for the foundation establishment stage is condensing divine sense. This is unrelated to the cultivator's spiritual root and depends on the cultivator's divine soul foundation. In this aspect, Gumo is quite confident. Moreover, Gumo is currently cultivating the wine god body tempering method, which is a special secret method for increasing divine soul. Once the divine soul strength reaches a certain level, one can directly condense divine sense. It can be said that as long as Gumo finds a second-order spiritual field and uses the wine god body tempering method to enhance his divine soul strength, he will essentially be guaranteed entry into the foundation establishment stage. Awesome! Gumo, who had already found the broad path to the foundation establishment stage, couldn't help but let out an excited shout. Unfortunately, there is currently only one second-order sunflower. If Gumo wants to convert all the spiritual energy in his body into a misty state, he will need more second-order sunflowers. So, Gumo plans to use the sun essence condensed by the second-order sunflower to upgrade other first-grade middle-level sunflowers. Upgrading with higher-order sun essence will significantly improve efficiency. And the effect of the sun essence condensed by the second-order sunflower is even more surprising. Previously, ordinary sun essence required 100 portions to upgrade a first-grade middle-level sunflower to first-order high-grade, but with the sun essence condensed by the second-order sunflower, only 10 portions are enough. Of course, the efficiency is higher, but that doesn't mean the time is less. One second-order sunflower needs 10 days to condense 10 portions of sun essence, while 14 first-order sunflowers don't need 10 days to condense 100 portions of sun essence. The quantity is still too small, or the second-order sunflower needs to enter a complete state. At that time, it is estimated that only one complete second-level solar essence will be needed for it to upgrade. Only then can the power of the second-order sunflower be truly demonstrated, but Gumo does not have a second-order spiritual field. However, since he can upgrade one second-order sunflower, as long as Gumo is given time, he can upgrade more second-order sunflowers. And with one second-order sunflower, the time required to upgrade a second-order sunflower should no longer need a year, probably half a year will suffice. And as the number of second-order sunflowers increases, the time for subsequent upgrades of new second-order sunflowers will continuously decrease, until Gumo upgrades all his sunflowers to second order. The thought of having 15 second-order sunflowers in just a few years made Gumo's heart surge with excitement. But as a price, Gumo's cultivation will not advance an inch during these few years. After all, the sun essence will all be used to upgrade the sunflowers, leaving none extra for Gumo to improve his cultivation. Not being able to improve his cultivation for several years still made Gumo feel a bit uneasy. He hadn't forgotten that he was listed as a key target by that unknown evil cultivator. Heaven knows when that evil cultivator will make a move on him. Gumo felt that his current Qi refining 4th layer realm was far from enough to cope with future dangers. And giving up on upgrading the sunflowers to fully focus on cultivation, even after a few years, Gumo would at most reach the cultivation Qi completion realm. In Gumo's opinion, to deal with the danger of the unknown evil cultivator, becoming a foundation establishment cultivator is a relatively safe choice. Why not upgrade the pea shooter and potato mine first? Finally, Gumo thought of a more reliable path, which was to first upgrade the pea shooter and potato mine to second order. Both of these plants are offensive, and upgrading them to second order would mean possessing the output of the foundation establishment stage. Even if they couldn't compare to a true foundation establishment cultivator, Gumo currently only needs half a year to upgrade one second order plant. Read the error-free version at 169 bookstore. To obtain a plant with foundation establishment combat power in half a year, where else could one find such a cost-effective thing? With a second-order pea shooter and potato mine for self-defense, Gumo could then safely upgrade the sunflowers. Once all the sunflowers are upgraded to second order, it will be the moment of Gumo's cultivation explosion. If he can find a second-order spiritual field, Gumo will be able to enter the foundation establishment stage in the shortest possible time. Thinking about it, he acted immediately. Gumo then dug out a pea shooter from the spiritual field and moved it into a cultivation pot in his inner space. Next up was a half-year journey of upgrading. After completing these tasks, Gumo collected the sunflowers from the spiritual field, preparing to head to the market to participate in the annual gathering. It was also a good opportunity to deliver the water spirit rice he had promised Chu Fei last time. It seems this paper crane won't be usable many more times. Gumo summoned the paper crane, and as the number of uses increased, the spiritual light on the paper crane began to dim. Once this paper crane becomes unusable, Gumo plans to take out the medium-grade spell sword Yuan Nia gave him. Gumo is now qualified to use a spell sword as a means of transportation. After all, no one would doubt that a spiritual farmer who can plant water spirit rice would be unable to afford a spell sword. Still in that familiar old place, Gumo, Chu Fei, Hu Hai, and Wu Jinfei chatted about the past year's events. It had been 3 years since everyone joined their respective peaks, and they had basically passed the novice stage, gradually accumulating some resources. For instance, Wu Jinfei was currently showing off an unranked magical sword. This was a magical sword he had forged himself using the materials he had saved over the past few years. Even though it was an unranked magical artifact, Wu Junfei was still very satisfied, and he believed that in the near future, he would be able to forge true magical artifacts. When the time comes and we ask you to forge magical artifacts, you'll have to give us some discounts, won't you? Chu Fifei said with a smile. Absolutely. Wu Junfei patted his chest loudly. Speaking of which, why isn't Yao Leida here yet? Hu Hai couldn't help but ask. Everyone had been there for a while, but they still hadn't seen Yao Shifeng. Did something delay him? Wu Junfei guessed, having been too busy showing off to notice earlier. Only when Yao Shifeng wasn't around could Wu Junfei show off in front of Gu Mo and the others. When Yao Shifeng was present, his brilliance completely overshadowed him. Of course, Wu Junfei didn't know the true background of Gu Mo and Chu Fifei, otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been able to show off. Then let's wait a bit longer, Gu Mo said. They no longer needed to rush back to complete tasks, so waiting a little longer was not an issue. However, as time passed, there was still no sign of Yao Shifeng, which made them a bit restless. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the private room door, but the person who came was not Yao Shifeng, but a utility disciple from Fu Peak. Are you senior brother Yao's friends? The Fu Peak utility disciple asked. After confirming their identities, the person took out a letter. The letter was written by Yao Shifeng. They could all confirm this, as they had all received letters from Yao Shifeng before and were familiar with his handwriting. The content of the letter was brief. Yao Shifeng explained the reason for his absence this time. He was at a critical moment in his cultivation and could not come. So he had his junior brother from Fu Peak deliver the letter to inform them. Cultivation at a critical moment. When Wu Junfei saw these words, his heart stirred. What situation counts as a critical moment? At the very least, it must be when one's cultivation has made significant progress. This meant that Yao Shifeng's strength had improved even further compared to a year ago. With this in mind, Wu Junfei suggested that this year's investment be given to Yao Shifeng by this junior brother from Fu Peak. The stronger Yao Shifeng became, the more crucial it was to continue this investment. If it weren't for the fact that he wasn't well off due to forging the unranked magical artifact in his hand, Wu Junfei would have even suggested increasing the investment. Everyone had no objection to Wu Junfei's proposal, as they had all prepared this investment. They took out a box, placed 100 spirit stones inside, and then Chu Fifei inscribed a basic anti-theft formation pattern on it before handing it to the Fu Peak disciple. With Yao Shifeng not coming, the gathering was pretty much over. Of course, Chu Fifei waited until the very end as usual. Here, this is your compensation. Gu Mo handed a bag to Chu Fifei. Inside were 30 caddies of water spirit rice, a value clearly exceeding the price of Chu Fifei's formation plate repair. However, besides the compensation for repairing the formation plate, there was also some investment from Gu Mo. From how skillfully Chu Fifei inscribed the formation pattern on the box just now, Gu Mo knew that Chu Fifei had made a new breakthrough in her understanding of formations, and her cultivation hadn't fallen behind much either. Gu Mo giving her 30 caddies of water spirit rice would definitely give her another push. Anyway, Gu Mo didn't need water spirit rice to increase his cultivation speed. He would just keep 20 caddies for himself to taste, and in half a year, a new season of water spirit rice would be ready for harvest. So much. Looking at the 30 caddies of water spirit rice in the bag, Chu Fifei's face showed surprise. She clearly hadn't expected Gu Mo to give her so much. To put it this way, the amount of water spirit rice that some ordinary inner sect disciples could obtain was probably only this much. Of course, inner sect disciples didn't only have water spirit rice, they also had other resources. However, because water spirit rice was scarce and many people wanted it, even inner sect disciples didn't get much of it. Now, Gu Mo was essentially giving Chu Fifei the treatment of an inner sect disciple, which naturally astonished her. It's not much, I can harvest 300 caddies a year, Gu Mo waved his hand. Gu Mo's words made Chu Fifei swallow the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Such a display of wealth was simply too infuriating. Since the other party was a rich guy, Chu Fifei unceremoniously accepted it. At most, if Gu Mo asked her to set up a formation in the future, she just wouldn't charge him for her hard work. Oh, by the way, Gu Mo, I'm already at Qi refining second layer, Chu Fifei suddenly said. Gu Mo's display of wealth made Chu Fifei disdainful, so she planned to use her cultivation to put some pressure on Gu Mo, and also to show off her strength, telling Gu Mo that his investment wouldn't be in vain. What a coincidence, I'm also at Qi refining second layer. Gu Mo, who had known Chu Fifei's cultivation long ago, was not flustered by this and also informed her of his apparent cultivation. Yao Shifeng and Chu Fifei were already at Qi refining second layer a year ago. Now that Gu Mo had successfully grown water spirit rice, with such a top-grade cultivation resource like Ling rice, it was absolutely reasonable for him to display Qi refining second layer cultivation now. Read the error-free version at 169 SHUBA. I'll be able to break through to Qi refining stage 3 soon. Realizing this, Chu Fifei quickly raised the stakes. Qi refining second layer was her cultivation a year ago. With her special physique, Chu Fifei's cultivation progress was not slow, and breaking through to Qi refining stage 3 within 2 or 3 years was not a big problem. If her mastery of the cleaning technique could be further improved, that time would be even shorter. Seeing Chu Fifei determined to compete with him, Gu Mo cooperatively showed a surprised expression. He couldn't possibly tell her that he was actually at Qi refining middle stage, could he? After successfully surpassing Gu Mo, Chu Fifei left contentedly. Fu Peak. Yao Shifeng leaned weakly against the bed. He told others he was in seclusion, but the truth was, he was injured. Long-term consumption of medicinal pills with violent medicinal power had kept Yao Shifeng's meridians in a very dangerous state, but to get ahead, Yao Shifeng had never stopped. Until a few days ago, during a cultivation session, his meridians could no longer withstand the impact of the violent medicinal power and completely ruptured. Instantly, spiritual qi rushed out, directly inflicting severe injuries on Yao Shifeng. In the past few days, Yao Shifeng had struggled to calm the chaotic spiritual qi in his body and barely managed to get through the danger. However, ruptured meridians meant the end of his future, unless he could obtain medicinal pills that could repair meridians. Medicinal pills capable of repairing meridians were likely expensive, and not something Yao Shifeng could afford. At that moment, Yao Shifeng felt deep despair. He had fantasized about rising step by step, from a utility disciple to an outer sect disciple, and finally an inner sect disciple, but now everything was over. No, it's not over yet. Yao Shifeng gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to end it like this. A tiny glimmer of hope flashed in his mind. After meticulously tidying himself up to appear less dejected, Yao Shifeng stepped out of his room and saw a box on the living room table. Next to the box was a note. The box was, of course, the investment Gu Mo and the others had given Yao Shifeng, and the note was left by the utility disciple from Fu Peak who brought the box, explaining its origin. Haha. Yao Shifeng put down the note. Previously, he would have been overjoyed to receive investments from Gu Mo and the others, but now his mindset had undergone a tremendous change. The former Yao Shifeng believed that with the help of Gu Mo and the others, and the small group from Fu Peak, he could rise step by step. However, reality told Yao Shifeng that such small-scale efforts were a complete joke. One accident could utterly destroy everything. Discarding the note, Yao Shifeng didn't even look at the box. He left Fu Peak directly, heading for King Sect's main peak. At this moment, the only person Yao Shifeng could think of who could continue his path of cultivation was He Xiaogang, the sect master's direct disciple who had once invited him. In the face of his ruptured meridians, Yao Shifeng's pride had completely vanished. Now, he wanted to plead with senior brother He, hoping he could lend a hand. Of course, Yao Shifeng was also prepared for rejection. After all, he had previously declined the other party's invitation, and now going back shamelessly made rejection highly probable. But for his future, Yao Shifeng had to try. However, as a utility disciple, he couldn't directly enter the main peak. He could only wait outside, hoping senior brother He would pass by. Yao Shifeng's actions quickly attracted the attention of some intersect disciples entering and exiting the main peak. Of course, most intersect disciples merely glanced at him and ignored him. A utility disciple simply couldn't pique their interest. However, when someone recognized Yao Shifeng as the utility disciple who had once received an invitation from He Xiaogang, the sect master's direct disciple, the level of attention immediately increased significantly. He Xiaogang was absolutely the most prominent intersect disciple at the moment. Anything concerning him could attract widespread attention. Faster than I expected. When He Xiaogang received the news, a slight smile appeared on his lips. He knew very well that Yao Shifeng would come looking for him sooner or later, because his spiritual root and status simply couldn't accommodate his ambition. But this ambition of Yao Shifeng's was precisely what He Xiaogang valued most. It was good to have ambition. He liked ambitious people. However, He Xiaogang had no intention of meeting Yao Shifeng at that moment. Since the other party had so arrogantly rejected his invitation, He Xiaogang now intended to make Yao Shifeng pay the corresponding price for his previous refusal. Time passed, and Yao Shifeng stood quietly outside the main peak. Already injured, he looked somewhat unsteady. But Yao Shifeng gritted his teeth and persevered. This was his only hope. Just as Yao Shifeng felt he was reaching his limit, the person he had been waiting for finally appeared. I heard you wanted to see me. He Xiaogang's emotionless voice drifted over. But in Yao Shifeng's ears, that voice was like celestial music. Without the slightest hesitation, Yao Shifeng immediately knelt. Please, young lord, save me. Yao Shifeng kneeling like this meant abandoning all his previous pride and persistence. After all, even utility disciples, when seeing intersect disciples, would at most address them as senior brother or senior sister, not kneel in such a manner. Come find me when your injuries are healed. He Xiaogang swept a glance over Yao Shifeng, naturally seeing his current state. Immediately, he tossed out a jade bottle and an identity token, then drifted away. Thank you for the young lord's bestowal. Looking at the jade bottle and identity token before him, Yao Shifeng's eyes couldn't help but redden, because his immortal path was now continued. Although he had lost his freedom and his pride, he had gained a future. Who sent me a communication talisman? Gu Mo, who was busy tinkering in the spiritual field, saw a communication talisman outside the formation, his eyes filled with confusion. He picked up the communication talisman, injected spiritual power into the talisman, and the information within appeared. Yao Leida has come out of seclusion. Seeing the content on the communication talisman, Gu Mo's face showed surprise. Several months had passed since their last parting, and he hadn't expected Yao Shifeng to send him a message at this time. However, since Yao Shifeng was summoning them at this moment, it must be for some important news. Gu Mo didn't hesitate, prepared himself, and headed to the market. Arriving at the familiar location, Wu Jinfei, Hu Hai, and Chu Fifei also arrived around the same time. After meeting, the four looked at each other. Do you think Yao Leida has broken through to Qi refining stage 3? Wu Jinfei asked. He felt that besides this significant news, Yao Shifeng shouldn't have any other reason to use a communication talisman to summon everyone. Gu Mo was also somewhat skeptical about this, but Qi refining stage 3? Was that not too fast? This was completely unlike the cultivation speed a utility disciple could possess. As everyone speculated about the reason for Yao Shifeng's summons, Yao Shifeng, dressed in black casual clothes, appeared. Seeing Yao Shifeng in this attire, the four were all stunned. Because Gu Mo and the other three were all wearing the grey robes of utility disciples. Wearing the appropriate disciple robes within the sect was considered a rule. However, this market was not within the sect, so anything could be worn, but generally, no one would specifically change clothes. Read the error-free version at book bar. After all, the identity of a Kingla sect disciple was still very useful in the market. Why are you all here? The place I set wasn't here. Yao Shifeng waved to everyone, then left the private room. Seeing this, the few immediately followed. Soon, Yao Shifeng led them to the place where they had first met here, the market's largest restaurant. Gu Mo and the other three naturally saw that the gathering place Yao Shifeng mentioned was here, but everyone automatically ignored it. After all, this was not a place they could afford now. Yao Leida, are we really going in? Standing at the restaurant entrance, Hu Hai asked nervously. He didn't want to be kicked out later. Of course, I've already booked the banquet. Yao Shifeng said, walking directly into the restaurant. Seeing this, everyone could only follow. Yao Leida, how many spirit stones will this cost? Wu Jinfei looked at the magnificent private room and the spiritual meals on the table, unable to help but swallow. It was no exaggeration to say that this meal alone was worth several months of his cultivation. It won't cost much, everyone eat to your heart's content, this meal is on me. Yao Shifeng waved his hand. Although Yao Shifeng was treating, the few still didn't pick up their chopsticks. They had all come from the miscellaneous disciple area with Yao Shifeng and had a general understanding of his situation. They knew that under normal circumstances, Yao Shifeng couldn't afford this meal. Seeing this, Yao Shifeng called the restaurant owner. After the owner confirmed that Yao Shifeng had already paid for the meal, everyone looked at Yao Shifeng with incredulous eyes. It seems something big is about to happen. Gu Mo looked at Yao Shifeng. He could confirm that Yao Shifeng's cultivation had not entered Qi refining stage 3. Since Yao Shifeng's cultivation hadn't broken through, then his sudden invitation to everyone for a spiritual meal clearly meant he had other significant matters to discuss. Although Yao Shifeng was puzzled where Yao Shifeng got the spirit stones to treat everyone to such a luxurious spirit meal, since the restaurant owner said Yao Shifeng had already paid. Coupled with Yao Shifeng's repeated invitations, everyone still picked up their chopsticks. Afterward, Hu Hai and Wu Jinfei quickly devoured the spirit meal in front of them. This spirit meal was definitely an opportunity for them to rapidly increase their cultivation. In comparison, Gu Mo and Chu Fifei appeared much more elegant. As for Yao Shifeng, he only symbolically picked up a few bites before stopping, leaving the entire spirit meal for everyone else. Yao Shifeng's actions made Gu Mo even more certain that the upcoming matter would be significant, but for them, utility disciples, what major event could there be? Everyone, from today onwards, I will no longer be a utility disciple of the Kinglo sect. Seeing that everyone had eaten almost enough, Yao Shifeng slowly spoke, and his opening words were a bombshell. I have gained the appreciation of young Lord He, and from now on, I will serve him, Yao Shifeng continued without waiting for everyone's reaction. Heavens, Yao Leida, you've become a retainer of that sect master's personal disciple. Wu Jinfei exclaimed. Many people knew about the sect master's personal disciple recruiting retainers a while ago. In the weapon peak where Wu Jinfei was, there was a utility disciple who received an invitation, and then that utility disciple ascended to the heavens in one step, becoming an enviable retainer of the sect master's personal disciple. At that time, Wu Jinfei was incredibly envious. Now that Yao Shifeng had also become a retainer of that sect master's personal disciple, how could Wu Jinfei not be excited? This meant they had latched onto a powerful backer. Yao Leida, are you planning to disband our team? Hearing this, Gu Mo finally understood Yao Shifeng's meaning. And Wu Jinfei's idea that if Yao Shifeng became a retainer of the sect master's personal disciple, they would be able to latch onto a powerful backer, was extremely laughable. On the contrary, after becoming a retainer of an inner sect disciple, whether they are a utility disciple or an outer sect disciple, their disciple status will be revoked, because their future identity will no longer be a disciple of the Kinglo sect, but a retainer of an inner sect disciple. Since everyone's identities were different, this team naturally could not continue to exist. That's right. Yao Shifeng nodded, of course, I will compensate everyone for your previous investments in me. Saying that, Yao Shifeng took out a jade bottle and handed it to Hu Hai. Hu Hai took the jade bottle somewhat blankly. Obviously, this matter happened too suddenly, leaving him unable to react for a moment. It wasn't until Hu Hai opened the jade bottle and the medicinal fragrance wafted out that Hu Hai was startled awake. As a utility disciple of Dan Peak, Hu Hai naturally had a good understanding of medicinal pills, so he immediately knew that the bottle contained medicinal pills that could enhance cultivation. These types of medicinal pills were absolutely treasures that Hu Hai longed for but could not obtain. While Hu Hai was stunned by the medicinal pills in the bottle, Yao Shifeng took out a magical artifact sword and handed it to Wu Jinfei. Although this magical artifact sword was low grade, it was not a standardized magical artifact sword, but a magical artifact sword that was very suitable for Wu Jinfei. A magical artifact sword that suited him was definitely a treasure Wu Jinfei dreamed of day and night. It was much stronger than the unranked magical artifact swords he crafted himself. Subsequently, Chu Fifei received a set of formation plates, while Gu Mo received 30 caddies of water spirit rice. Gu Mo glanced at the water spirit rice in the bag, feeling a sense of familiarity. Could this be the water spirit rice he had submitted? Everyone, although the team is disbanded, our friendship remains. If anyone encounters any difficulties, you can find me. I will provide assistance within my personal capabilities. Yao Shifeng emphasized personal capabilities heavily, and the meaning behind it was quite clear. Yao Shifeng would help with small favors for the sake of friendship, but it was absolutely impossible for him to use young Lord He's name to help everyone. He was merely a retainer, and using his master's name to do things was an absolute taboo. Yao Shifeng's words directly cooled Wu Junfei's fervent heart. Then, I congratulate Yao Leida on a bright future. Wu Junfei raised his wine glass and offered his blessings to Yao Shifeng. Seeing this, Hu Hai, Chu Fifei, and Gu Mo also raised their wine glasses one after another. From this point on, everyone would embark on different Dao paths. I also wish everyone a smooth immortal path. Yao Shifeng drank the spirit wine in his cup, then turned and left the luxurious private room. As Yao Shifeng departed, the atmosphere in the private room also fell silent. This matter was indeed somewhat beyond everyone's expectations. Wu Junfei's gaze swept across the others. After Yao Shifeng left, he couldn't help but consider rebuilding the team himself, but in the end, Wu Junfei still didn't speak, because he lacked Yao Shifeng's spirit. Gu Mo's heart was also filled with mixed emotions at this moment. He thought that this small group, which had gathered together from humble beginnings, would support each other and stumble forward on the thorny immortal path. Who would have thought that after only a few years, this small group would disband? Fortunately, although the team was disbanded, the friendship among them remained. However, as time passed, this friendship would eventually fade away. Is everything resolved? After Yao Shifeng left the private room where everyone was, he came to the most luxurious private room on the top floor of the restaurant. Seeing Yao Shifeng appear, He Xiaogang spoke. Thank you for the young lord's reward. Yao Shifeng bowed. The spirit stones he used to treat everyone, and the medicinal pills and magical artifacts he gave them, were all funded by He Xiaogang. Work hard from now on, and I will let you get what you want. He Xiaogang nodded. Previously, he valued Yao Shifeng's ambition, but now Yao Shifeng's way of handling things also made He Xiaogang very satisfied. This was definitely a very excellent retainer. As Yao Shifeng left, everyone also dispersed. As for whether they would have the opportunity to gather like this again, no one knew. Here you go. Gu Mo threw the 30 caddies of water spirit rice in his hand to Chu Fifei. In a few months, the water spirit rice in the spirit field would be ready for harvest, so Gu Mo naturally didn't lack these 30 caddies of water spirit rice. It's not for free, this is a deposit for the new formation. Seeing that Chu Fifei wanted to say something, Gu Mo waved his hand, and then Gu Mo stated his needs. As the rank of the plants in the spirit field increased, Gu Mo felt that relying solely on the illusion formation was a bit insecure, and defensive formations did not have the effect of concealment. Therefore, Gu Mo wanted to set up another layer of concealment formation. Okay. Chu Fifei nodded. Although she was still only a utility disciple now, as long as she could reach Qi refining stage 3, she would have the opportunity to go further and learn true formation knowledge. This was also an opportunity given by a ray peak to every utility disciple who cultivated to Qi refining stage 3 to change their fate. For utility disciples, being able to cultivate to Qi refining stage 3 was definitely considered an outstanding utility disciple. If this utility disciple had some talent in the Dao of formations, the sect would also be willing to cultivate them, allowing them to become a low-level formation master. Any large sect with a long legacy understood very well that simply exploiting utility disciples would not yield more, instead, it would make utility disciples lose hope and become negative and lazy. But with this opportunity to change their fate, the potential of the utility disciples could be fully unleashed. They would exert their utmost effort to change their destiny. Returning to the spiritual field, Gu Mo's emotions gradually calmed. What happened today might just be a small interlude in the long years of his future cultivation. As he returned to his daily routine of planting and cultivating, time seemed to pass more quickly. It's finally done. In the black mist space, Gu Mo looked at the pea shooter in the cultivation pot. After half a year of investing sun essence, the upgrade arrow for the pea shooter's second order advancement was finally filled. Without hesitation, Gu Mo directly clicked the upgrade arrow. With a flash of light, the pea shooter's rank officially advanced from first order, top grade, to second order. Name, pea shooter. Grade, second order low grade. Effect, fires pea seeds to attack enemies. Planting conditions, second order spiritual field. The second order pea shooter looked not much different from its first order form. The only difference was the appearance of some profound patterns on its pea pod cannon. It was estimated that more significant changes would only occur with further upgrades. Similarly, the pea shooter's planting conditions also changed to second order spiritual field. However, with the experience of the second order solar flower, Gu Mo knew that first order spiritual fields could also plant second order plants. He just didn't know how much combat power a first order spiritual field could unleash from a second order pea shooter. With this thought, Gu Mo directly transplanted the second order pea shooter into the spiritual field. Just as Gu Mo had guessed, the second order pea shooter was successfully planted in the first order spiritual field. At the same time, Gu Mo also understood the limitations of a first order spiritual field on a second order pea shooter, which was a significant reduction in attack frequency. The pea shooter's attack required absorbing spiritual power from the spiritual field to condense into an energy pea. If the spiritual field's rank was low, the pea shooter's speed of absorbing spiritual power would slow down. Fortunately, energy peas could be condensed in advance and fired instantly when needed, but this condensation speed would likely only allow for one shot. However, the power of this single shot could reach the foundation establishment stage, which was enough to instantly kill any chi refinement stage cultivator and also had a deterrent effect on foundation establishment stage cultivators. With such a second-order pea shooter, Guo immediately felt a sense of security. Even if it was only a single shot, it was a genuine deterrent. However, to be safe, Guo planned to upgrade the potato mine as well. Once he had a second-order pea shooter and a second-order potato mine, Guo could confidently pause his cultivation and proceed to upgrade the sunflower. Digging out a potato mine from the spiritual field and placing it in the cultivation pot, Guo began to invest sun essence for its upgrade. Guo then surprisingly discovered that the potato mine's upgrade requirements were only a fraction of those for the sunflower and pea shooter. Guo believed that the low upgrade requirement for the potato mine was related to it being a one-time consumable, and the potato mine's own selling price was also currently the lowest among the plants. According to the current upgrade requirements, Guo would only need 1 month to upgrade the potato mine to second order. 1 month was a very short time for a cultivator. Name: Potato Mine. Grade: second order low grade. Effect: deals powerful explosive damage to the trigger. Planting conditions: none. Guo looked at the potato mine, which had successfully upgraded to second order, his eyes filled with astonishment. The planting condition for a second order potato mine was actually none. The first order potato mine still required a first order spiritual field, but the second order one not only didn't need a second order spiritual field, it didn't even need a spiritual field at all, it could be planted anywhere. After a moment of surprise, Guo gradually understood the key. The first order potato mine Guo bought was a seed, so it needed a first order spiritual field to grow. But the potato mine Guo was upgrading at this moment was already fully grown and no longer needed to absorb spiritual power from the spiritual field to grow. Since it didn't need to absorb the spiritual field's spiritual power, the potato mine naturally had no spiritual field requirement and could unleash its maximum power wherever it was buried. And how powerful a second order potato mine was, Guo didn't know, and didn't dare to test, as he only had this one currently, and if he tested it, it would be gone. But he could make a rough estimate based on the first order potato mine. If a first order potato mine could instantly kill a cultivator in the early stage of chi refinement, then could a second order potato mine instantly kill a cultivator in the early stage of foundation establishment? If that were true, then this potato mine would become Guo's greatest trump card, allowing Guo to possess a means to kill foundation establishment cultivators while still in the chi refinement stage. The emergence of the second order potato mine greatly increased Guo's sense of security. Although the potato mine also had many flaws, such as only being able to be buried in the ground, passively waiting for enemies to trigger it, and being a one-time consumable, Guo could currently only upgrade 1 per month, making mass production impossible. But these seemed less important under the powerful might of the potato mine. After all, in the immortal realm, means that allowed a chi refinement cultivator to instantly kill a foundation establishment stage cultivator were either extremely precious treasures or secret techniques that required a huge price to use. Burying the second order potato mine in the spiritual field in front of his small house, Guo wanted to see if that evil cultivator who had infiltrated his residence several times in the miscellaneous disciple area dared to come here. If he dared, he would let him taste the power of the second order potato mine. If the potato mine didn't kill him, then the second order pea shooter in the spiritual field could deliver the finishing blow. However, these two second order plants were usually set to dormant by Guo. You can read the error-free version at 169shu.com. Guo didn't want the second order pea shooter to attack spiritual insects or spiritual rats that intruded into the spiritual field. Such an act of using a cannon to kill a mosquito was not advisable. If the spirit plants in the spiritual field were accidentally injured, it would lead to a significant reduction in yield. Speaking of which, the water spirit rice is almost ripe. During this time, busy with upgrading the pea shooter and potato mine, the water spirit rice in the spiritual field also entered its harvest period. Immediately, Guo came to the spiritual field and began harvesting the water spirit rice. After completing the spiritual field harvest, Guo would then proceed with the sunflower upgrade. With the second order pea shooter and second order potato mine, Guo now had some means of Dao protection. But to truly become powerful, he still needed to possess more second order solar flowers. Once the number of second order solar flowers increased, Guo's cultivation speed would soar, and he would also be able to quickly upgrade more pea shooters and potato mines. 330 caddies, not bad, a 10% increase in yield. After completing the water spirit rice harvest, Guo also roughly knew the yield this time. Compared to last year, this year's water spirit rice yield increased by 30 caddies, a 10% increase, which was already a very good result among high-rank spirit plants. Putting the sunflowers from the spiritual field into the black mist space, leaving the pea shooter, potato mine, and koi to guard the house, Guo activated the formation, hung up the out sign, and then headed to the spirit plant hall to register the yield. Junior brother Guo. When Guo arrived at the spirit plant hall, swaying on his paper crane, several outer sect disciples immediately came forward, their expressions eager. In the distance, many utility disciples also looked on with anticipation, but because there were outer sect disciples present, none of them dared to approach. Greetings, senior brothers. Guo cupped his hands in a salute. He was still a utility disciple, and the necessary etiquette towards outer sect disciples could not be omitted. Junior brother Guo, you're too formal. Seeing this, the outer sect disciples waved their hands. A utility disciple like Gu Mo was not inferior in status to them, the outer sect disciples. It was said that Deacon Zhao had even promised that as long as Gu Mo could consistently provide water spirit rice, he would help him apply for promotion to outer sect disciple. Perhaps in a few years, Gu Mo would be an outer sect disciple just like them. Cough, cough. After exchanging a few words with Gu Mo, the outer sect disciples eagerly turned to the main topic. Junior brother Gu Mo, how is this year's water spirit rice yield? The yield of Gu Mo's water spirit rice directly affected whether they could purchase the water spirit rice they needed from him, and the yield of such high-grade spirit plants was very unstable. A slight mishap could lead to a reduction in yield, and in severe cases, a complete failure was not impossible. This was also why Zhao Qiancheng had promised Gu Mo that he would only help him apply for promotion to outer sect disciple after he stabilized the water spirit rice yield. It was precisely because the yield of high-grade spirit plants was difficult to stabilize. If Gu Mo could truly stabilize the water spirit rice yield, becoming an outer sect disciple would definitely not be a problem. Junior brother is just about to register the yield. Why don't senior brothers come along? Gu Mo said with a smile. He naturally knew very well that these people were so enthusiastic because of his water spirit rice. Good, good, good. Hearing this, the outer sect disciples nodded repeatedly. Immediately, Gu Mo, surrounded by the crowd, arrived at the warehouse. The steward responsible for yield registration also brightened up when he saw Gu Mo appear. This was Gu Mo's second time registering the water spirit rice yield. Whether Gu Mo could consistently produce water spirit rice could be roughly judged from this yield. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Mo took out the harvested water spirit rice ears. In a moment, the water spirit rice ears piled up into a small mountain. This scene made the outer sect disciples and utility disciples present stare wide-eyed. Water spirit rice could only be grown by a few experienced spiritual farmers in the spirit plant hall, and the water spirit rice they produced was already divided among the inner sect disciples before it even reached the warehouse. Only a small portion was left for other disciples of the entire sect to exchange with contribution points. The outer sect disciples and utility disciples of the Kinglo sect were numerous, and so many people vying for a little water spirit rice was naturally not enough. Except for a few lucky ones who could grab a pound or two, most disciples probably had never even seen what water spirit rice looked like. At this moment, a small mountain of water spirit rice was placed before their eyes, which was incredibly impactful. Although the yield had not yet been definitively measured, everyone knew that Gu Mo's water spirit rice harvest this time was a foregone conclusion. While everyone was shocked, the steward responsible for registration quickly put the rice ears into a special magical artifact. In a moment, glistening water spirit rice grains appeared. 330 Jin. When the final data was released, the steward's eyes were filled with disbelief. Gu Mo had actually increased the yield by another 10% on top of the previous 300 Jin. According to the agreement, 200 Jin would be submitted, and Gu Mo would receive 2,000 contribution points. The remaining 130 Jin belonged to Gu Mo. As Gu Mo completed the yield registration, pairs of fervent eyes instantly locked onto Gu Mo 130 Jin of water spirit rice. What a huge fortune this was. Senior brother Mai. Gu Mo looked around and saw an acquaintance, then greeted him. Junior brother Gu Mo. Mai Yunfa walked over with a smile. After hearing that Gu Mo came to register the yield, he naturally rushed over and then witnessed that shocking scene. The yield of water spirit rice per mu was 330 Jin. If water spirit rice also had a per mu yield champion like Lingyu rice, then this year's champion would undoubtedly be Gu Mo. The few mu of water spirit rice fields in the spirit plant hall had actually completed harvesting a few days ago, and the per mu yield had also been tallied. However, this water spirit rice was not put into storage but was directly divided by the inner sect disciples. Of course, the per mu yield data would still be recorded in the spirit plant hall's total yield. Among those few mu of water spirit rice, the highest per mu yield was 290 Jin, while the lowest was only 180 Jin. The difference between the highest and lowest yield was 110 Jin, which was enough to show how difficult it was to stabilize the yield of high-grade spirit plants. This was still a relatively stable year. If they encountered a bad year, this yield would be even lower. With the above comparison, one could then understand how amazing Gu Mo's 330 Jin yield was, and he also had a per mu yield of 300 Jin last time. Senior brother Mai, junior brother wants to ask you for a favor. Gu Mo pulled Mai Yunfa aside and whispered a few words. A moment later, Mai Yunfa came to everyone with a beaming smile. Everyone, junior brother Gu Mo has entrusted the water spirit rice to me for auction. Senior brothers and junior brothers who wish to bid on the water spirit rice, please come this way. As Mai Yunfa spoke, everyone surged forward, and Gu Mo took the opportunity to slip away. Gu Mo knew very well that it would be difficult for him to leave without taking out some water spirit rice, but he basically didn't know any outer sect disciples other than Mai Yunfa. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. So he simply opted for an auction, selling to whoever offered the most money. As for asking Mai Yunfa to help with the auction, Gu Mo was afraid of trouble. Senior brother Mai had a wide network in the spirit plant hall, so asking him for help with the auction was definitely the best choice. Leaving the spirit plant hall, Gu Mo took out a paper crane, only to see that its spiritual light was dim, indicating that it could no longer be used. Seeing this, Gu Mo no longer hesitated and directly activated his medium-grade magical artifact sword. Gu Mo now definitely had the qualifications to own a magical artifact sword. No one would think that Gu Mo, who could cultivate water spirit rice, would be unable to afford a magical artifact sword. Spiritual power was injected into the magical artifact sword, and immediately the magical artifact sword grew larger. Gu Mo lightly leaped onto the magical artifact sword and performed the sword flight art. The next moment, the magical artifact sword transformed into a streak of light and shot towards the market outside the sect. Brother Gu Mo. Upon learning of Gu Mo's appearance, Go Yu enthusiastically greeted him, and this enthusiasm had a different change compared to before. The reason was simple: ever since Go Yu sensed Gu Mo's anomaly last time, he had inquired about Gu Mo's situation through his channel for acquiring Ling Rice. Only the spirit plant hall in the Kinglo sect was qualified to sell Ling Rice. Gu Mo was now definitely a prominent figure in the spirit plant hall. Go Yu easily obtained information about Gu Mo with a little inquiry. After learning that Gu Mo had successfully cultivated water spirit rice, Go Yu knew that there was no important figure behind brother Gu Mo. He himself was that important figure, a major figure who could cultivate water spirit rice. After learning this news, when he saw Gu Mo again, Go Yu's mindset naturally changed. However, Gu Mo did not expose him now, and Go Yu also played along. Gu Mo also noticed the change in Go Yu's attitude, but Gu Mo didn't care about it. In fact, this was deliberately done by Gu Mo. After all, Gu Mo still had some questions about the wine god body tempering method that he wanted to consult, and continuing to hide it would be very troublesome. The wine god body tempering method is a secret technique for cultivating the divine soul, and Gu Mo's knowledge from his previous life offered little help in this area, so his progress in cultivating this secret technique was somewhat slow. However, the effectiveness of the wine god body tempering method depends only a small part on the cultivation of the secret technique itself. The real bulk of it lies in the spirit wine. As long as the spirit wine is of high enough quality, the cultivation speed of the wine god body tempering method will not be slow. Of course, a higher degree of comprehension of the secret technique can improve the utilization efficiency of the spirit wine, which, to some extent, can also reduce the cost of cultivation. Gu Mo handed the prepared 50 caddies of water spirit rice to Go Yu, who then took out the spirit wine for cultivating the wine god body tempering method. After the transaction was complete, Gu Mo began to ask Go Yu about some of his doubts regarding the wine god body tempering method. Facing Gu Mo's questions, Go Yu naturally answered everything he knew without reservation. He clearly understood that connecting with Gu Mo would be an opportunity for him. Opportunity is not limited to cultivation techniques, spirit pills, or magic treasures. Sometimes, powerful cultivators or those with special abilities can themselves become an opportunity for others. Gu Mo is now Go Yu's opportunity, because Gu Mo can provide Go Yu with high-grade Ling rice like water spirit rice, and high-grade Ling rice allows Go Yu to brew spirit wine, cultivate the wine god body tempering method, and improve his cultivation. By the way, shopkeeper Go, do you have any news about disguise type secret arts or clone secret techniques? After his doubts about the wine god body tempering method were resolved, Gu Mo's mind stirred, and he asked. Previously, Gu Mo was just an unnoticed utility disciple, but as his reputation gradually spread in the spirit plant hall, more and more people would know him in the future. This made Gu Mo feel that it was time to acquire a disguise secret art, which would make it more convenient for him to go out. Of course, it's best not to go out at all. The current Gu Mo, within his spirit field, can make foundation establishment cultivators in the early stage come and not return, but if he leaves the spirit field and encounters a foundation establishment cultivator head-on, then Gu Mo would be the one not returning. The combat power of Gu Mo at home versus Gu Mo outside is completely on two different levels. After all, both the pea shooter and the potato mine are more adept at positional defensive battles. And not going out at all is clearly unrealistic, but if there was a clone secret technique, it could solve this problem. Disguise type secret arts are not difficult to find, with a little inquiry, you should be able to find one. However, clone type secret techniques are much more challenging. Go Yu pondered for a moment before replying. For loose cultivators who lack a sense of security, mastering a disguise secret art is an absolute necessity for travel. Therefore, it is not difficult for Gu Mo to obtain a disguise type secret art. However, clone type secret techniques are relatively rare. No matter, please, shopkeeper Go, help me inquire about it. Contact me if you have any news. Gu Mo waved his hand. This was just a whim for him. If he could find it, that would be great, but if not, he wasn't in a hurry, unlike the secret art for concealing cultivation, which was urgent because without it, he couldn't cultivate with full effort. Alright. Go Yu nodded. With the matter settled, Gu Mo left the market and returned to the spirit field on his sword. With the magic sword, the round trip time was getting shorter and shorter. Junior brother Gu Mo. Not long after returning to the spirit field, Mai Yunfa arrived, and then Mai Yunfa handed over a heavy bag containing a full 5,000 spirit stones. Gu Mo had left 50 caddies of water spirit rice for Mai Yunfa to auction, which meant Mai Yunfa sold each caddy of water spirit rice for 100 spirit stones. This price was definitely a bit high, it was probably because it was the first auction. The price should drop in the future. Senior brother Mai, thank you very much. Gu Mo took out 1,000 spirit stones and handed them to Mai Yunfa as his compensation. Mai Yunfa did not stand on ceremony, he was not like those inner sect disciples in the sect who had plenty of money. 1,000 spirit stones was a considerable fortune for him, an outer sect disciple. Hehe, junior brother, I won't take your benefits for nothing. After receiving Gu Mo's spirit stones, Mai Yunfa said mysteriously, Junior brother, it is said that the sect's third order Lingzi Master Elder will come out of seclusion early, so it won't be long before we can go to that third order Lingzi Master Elder to receive the legacy of a Lingzi Master. Coming out of seclusion early. Upon hearing this, Gumo's face couldn't help but show surprise. Cultivators rarely come out of seclusion early unless there is something important. I'm not too sure either. It's said that the sect master prematurely awakened the Lingzi master elder who was in seclusion. Ma Yunfa scratched his head. He had heard this from Deacon Zhao, and he wasn't too clear about the specific situation, but if that third-order Lingzi master elder came out of seclusion, then those disciples who were qualified to attend lectures should soon receive instruction from that Lingzi master elder. This was their only path to becoming a Lingzi master. If they could comprehend something from that Lingzi master elder's words and become a true Lingzi master, they would soar to great heights. Thank you, senior brother Mai, for the reminder. Seeing that Mai Yunfa didn't know much either, Gu Mo suppressed his curiosity and thanked Mai Yunfa. Matters at the Golden Core Elder level were clearly too distant for them, who were utility disciples. If there's specific news, I'll come and inform you then. Mai Yunfa promised. Mai Yunfa left, and Gu Mo began to reorganize the spirit field, planting a new season of water spirit rice. Afterward, he cultivated the wine god body tempering method, collected sun essence to upgrade the sunflower, and even found time to comprehend the spirit farmer spell. Unlike other cultivators who had to cultivate diligently, Gu Mo had a lot of time. Read the error-free version on Yeshiba. Gu Mo's current plan is to first upgrade 5 sunflowers to second order, and then begin cultivating. The reason for 5 instead of all 15 is simple: 5 second-order sunflowers are already sufficient for Gu Mo, whether for cultivating or for upgrading pea shooters or potato mines. While more second-order sunflowers could increase cultivation speed and reduce the time to upgrade plants, the time required for these upgrades would be too long. Just upgrading these 5 second-order sunflowers is estimated to take a year. If all 15 were upgraded, Gu Mo estimates it would take at least 2.5 years. Gu Mo could wait 2.5 years, but the problem is that the automatic vending machine in the black mist space counts 1 portion of first-order sun essence and 1 portion of second-order sun essence as the same. In this situation, Gu Mo naturally chose to use first-order sun essence to purchase plants, so he kept 10 first-order sunflowers to buy new plants. Currently, Gu Mo only has sunflower, pea shooter, and potato mine, but there are clearly more plants in that automatic vending machine. Gu Mo is still somewhat looking forward to new plants, but for now, upgrading the second-order sunflowers is the priority. Junior brother Gu Mo. In his peaceful daily routine, Mai Yunfa appeared again, bringing significant news about that Lingzi Master Elder. The major news Mai Yunfa brought to Gu Mo was that the Lingzi Master Elder had announced that he would officially begin teaching in a month. At that time, disciples eligible to attend the lectures would need to go to the spiritual peak where the Lingzi Master Elder resided. A month's time was clearly given to those disciples who were in closed-door cultivation to prepare. After thanking Mai Yunfa for the news, Gu Mo began preparing for the lectures a month later. That was a Golden Core Stage Elder's lecture, and he was imparting the legacy of a Lingzi Master. The profession of Lingzi Master was very important to Gu Mo. It was the best choice to conceal the origin of his plants. After waiting a month, Gu Mo piloted his magic sword and set off with the other outer sect senior brothers from the spirit plant hall to the Lingzi Master Elder's Daoist temple. Along the way, the outer sect disciples were not surprised that Gu Mo possessed a medium-grade magic sword. Everyone knew by now that Gu Mo was a wealthy individual. His previous sale of water spirit rice alone brought in thousands of spirit stones. There are quite a few people. Gu Mo's gaze swept over the crowd. There were more than 10 outer sect disciples from the spirit plant hall who were setting off with him. This was only from the spirit plant hall. Disciples from other peaks would also go, though their numbers would not be as many as the spirit plant halls, but the total from several peaks combined should still be considerable. At the speed of the magic sword, it took only half an hour for everyone to arrive at the third-order Lingzi Master's Daoist temple, which was a cultivation treasure land possessing a third-order spiritual vein. All junior brothers and junior sisters, please gather over here. When everyone arrived at the foot of the spiritual peak, a man and a woman, both wearing the spirit plant hall's outer sect disciple attire, came forward to greet them. These two were the only 2 official Lingzi masters currently in the Kinglo sect, Song Xing and Li Jinmei. Both came from the spirit plant hall and were currently here to handle affairs on the spiritual peak for the third-order Lingzi Master Elder. This naturally included guiding those who came to attend the lectures. Senior brother Song. Senior sister Li. The outer sect disciples from the spirit plant hall were all very familiar with these two. Mai Yunfa had a good relationship with them, so he was the first to go up and greet them. Junior brother Mai, senior brother thinks highly of you. Song Xing was also happy to see an acquaintance. Oh? How come there's a utility disciple? At this moment, Li Jinmei, who was beside him, saw Gu Mo wearing a utility disciple robe among the crowd. Among a group of outer sect disciples, Gu Mo, the utility disciple, was particularly conspicuous. Senior sister Li, you mustn't underestimate this junior brother Gu Mo, he is a formidable individual who successfully cultivated water spirit rice. Mai Yunfa pulled Gu Mo over and introduced him to her. Greetings, senior brother Song, senior sister Li. Gu Mo bowed. What, you can cultivate water spirit rice? Upon hearing this, Song Xing and Li Jinmei's eyes filled with disbelief. Since when were utility disciples so impressive? Before they became Lingzi masters, they weren't even confident they could cultivate spirit plants of such a grade as water spirit rice. Now Mai Yunfa was saying that this utility disciple had actually cultivated it. How many years had it been since they returned to the spirit plant hall, and the changes were already so significant? How could this be false? Everyone witnessed it with their own eyes. Mai Yunfa chuckled. Gu Mo was someone he recruited from the miscellaneous disciple area. The more formidable Gu Mo was, the more it indirectly proved his discerning eye. That's right. The other outer sect disciples from the spirit plant hall also nodded in agreement. Although they still found it incredible, with so many people nodding, it was clear that this matter was not false. A utility disciple who could cultivate water spirit rice was indeed intriguing. However, before Song Xing and Li Jinmei could continue to inquire, disciples from other peaks arrived, and the two could only suppress their curiosity and go to greet them. After waiting at the foot of the peak for about a quarter of an hour, most of the people had arrived. No one dared to be late for the Lingzi Master Elder's lecture. Gu Mo roughly estimated that there were about 50 people attending the lecture this time, all of whom were outer sect disciples from various peaks. Gu Mo even saw an inner sect disciple. It was no exaggeration to say that this inner sect disciple and Gu Mo, the utility disciple, were the two most eye-catching focal points in the crowd. Everyone, please follow me. With everyone assembled, Song Xing and Li Jinmei guided the group up the spiritual peak. A great formation was set up on the spiritual peak, and if there was no one to guide them, triggering the great formation would be no laughing matter. Everyone ascended the steps towards the middle of the spiritual peak, where they would receive the Lingzi Master Elder's lecture. Along the way, the scenery on the spiritual peak also entered everyone's eyes. Since it was the Lingzi Master Elder's Daoist temple, there was naturally no shortage of strange and rare spirit plants on the spiritual peak, and those spirit plants firmly attracted everyone's gaze. But Gu Mo's gaze was on the spiritual field land beneath those spirit plants. Each of those spiritual fields was a second-order spiritual field, and Gu Mo even saw a third-order spiritual field among them. A third-order spiritual field, this was something Gu Mo dared not even dream of. Even a second-order spiritual field was not something Gu Mo could obtain now, yet the lowest grade of spiritual field here was second-order. If he could obtain a second-order spiritual field, Gu Mo's path to the foundation establishment stage would be completely clear. If I could become a disciple of this Lingzi Master Elder, I wonder if I could get a second-order spiritual field. A thought suddenly popped into Gu Mo's mind. It was said that this Lingzi Master Elder had not taken any disciples to this day. Senior brother Song and senior sister Li, the two official Lingzi Masters, were only here to manage the affairs of the spiritual peak for the Elder and were not the Elder's disciples. Read the error-free version at 1691 book bar. Even official Lingzi Masters could not be taken as disciples, which showed how difficult it was to become a disciple of that Lingzi Master Elder. We're here. Amidst their awe, everyone arrived at the middle of the spiritual peak, where a grand hall stood. This was where they would attend the lectures. As for the summit, that was the Lingzi Master Elder's place of closed-door cultivation, belonging to the forbidden land of the spiritual peak. You all go inside and find a seat, I will go inform the Elder now. After bringing the people, Song Xing and Li Jinmei left. Upon hearing this, everyone entered the grand hall and saw neatly arranged meditation cushions. Almost instantly, everyone quickly rushed forward to occupy the cushions in the hall, with the first few rows being the most fiercely contested. The closer the seat, the closer to the Elder, and naturally, the higher the probability of being noticed by the Elder. It wasn't just Gu Mo who wanted to become a disciple of the Lingzi Master Elder, everyone present had this intention. Or rather, every outer sect disciple of the Qingluo sect wanted to become a disciple of a Golden Core Elder. However, Golden Core Elders only accepted inner sect disciples, and only the elites among inner sect disciples would be taken in by a Golden Core Elder. Ordinary inner sect disciples also had no chance of becoming a disciple of a Golden Core Elder. The inner sect disciple who came to attend the lecture this time clearly belonged to the ordinary inner sect disciples. Because inner sect disciples who had a Golden Core Elder as a master basically would not come here to attend lectures. Given the talent of those elite inner sect disciples, cultivation was their most important matter. Even if they intended to master 100 arts of immortal cultivation, they would only choose alchemy, artifact refining, formations, or talismans. They would rarely choose to be a Lingzi master. Sorry, junior brother, senior brother has taken this spot. As the only inner sect disciple, Dan Yu was undoubtedly the strongest, so he immediately occupied the central position in the front row. In response, the other outer sect disciples tacitly chose to contend for other futons. Seeing that no one was competing with him, Dan Yu smiled. He was ordinary among inner sect disciples, but among outer sect disciples, he was an undisputed genius. Therefore, Dan Yu was very confident that he could gain the Lingzi Master Elder's approval. After all, he had the strongest innate talent among these people, and he had also cultivated spirit farmer spells. He had mastered 4 of the 5 great spirit farmer spells, with the only one he hadn't mastered being the Xiaohuishan technique. With such a foundation, Dan Yu was full of confidence that he could become a formal Lingzi master. He certainly wouldn't be worse than those 2 outer sect disciples from the spirit plant hall. If they could become formal Lingzi masters, there was no reason for him, an inner sect disciple, not to. Becoming a Lingzi master would be a great help for him to compete for true, as the Qingluo sect was currently very short of Lingzi masters. The sect would provide additional resources to Lingzi masters. If he could become the strongest Lingzi master in the sect, besides the Lingzi Master Elder, he would have a great chance to become a true. The Lingzi Master Elder was merely a guest elder of the sect, not the sect's own Golden Core Elder. He would leave one day, and that would be his true rise. In the future, he might even become the peak master of the spiritual plant peak. The competition for futons in the hall was even more intense than imagined. Of course, spells and magical artifacts could not be used in the hall, so everyone could only rely on their physical strength. With Gu Mo's physique 6 times that of cultivators of the same realm, if he were to join the competition, it is estimated that no one else, except for that inner sect disciple, would be his opponent. But Gu Mo chose a futon in the back row, showing no intention of joining. In Gu Mo's opinion, competing for these futons had no meaning. With the Golden Core cultivator's divine sense, where you sat was essentially the same. Even if you sat a few miles away, for a Golden Core cultivator, it was no different from sitting right in front of them. To truly attract the attention of a Golden Core cultivator, it was not about sitting close, but about innate talent. Although the competition for the futons was fierce, it didn't last long. Soon, everyone found their own spot. To Gu Mo's slight surprise, Ma Yunfa's position was right next to that inner sect disciple, which was definitely one of the best spots. Whew. As the competition for the futons ended, Ma Yunfa let out a long breath. Then, he turned to nod, and thanks to the several senior and junior brothers from the spirit plant hall behind him, he was able to sit there thanks to them. Of course, these senior and junior brothers were able to help because Deacon Zhao had exerted some effort. For Ma Yunfa, a junior with whom he had family ties, Zhao Qiancheng would always lend a hand at critical moments. The other outer sect disciples of the spirit plant hall were very envious of this, but unfortunately, they did not have an elder who was a deacon. As Ma Yunfa turned to thank them, he also saw Gu Mo at the very back. Ma Yunfa was slightly startled, but then he thought that Gu Mo was just a utility disciple. Although his talent in spiritual farmer was not bad, he probably couldn't compete with other outer sect disciples in cultivation and physique, so being at the very back didn't seem strange. Ma Yunfa was helpless about this. He was able to sit there only with the help of other senior and junior brothers from the spirit plant hall, and this was only by relying on Deacon Zhao's face. Otherwise, who would help others at such an important moment concerning their own future? Sighing softly in his heart, Ma Yunfa settled back down. He felt that Gu Mo still had a great chance of becoming a Lingzi master, but since he had taken the worst position this time, that hope seemed quite slim. Don't think that this was just a simple competition for futon positions, this was also a contest of strength. Only the most outstanding disciple could sit in the best position. At that time, the Lingzi master elder would surely give more guidance to the disciple with the best talent. The elder is here, everyone, please be seated. Soon, Song Xing and Li Junmei, who had left earlier, reappeared. They called out to everyone, then stood respectfully to one side. Hearing that the Lingzi master elder was about to arrive, many outer sect disciples felt excited. A golden core elder was not so easy for outer sect disciples to meet, some outer sect disciples had never even seen a golden core elder to this day. After waiting for a few breaths, a green figure appeared. It was a long green robe inscribed with unknown spirit plant patterns. From the texture of this green robe, one could tell that it was definitely a magic treasure of extraordinary quality. Wearing this magic treasure grade green robe was a middle-aged man with a slightly weathered face and exceptionally striking dark green hair. Greetings, Elder Qi. Almost at the moment this green-robed middle-aged man appeared, everyone quickly rose and bowed. Qi Chunda's gaze swept across the people in the main hall, pausing slightly on Gu Mo, but then quickly moved away. Who? As that gaze moved away, Gu Mo let out a long breath in his heart. He knew very well that his hidden cultivation had probably been discovered by the elder. The breath concealment technique, mastered to the realm of proficiency, could hide from foundation establishment stage cultivator's detection, but it could not hide from a golden core stage elder. However, this elder did not seem to care about it. His chi refining fourth layer cultivation was just ordinary among these outer sect disciples. In fact, the reason Qi Chunda's gaze lingered was not Gu Mo's cultivation realm, but Gu Mo's foundation, which was 6 times that of cultivators of the same realm, and the utility disciple robe he wore. It was truly a bit strange for these two things to appear on one person. With such a profound foundation, why would he be wearing utility disciple attire? Shouldn't it be intersect disciple attire? The slight doubt that arose in Qi Chunda's mind was quickly dismissed. He did not have the time to investigate a small secret of a chi refining stage disciple. Next, I will impart to you the cultivation method of a Lingzi master. How much you comprehend depends entirely on your own comprehension ability, Qi Chunda began, his voice clearly reaching everyone's ears. Subsequently, Qi Chunda began to explain to everyone what a Lingzi master was, imparting the core abilities of a Lingzi master, as well as how to cultivate, fusion, and strengthen spirit plants. Qi Chunda's voice seemed to contain magic, every word clearly imprinted in everyone's minds, lingering for a long time. Everyone sitting on the futons was highly focused, trying to understand the Lingzi master elder's words, but soon some people began to frown. And as Qi Chunda continued his explanation, the expressions of confusion on everyone's faces grew. For example, Qi Chunda was currently explaining the fusion of spirit plants, merging 2 completely different spirit plants into one. This made it difficult for many to comprehend how 2 completely different spirit plants could be merged. Compared to everyone else's confusion, Gu Mo seemed to take it for granted. This fusion of spirit plants, wasn't it just grafting? What was so difficult to understand about that? Although the Golden Core Elder's explanation of spirit plant fusion was a tiny bit different from the grafting Gu Mo understood, the underlying idea should be the same. If the fusion of spirit plants could be seen as the cultivation world's version of grafting, then Gu Mo could understand the cultivation of spirit plants as hybridization. Especially when the elder took Ling rice as an example, Gu Mo understood even better, who hasn't heard of hybrid rice? At this moment, Gu Mo felt that the Lingzi master profession didn't seem too difficult to understand, in contrast to the many others who were racking their brains in contemplation. To make them understand what grafting and hybridization were, it was clearly not something that could be accomplished in a short time. And this Golden Core Elder didn't seem to have any intention of explaining it in more depth. That's all for the basic knowledge of Lingzi masters. As long as you can master these, you can become a formal Lingzi master. Chi Chunda's gaze swept over the crowd, his sight lingering on Gu Mo for a moment again. How powerful was a golden core cultivator's divine sense? The reactions of the crowd were all within Chi Chunda's perception, so he clearly saw the understanding in Gu Mo's eyes. This utility disciple seemed to have truly understood what he said, and could gain insight just by listening to him once. His comprehension ability was truly astonishing. In comparison, everyone else looked troubled, clearly having not grasped what he taught. So many outer sect disciples, and even an inner sect disciple, ultimately couldn't compare to a utility disciple. Of course, this batch of disciples was better than the previous few, and a few Lingzi masters should emerge, which would allow him to account to the sect master. As a guest elder of the Kinglo sect, Chi Chunda originally didn't want to leave any Lingzi master legacy here. However, the treasures given by the sect master were something he couldn't refuse, so he reluctantly left some Lingzi master legacy. Of course, he would not disclose anything involving the sect's legacy. As for taking disciples, Chi Chunda had no such intention. He was not from this cultivation world, but had encountered an attack during a mission, and being outmatched, he used a life-saving escape technique, fleeing far from his homeland. Finally, he wandered all the way to this cultivation world, and was invited by the Kinglo sect's sect master, thus joining the Kinglo sect and becoming a guest elder. But sooner or later, he would still leave here, so Chi Chunda would not leave the sect's legacy here. Of course, another reason was that he hadn't encountered a disciple who could move his heart. Although that utility disciple seemed to have good comprehension ability, he was still too far from Chi Chunda's ideal disciple standard. This cultivation world was still a bit remote after all, and there was some prejudice against Lingzi masters. Even if a prodigy was truly encountered, they would prioritize choosing cultivation arts like alchemy, artifact refining, formations, and talismans, rather than Lingzi masters. Sighing softly, Chi Chunda's figure drifted away, without any intention of staying to guide or answer questions for the crowd, leaving them to comprehend on their own. Seeing this, everyone was a bit stunned. They had all been looking forward to receiving guidance from the elder, but in the end, they got nothing. All junior brothers, please follow me. After Chi Chunda left, Song Xing and Li Jinmei, who had been waiting, immediately spoke up, guiding the crowd away. They were already used to such scenes, because they had gone through the same thing themselves. Those who became Lingzi masters all relied on their own comprehension of the Lingzi master knowledge passed down by the elder. Therefore, facing the crowd's inquiries, both chose to avoid answering. They had no obligation to freely impart the knowledge they had painstakingly comprehended to everyone. Besides, the fewer Lingzi masters in the sect, the more their importance would be highlighted. Therefore, neither of them wished for more Lingzi masters to appear. Junior brother Mai, stay behind for a moment. Song Xing quietly transmitted a message to Mai Yunfa. When he was in the spirit plant hall, Deacon Zhao had taken good care of him, so Song Xing could not refuse Deacon Zhao's request. To make Mai Yunfa a Lingzi master, Zhao Qiancheng had prepared more than just having everyone help him secure a spot. As a deacon, Zhao Qiancheng knew that relying on securing a front spot to gain special attention from a golden core elder had a very low probability. Therefore, having Song Xing, who was already a Lingzi master, guide Mai Yunfa was Zhao Qiancheng's second move. Alright. Mai Yunfa nodded imperceptibly. Junior sister Li, I have some spiritual wine and spirit fruits here. Would junior sister be willing to share a drink with me later? While Song Xing was transmitting to Mai Yunfa, on the other side, the intersect disciple Dan Yu was transmitting to the other Lingzi master. Senior brother's invitation is my honor, junior sister is delighted. Facing an intersect disciple's invitation, Li Jinmei readily agreed. Although she was one of only 2 Lingzi masters in the sect, she was currently still an outer sect disciple, and her resources and status were inferior to intersect disciples. Dan Yu wanted to gain insights into Lingzi master aspects from Li Jinmei, and Li Jinmei likewise wanted to gain resources from this intersect brother. Since both sides had their needs, they naturally hit it off immediately. As for the other outer sect disciples who lacked connections and resources, they could only go back and slowly comprehend on their own. Of course, Gu Mo should be an exception. Returning to his Ling Tian cabin, Gu Mo quickly began to organize and summarize the Lingzi master legacy he had obtained. The most core part of it was a secret technique exclusive to Lingzi masters, plant perception. Just like alchemists have alchemy, and artifact refiners have artifact refining, plant perception is the core secret technique of Lingzi masters. Only by mastering plant perception can one be considered to have entered the profession of Lingzi master. Of course, to become a Lingzi master in the true sense, one also needs to master various abilities of a Lingzi master, such as the cultivation, fusion, and strengthening of spirit plants. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. This is like an alchemist. If you master alchemy, then to truly refine medicinal pills, you also need to learn various pill formulas to refine actual medicinal pills. According to the Lingzi master elder, just as humans have meridians and spirit beasts do, spirit plants also have corresponding context. Perceiving the context of spirit plants is the most crucial condition for becoming a Lingzi master. And plant perception is the secret technique used to perceive the context of spirit plants. Practicing this secret technique requires a certain strength of the cultivator's divine soul. The stronger the divine soul, the easier it is to cultivate this method. Coincidentally, Gu Mo, who had cultivated the wine god body tempering method, already had a divine soul strength far exceeding that of cultivators at the same stage. Therefore, he did not encounter too many bottlenecks when cultivating this secret technique. Additionally, Gu Mo didn't need to cultivate, so he could dedicate all his time to comprehension. In just over a month, Gu Mo successfully entered the realm of plant perception. Immediately, Gu Mo went to the spirit field, preparing to test his newly comprehended secret technique on the water spirit rice in the spirit field. Forming a hand seal, Gu Mo extended his hand and touched the water spirit rice in front of him. Instantly, a network of context appeared on the water spirit rice. So these are the context of the water spirit rice, truly marvelous. Gu Mo looked at the context displayed on the water spirit rice, his eyes filled with wonder. He could even see faint blue water attributed spiritual energy flowing within these context, just like a cultivator cultivating. Of course, the spiritual energy flowing in the spirit plant's context is to promote its growth. Suddenly, a thought popped into Gu Mo's mind: if one artificially increased the speed of spiritual energy flow within the spirit plant's context, would it accelerate the spirit plant's growth? As soon as this thought arose, Gu Mo couldn't help but want to try it. At most, he would only lose one water spirit rice plant, and he had a full acre of water spirit rice in his spirit field, so losing a few plants was completely acceptable. Immediately, Gu Mo reached out and pinched the water spirit rice in front of him, slowly injecting spiritual power into the water spirit rice, promoting the accelerated circulation of spiritual power in the water spirit rice's meridians. It really works. As the spiritual power in the meridians rapidly accelerated its circulation, Gu Mo clearly saw that the water spirit rice's growth was accelerating. In just a quarter of an hour, the water spirit rice in front of him had already begun to head, while the other water spirit rice in the spirit field was still in the tillering stage. Gu Mo did not know that his attempt had led him to comprehend a new secret spell for Lingzi masters, accelerated growth. With the help of the secret spell, Lingzi masters can cultivate spirit plants and accelerate their growth, which is extremely effective for spirit plants with slow growth rates. However, although accelerated growth is very powerful, mastering this secret spell is not so easy. Plant perception is the most basic condition for mastering accelerated growth. Following that is precise control over spiritual power. The meridians of spirit plants are not the meridians of cultivators. A slight mistake could directly destroy the spirit plant's meridians, not to mention needing to use spiritual power to promote the accelerated operation of spiritual power within the spirit plant's meridians. This requires extremely high control over spiritual power. Gu Mo, however, happened to meet this condition. The spiritual power in his body was transformed from sun essence, which was very pure and easy to control. In addition, Gu Mo had cultivated the great perfection level purification technique, which further strengthened his control over spiritual power, allowing him to successfully promote the operation of spiritual power in the spirit plant's meridians on his first try. Achieving the above 2 points means that the accelerated growth secret spell has been initiated, but to achieve perfection, an additional condition is required, which is that the nature of the spiritual power must be compatible with the spirit plant. A cultivator who has cultivated a fire attribute cultivation technique cannot apply accelerated growth to a water attribute spirit plant like water spirit rice. That would not only not accelerate it, but would instead destroy the spirit plant. Gu Mo also met this point. His 5 elements were balanced, and Gu Mo's spiritual power was pure and contained a trace of solar chi. The importance of the sun to plants is self-evident. Gu Mo's spiritual power, containing a trace of solar chi, was definitely the most suitable spiritual power for spirit plants. Based on these factors, Gu Mo stumbled upon and comprehended an advanced secret spell for Lingzi masters, accelerated growth. It can be said that when Gu Mo comprehended the accelerated growth secret spell, he was already considered a true Lingzi master. To become a true Lingzi master, Gu Mo only took a little over a month, a speed that would absolutely shock everyone. However, Gu Mo was completely unaware of this at the moment, as the Lingzi master legacy given by the Golden Core Elder did not include the advanced secret spell of accelerated growth. However, Gu Mo felt that he was not far from becoming a Lingzi master. As long as he completed a fusion of spirit plants, it would be almost enough. It's just a grafting, which won't stump Gu Mo. In his previous life, he had personally practiced it with fruit trees under his father's guidance. Of course, there are no fruit trees here, but he can experiment with water spirit rice. With cultivation methods, grafting rice should not be a problem either. Since it's grafting, 2 different spirit plants are needed. Besides water spirit rice, Gu Mo's spirit field also has spirit sunflower, and the rest are sunflower, pea shooter, and potato mine. Gu Mo currently doesn't dare to try the latter 3. If any accidents occur and he loses 1 or 2 plants, it will be troublesome. Currently, Gu Mo's sun essence is all used to upgrade sunflower, and he has no extra sun essence on hand. Losing a few plants would require Gu Mo to stop upgrading sunflower to replenish them. Therefore, Gu Mo can only choose between water spirit rice and spirit sunflower, and these 2 spirit plants obviously cannot be grafted together, they are too different. According to the legacy obtained from the Golden Core Elder, to fuse 2 spirit plants, it's not simply grafting them together. It also requires connecting the meridians of the 2 spirit plants and making them operate smoothly. Only then is it considered a successful fusion. And for different types of spirit plants, the meridians are vastly different, so the difficulty of connecting them is naturally imaginable. Gu Mo naturally would not choose such a low success rate fusion plan. Gu Mo plans to choose water spirit rice and Lingyu rice for fusion. Both belong to rice, and even if their meridians differ due to different grades, they are still relatively similar overall. Having made up his mind, Gu Mo immediately went to his junior brother's spirit field next door and asked for a few Lingyu rice plants. With 2 fingers together, sharp Jengjin sword chi emerged from his fingers, cleanly cutting the water spirit rice he had just cultivated diagonally. Then, Guang cut off the roots of the Lingyu rice in his hand. He placed the upper part of the Lingyu rice on the stem of the water spirit rice. Because the cut was very smooth and flat, there was no gap at all where the two spirit plants connected. Xiaohuishun technique. There's no need to wrap any tape, with just one Xiaohuishun technique, the two spirit plants grew together very smoothly. Spiritual farmer is indeed a prerequisite profession for Lingzi master, its spirit farmer spells are still very useful even for Lingzi masters. However, healing the wounds of two spirit plants together is not true fusion. Everything before was a spiritual farmer's method, now comes the Lingzi master's work. He cast plant perception, and immediately two broken meridian diagrams appeared. What Guang had to do next was to fuse these two broken meridians into one, and also make it operate normally. So, let's begin. Taking a deep breath, Guang injected spiritual power into the spirit plant and began to construct the meridians. This difficulty was much harder than accelerating the operation of spiritual power in the meridians. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. Especially when the meridians of the two were not completely identical, Guang needed to open up some new meridians and close some existing ones. Time passed minute by minute, and sweat began to bead on Guang's forehead. Other Lingzi masters chose grade 1 low-grade spirit plants for their first attempt, while Guang directly chose to fuse a grade 1 high-grade and a grade 1 low-grade spirit plant. This difficulty was clearly incomparable to fusing two grade 1 low-grade spirit plants. But Guang, relying on his exquisite control over spiritual power far exceeding that of cultivators of the same order, little by little completed the fusion of the broken meridians of the two spirit plants. After fusing the meridians of the two spirit plants and making them operate smoothly, Guang exhaled sharply. At this point, Guang found that most of the spiritual power in his body was depleted. If it weren't for his rich foundation, this attempt would probably have ended in failure. Fortunately, it finally succeeded. Although it wasn't perfect, Guang was already very satisfied. The roots of grade 1 high-grade water spirit rice and the ears of grade 1 low-grade Lingyu rice. Guang didn't know what grade of Ling rice these two would ultimately produce, but it was really worth looking forward to. Let me accelerate it. Guang pinched the new spirit plant he had fused, injected spiritual power, and began to promote the operation of spiritual power in its meridians, accelerating its growth. Driven by spiritual power, the new spirit plant in front of Guang grew rapidly, then tasseled, flowered, and finally matured completely. Looking at the heavy rice ears, Guang reached out and picked them. The rice ears were still those of the Lingyu rice, but compared to ordinary Lingyu rice, these Lingyu rice ears, which had fused with water spirit rice, looked fuller and contained a richer spiritual power. Guang estimated that this brand new Lingyu rice grade should be able to reach the first grade middle level. Losing a first order high grade water spirit rice to gain a first grade middle level Lingyu rice, such a fusion was undoubtedly a failure. However, as Guang's work to become a formal Lingzi master, it was a success. It was like an alchemist refining a medium-grade medicinal pill from high-grade medicinal materials. Although this refining attempt was considered a failure, a medium-grade medicinal pill was enough to prove that the alchemist had entered the Dao. Next, Guang only needed to register with the sect to become the third formal first-order Lingzi master of the Qinglo sect. At this moment, only a little over a month had passed since the Lingzi master elder's lecture. Guang did not know if such progress would earn him the attention of that Lingzi master elder and allow him to become his disciple. Guang was very envious of the second-order spiritual field on the Lingzi master elder's spiritual peak. With this thought, Guang immediately got up and headed to the spirit plant hall. Guang did not have the qualification to directly request an audience with the Golden Core Elder, he could only go to the spirit plant hall to register his becoming a Lingzi master. He could not request an audience with the Golden Core Elder, but now it was very easy for Guang to request an audience with Deacon Zhao Qiancheng. Have you encountered any difficulties? Deacon Zhao Qiancheng looked at Guang and asked. Guang was now a treasure of the spirit plant hall and also his, Zhao Qiancheng's, lucky star. Since Guang successfully planted water spirit rice, his evaluation within the sect had steadily risen, and naturally, he had received much more resources. Deacon Zhao, disciple has come to register as a formal Lingzi master. Guang bowed and explained his purpose. What? You've become a formal Lingzi master? Guang's words first stunned Zhao Qiancheng, as the term Lingzi master was somewhat unfamiliar, but Zhao Qiancheng quickly reacted, taking a quick step to stand before Guang, his expression filled with disbelief. It seemed Guang had only just received the Lingzi master elder's lecture a little over a month ago. To enter the Dao in such a short time was simply too fast. The two Lingzi masters who had emerged from the spirit plant hall before had taken at least 2 years to barely enter the Dao, but Guang had only taken 1 month. What proof do you have? Zhao Qiancheng asked seriously. Upon hearing this, Guang took out the new spirit plant he had fused. Although Zhao Qiancheng was not a Lingzi master, as the deacon of the spirit plant hall, his attainments in the Dao of spiritual farmer were not weak. He could tell at a glance that the spirit plant in Guang's hand possessed the characteristics of both water spirit rice and Lingyu rice, and this method of fusing two spirit plants together was precisely the ability of a Lingzi master. Good, good, good. With physical proof, Guang's becoming a formal Lingzi master was almost certain. Without hesitation, Zhao Qiancheng quickly submitted this news along with Guang's outer sect disciple application. Originally, Zhao Qiancheng had planned to wait until Guang stabilized the water spirit rice yield before submitting his outer sect disciple application, but now, with Guang becoming a formal Lingzi master, This application no longer needed to wait. If Gumo's spiritual root talent were a bit better, even becoming an inner sect disciple would not be impossible. Entering the Dao of a Lingzi master in just over a month, with such talent, he definitely had hope of reaching a second-order Lingzi master. However, whether it was a second-order Lingzi master, alchemist, or artifact refiner, they all required corresponding cultivation realm support, otherwise, how could they control those second-order spirit plants? And Gumo's inferior spiritual root talent would be his biggest obstacle to entering Foundation establishment. Lingzi Master Elder's Dao Field. A white-haired but energetic elder was drinking tea with Chi Chunda in the mountaintop courtyard. Junior brother Chi, how long do you think it will take to cultivate these spirit plants? The elder looked at Chi Chunda with expectant eyes. In the Kinglo sect, only one person could call a golden core elder junior brother, and that was the current sect master of the Kinglo sect, Gao Yunrui. Sect master senior brother, although these spirit plants are rare, they should still be available for purchase in the Immortal City, right? Why do you need me, junior brother, to accelerate their growth? Chi Chunda was somewhat puzzled. The sect master had woken him from his seclusion just to help accelerate the growth of some spirit plant medicinal materials. Junior brother, you don't know. I sent people to acquire these medicinal materials in the Immortal City a long time ago, but it seems another group of people is also acquiring these medicinal materials, and their speed is even faster than ours. These medicinal materials in the Immortal City have basically been snatched up, and it will take decades for the next batch of medicinal materials to mature. Gao Yunrui said with great helplessness. A market is where cultivators conduct transactions, but if this market expands dozens or hundreds of times, it can be called an Immortal City, a city where cultivators gather. Sect Master Senior Brother, medicinal materials whose growth has been accelerated will have some subtle differences compared to those that grow naturally, and this might affect the success rate of refining the Ning Ying pill. Chi Chunda was well aware of the sect master's purpose in asking him to accelerate the growth of these spirit plant medicinal materials. In fact, this was no secret among the sect's high-ranking officials. To refine medicinal pills like the Ning Ying pill, a lot of preparations are needed, and it simply cannot be hidden from others. But we don't have time. Gao Yunrui smiled bitterly and helplessly. The Kinglo sect's nascent soul old ancestor had fallen, and in recent years, he had clearly felt the changes. For example, some of the Kinglo sect's external resource points were gradually being encroached upon by people from other large sects. Everyone knew that the current Kinglo sect was a soft persimmon that anyone could squeeze. If this continued, it was hard to guarantee that no one would directly attack the Kinglo sect. Although the Kinglo sect was protected by a large formation, it was still unstable without a nascent soul cultivator guarding it. As the sect master of the Kinglo sect, Gao Yunrui's cultivation realm had reached golden core great perfection, and he was the only cultivator in the entire Kinglo sect who had hope of reaching the nascent soul realm. After all, to become the sect master, he was the most outstanding talent among the Kinglo sect's previous generation of true disciples. However, Gao Yunrui was not confident in directly attempting to reach the nascent soul realm. If he were alone, he could take the risk, but as the sect master of the Kinglo sect and the only cultivator with hope of reaching the nascent soul realm, he had to be careful. If he failed, then for the next few hundred years, it would be very difficult for the Kinglo sect to produce another nascent soul cultivator, and the Kinglo sect clearly did not have another few hundred years. Therefore, he decided to use the entire sect's power to refine the Ning Ying pill. The fourth order main ingredients for the Ning Ying pill had already been gathered, but problems had arisen with some of the third order auxiliary ingredients. Some spiritual materials had been intercepted, which definitely meant someone was deliberately targeting the Kinglo sect. Knowing that the required spirit plant medicinal materials could not be acquired in the Immortal City, Gao Yunrui could only ask Chi Chunda for help in accelerating the growth of some medicinal materials. Because the matter was urgent, Gao Yunrui had no choice but to awaken Chi Chunda from his seclusion. All right. Hearing Gao Yunrui's explanation, Chi Chunda sighed and agreed to the matter. After all, as a guest elder of the Kinglo sect, he didn't want anything to happen to the Kinglo sect. After seeing off the sect leader, Chi Chunda went to the third order spiritual field, preparing to plant the spirit plant in his hand. Suddenly, Chi Chunda's movements paused. Because the sect leader who had just left reappeared. Junior brother Chi, I have good news. A third Lingzi master has appeared in the sect. It's said that this person only took a little over a month to get started. Do you want to meet him? Perhaps this child can inherit your legacy, Gao Yunrui said with a smile, looking at Chi Chunda. Gao Yunrui knew that Chi Chunda's Lingzi master legacy was very powerful. Therefore, he had tried several times to get Chi Chunda to leave a legacy, but so far, the sect had not found a disciple who could move Chi Chunda's heart. Now, such a disciple had appeared. In just over a month, without anyone's guidance, he successfully became a formal Lingzi master. Such talent should surely make Chi Chunda relent. Very well. Hearing Gao Yunrui's words, Gumo's figure instantly appeared in Chi Chunda's mind. In his opinion, among all the utility disciples in the lecture a month ago, this one had the best comprehension ability. He just hadn't expected that the other party could become a Lingzi master in just over a month. Disciple Gu Mo greets the sect leader and Elder Chi. Gu Mo arrived at the peak of Spirit Peak Mountain and bowed respectfully. Utility disciple. Gao Yunrui looked at the appearing Gu Mo and was slightly startled. After receiving the news from the Spirit Plant Hall, he had rushed to find Chi Chunda and had not investigated Gu Mo's identity too much. After all, the Spirit Plant Hall couldn't possibly deceive him, could it? Alas. Seeing Gu Mo again, Chi Chunda sighed in his heart. Being able to become a Lingzi master in just over a month, This talent indeed moved Chi Chunda. However, Gu Mo's spiritual root talent would become his biggest obstacle to advancing to a higher order Lingzi master. Little fellow, come here. Gao Yunrui waved to Gu Mo. Gu Mo's displayed comprehension ability and his identity as a utility disciple were too contradictory. Therefore, the sect leader wanted to personally test Gu Mo's spiritual root. After all, the spiritual root test for utility disciples wasn't 100% accurate. Yes. Since the sect leader wanted to personally test his spiritual root, Gu Mo naturally couldn't refuse. At the same time, Gu Mo also knew that some of his secrets couldn't be hidden. However, as the sect leader, a golden core great perfection cultivator, he shouldn't covet the opportunity of a small chi refining cultivator like him, right? Alas. Gao Yunrui's hand rested on Gu Mo's shoulder, and he instantly knew the grade of Gu Mo's spiritual root. At this moment, the joy in Gao Yunrui's heart vanished, because the plan for Chi Chunda to take on a disciple had fallen through. Oh. But soon, a hint of astonishment appeared in Gao Yunrui's eyes. He had clearly discovered Gu Mo's inferior spiritual root, and at the same time, he had also discovered Gu Mo's chi refining fourth layer cultivation in a profound foundation 6 times deeper than cultivators of the same stage. An inferior spiritual root at chi refining fourth layer, this seemed like a very contradictory existence. An inferior spiritual root could basically cultivate to chi refining stage 3 at most. As for chi refining fourth layer, he must have obtained some opportunity. Gao Yunrui naturally had no intention of investigating Gu Mo's opportunity. As the sect master of the Kinglo sect, why would he be interested in the opportunity of a small chi refining cultivator? He could even casually take out an opportunity that would allow a utility disciple at chi refining stage 3 to break through to chi refining fourth layer. Alas. Gao Yunrui sighed softly and withdrew his hand. If one didn't look at Gu Mo's spiritual root, this was the template of a top-tier elite intersect disciple. Gu Mo saw the size of the sect leader and the Lingzi master elder. At this moment, he also felt a little disappointed. Clearly, becoming a disciple of the Lingzi master elder was no longer hopeful. His second-order spiritual field. It's still very good to become a Lingzi master in such a short time. Seeing Gu Mo's disappointed expression, Gao Yunrui also offered a few words of comfort, then took out a porcelain bottle containing 3 breakthrough medicinal pills, which could directly help Gu Mo raise his cultivation to chi refining 6th layer. Gu Mo had obtained an opportunity to enter chi refining 4th layer, so he would give him another opportunity. Those great opportunities in the eyes of chi refining cultivators were just a bottle of stored medicinal pills casually taken out in the eyes of golden core cultivators. Thank you, sect leader. Gu Mo suppressed the excitement in his heart and respectfully took the porcelain bottle. Gu Mo was not excited about the breakthrough medicinal pills themselves, because he didn't need any breakthrough medicinal pills at all. Once the sunflower finished upgrading, he could directly cultivate all the way to cultivation chi completion realm. What truly excited Gu Mo was that with this reward from the sect leader, his opportunity would have a source. From now on, Gu Mo could attribute all his rapid cultivation advancements to the sect leader's reward. A reward given by the sect leader, surely no one would dare to covet that, right? Here is an exclusive secret art for Lingzi masters. Take it back and study it carefully. Seeing that the sect leader had given a reward, Chi Chunda thought for a moment and took out a booklet. Thank you, elder. Gu Mo respectfully took the booklet, flipped through a few pages curiously, and then froze in place. This secret art was precisely the accelerated growth method for spirit plants that he had previously discovered on his own. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. What? Is there a problem? Gu Mo's reaction startled Chi Chunda. He could understand Gu Mo's surprised and puzzled reactions, but he couldn't understand the "so that's how it is" look on Gu Mo's face at this moment. Reporting to elder, disciple previously discovered a small method to accelerate the growth rate of spirit plants, which is very similar to what is in this booklet. Gu Mo thought for a moment and told the truth. In front of a golden core cultivator, there was no need to hide one's abilities, because what you hide might not even be considered anything in the eyes of a golden core cultivator. What? Gu Mo's words made Chi Chunda feel a sense of unfamiliarity. To directly comprehend the secret art of accelerated growth, was this comprehension ability not heaven-defying enough? Then demonstrate it. Chi Chunda took out a spirit plant and prepared to let Gu Mo try it. Elder, why don't you use disciple's spirit plant? Gu Mo looked at the spirit plant in Chi Chunda's hand, which was emitting powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. That thing should be third order, right? Asking a small chi refining fourth layer cultivator like him to ripen a third order spirit plant even if he were squeezed dry, he couldn't make that third order spirit plant move a bit, could he? Alright. Chi Chunda, realizing his mistake, calmly put away the spirit plant in his hand. Hearing this, Gu Mo took out the Lingyu rice he had prepared earlier for demonstration, activated plant perception, displayed the Lingyu rice's meridians, then injected spiritual power into the Lingyu rice's meridians, driving the circulation of spiritual power within the Lingyu rice's meridians. The Lingyu rice also grew rapidly under Gu Mo's impetus. Seeing this scene, Chi Chunda stood up and paced back and forth a few times. Finally, Chi Chunda seemed to have made a decision and handed a token to Gu Mo. If you can enter the foundation establishment stage, then take this token and come find me. I can accept you as a personal disciple. Faced with Gu Mo's extraordinary comprehension ability, Chi Chunda finally relented. However, he did not directly accept Gu Mo as a disciple, but left a test. If Gu Mo could enter foundation establishment with his inferior spiritual root talent, then he would accept Gu Mo, and as a personal disciple. Personal disciple meant that Chi Chunda would fully cultivate Gu Mo in the future, even if it meant expending several times more resources than other cultivators. This disciple will not disappoint elder. Gu Mo respectfully accepted the token. This token did not seem to be a Kinglo sect elder token, but a wooden one, engraved with the words Sheneng Valley on one side, and Chi Chunda's name on the reverse. Considering the identity of this Lingzi Master Elder as a guest elder, Gu Mo could roughly guess that this Sheneng Valley should be the Lingzi Master Elder's original sect. Named after Sheneng, this sect was likely not weak. The names of cultivator sects cannot be chosen casually. If you randomly pick a name like number 1 sect under heaven, see if anyone comes to trouble you. Unless you truly are the number 1 sect under heaven, strong enough that no one dares to challenge you, then that name can be considered truly fitting. Sheneng Valley, presumably this sect must have obtained the legacy of the legendary Sheneng to dare to bear his name. It is said that Sheneng is the ancestor of Lingzi masters. To obtain Sheneng's legacy, even just a small part, is enough to create a powerful Lingzi master sect. Cough, cough. Gao Yunrui suddenly coughed lightly, because the turn of events seemed to be somewhat beyond his expectations. He only wanted Chi Chunda to take a named disciple and leave behind some of Sheneng Valley's legacy. After all, it was a sect that had obtained the legacy of the ancestor of Lingzi masters, and the Lingzi master legacy it possessed was absolutely top tier. But Gao Yunrui had not expected that this Gu Mo would suddenly make a big move, directly astounding Chi Chunda, who actually promised Gu Mo that he would take him as a personal disciple once he entered the foundation establishment stage. To enter foundation establishment with an inferior spiritual root, how difficult was that? Unless a Golden Core elder fully funded him, but looking at Chi Chunda's situation, he clearly would not provide Gu Mo with funding. Gu Mo would have to find a way himself. As the sect master of Kinglo sect, a cultivator at Golden Core great perfection, Gao Yunrui was fully capable of pushing Gu Mo to the foundation establishment stage if he wished, which would only mean expending a dozen times more resources. But the problem was, if Gu Mo entered foundation establishment, he would become Chi Chunda's personal disciple, and then he would no longer be a disciple of Kinglo sect. If one day Chi Chunda were to leave Kinglo sect and return to Sheneng Valley, Gu Mo would also need to follow him. However, if Gu Mo did not enter foundation establishment, Chi Chunda clearly had no intention of teaching Gu Mo any profound Lingzi master techniques. It seemed that in neither case could Chi Chunda leave behind the Lingzi master legacy. Sect leader senior brother, what's wrong? Chi Chunda asked knowingly. He naturally understood Gao Yunrui's thoughts very well, but how could a sect's legacy be easily leaked? The Lingzi master techniques he was currently teaching, which did not involve the sect's core legacy, were already very profound. The Lingzi master legacy of some sects might not even be as advanced as what he was currently teaching. This was the foundation of a top-tier Lingzi master sect. Nothing, junior brother Chi, I'll leave the matters of the spirit plant to you. Gao Yunrui waved his hand. Since Chi Chunda was unwilling to leave behind the legacy, he naturally couldn't force him. After speaking, Gao Yunrui drifted away. Next, he also needed to prepare for the refining of the Ningying pill. This was currently the most important matter for the entire Kinglo sect. Junior brother Gu Mo, please come this way. Leaving the peak of the spirit peak, Song Xing and Li Jinmei quickly stepped forward and led Gu Mo down the mountain. They had also been the ones to lead Gu Mo up earlier. Junior brother Gu Mo can be summoned by elder, his future prospects are limitless. Song Xing couldn't help but sigh on the way down the mountain. When he and Li Jinmei became Lingzi masters, they did not receive such treatment. Gu Mo was the only one. Of course, Gu Mo's talent, successfully comprehending the knowledge taught by elder and becoming a formal Lingzi master in just over a month, was also beyond their reach. At this moment, both of them very much wanted to know if elder had accepted Gu Mo as a disciple. If Gu Mo became a Golden Core elder's disciple, then they would have to change their address to senior brother Gu. Regarding their probing, Gu Mo did not answer directly, simply letting them guess. Gu Mo only needed to let others know that he had been summoned by a Golden Core elder and had also met the sect master, that was enough. Indeed, regarding Gu Mo's ambiguous answer, Song Xing's eyes were filled with surprise and doubt. In his opinion, Gu Mo, who had successfully become a Lingzi master in just over a month, would surely be taken as a disciple by elder due to his talent. However, thinking of Gu Mo's utility disciple spiritual root talent made him hesitate. Unable to get an answer from Gu Mo, Song Xing and Li Jinmei chose to continue calling Gu Mo junior brother. Whether Gu Mo had been accepted as a disciple by elder would be proven by time. What they needed to do was not offend Gu Mo. Returning to the spirit plant hall, before Gu Mo could go back to his Ling Tian cabin, he was called to the hall of affairs. How is it? Did elder accept you as a disciple? Compared to Song Xing, Zhao Qiancheng was more direct. Elder Qi said he would take this disciple as a personal disciple after I enter foundation establishment. Gu Mo did not hide this from Zhao Qiancheng. Alas! Hearing Gu Mo's words, Zhao Qiancheng sighed lightly, clearly taking it as the Lingzi master elder's words to appease Gu Mo. For him, a person with an inferior spiritual root, how difficult it would be to enter foundation establishment. However, even if he couldn't become an elder's disciple, Gu Mo's current achievements had already surpassed all utility disciples. Therefore, the identity of a utility disciple was no longer suitable for Gu Mo at this moment. Here. Zhao Qiancheng handed Gu Mo a brand new identity token and a new cultivation robe. Your application for outer sect disciple has been approved. From today onwards, you are an outer sect disciple of my spirit plant hall, Zhao Qiancheng said with a smile, seeing Gu Mo still a bit dazed. Thank you, Deacon, for your guidance. Gu Mo bowed. Although this Deacon Zhao was a bit stingy, according to other disciples in the hall, he was still quite caring towards talented disciples in the hall. Becoming an outer sect disciple did not change Gu Mo's life much, as he was already enjoying the treatment of an outer sect disciple. Of course, there was still a difference between outer sect disciple treatment and being a true outer sect disciple. For example, Gu Mo could now recruit utility disciples to help him plant spirit fields. However, looking at the water spirit rice in his spirit field, Gu Mo shook his head. Let alone utility disciples, probably not many outer sect disciples could help him plant water spirit rice. Furthermore, there were so many secrets in his spirit field that it was impossible to let outsiders in. As for applying for a spirit field in the valley to cultivate, Gu Mo had no such desire. The spirit fields in the valley had long been divided among the outer sect disciples of the spirit plant hall. If Gu Mo applied, he would have to take someone else's spirit field, which would easily offend people. Besides, there were too many people in the valley, which was not conducive to Gu Mo hiding his sunflower. As long as Gu Mo cultivated his water spirit rice well, no one would question his identity as an outer sect disciple. Gu Mo also currently held the identity of a Lingzi master. In the coming time, he would take on some exclusive Lingzi master tasks. With these tasks, Gu Mo could earn a lot of sect contributions. After all, these exclusive Lingzi master tasks could currently only be taken by 3 people, and the task rewards were all exceptionally generous. The news of Gu Mo becoming an outer sect disciple quickly spread throughout the entire Kinglo sect. The reason the news spread so quickly was also due to the sect's promotion. The sect also wanted to tell the vast number of utility disciples that as long as they worked hard, utility disciples could also become outer sect disciples. On the sect's main peak, when Yao Shifeng learned that Gu Mo had advanced to become an outer sect disciple, he remained silent for a long time. There was a time when Yao Shifeng's greatest desire was to climb from a utility disciple to an inner sect disciple, but in the end, he failed. Yet, Gu Mo walked his path and successfully advanced from a utility disciple to an outer sect disciple. At that moment, Yao Shifeng's heart was filled with jealousy. But very quickly, Yao Shifeng suppressed the emotions in his heart and turned his gaze to the immortal cave behind him. It was only after becoming He Xiaogang's attendant that Yao Shifeng truly understood what a true prodigy was. He Xiaogang was that legendary prodigy, and Yao Shifeng felt that as long as he followed He Xiaogang, his future achievements would not be inferior to Gu Mo's, and might even be stronger. Once the emotions in his heart had completely calmed, Yao Shifeng took the information he had collected today and headed to the immortal cave to gather intelligence for He Xiaogang. This was one of his tasks as an attendant. Array Peak. Gu Mo became an outer sect disciple. When Chu Fifei heard this news, her eyes showed both surprise and a sense of inevitability. Chu senior sister, it's time to leave. At this moment, a miscellaneous junior sister from Array Peak called out to Chu Fifei. All right. Chu Fifei responded and quickly ran over. Gu Mo had become an outer sect disciple, and she was also close to becoming an outer sect disciple. Chu Fifei could now participate in Array Peak's tasks of inspecting the formations of various peaks. This was enough to prove Chu Fifei's rapid progress in formation mastery during this period. In a few years, she would be able to become a formal formation master and advance to an outer sect disciple of Array Peak with the identity of a formation master. This time, Chu Fifei was following the senior brothers and senior sisters of Array Peak to inspect Dan Peak's formations. At that time, she might be able to find time to share the news of Gu Mo's promotion with Hu Hai. She could also take this opportunity to gather everyone again and celebrate for Gu Mo. Ling Tian Cabin. Gu Mo looked at the second order sunflower with a smile on his face. After half a year of long upgrading, the second order sunflower finally successfully advanced. Of course, Gu Mo's goal was 5 second order sunflowers, and to achieve this goal, it would only take another half a year. The more second order sunflowers he had, the less time it would take to upgrade new second order sunflowers. Therefore, in the next half year, Gu Mo could upgrade 3 more plants. At that time, with 5 second order sunflowers helping him cultivate, Gu Mo could directly reach the cultivation chi completion realm in a very short amount of time. At the same time, today was also Gu Mo's 4th year of joining the Spirit Plant Hall. If one included the year in the miscellaneous disciple area, Gu Mo had been with the Kinglo sect for 5 years. If Yao Shifeng had not disbanded the team, then today Gu Mo would have gone to the market to meet up with everyone, but unfortunately. As Gu Mo was feeling emotional, suddenly, a communication talisman appeared outside the Ling Tian formation. He took out the formation control talisman and allowed the communication talisman to enter the Ling Tian. Could it be that there's progress on the concealing formation? He grabbed the communication talisman and found that it was sent by Chu Fifei. Gu Mo couldn't help but guess. Gu Mo had previously entrusted Chu Fifei to help him get a formation with a concealing effect. Injecting chi, Gu Mo read the message on the communication talisman. Instantly, Gu Mo's expression changed, and he quickly put the sunflower into the black mist space, then rode his sword towards Dan Peak. That's right, the communication talisman was sent by Chu Fifei, but Gu Mo's destination was not Array Peak, but Dan Peak. Chu Fifei sent the communication talisman to Gu Mo not because there was any progress on the concealing formation, but because something had happened to Hu Hai at Dan Peak. Although the small team had now disbanded, the friendship of these past few years remained. If something happened to Hu Hai, Gu Mo would not choose to stand by and do nothing. After about half an hour, Gu Mo had already arrived at Dan Peak. If Gu Mo were still a utility disciple, it would be more troublesome to visit other peaks, but now Gu Mo was an outer sect disciple and also a Lingzi master, so going to other peaks was naturally not a problem at all. Especially Dan Peak, they were even more eager for Gu Mo to come over, because Lingzi masters are very important partners for alchemists. Lingzi masters can cultivate high-grade spirit plants and medicinal ingredients, while alchemists can use high-grade spiritual materials to refine high-grade medicinal pills. He arrived unimpeded outside Dan Peak's miscellaneous disciple area, where Gu Mo saw Chu Fifei, whose expression was anxious. "What's the situation? Tell me." Gu Mo asked. Chu Fifei's communication talisman did not state the specific reason, so Gu Mo now needed to understand what exactly had happened to Hu Hai. "It's like this." Chu Fifei led Gu Mo to Hu Hai's residence while explaining what she knew. The situation was not complicated. Chu Fifei had simply taken advantage of a break in the formation inspection to talk to Hu Hai about Gu Mo's recent promotion to outer sect disciple. After asking a few utility disciples, Chu Fifei successfully found Hu Hai's residence, but Hu Hai's door was tightly shut. Chu Fifei called out a few times but received no response. Because she was unsure whether Hu Hai was in seclusion, Chu Fifei did not want to disturb him further. Read the error-free version at 169 bookstore. Just as Chu Fifei was about to leave, she heard a piece of news from other utility disciples. Hu Hai had been taking on medicinal pill testing tasks from Dan Peak during this time. Besides refining mature medicinal pills for which they had pill formulas, alchemists at Dan Peak would also try to refine some new medicinal pills. If they could refine a completely new medicinal pill, the alchemist would gain immense wealth. However, everything about a new medicinal pill was new. To understand its effects, someone needed to test the medicinal pill. This testing task carried great risk, but the reward was also very high. Many utility disciples, unable to resist the high task rewards, chose to test medicinal pills. Hearing that Hu Hai had taken on a medicinal pill testing task, Gu Mo basically understood the situation. It was clear that something had gone wrong with Hu Hai's medicinal pill test, but no one knew the specifics. However, if the problem wasn't serious, Hu Hai shouldn't have avoided them. As they spoke, Gu Mo and Chu Fifei arrived at Hu Hai's residence. At this moment, the restriction on Hu Hai's residence had been opened. When Chu Fifei came earlier, this restriction was not open, so it was clear that Hu Hai knew Chu Fifei had arrived. With the restriction activated, outsiders who wished to enter either had to forcibly break the restriction or have someone with higher authority open it. Forcibly breaking it was clearly not feasible, this would be a violation of sect rules, and anyone who did so would inevitably have to visit the enforcement hall. So, the only option was to ask the Dan Peak steward responsible for the miscellaneous disciple area affairs to intervene. The process of asking the miscellaneous disciple area steward was very smooth. After all, Gu Mo was now one of only 3 Lingzi masters in the entire Qingluo sect. If Gu Mo were still a utility disciple, he might not even have been able to meet the steward. With the miscellaneous disciple area's steward taking action, Hu Hai's residence restriction was quickly lifted. Immediately, the steward swiftly entered the house. When he saw Hu Hai, whose face was pale with exhaustion, he let out a sigh of relief. After greeting Gu Mo, he left. He was responsible for the affairs of the miscellaneous disciple area. If a utility disciple inexplicably died in his home, it would be quite troublesome for him, but now that this utility disciple was not dead, it had nothing to do with him. As for the utility disciple's extremely poor condition, that was caused by taking on the medicinal pill testing task, and it was unrelated to him. Many thanks, Senior Brother Zhang. Gu Mo cupped his hands to the departing steward in thanks, then turned his gaze to Hu Hai before him. "Why are you here?" Hu Hai opened his eyes with difficulty, his gaze falling upon Chu Fifei and Gu Mo. But when Hu Hai saw Gu Mo in outer sect disciple attire, he almost thought he was too weak and hallucinating. "If we didn't come, would you have died here?" Chu Fifei was a bit annoyed. "This medicinal pill testing mission has such high risks, yet you still accepted it. Are you stupid?" "It's because I couldn't resist the temptation of becoming stronger." Hu Hai's voice was low. Previously, he had received a bottle of medicinal pills from Yao Shifeng that improved his cultivation. After taking them, he clearly felt the improvement, an experience Hu Hai had never had before. However, the medicinal pills were quickly used up, and his cultivation speed returned to its original pace. This made Hu Hai, who had experienced rapid cultivation, somewhat unbearable. But he was just a utility disciple and simply couldn't afford the kind of medicinal pills that could enhance cultivation. In the end, Hu Hai chose to accept the medicinal pill testing mission. Such missions offered generous rewards, and the experimental medicinal pills also contained quite impressive qi. Relying on the qi from the experimental medicinal pills, Hu Hai successfully entered qi refining stage 2. Afterward, Hu Hai accepted medicinal pill testing missions more frequently, and his cultivation also rapidly improved under the surging qi of the experimental medicinal pills. It wasn't until he reached qi refining stage 3 that, before Hu Hai could even rejoice at his strength's breakthrough, the various medicinal pill toxins remaining from those experimental medicinal pills instantly erupted as Hu Hai's realm improved. It's no exaggeration to say that at this moment, Hu Hai was a toxic person filled with medicinal pill toxins. "Do you want to live?" Gu Mo checked Hu Hai's condition. He didn't have many good solutions for it. The medicinal pill toxins had already invaded Hu Hai's meridians and bone marrow. To clear them, the only thing Gu Mo could think of was to use the perfected cleansing art for purification. As for whether it would be effective, Gu Mo couldn't guarantee it. "I want to live." Hu Hai's gaze was downcast. Although he knew that even if he lived, he would probably be a cripple, he still wanted to live, even if it meant barely surviving. If you want to live, then clench your teeth for me. Gu Mo let out a soft shout, then threw over a super-enhanced version of the perfected cleansing art. For Hu Ha's condition, Gu Mo couldn't even bother to test for the optimal frequency. What Gu Mo needed to do now was to apply the highest intensity cleaning technique to him without killing Hu Hai. Only this way could the medicinal pill toxins be cleansed from Hu Ha's physical body. Of course, the ultra-high intensity cleaning technique would be very painful, but if Hu Hai wanted to live, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Ah! As the super-enhanced cleaning technique descended, Hu Hai let out a painful roar, but at the same time, Hu Hai also felt the medicinal pill toxins in his body being forced out little by little. Seeing hope, the instinct to survive made Hu Hai grit his teeth and hold on. It's no exaggeration to say that at this moment, Hu Hai was like a piece of cloth dyed black, being vigorously scrubbed by Gu Mo on a washboard. Inevitably, due to excessive force, the cloth would tear. However, at this point, Gu Mo would cast a Xiaohuishan technique to repair the damage on the cloth. An hour later, Gu Mo stopped casting the cleaning technique. The effect of the perfected cleansing art was quite good, it had completely cleared all the medicinal pill toxins from Hu Ha's bones, muscles, and flesh. However, Gu Mo was powerless regarding Hu Ha's contaminated qi. The cleaning technique only works on the physical body, it cannot cleanse qi. But at least Hu Ha's life was saved. Rest well. Gu Mo left 2 caddies of water spirit rice, gave a few instructions, and then left. Thank you. Hu Ha's weak voice came through. Gu Mo, what you just cast was. Chu Fei caught up to Gu Mo, her eyes filled with surprise and uncertainty. Chu Fei's cleaning technique had already reached the major achievement realm. She could tell that what Gu Mo had just cast should be the cleaning technique, but she didn't remember the cleaning technique being able to remove medicinal pill toxins. It was the cleaning technique. Can't you tell? Gu Mo smiled. Of course, I know it's the cleaning technique, but your cleaning technique seems a bit different. Chu Fei rolled her eyes at Gu Mo. Oh, that's what the perfected cleansing art is like. You'll know when you cultivate to this realm. Gu Mo shrugged. The fact that he had mastered the perfected cleansing art was no secret within the spirit plant hall. However, Chu Fei was a utility disciple from Array Peak, and her channels for obtaining information were limited, so it was naturally impossible for her to know about the rumors concerning Gu Mo circulating in the spirit plant hall. Perfection realm. Chu Fei looked at Gu Mo in disbelief. She had put so much effort into barely cultivating the cleaning technique to the major achievement realm. As for the perfection realm, Chu Fei didn't know when she would be able to reach that realm. Now Gu Mo said he had cultivated the cleaning technique to the perfection realm. How could this not shock Chu Fei? Major achievement was the highest realm ordinary cultivators could reach. The perfection realm was a realm prepared only for prodigies. Chu senior sister, I finally found you. We need to go back. While Chu Fei was still in shock over Gu Mo's perfected cleansing art, a miscellaneous junior sister from Array Peak ran over. The formation inspection at Dan Peak was complete, and the Array Peak contingent was preparing to return. Okay. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. Chu Fei, coming to her senses, quickly bid farewell to Gu Mo, then swiftly departed with the miscellaneous junior sister from Array Peak. Chu senior sister, is that outer sect senior brother someone you know? After the two walked away, the miscellaneous junior sister asked with curiosity. If utility disciples like them could know an outer sect senior brother, they could definitely boast about it to their other senior sisters and junior sisters. Chu Fei nodded. At this moment, her mind was completely filled with the fact that Gu Mo had mastered the perfected cleansing art. Chu senior sister, when will you introduce him to me? I can be his little one. The miscellaneous junior sister looked eager. Let's go. Chu Fei gave the miscellaneous junior sister an annoyed glare. This girl had good aptitude, otherwise, she wouldn't have been allowed to participate in the formation inspection. It was just that she was a bit of a lovesick fool, always wanting to find a powerful senior brother to rely on, so she could struggle less for several years. 1 month later, Gu Mo received a communication talisman from Hu Hai, inviting him to meet at their former gathering spot in the market. Gu Mo did not refuse, as this might be their last meeting. The possibility of seeing each other again in the future was not non-existent, but it was a very small probability. Upon arriving at the familiar private room, Hu Hai, Wu Jinfei and Chu Fei were already there. Seeing Gu Mo appear, Wu Jinfei subconsciously stood up. It was clear that Wu Jinfei already knew about Gu Mo becoming an outer sect disciple. Wu Jinfei had completely not expected this. Gu Mo, the one with the worst aptitude in their small group, had actually become an outer sect disciple. This made Wu Jinfei a bit awkward. He had always been flattering Yao Shifeng and hadn't paid much attention to Gu Mo. Therefore, although they were all part of the small group, his relationship with Gu Mo was quite ordinary. But now, trying to flatter him, the effect was clearly not as useful as when Gu Mo was still a utility disciple. Chapter 75 Cleaning Technique Customer +1. Senior brother Gu, please sit here. After a moment of stunned silence, Wu Jinfei gave his seat to Gu Mo. The seat Wu Jinfei was currently in was previously Yao Shifeng's. He thought that after Yao Shifeng left, he would be the one who was doing the best in this small team, so he naturally took that seat. It wasn't until Hu Hai and Chu Fei arrived that Wu Jinfei learned of Gu Mo becoming an outer sect disciple. Wu Jinfei was just an ordinary utility disciple in Weapon Peak, and he usually didn't pay attention to news within the sect because he thought it had nothing to do with him as a utility disciple. Therefore, Wu Junfei had never known about Gu Mo becoming an outer sect disciple. But now that he knew, Wu Junfei still didn't give up the idea of currying favor. Although it was a bit late to curry favor now, it was better than not currying favor at all. No need, I'll just sit here. Gu Mo waved his hand and sat down in his usual seat, then turned his gaze to Hu Hai. Hu Hai, are the results out? Hu Hai nodded. After the medicinal pill poison incident, Hu Hai's life was saved thanks to Gu Mo's timely intervention. However, while Gu Mo cleared the medicinal pill poison from Hu Hai's bones, muscles, and flesh, he was powerless against the contaminated spiritual qi. Thus, Hu Hai's body now circulated with spiritual qi full of medicinal pill poison. If Hu Hai chose to disperse the spiritual qi full of medicinal pill poison in his body, he would still have hope of starting over. But Hu Hai ultimately chose to retain this medicinal pill poison spiritual qi, which would preserve his qi refining stage 3 cultivation. Although the price was being unable to advance further, qi refining stage 3 was pretty much the limit for a utility disciple with an inferior spiritual root. If Hu Hai chose to start over, he might not even be able to cultivate to qi refining stage 3 again. Moreover, this body of medicinal pill poison spiritual qi was also formidable. If this spiritual qi struck an enemy, it would definitely contaminate them in minutes, leading to a significant reduction in strength. If it struck a magical artifact, it could weaken the cultivator's control over the magical artifact. It was no exaggeration to say that Hu Hai's medicinal pill poison spiritual qi greatly increased his combat power. However, this body of medicinal pill poison spiritual qi also meant that Hu Hai could no longer engage in any immortal cultivation arts. After all, if he used this spiritual qi full of medicinal pill poison to perform alchemy, 100% of the medicinal pills he refined would be waste pill. Unable to continue his original work as a utility disciple, Hu Hai no longer had value to remain. Of course, the sect also had no intention of expelling Hu Hai, as he had not committed any mistakes and had even made significant contributions to Dan Peak's medicinal pill research. Since remaining in the sect was meaningless, the sect planned to send Hu Hai out. Kingluo sect also had many industries outside that needed people to look after them. Hu Hai's poison cultivation was clearly more suitable for combat. However, once Hu Hai left, it would be difficult for him to return. Therefore, today was everyone's last gathering. That's good, but it's dangerous outside, so be careful. After listening to Hu Hai, Gu Mo nodded. In fact, many utility disciples whose lifespans were nearing their end would eventually be sent out by the sect. Based on the contributions those utility disciples made to the sect would provide them with some relatively stable places to retire. Hu Hai was young and had mastered a body of poison cultivation, so the place he was going would likely not be peaceful. With their separation imminent, Hu Hai spoke a lot this time, unlike his previous silence. Finally, Hu Hai glanced at Yao Shifeng's seat. He had naturally informed Yao Shifeng, but this former Yao Laeta seemed to have no intention of coming over. Well then, everyone, we'll meet again. Hu Hai stood up, bowed slightly to everyone, and then left the private room. He would depart directly from there to his assigned location. Alas! Looking at the departing Hu Hai, Gu Mo sighed in his heart. Of the original 5-person team, Yao Shifeng had completely cut ties with everyone, and now Hu Hai had also left. Senior brother Gu. After Hu Hai left, Wu Junfei came to Gu Mo's side, about to curry favor, but upon seeing Chu Fifei also walking towards them, Wu Junfei hesitated for a moment and finally chose to leave. After all, staying would be impolite. Gu Mo. Is it a bit late to congratulate you on becoming an outer sect disciple now? Chu Fifei greeted him with a smile. Compared to Wu Junfei's fawning, Chu Fifei could still treat Gu Mo with a normal attitude, because Chu Fifei was also very confident in her ability to become an outer sect disciple. Since she could keep up with Gu Mo's pace, Chu Fifei could naturally interact with Gu Mo as an equal. If you were any later, we could congratulate each other on becoming outer sect disciples, Gu Mo teased. Chu Fifei rolled her eyes at Gu Mo, opened her mouth, but the words got stuck. What's wrong? Seeing Chu Fifei's hesitant expression, Gu Mo asked. In the small team now, Gu Mo only had Chu Fifei as a truly trustworthy friend. Gu Mo, I want to try the perfected cleansing art. Chu Fifei spoke the thought that had been in her mind ever since she learned that Gu Mo had mastered the perfected cleansing art. Her special physique was greatly related to the cleaning technique. If she were to be cleansed with the perfected cleansing art, would her physique change? Chu Fifei was confident that she could keep up with Gu Mo's pace, and the source of this confidence was her special physique. If the perfected cleansing art could activate the abilities of her special physique, then she would not only be able to keep up with Gu Mo's pace but might even surpass him. Do you know the price of having someone else perform the perfected cleansing art? Gu Mo was stunned by Chu Fifei's words, then retorted. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of pain. Recalling Hu Hai's painful expression when Gu Mo performed the perfected cleansing art on him, Chu Fifei gritted her teeth. Hearing this, Gu Mo knew that Chu Fifei had no idea. Thinking about it, it made sense. How could Chu Fifei, a utility disciple, know about the information regarding the perfected cleansing art? Immediately, Gu Mo informed her of the price for having him perform the perfected cleansing art, and the next moment, Chu Fifei's face flushed crimson. Do you still want me to perform the perfected cleansing art for you? It was rare to see Chu Fifei in this state, so Gu Mo couldn't help but tease her. Yes. Chu Fei suddenly said with a determined expression. To explore the secrets of her physique, the perfected cleansing art was definitely a key, but Chu Fei knew it was almost impossible for her to cultivate the cleaning technique to perfection. Therefore, the only option was to ask someone else to perform the perfected cleansing art for her. Rather than seeking out strangers in the future, Chu Fei naturally trusted Gu Mo more. Even if the secrets of her body were known to Gu Mo, Chu Fei believed that Gu Mo would not harm her. This was the trust they had built up over the years. Alright then. Since Chu Fei was willing to accept having the secrets of her body known to him, Gu Mo naturally wouldn't refuse. Speaking of which, Gu Mo was also very curious to what extent the perfected cleansing art could stimulate Chu Fei's special physique. However, Gu Mo couldn't be the one to propose this matter himself. Now that Chu Fei had brought it up, Gu Mo was also very eager to know. Gu Mo carried Chu Fei on his sword to his Ling Tian cabin. Activating Chu Fei's special physique naturally couldn't be done in a place like the market, and Chu Fei's own place wasn't suitable either. Therefore, Gu Mo brought Chu Fei to his cabin. His cabin was covered by a formation, and guarded by pea shooter and potato mine. Even a foundation establishment stage cultivator couldn't break in, so the security was absolutely top-notch. After entering the small house, Gu Mo sealed the doors and windows, then activated the restriction of the small house, to prevent the fragrance from Chu Fei's special physique from escaping after being activated, which would cause unnecessary trouble. As the small house was completely sealed, the room also fell into darkness, with only the spirit lamp emitting a faint light, and at this moment, Chu Fei's heart inexplicably quickened. Are you ready? After completing the sealing work, Gu Mo asked Chu Fei. Next, Gu Mo was going to find the best frequency for her body, and at the same time, all the secrets of Chu Fei's body would be exposed to Gu Mo's perception. Chu Fei nodded. Seeing this, Gu Mo immediately held Chu Fei's slender hand, and the vibrating spiritual qi probed along Chu Fei's hand towards her body. It's all real stuff. If you and Naya had a suspicion of faking it, then Chu Fei was truly what you saw was what you got, with full, fleshy peaks. However, seeing Chu Fei's body twisting slightly, Gu Mo quickly composed himself and continued to probe with his spiritual qi. Suddenly, Chu Fei seemed to be startled by something, her body stiffened, then her legs snapped together, and her face flushed. Compared to you and Naya, Chu Fei's reaction seemed to be greater, but to avoid awkwardness, Gu Mo closed his eyes and pretended to be diligently adjusting the spiritual qi frequency best suited for Chu Fei, as if he knew nothing. Chu Fei, somewhat flustered, saw Gu Mo's oblivious expression and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief in her heart. If Gu Mo had seen that scene just now, wouldn't she have died of shame? At the same time, as the vibrating spiritual qi continued to advance, Chu Fei also completely relaxed. When the vibrating spiritual qi had circulated once through Chu Fei's body, Gu Mo slowly opened his eyes and confirmed again, "Are you sure you want to accept the perfected cleansing art?" Because Gu Mo also didn't know what effect the perfected cleansing art would have on Chu Fei, and it was not ruled out that some unpredictable situations might occur. Confirmed, if any accidents occur, I will bear all responsibility myself, Chu Fei said very seriously. Good. Seeing Chu Fei's resolute attitude, Gu Mo didn't waste any more words and directly cast a perfected cleansing art towards Chu Fei. The next moment, Gu Mo seemed to see a precious jade buried by dust instantly washed clean of its impurities, revealing its dazzling side. The strong fragrance erupted from Chu Fei's body, and Gu Mo only took a sniff, yet he felt as if he had gotten drunk. Subconsciously, Gu Mo circulated the wine god body tempering method, and then, something that shocked Gu Mo happened. The wine god body tempering method actually circulated smoothly without him consuming any spirit wine, and the effect was even much stronger than using spirit wine. On the other side, Chu Fei's heart was also filled with unspeakable shock. At this moment, she felt the surrounding spiritual qi continuously surging towards her, and she only needed to slightly circulate her cultivation technique to easily absorb the surrounding spiritual qi, a cultivation speed that shocked Chu Fei. Without hesitation, Chu Fei immediately began to cultivate, not missing this great opportunity. So, in the small house filled with rich fragrance, Gu Mo and Chu Fei both began to cultivate. An hour later, the fragrance on Chu Fei's body gradually faded, and the precious jade was once again covered by dust, but one difference was that the perfected cleansing art caused a glimmer of light to appear on the precious jade, which should have been completely covered by dust. That was a spot where the dust had been permanently wiped away. This meant that the perfected cleansing art could permanently activate Chu Fei's special physique, and as long as Chu Fei continued to receive the baptism of Gu Mo's cleaning technique, she would truly undergo a complete transformation. Feeling the changes in her body, Chu Fei's eyes were full of pleasant surprise. If that terrifying cultivation speed could be maintained, Chu Fei felt that she could cultivate to the cultivation qi completion realm within a few years. Gu Mo, thank you. Chu Fei solemnly thanked Gu Mo. Gu Mo's perfected cleansing art was undoubtedly a life-changing grace for her. No need to thank me, the fragrance on your body is also very beneficial to my cultivation, Gu Mo said, feeling the growth of his divine soul, his heart also filled with pleasant surprise. Then, can I come to you again next time? Chu Fei's eyes were full of anticipation. She wanted to fully activate her special physique, and one perfected cleansing art was naturally not enough, so, next, she needed Gu Mo to continuously take action. You can. Gu Mo naturally wouldn't refuse. The fragrance emitted by Chu Fei could accelerate the cultivation of the wine god body tempering method. If this happened a few more times, it wouldn't be long before Gu Mo might be able to condense his divine sense, which is a method that only foundation establishment cultivators can master. However, you also need to be careful to hide the fragrance on your body. Gu Mo leaned closer to Chu Fei and sniffed, although Chu Fei no longer emitted a strong fragrance like before, as a small part of Chu Fei's physique was permanently activated. If one got close to her, one could still smell a faint trace of fragrance. And as Chu Fei's special physique continued to be activated, the fragrance on her body would become more and more obvious. Then I'll come to you after I find a way to conceal the fragrance on my body. Chu Fei naturally understood the principle of keeping a low profile. She was still just a utility disciple, and being too conspicuous was not good. I have a secret technique here to conceal one's aura, you can try it. When mentioning concealing aura, Gu Mo thought of the breath concealment technique he cultivated. This breath concealment technique came from that unknown evil cultivator and was not a sect cultivation technique. Gu Mo could completely teach it to Chu Fei. It was natural to fleece the enemy for all they were worth. Taking the booklet Gu Mo handed over, Chu Fei couldn't help but size up Gu Mo. If Gu Mo had cultivated this breath concealment technique, then Chu Fei couldn't help but suspect whether the chi refining second layer realm Gu Mo was displaying at the moment was real. Am I that good looking? Gu Mo said expressionlessly. He knew that giving this breath concealment technique to Chu Fei would cause this situation, but Gu Mo was no longer afraid of these secrets being exposed. He had received a spirit pill bestowed by the sect master, so a rapid increase in cultivation was very normal, wasn't it? No, I'm going back. Chu Fei smiled, happy that she had discovered a new secret of Gu Mo's. Her body's secret was known to Gu Mo, and Gu Mo's cultivation secret was also known to her, so it was even. Junior brother Gu Mo. Not long after Chu Fei left, Yuan Naya arrived. Senior sister, why are you so happy? Did something good happen? Looking at Yuan Naya, whose face was full of joy, Gu Mo cooperatively asked. Hee. Yuan Naya's lips curled up, and then, a spiritual chi fluctuation of the chi refining middle stage emanated. Feeling the spiritual chi fluctuation on Yuan Naya's body, Gu Mo's eyes showed surprise. He had heard Yuan Naya say she was going into seclusion last time, and this time she came out directly at the chi refining fourth layer. As expected of a medium-grade fire spiritual root, this speed is too fast. Congratulations, senior sister, on entering the chi refining middle stage. Despite his surprise, Gu Mo did not forget to congratulate her. If a utility disciple in the sect could reach the chi refining middle stage, it would be celebrated grandly. After all, the limit for utility disciples with inferior spiritual roots was chi refining stage 3, and reaching chi refining fourth layer meant breaking through their shackles, which naturally called for a good celebration. But for an inner sect disciple like Yuan Naya, entering the chi refining middle stage was nothing at all. I heard you became an outer sect disciple. This is a congratulatory gift from your senior sister. After accepting Gu Mo's congratulations, Yuan Naya took out a jade talisman and handed it to Gu Mo. After she came out of seclusion, she learned that Gu Mo had actually become a Lingzi master and had successfully advanced to an outer sect disciple. Thank you, senior sister. Gu Mo naturally wouldn't refuse a gift from the wealthy senior sister. After taking the jade talisman, Gu Mo discovered that it was actually a escape talisman, considered a life-saving jade talisman. When activated, it could unleash the escape speed of a foundation establishment stage, and if used well, it could allow a chi refinement cultivator to escape from a foundation establishment cultivator. How is it? Are you satisfied? Seeing the surprise in Gu Mo's eyes, Yuan Naya smiled. She had many such life-saving jade talismans, all bestowed by her master and the sect. With the enhancement of Gu Mo's great perfection level purification technique, combined with some secret medicines, Yuan Naya made up for some deficiencies when she first entered the chi refinement stage. After advancing to the chi refining middle stage, she gained 6 times the foundation of an ordinary chi refining middle stage cultivator, which was enough to make her a strong contender for a true disciple. As one of the biggest contributors, Yuan Naya naturally wanted to reward Gu Mo well. Satisfied, extremely satisfied. Gu Mo praised her without reservation. Who would dislike a life-saving item? Then, junior brother, this time, give your senior sister a super enhanced cleaning technique. After breaking through to the chi refining middle stage, Yuan Naya worried that Gu Mo's strength might weaken the effect of the cleaning technique, so she requested a super enhanced version of the cleaning technique. Alright. Gu Mo nodded. As Yuan Naya's cultivation improved, her endurance also increased, and she should be able to withstand the super enhanced cleaning technique. Oh? Junior brother, why does your room smell so good? Upon entering Gu Mo's small house, Yuan Naya twitched her nose, a look of surprise on her face. The scent was so unique, giving a very comfortable feeling. This is incense prepared for senior sister, Gu Mo lied without batting an eye. Really? I really like this scent. Yuan Naya was very satisfied with Gu Mo's arrangements, especially how the fragrance suited her taste. Sniffing the faint scent, Yuan Naya gestured for Gu Mo to begin. Ah! The next moment, Yuan Naya's small face began to contort. Although Yuan Naya had entered the chi refining fourth layer, which was equivalent to Gu Mo's true cultivation, the great perfection level purification technique performed by Gu Mo would not have its effect weakened at all. This shouldn't be. When Yuan Naya tremblingly left Gu Mo's spirit plant field, she couldn't understand it no matter how hard she tried. She was already in the chi refining middle stage, so why was Gu Mo's cleaning technique still so powerful? Could it be that junior brother Gu Mo has hidden his strength? Yuan Naya suddenly felt an excitement as if she had discovered Gu Mo's secret. She decided to test him the next time she came to find Gu Mo. Array Peak. Chu senior sister, where have you been all day? As soon as Chu Fifei returned to her residence, the miscellaneous junior sister, who had a good relationship with her, ran over. Ah, this. Facing the junior sister's question, Chu Fifei, who hadn't had time to think of an excuse, was momentarily speechless. Chu senior sister, did you go on a date with that outer sect senior brother from last time? Seeing Chu Fifei speechless, the miscellaneous junior sister looked enlightened. It had to be said that this miscellaneous junior sister was very perceptive and had actually guessed correctly, but Chu Fifei clearly wouldn't admit it. Chu senior sister, don't deny it. You're even emitting the scent of love. The miscellaneous junior sister leaned close to Chu Fifei and sniffed. Sure enough, she smelled a very pleasant scent. Immediately, she became even more convinced of her judgment. She had read many romance novels and was definitely an expert in this area. Chu Fifei rolled her eyes at the little girl in front of her. She and Gu Mo were just friends who could entrust secrets to each other. Also, she needed to quickly cultivate the breath concealment technique that Gu Mo gave her. Although the scent on her body was not obvious now, if someone got close, it would still be discovered. Time flowed on. As the new season of water spirit rice was about to ripen, Gu Mo finally completed the upgrade of the 5th second-order sunflower. At this point, Gu Mo possessed 5 second-order low-grade and 10 first-order middle-level sunflowers. He also had 1 second-order low-grade and 4 first-order low-grade pea shooters, and 1 second-order low-grade and 4 first-order low-grade potato mines. Pick up a second-level solar essence and absorb it. A wisp of atomized spiritual power appeared in Gu Mo's body. At this moment, Gu Mo didn't know how many days of hard cultivation a single second-level solar essence was worth. Because atomized spiritual power, unless one was at the cultivation chi completion realm, could not be cultivated no matter how much one toiled. Now, Gu Mo could directly obtain the atomized spiritual power that only cultivation chi completion realm could possess by refining incomplete second-level solar essence. As long as Gu Mo atomized all the spiritual power in his body, then Gu Mo would be approximately equivalent to a cultivation chi completion realm cultivator who suppressed his realm to chi refining 4th layer. This would allow Gu Mo's combat power to not just simply cross small stages, but to directly cross realms, enabling Gu Mo to contend with chi refinement late-stage cultivators while in the chi refining 4th layer realm. Feeling the heavy, atomized spiritual power within his body, Gu Mo felt that all the waiting during this period was worth it. In the following time, Gu Mo began to cultivate with all his might. 5 portions of second-level solar essence a day allowed Gu Mo to convert all the spiritual power in his body into a mist-like state in less than a month. After that, it was time to open the 4th small heavenly cycle. With the quality of the mist-like spiritual power, opening the small heavenly cycle meridians was effortless. Gu Mo felt that it wouldn't take many days before he could successfully open the 4th small heavenly cycle and enter chi refining 5th layer. During this period, the water spirit rice matured, and the yield per mu once again increased, reaching 350 jin. The greatest contributor to this increase in yield was Gu Mo's spiritual power. Using mist-like spiritual power to cast spells resulted in a huge improvement in power and effect. This was equivalent to a cultivation chi completion realm cultivator casting spirit farmer spells. Such a yield naturally astonished the disciples of the spirit plant hall. However, considering Gu Mo's identity as a Lingzi master, everyone found it quite normal. This was the advantage of having an identity, many things no longer needed to be hidden, and others would naturally come up with a reasonable explanation for you. Speaking of Lingzi masters, since Gu Mo, 2 more Lingzi masters of the first order appeared in the same period. One of them was an acquaintance of Gu Mo, Mai Yunfa. The other was the intersect disciple, Dan Yu. 3 Lingzi masters appeared in this period, which was definitely a great harvest. As such, Qinglu sect now had 5 first-order Lingzi masters, and there was even a rumor that the sect master intended to establish a spiritual plant peak. Qinglu sect has Dan peak, weapon peak, fu peak, and array peak, but the spirit plant hall is just a hall, not a spiritual plant peak. The reason is that Qinglu sect does not have a legacy for Lingzi masters. If there are no Lingzi masters, how can it be called a spiritual plant peak? Now, Qinglu sect already has 5 official first-order Lingzi masters, plus Elder Qi, a third-order guest elder, which is enough to establish the spiritual plant peak. Haha, as expected. When Dan Yu heard this news, his whole body trembled with excitement. With the sect establishing spiritual plant peak, the current peak master is naturally Elder Qi, but Elder Qi is a guest elder after all, and he will leave Qinglu sect sooner or later. At that time, the position of peak master will be chosen from among their 5 Lingzi masters, and Dan Yu, as an intersect disciple, becoming the new peak master is an absolute certainty. As for Gu Mo, who became a Lingzi master in just over a month, Dan Yu admitted that his comprehension ability was astonishing, but his inferior talent meant that Gu Mo would find it difficult to enter foundation establishment. But Dan Yu is different. With his medium-grade spiritual root, his chances of reaching the foundation establishment realm, while not 100%, are still 70 to 80%. Compared to Gu Mo's inferior spiritual root and the other 3 outer sect disciples with low-grade spiritual roots, he has an absolute advantage. Song Xing, Li Jinmiai, and Mai Yunfa, who had just become Lingzi masters, also received the news and gathered together to discuss how to gain control of the spiritual plant peak. 4 of the 5 Lingzi masters were from the spirit plant hall, and if the future peak master position was snatched by Dan Yu, who was not from the spirit plant hall, it would clearly not be a good thing for the spirit plant hall. Dan Yu's spiritual root and talent are strong, but they have more people, and they are not afraid of each other in a fight. As for Gu Mo, he did not participate in this matter. For Gu Mo, as long as he could raise his realm to the foundation establishment stage, he could directly become a personal disciple of a Golden Core Elder. At that time, even if Gu Mo wanted to give the position of spiritual plant peak master to someone else, the sect master probably wouldn't agree. Therefore, after registering the water spirit rice yield, taking a trip to the market to deliver 50 jin of water spirit rice to Go Yu, and picking up a few bottles of spirit wine, Gu Mo continued to cultivate. Previously, in order to upgrade sunflower, he was unable to cultivate, causing his realm to stagnate and even be caught up by Yuan Naya. Now that he could finally cultivate with all his might, Gu Mo naturally could not be negligent. One after another, second-order sun essence was absorbed by Gu Mo, transforming into wisps of misty spiritual power, expanding the small heavenly cycle circulation within Gu Mo's body. Suddenly, Gu Mo's body trembled slightly. The fourth small heavenly cycle was completely opened, followed by the marrow cleansing brought about by the realm breakthrough. However, this time's marrow cleansing seemed a little different. Because at this moment, all the spiritual power within Gu Mo's body had transformed into misty spiritual power. After the small heavenly cycle was opened, what flowed through Gu Mo's meridians was not ordinary spiritual power, but a more solidified misty spiritual power. This also meant that for the same 6 hours of marrow cleansing time, the improvement Gu Mo received had already exceeded 6 times that of cultivators at the same level, reaching as much as 9 times. This kind of improvement, which should only appear in the Qi refinement late stage, now appeared in Gu Mo's Qi refining middle stage. So, when Gu Mo enters the Qi refinement late stage, his foundation will become even stronger. Feeling the surging power within his body, Gu Mo once again felt fortunate for his earlier decision to upgrade Sunflower first. If he hadn't upgraded Sunflower first, allowing him to obtain the misty spiritual power that only Cultivation Qi completion realm could possess in the Qi refining middle stage, Gu Mo would not have been able to further enhance his foundation at all. Following this trend, Gu Mo felt that when he cultivated to the Cultivation Qi completion realm, he might be able to fight against cultivators in the foundation establishment early stage. This idea is a bit dangerous, but crushing Yuan Naya should be easy. With the 4th small heavenly cycle completed, Gu Mo is now a Qi refining 5th layer cultivator who has begun to open the 5th small heavenly cycle. However, since his cultivation just breakthrough, Gu Mo also needs to take a break and familiarize himself with the surging power that is 9 times that of his peers. Just at this time, Gu Mo used those 10 first-grade middle-level sunflowers to expand the black mist near the automatic vending machine, and new results were about to appear. Carrying the newly harvested 10 portions of first-order sun essence, Gu Mo entered the black mist space and arrived next to the automatic vending machine. At this moment, a 4th icon had already appeared on the automatic vending machine. As he shattered the 10 portions of sun essence in his hand, the black mist near the automatic vending machine continued to recede, fully revealing the icon that was already mostly visible. As the icon appeared, the 4th type of plant sold by the automatic vending machine also appeared before Gu Mo's eyes. Name, Nut. Grade, Grade 1 low grade. Effect, Solid, Self-healing. Planting conditions, First order spirit field. Spending 50 portions of sun essence, Gu Mo purchased this newly appeared plant from the automatic vending machine. Gazing at the palm-sized, round nut in his hand, Gu Mo fell into contemplation. Compared to pea shooter and potato mine, this nut is a typical defensive plant. Of course, the nut at this moment is only in seed form, not just palm-sized. It's just that even if this nut can grow very large in the end, it can only defend a small area. Plants cannot be moved once planted, so Gu Mo cannot hold the nut as a shield, and enemies can completely bypass the immovable nut to attack Gu Mo hiding behind it. Especially for cultivators who can fly with swords, even if Gu Mo builds a nut wall with nuts, they can simply ascend into the air and easily leap over the nut wall. Let's plant it and try first. Read the error-free version at 6-9 book 8. Although he felt this nut was useless, Gu Mo decided to plant it first and try it out. He would know if it worked after a practical test. Leaving the black mist space, Gu Mo found a spot in the spirit field and planted the nut seed in his hand. Immediately, the nut rapidly expanded at a visible speed. In a few breaths, a round, yellow large nut as tall as Gu Mo appeared in the spirit field. Dong dong dong. He knocked on the rough surface of the nut, producing a thudding sound. Then, Gu Mo brought his 2 fingers together, and a sharp edge shot out from his fingertips. The nut is a defensive plant, so to test its effectiveness, it's natural to attack the nut and test its defense. Swish. Gu Mo waved his hand, and the little Zhengjin sword chi directly struck the nut, tearing open a huge gash on its surface. This gash almost cut 2/3 of the way into the nut. Seeing this, Gu Mo was also stunned. He was not surprised that he had broken through the nut's defense, but that the nut was only cut 2/3 of the way through under his attack. This nut is only grade 1 low grade, while Gu Mo's Qi refining 5th layer cultivation, his perfection realm little Zhengjin sword Qi, and his misty spiritual power, these 3 combined meant that even if Gu Mo didn't use his full strength just now, his attack power was enough to rival the full strike of a Qi refining 7th layer cultivator. But with such an attack, the grade 1 low grade nut actually withstood it. This means that in extreme situations, the nut can at least withstand the full strike of a Qi refining 8th or 9th layer cultivator. A grade 1 low grade nut can withstand a full power strike from a cultivator at Qi refining stage 8 or 9, such defensive power, capable of spanning 2 realms, is incredibly formidable. In comparison, a grade 1 low-grade potato mine can instantly kill an early-stage chi refining cultivator, severely injure a middle-stage chi refining cultivator, but has limited effect on a late-stage chi refinement cultivator. Furthermore, as Gumo's attack stopped, the nut, by absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit plant field, was slowly healing its wounds, which would recover completely in no time. This means that if the enemy's damage cannot keep up with the nut's self-healing speed, then they will never be able to break through the nut's defense. However, why would an enemy stubbornly attack an immobile nut? They could simply bypass it. The nut has no offensive power, and if an enemy passes by it, the nut has no means of obstruction. The nut is very strong, its terrifying defense can withstand attacks from enemies 2 realms higher. If Gumo were to upgrade it again, it could probably block attacks from a cultivation chi completion realm cultivator. But the nut also has significant problems, it cannot move and lacks other control methods. If only the nut had a taunt effect, it would be perfect. Thinking about adding a taunt effect to the nut, Gumo's heart stirred. If the nut itself doesn't have a taunt effect, couldn't one be artificially added? The nut is so large, engraving something on it. Gumo's thought was interrupted as he touched the nut's rough surface, but this thought also broadened Gumo's perspective. There are no useless plants, only those whose true purpose has not yet been found. That's right, formation. Suddenly, Gumo's heart stirred. Could the nut be used as a formation stone for setting up a formation? The quality of the formation stone determines the strength of the formation. Many formations are broken not because the formation itself is not exquisite enough, but because after multiple attacks, the foundation formation stones break, causing problems with the formation. If the incredibly defensive nut were used as a formation stone, combined with its self-healing effect, the difficulty for an enemy to break the formation would increase linearly. Especially for defensive formations, it would be absolutely most suitable for the nut. Of course, the above is just Gumo's idea. As for whether it can actually work, Gumo is not a formation master and cannot judge. It seems I need to ask Chu Fifei. Gumo took out a communication jade slip. At this moment, the benefit of having a trustworthy formation master friend became apparent. To use the nut to set up a formation, its existence would inevitably be discovered by Chu Fifei. Although the nut is not as eye-catching as the sunflower, there would always be a risk if he casually sought help from an unfamiliar formation master. But asking Chu Fifei would minimize this risk. Gumo, why are you in such a hurry to find me? What's the matter? Approximately 2 hours later, Chu Fifei arrived outside Gumo's spirit plant field on a paper crane. When Gumo sent the message to Chu Fifei, he didn't state the specific situation, only asking her to come over when she had time. Gumo hadn't expected Chu Fifei to come immediately. I have some formation-related questions I'd like to ask you about. Gumo opened the formation and led Chu Fifei to the nut in a corner of the spirit plant field. This is a new spirit plant I developed not long ago. See if this thing can be used as a formation stone for setting up a formation. Gumo is now a formal Lingzi master, so his claim that this nut was a new spirit plant he created through Lingzi master methods was absolutely reasonable and logical. Indeed, Chu Fifei had no doubts about it whatsoever. Using plants as formation stones isn't impossible, but it requires 2 conditions. Chu Fifei examined the person-height nut in front of her. According to her knowledge of formations, the creation of formation stones requires the use of sturdy materials that also allow spiritual energy to flow through. Sturdiness prevents the formation stone from being easily damaged, and spiritual energy flow ensures that the formation's spiritual energy can smoothly pass through the formation stone without obstruction, which could cause problems with the formation's operation. That's not a problem. Hearing the conditions proposed by Chu Fifei, Gumo stated that the nut perfectly met them. Its sturdiness goes without saying, Gumo had personally experienced the nut's defensive power. As for spiritual energy flow, that was also not an issue. The nut is not an inanimate object but a spirit plant, so spiritual energy can naturally circulate smoothly within its body. Then I can try it. Chu Fifei nodded. Whether this large nut would work still required actual testing. The testing location obviously couldn't be in the spirit plant field, so Gumo dug up the nut, found an uninhabited place, and replanted it. However, the place Gumo found was not a spirit plant field, so it could not absorb the spiritual energy from one, which would epically weaken the nut's self-healing effect. But its defensive power would not be affected, just like the potato mine. The pea shooter, on the other hand, requires a high demand for a spirit plant field because it is a continuous output. As Gumo replanted the nut, Chu Fifei also took out formation stones and began setting up a simple defensive formation. Chu Fifei's talent in formations is not bad, she had already mastered many simple formations and was just waiting for her cultivation to enter Chi refining stage 3 to obtain the formation master legacy and become a true formation master. Alright. With the formation set up, Chu Fifei nodded to Gumo. The core of this formation was the nut, and Chu Fifei, following Gumo's suggestion, made the nut at the core bear all the attacks received by the formation. Although Gumo's suggestion went against common formation sense, as the core of a formation is its most protected part, this was only an experiment, so Chu Fifei followed Gumo's advice. With the formation set up, the next step was to test its strength. As for the question of whether using the nut to set up a formation was feasible, that had already been answered with the completion of the formation. Gazing at the faint light curtain rising from the defensive formation, Gumo clenched his fist and then swung it out. Read the error-free version at 169 SHUBA. Boom. Gumo's fist tore through the air with a piercing roar, striking the light curtain of the defensive formation. In an instant, the formation's light curtain rippled violently, like water struck by a huge rock. Then the ripples rapidly spread, finally converging on the nut at the formation's core. Crack! In an instant, a long, narrow wound, 1/3 deep, directly split open on the nut's body. Seeing this, Guo was overjoyed. The experiment was successful. The nut bore the full force of his strike, allowing the defensive formation to persist. Otherwise, such a simple defensive formation would have long been shattered by Guo. One must know that Gumo's spells are not only powerful, but his physique is also 9 times stronger than others at the same realm. The punch he just threw definitely reached the level of Qi refining stage 6. If Guo were to cultivate another body refining method and master a powerful body refining spell, it wouldn't be a problem for its power to reach Qi refining stage 7. Guo also has a plan for this. Once he accumulates more sect contributions, he will exchange for a suitable body refining method. Anyway, absorbing sun essence doesn't take him much time, so he can completely cultivate a body refining method concurrently. After the test, Guo turned to Chu Fifei. Next, it was up to Chu Fifei, the formation master, to evaluate the situation of the defensive formation. However, what Guo saw when he turned was Chu Fifei, her face filled with shock. Chu Fifei was truly shocked. Gumo's punch just now, a punch completely devoid of spiritual energy fluctuations, meant it was purely Gumo's physical body strength. Such terrifying physical body strength, even a cultivator at the Qi refining middle stage would probably be directly blown apart by that punch. Upon a closer look at Guo again, his Qi refining second layer cultivation felt like an insult to Chu Fifei's intelligence. If Guo was truly at the Qi refining second layer, she would eat that nut. Of course, it was only because Chu Fifei knew Guo cultivated the breath concealment technique and had witnessed the power of that punch that she was able to make assumptions about Gumo's true strength. If it were someone unfamiliar with Guo, they might even think that Gumo's Qi refining second layer realm was already quite good. Is there something on my face? Seeing Chu Fifei staring intently at him, Guo smiled and touched his face. He naturally knew that when he threw that punch, some things couldn't be hidden. Guo was indifferent about this. He was a disciple rewarded by the sect master, so it was normal for his strength to improve. Your face is screaming for a beating. Chu Fifei rolled her eyes at Guo, then strode towards the defensive formation. Guo showing her his hidden strength was already a great trust, and Chu Fifei naturally wouldn't delve deeper into the reason. It was just that he had obtained some opportunity. Now, Guo was an outer sect disciple and an official Lingzi master, so it was normal for him to obtain some opportunity. Recalling Gumo's punch just now, Chu Fifei felt that the word normal seemed a bit inappropriate. How could a normal opportunity make one so strong? Who? Taking a deep breath, Chu Fifei calmed her emotions. Gumo's sudden display of powerful strength indeed caught her off guard. When she learned that Guo cultivated the breath concealment technique last time, Chu Fifei understood that Gumo's true strength should be far beyond what was apparent. At that time, Chu Fifei thought that even if Guo hit his strength, he wouldn't surpass her by too much, and with the boost her special physique gave to cultivation, she should be able to catch up quickly. However, Gumo's punch just now made Chu Fifei realize that the strength Guo displayed on the surface was merely the tip of the iceberg. However, it wasn't a big problem. Although Guo was strong, he still needed her help with formations. As long as she could continuously advance in the Dao of formations, she could continuously provide Guo with help in formations. Therefore, in the future, she could still closely follow Gumo's footsteps and would not be left behind by him. How is it? Guo asked Chu Fifei, who was inspecting the formation. There's no problem with the formation, the power of the attack just now was all borne by this nut. Chu Fifei looked at the human-hide nut. Gumo's fierce strike just now hadn't even destroyed it, showing its sturdiness. Chu Fifei's words meant that Guo had found the true use of the nut, and the defensive formation set up this time was the simplest, with no effect of weakening attacks. If some defensive formations with the effect of weakening attacks were set up, then the damage borne by the nut would be even lower. And if the nut, as the core of the formation, was not destroyed, the formation could continue to operate normally. If all the formation stones were replaced with this type of nut, and the attack power was distributed, then this defensive formation would definitely be as solid as a rock. If such a formation were set up in the spirit plant field, the safety would definitely be greatly improved. However, such formations are rare. After all, the current mainstream formation arrangement methods all try to minimize the burden on the formation stones, and no formation master would actively put the pressure borne by the formation onto the formation stones. Chu Fairy, then I'll leave the formation matters to you. For non-mainstream formations that don't put pressure on the formation stones, he could only ask Chu Fifei to redesign one. Redesigning a formation is not an easy task, but the formation Guo needed was not one of the mainstream ones. Chu Fifei only needed to change all the designs that formation masters originally tried to avoid putting formation pressure on the formation stones to make the formation stones bear all the pressure. It's difficult to score 100 on a test, but it should be much easier to score 0. With Chu Fifei's strength, she could definitely pull it off. Don't worry. Chu Fifei nodded. She had already taken 2 formation orders from Guo, one for a concealing formation, and one for this current formation that went against the common sense of the Dao of formations. After the experiment, Guo dug out the nut. Once it was planted back in the spirit plant field, the damage on the nut would recover under its self-healing effect. That. Returning to the spirit plant field formation, Guo and Chu Fifei spoke almost simultaneously. You speak. Chu Fifei quickly said. Chu Fairy, how is your cultivation of the breath concealment technique coming along? Guo asked. He was waiting for Chu Fifei to get started with the breath concealment technique so he could continue to use the perfected cleansing art on Chu Fifei and cultivate the wine god body tempering method using the fragrance emitted by Chu Fifei's special physique. Relying solely on Go Yu's few bottles of spiritual wine a year, that speed was too slow. Still a bit short, but I can stay indoors for the next few days. Chu Fifei was also very eager for Gumo's perfected cleansing art at this moment. The feeling of soaring cultivation speed brought by the full activation of her special physique was addictive once experienced. Seeing Chu Fifei say this, Guo didn't hesitate. He led Chu Fifei into the house, sealing the doors and windows to prevent the fragrance from leaking out and being detected by others. When Guo was ready, Chu Fifei also extended her hand with a slight blush. Chu Fifei still vividly remembered that feeling from last time. However, to activate her special physique, Chu Fifei could only suppress her shyness and continue to let Guo probe. Chu Fifei's action made Guo a little confused. A physical probe only needed to be done once, after that, Guo could directly use the cleaning technique. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. Ah! Hearing Gumo's explanation, Chu Fifei's face instantly flushed. Then, Chu Fifei got up. Guo, I think it's better to try after I've gotten started with the breath concealment technique. I'll go back first. Compared to you and Naya, who had a deep understanding of the perfected cleansing art, Chu Fifei clearly had very little understanding of the perfected cleansing art. That's why she thought Guo needed to probe her body every time he used the perfected cleansing art. Looking at Chu Fifei, who ran off without looking back, Guo was stunned on the spot. At this moment, Guo felt like he had missed something. However, Chu Fifei's words also made sense. Once she got started with the breath concealment technique, Chu Fifei could better conceal the unusual fragrance on her body, which would reduce a lot of trouble. Array peak. As soon as Chu Fifei returned to her room, the miscellaneous junior sister excitedly ran over. Chu senior sister, big news. Hey. As soon as the miscellaneous junior sister finished speaking, she saw the blush still on Chu Fifei's face and instantly widened her eyes. Chu senior sister, could it be that you and that outer sect brother have already, that? Slap. No sooner had she spoken than the miscellaneous junior sister received a flick on the forehead from Chu Fifei. What are you thinking about? Where's your big news? Chu senior sister, why don't you ask that senior brother? I can be a concubine. The miscellaneous junior sister said, not giving up. Slap. After receiving a second flick on the forehead from Chu Fifei, the miscellaneous junior sister finally quieted down and told her the big news she had gathered. She said that an intersect brother was coming to Array Peak to select attendance. That's it. Chu Fifei said irritably. She thought it was some big news, but it was just this. Chu senior sister, the intersect brother coming this time is not simple. It's said that he's especially handsome and very strong, with the potential to become a true disciple. The miscellaneous junior sister's eyes sparkled. After throwing the infatuated miscellaneous junior sister out of the room, Chu Fifei began cultivating the breath concealment technique. At this moment, Chu Fifei felt a bit regretful, having panicked and fled earlier, missing an opportunity for rapid cultivation advancement. Now, she could only quickly achieve mastery of the breath concealment technique so she could continue to seek out Guo. After all, when she left, she had said she would wait until she had mastered the breath concealment technique before asking Guo to perform the great perfection level purification technique to activate her special physique. Chu senior sister. Chu senior sister. Just as Chu Fifei was about to begin her cultivation, the miscellaneous junior sister she had thrown out rushed back. He's here, that intersect brother is here, let's go take a look. No. Chu Fifei was unmoved, she had no intention of becoming a follower of an intersect disciple. Chu senior sister, just accompany me to see him, okay? If that intersect brother takes a liking to me, I won't compete with you for that outer sect senior brother anymore, the miscellaneous junior sister pleaded. Go by yourself. Chu Fifei snapped impatiently. Stingy. Seeing that Chu Fifei couldn't be persuaded, the miscellaneous junior sister could only leave dejectedly. In her opinion, with Chu Fifei's conditions, there was a high probability that she would be favored by that intersect brother. At that time, she might be able to enter the intersect brother's sight through Chu Fifei's light. She knew her talent meant she would be a utility disciple her whole life, but if she could become a follower of an intersect brother, it would definitely change her fate. As for Chu Fifei's current outer sect senior brother, how could he compare to an intersect brother? An intersect brother was definitely not someone an outer sect senior brother could compare to. Array Peak Main Hall. More than 10 female disciples were surrounding a young man. It must be said that this young man had a fair and handsome face, with delicate features, making him difficult to distinguish as male or female at first glance. Moreover, a faint fragrance emanated from the young man, making one wonder what perfume he had used. Many female disciples were drawn to this type of neutral-looking pretty boy, and this intersect disciple was also skilled in perfumery. The perfumes he formulated were highly sought after by numerous female disciples. Junior sisters, don't crowd, everyone will get a share, Yayuki said with a gentle smile to the female disciples surrounding him, occasionally handing out a small bottle containing the perfume he had formulated. However, no one noticed that in Yayuki's gently smiling eyes, there was a calm, even slightly disgusted expression. So smelly, how dare these stinky women come closer? Yayuki, born with an abnormal nose, could smell many scents that ordinary people could not. After stepping into cultivation, Yayuki had an even greater opportunity. During an outer mission, he obtained a fragmented divine ability, the Nose Divine Power, from a loose cultivator. The spells in the cultivation world can be divided into 4 levels: spell, secret art, secret method, and divine ability. The spiritual farmer spell that Guang cultivates belongs to the spell category, specifically a first order spell. Naturally, there are second order, third order, and even higher order spells. Therefore, in terms of power alone, spells are not weaker than secret arts or secret methods. The power of secret arts and secret methods lies in their special effects and their potential for growth. Even if a first order spell is cast by a foundation establishment or golden core cultivator, while its power will be stronger than when cast by a chi refinement cultivator, there will still be a limit. Although secret arts and secret methods also have an upper limit, this limit is very high. Secret arts and secret methods that chi refinement cultivators can cultivate can still be useful at the foundation establishment and even golden core realms. However, to say what truly has no upper limit, only divine abilities fit the description. It is said that divine abilities are means of communicating with the Deo of heaven and earth, capable of borrowing the great power of heaven and earth, making their might incomparably formidable. Of course, cultivating divine abilities is also extremely difficult, and some even have strict prerequisites. Yayuki's abnormal nose happened to meet the cultivation conditions for the fragmented nose divine power he obtained. Although it was only a fragmented divine ability, Yayuki quickly rose to the ranks of top inner sect disciples, becoming the most powerful contender for true. With the fragmented nose divine power, Yayuki could smell many things through scent, such as a cultivator's cultivation, physique, and even emotions. At this moment, these female outer sect disciples of Array Peak surrounding Yayuki, though seemingly bright and beautiful, all emitted a foul odor under Yayuki's nose. It was the stench of impure spiritual chi and the stench of impurities in their physiques. So far, only the top few in the inner sect had no foul odor, because their spiritual chi was pure, their physiques were strong, and they had no impurities. In addition, the newly admitted junior sister Yuan and the sect master's direct disciple, junior brother He, also had no smell on them. This made Yayuki not dare to underestimate the two in the slightest. Although their current realm was not as high as his, their potential and foundation were already not to be underestimated. Alright, junior sisters, I still have other places to visit. After distributing all the perfumes in his hand, Yayuki chose to leave. His purpose in coming to Array Peak was to use his nose divine power to find potential followers. After all, his nose divine power could discover things that ordinary methods could not. However, this kind of picking up a bargain doesn't always yield results, but Array Peak was just one of his locations, he would visit other peaks later. Hearing Yayuki's words, those female disciples knew that they hadn't caught the eye of this intersect brother, but getting a bottle of perfume meant their trip wasn't in vain. Junior sister. Chu Fei finished her comprehension of the breath concealment technique and prepared to call the miscellaneous junior sister to help her submit today's mission. Chu Fei usually gave the junior sister occasional guidance on formation stones and formation patterns, while the miscellaneous junior sister was responsible for helping Chu Fei submit daily missions. Sometimes when Chu Fei was out, the junior sister would help her complete the daily missions. However, Chu Fei called several times but received no response. Could this girl have gone to see the intersect brother and not returned yet? Chu Fei thought of the girl's excited expression from before and felt a bit speechless. Helplessly, Chu Fei could only go to submit the mission herself. She was now not far from Chi refining stage 3, and once her cultivation breakthrough, she would have the opportunity to become a formation master. She didn't want to lose this precious opportunity by failing to complete her daily missions on time, which would result in a reduced evaluation. What a stench! Yayuki arrived at the mission hall. It was mostly utility disciples here, and their inferior talents and bodies full of worldly aura emitted a foul stench that made Yayuki nauseous. It seems there won't be much gain at Array Peak, Yayuki thought, preparing to leave after staying in the mission hall for a moment. Suddenly, Yayuki's steps abruptly halted. His usually calm gaze was now trembling. Amidst the foul odor, he smelled a peculiar fragrance, so captivating that a single sniff made Yayuki feel that his stagnant nose divine power had made a slight advancement. Opportunity. In an instant, this thought surfaced in Yayuki's mind. Almost instantly, Yayuki pinpointed the source of the fragrance, a female disciple with a beautiful face and an even more exceptional physique. Most importantly, she was a utility disciple, which meant that as long as Yayuki extended an invitation, she would undoubtedly agree to become his attendant without hesitation. Junior sister. Yayuki took a deep breath, approached the utility disciple emitting the strange fragrance, and said with a gentle smile. Greetings, senior brother. Chu Fei, who was queuing to submit a mission, heard someone greet her. She glanced at the person, then bowed respectfully. After all, he was an intersect brother, and Chu Fei could not afford to offend him. The moment she saw him, Chu Fei knew this was the intersect brother who had recently been the subject of much discussion. Junior sister, I am planning to recruit an attendant. I wonder if junior sister is interested in becoming my attendant. Yayuki confidently extended the invitation. Yayuki's words caused the entire mission hall to fall silent. Countless female disciples present looked at Chu Fei with envy and jealousy. From a distance, the miscellaneous junior sister, who was secretly following Yayuki with several other utility disciples, saw that Chu Fei had actually received an invitation from an intersect brother, and her eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. Junior sister is merely a utility disciple, with limited ability. I fear I may not meet senior brother's expectations. Faced with the invitation, Chu Fei paused for a moment before politely declining. She had not expected this inner sect brother to invite her. Logically, there were senior sisters and junior sisters on array peak who were more beautiful than her. Chu Fei's most confident asset was probably her physique. But if he was truly looking for beauty, Kinglo sect should not lack cultivators more outstanding than her. For a cultivator to change their physique was not a difficult matter. Although puzzled, Chu Fei still refused. There was no way she would become an inner sect disciple's attendant. Chu Fei would soon enter Qi refining stage 3 and had a high probability of becoming a formation master. Furthermore, once she fully activated her special physique, she might also become an inner sect disciple in the future. She had the hope of becoming an inner sect disciple, so why would she become an inner sect disciple's attendant and give up everything she had now? Chu Fei's refusal stunned Yayuki. This was the first time a utility disciple had refused his invitation. In an instant, a surge of anger welled up in Yayuki's heart. Fortunately, Yayuki quickly suppressed the anger in his heart. He was determined to have this utility disciple. This concerned his opportunity and his deo. Yayuki's core strength was the nose divine power he possessed. However, the nose divine power he had obtained was incomplete, and coupled with the extreme difficulty of cultivating divine ability, Yayuki's progress in the nose divine power was very slow. He had tried many methods for this, but the effects were not significant. But at this moment, the strange fragrance emanating from the utility disciple in front of him allowed his stagnant nose divine power to make a slight advancement, and as he drew closer, this strange fragrance became even clearer. If the strange fragrance on this disciple could be fully activated, his nose divine power would definitely break through its current bottleneck and enter the next realm. Junior sister, if you become my attendant, I can give you the treatment of an outer sect disciple. Yayuki upped the ante. My apologies. Chu Fei submitted her mission, offered an apology, and then quickly left. She did not want to continue getting entangled with this inner sect brother, it would be very troublesome. Looking at the departing Chu Fei, Yayuki's gaze was cold. A utility disciple actually dared to refuse him twice. He wondered who gave her the courage. Since soft methods didn't work, Yayuki didn't mind using some other means. Hall of Affairs of Array Peak. Senior Sister Lan, Junior Brother wishes to take a utility disciple from Array Peak as an attendant. I wonder if Senior Sister Lan can help. Yayuki took out a bottle of perfume and handed it to the woman in front of him. She was the deacon of Array Peak, and she was basically responsible for all matters concerning Array Peak. Junior Brother yet, have you finally remembered Senior Sister? Lan Shuiying smiled as she took the perfume, then squeezed Yayuki's hand. Lan Shuiying was very fond of this fair and handsome junior brother, he was exactly her type. Junior Brother has always remembered Senior Sister. Yayuki grasped Lan Shuiying's hand, his smile humble. All right, save your sweet talk for those little girls. Lan Shuiying rolled her eyes at him. Oh. From what you just said, you didn't manage to trick the little girl, so you need Senior Sister's help. Yes. Yayuki suppressed the disgust in his heart, caressing Lan Shuiying's hand, and said with feigned affection, Senior Sister, you will definitely help Junior Brother, won't you? Although Lan Shuiying was a foundation establishment cultivator, her lifespan was already at its end. If her cultivation could not continue to break through, the only path was to die of old age. Therefore, Lan Shuiying was already emitting a decaying, twilight aura. Ordinary cultivators could not detect this aura, but Yayuki, who had cultivated the nose divine power, could smell it. Recruiting an attendant is a matter of mutual consent. If others are unwilling, Senior Sister cannot do anything about it. Lan Shuiying said somewhat helplessly. If Senior Sister can help me this time, Junior Brother will surely repay you. Yayuki continued to press. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. Very well, Senior Sister will help you this time. Finally, Lan Shuiying nodded in agreement. It was just a utility disciple, with a little manipulation, it could be easily resolved. Compared to that, Yayuki's favor, as someone who had hopes of becoming a true disciple, was very rare. Whether she could extend her lifespan in the future might even depend on this junior brother yet. Senior Sister Chu, you are confused. When Chu Fei returned to her room, the miscellaneous junior sister said with a look of heartache. Senior Sister Chu had actually refused the invitation of an intersect brother, and one who had hopes of becoming a true disciple at that. At this moment, she wished she could switch places with Chu Fei and accept the intersect brother's invitation. Was it because of that outer sect senior brother that Senior Sister Chu refused the intersect brother's invitation? But how could an outer sect senior brother compare to an intersect brother? Could it be that the outer sect senior brother was good in bed? Seeing the miscellaneous junior sister start to overthink again, Chu Fei skillfully threw her out. Collecting her thoughts, Chu Fei continued to comprehend the breath concealment technique. Although the intersect brother's invitation this time made Chu Fei feel inexplicable, as long as she didn't agree, even an intersect disciple couldn't force others to become an attendant. But recalling the coldness in the intersect brother's eyes that she had inadvertently glimpsed when she left, Chu Fei still felt a little uneasy. It was too easy for an intersect disciple to deal with a utility disciple like her. With her mind unsettled, her comprehension of the breath concealment technique naturally made no progress. After some thought, Chu Fei decided to inquire about the intersect brother's situation to see what kind of person he was. If he was a narrow-minded person, then Chu Fei would need to make more preparations. However, Chu Fei quickly realized that it was almost impossible for a utility disciple like her to investigate an intersect disciple. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Fei took out a communication talisman, preparing to ask Gu Mo for help. Gu Mo was now an outer sect disciple, and his channels for obtaining information should be more numerous than hers as a utility disciple. Gu Mo quickly received Chu Fei's communication talisman. After understanding the cause and effect, Gu Mo was also very concerned. He even suspected whether Chu Fei's secret had been discovered. Otherwise, an inner sect disciple who had hopes of becoming a true successor would not continue to extend an invitation after being rejected once by Chu Fei. Being rejected twice in a row meant losing face for an inner sect disciple. If they encountered someone narrow-minded, it would be hard to guarantee they wouldn't seek revenge. An inner sect disciple wanting to retaliate against a utility disciple has too many methods, and they can even perfectly circumvent the sect rules. Therefore, Chu Fei saying she wanted to understand information about that inner sect disciple was absolutely a very necessary matter. However, obtaining information about an inner sect disciple is not only difficult for utility disciples, but also not an easy task for outer sect disciples. But it doesn't matter, Gu Mo has connections within the inner sect. Without hesitation, Gu Mo took out a communication jade talisman and sent a message to Yuan Naya. Not long after Gu Mo sent the message, the communication jade talisman in his hand began to flash. Activating the communication jade talisman, Yuan Naya's voice rang out. Junior brother Gu Mo, did you offend that Yayuki? It's a friend of mine. Gu Mo explained. Afterwards, Gu Mo recounted the incident Chu Fei encountered. To ask Yuan Naya for help, Gu Mo naturally couldn't hide anything from her. Is that friend of yours a woman? After listening to Gu Mo's narration, Yuan Naya suddenly asked. She's a friend I met in the miscellaneous disciple area. Although Yuan Naya's question was a bit puzzling, since he was asking for a favor, Gu Mo still explained. Oh. Hearing that Gu Mo's female friend was just a utility disciple, Yuan Naya's tone became much lighter. As long as it wasn't another intersect senior sister, it was fine. Utility disciples and she had no competitive relationship. What truly worried Yuan Naya was other senior sisters in the intersect trying to get close to Gu Mo. Junior brother Gu Mo, you need to tell your friend to be careful. Yayuki is not weak in strength, he ranks among the top 5 among intersect disciples. He is very handsome, and many female disciples like him. Also, it is said that several disappearances of female disciples are somewhat related to him. However, there was no evidence in the end, so it was left unsettled. Anyway, senior sister, I don't think he's a good person. Yuan Naya revealed the information she knew about Yayuki. Senior apprentice sister Yuan, how do you know all this? The previous information was normal enough, but later there was even talk of him being involved in cases of missing disciples. How did Yuan Naya know such information? This should be confidential. Humph, my master is an elder of the Sex Enforcement Hall, so what do you think? Yuan Naya's proud tone came from the communication talisman. Gu Mo truly didn't know about this. The Enforcement Hall was a department within the sect that everyone feared, and an elder of the Enforcement Hall needed to possess extraordinary combat power to deter those who dared to violate sect rules. At the same time, the Enforcement Hall also held the records of the disciples within the sect. Yuan Naya, wanting to compete for the position of true successor, naturally took advantage of this convenience and secretly looked at the records of other intersect disciples within the sect. Therefore, Yuan Naya knew many secrets that ordinary disciples did not. The case of the missing female disciple she just mentioned was one of them. This matter was not made public because there was no evidence, and Yayuki was an elite among intersect disciples. Maintaining the reputation of intersect disciples was also a task of the sect. Unless there was conclusive evidence, the sect would not question an intersect elite over some unsubstantiated rumors. Yayuki himself might not even know that this matter was recorded in his file. The sect's records were not something anyone could casually access, especially those involving intersect disciples. Yuan Naya could be considered bold. If her master found out, she would probably not escape a beating. Thank you, senior apprentice sister Yuan. After learning the identity of that intersect disciple, Gu Mo ended his communication with Yuan Naya and then conveyed this news to Chu Fei. Upon receiving Gu Mo's communication talisman, Chu Fei also felt immense pressure. She hadn't expected to inexplicably provoke an intersect disciple, and one of the top 5 intersect elites at that. Facing such a situation, there was actually very little Chu Fei could do. Reporting to the sect that an intersect disciple wanted to harm her would simply not succeed. That Yayuki had only extended an invitation to Chu Fei to become a follower and had done nothing else. How could the sect question an intersect disciple based on a utility disciple's words? It was possible that Chu Fei would instead be questioned by the sect for slandering an intersect disciple. Therefore, the only preparation Chu Fei could make was to wait and see. Just then, Gu Mo's second communication talisman floated over, its content also telling Chu Fei to observe the situation first, and if anything felt wrong, to immediately ask him for help. Phew. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. Upon receiving Gu Mo's communication talisman, a sense of security couldn't help but arise in Chu Fei's heart. For Gu Mo to say she could ask him for help even when facing an intersect disciple, what a great determination that was. Of course, Chu Fei would not bring trouble to Gu Mo unless it was absolutely necessary. Gu Mo, an outer sect disciple, similarly could not withstand the retaliation of an intersect disciple. No sooner had this thought arisen in Chu Fei's mind than another communication talisman floated over, still from Gu Mo. He first highly praised Chu Fei's action of promptly informing him of the matter, and then reiterated that if any situation arose, she must tell him, for even if it was an intersect disciple, he had a way to deal with it. Gu Mo sent this communication talisman also for the sake of caution. What he worried about most was Chu Fei not speaking up when she encountered something, enduring it herself, and finally dragging the matter to an irreversible point. As the only trustworthy friend on his path of cultivation, Guo did not want anything to happen to Chu Fei. And besides being a trustworthy friend, Chu Fei's help to Guo was also significant, such as her formation knowledge and that exotic fragrance that could accelerate his wine god body tempering method cultivation speed. So, if it came to the most critical situation, Guo would then use Yuan Nia's favor to help Chu Fei overcome the difficulty. This was Yuan Nia's promise to Guo when she asked him to perform the Great Perfection level purification technique. Originally, Guo was worried that Yuan Nia might not be able to handle an intersect elite like Yayuki, but after learning that Yuan Nia's master was an elder of the enforcement hall, there should be no problem. Therefore, the only current vulnerability lay with Chu Fei. As long as Chu Fei could inform Guo in time, Guo would be fully capable of protecting her. This bragging is getting bigger and bigger. Looking at the communication talisman sent by Guo, Chu Fei's lips curved upwards. Although she somewhat doubted Guo's ability to deal with an intersect disciple, having a friend who cared about her on the path of cultivation was still very heartwarming. Over the next few days, Chu Fei's 2 rejections of the intersect brothers' invitations began to ferment, especially among the female disciples who considered themselves more outstanding than Chu Fei, who harbored even more malice towards her. At that moment, Chu Fei seemed to become the public enemy of Array Peak's utility disciple. Many had witnessed Chu Fei's performance over the years, and naturally, there were many envious individuals. Now, seeing Chu Fei deeply embroiled in the vortex, many secretly fanned the flames, aiming to ruin Chu Fei's reputation. Such situations are actually quite common among utility disciple, and even among outer sect disciple, similar situations occur. As for why Guo didn't encounter such a situation, the reason is simple: Guo's rise was too rapid, so rapid that neither the utility disciple of the spirit plant hall nor the outer sect disciple had time to be jealous. Instead, they had to start flattering him, hoping to exchange more water spirit rice from Guo. Chu Fei ignored the rumors and gossip from outside, simply cultivating in silence, for strength was the sharpest weapon against all malice. What Chu Fei needed to do now was to quickly reach Qi refining stage 3 and receive the formation master's legacy. As long as she could successfully become a formal formation master, Chu Fei would be able to transition from a utility disciple to an outer sect disciple. At that time, those rumors and gossip would collapse on their own, because if a utility disciple were found maliciously slandering an outer sect disciple, they would face very severe punishment. However, for Chu Fei to enter Qi refining stage 3, given her current state, it would take at least 1 to 2 years. Originally, this period should have been 2 to 3 years, but as Guo's great perfection level purification technique permanently wiped away a bit of the dust obscuring Chu Fei's special physique, Chu Fei's innate talent was enhanced. Entering Qi refining stage 3 in 1 to 2 years was already a very fast speed, but for Chu Fei, who was surrounded by rumors, it was still a bit slow. If she wanted to further increase her cultivation speed, then her only option was to find Guo and have him thoroughly activate her special physique. Only then could Chu Fei enter Qi refining stage 3 in the shortest possible time. But given the current situation, with Chu Fei being watched by so many people, she obviously couldn't go to Guo. If she were discovered, it would drag Guo into the vortex as well. Therefore, Chu Fei could only look for other solutions. And this solution soon appeared before Chu Fei. It was a task issued by Lan Shuiying, an attendant of Array Peak, the content of which was to inspect the sect protecting Grand Array. Inspecting the sect protecting Grand Array is the Array Peak's top priority. All other tasks must yield to the sect protecting Grand Array inspection task. Even other peaks, when facing Array Peak disciple inspecting the sect protecting Grand Array, need to cooperate fully. The reason is simple: the sect protecting Grand Array is too important to Kingla sect. With the Kingla sect old ancestor having passed away, the only thing that can protect Kingla sect now is this 4th order sect protecting Grand Array. However, this time, the sect protecting Grand Array inspection task issued by Array Peak's Lan Zishi was not a routine inspection, but merely a temporary one. These types of temporary inspection tasks generally do not involve critical nodes of the sect protecting Grand Array, therefore, utility disciple can also accept such tasks. However, the rank of the task is still at the outer sect disciple level, which is the lowest level for a sect protecting Grand Array inspection task. Therefore, if a utility disciple accepts the task and successfully completes it, the reward received will also be at the outer sect disciple level. This time, Lan Zishi of Array Peak even offered the reward of receiving a formation master's legacy to utility disciple. This reward was truly a timely blessing for Chu Fei. With her current understanding of formation, she was only one step away from becoming a true formation master, and the formation master's legacy was the key to completing that final step. Without hesitation, Chu Fei went to the mission hall and accepted this task. Given Chu Fei's almost perfect task completion record over the past few years, there was no problem with her taking on this task. Chu senior sister, when you become an outer sect disciple, don't forget about me, your junior sister. The miscellaneous junior sister looked pitifully at Chu Fei, who was preparing to depart to inspect the sect protecting Grand Array. The miscellaneous junior sister also applied for the inspection task, but she was mercilessly rejected, told that her abilities were insufficient. Many utility disciple were rejected this time, and only a handful managed to pass. You with your love-struck brain, I wouldn't trust you to run off, lest you get tricked without even knowing it. Chu Fei said exasperatedly. This miscellaneous junior sister was perhaps the only person Chu Fei could truly talk to in Array Peak. If she could help her, Chu Fifei would naturally not be stingy. Having packed up, Chu Fifei headed to the plaza to gather. Her appearance immediately attracted many gazes, which Chu Fifei chose to ignore. Let's go. After a brief wait, Lan Shuaying appeared. Her gaze briefly swept over Chu Fifei, then she led the array peak disciple to the mission area. The inspection of the sect protecting Grand Array was not much different from inspecting other Grand Arrays, the only difference was that the requirements for inspecting the sect protecting Grand Array were higher. For example, array stones that did not need to be replaced in other Grand Arrays would need to be replaced when it came to the sect protecting Grand Array. You are responsible for replacing the array stones in this area, and you are responsible for this area. Upon arriving at the mission location, Lan Shuaying skillfully assigned tasks to everyone. Chu Fifei also received her assigned task area. Immediately, Chu Fifei took out her tools and began carefully replacing the array stones whose quality had deteriorated. Suddenly, as Chu Fifei removed an array stone, the grand array before her trembled violently. Subsequently, a series of array stones shattered, and the grand array in this area began to become precarious. What's going on? Just as Chu Fifei was at a loss, Lan Shuaying appeared and restabilized the grand array. Then, Lan Shuaying's gaze swept towards Chu Fifei. I. Read the error-free version at 1619 bookbar. Chu Fifei opened her mouth, momentarily unsure of what had happened. She had followed the manual exactly when replacing the array stones, who would have thought the grand array would suddenly collapse. What's your name? Damaging the sect protecting grand array is a serious crime. Lan Shuaying sternly interrupted Chu Fifei, who was trying to explain. Ah. Upon hearing this, Chu Fifei was completely stunned. How did this perfectly fine mission turn into damaging the sect protecting Grand Array? Lan Zishi, this disciple truly did not intend to damage the sect protecting Grand Array, truly. Chu Fifei quickly explained. She knew very well that if the charge of damaging the sect protecting Grand Array was confirmed, the lightest punishment would be expulsion from the sect. How can you expect me to believe you? Lan Shuaying said with a pained expression. However, seeing as you've performed well in the past, I'll give you a chance. If you want to prove your innocence, then find someone of significant standing to vouch for you. Lan Shuaying revealed her final card. Someone of significant standing? What kind of person would be considered of significant standing? At the very least, it would be an intersect disciple. And what intersect disciple could Chu Fifei, a utility disciple, possibly know? Even if she were to beg an intersect disciple, in a situation where there was no kinship or connection, which intersect disciple would be willing to vouch for someone who damaged the sect protecting Grand Array? Therefore, Chu Fifei's only remaining choice was Yayuki, who had once extended an invitation to her. Upon hearing that a person of significant standing was needed as a guarantor, Chu Fifei immediately thought of the sect master's direct disciple behind Yao Shifeng. This person clearly held enough weight. However, Yao Shifeng had already explicitly informed everyone that it was impossible to invite this sect master's direct disciple through him. With the sect master's direct disciple out of the question, Gu Mo's figure flashed through Chu Fifei's mind, but Gu Mo was only an outer sect disciple, clearly not meeting the definition of significant standing. After much thought, Chu Fifei realized that the only person she could turn to was Yayuki, who had previously extended an invitation to her. At this thought, Chu Fifei broke out in a cold sweat. She sensed a deep conspiracy, and the participant in this conspiracy also included Lan Zishi, who was before her. At that moment, Chu Fifei felt her heart turn to ashes. Being targeted by an elder of her own peak was even more troublesome than being targeted by an intersect disciple. For instance, with just a slight move, Lan Zishi, with such a simple and direct act of false accusation, had already pushed Chu Fifei to a dead end. Ling Tian cabin. Gu Mo, who was cultivating, suddenly received a communication talisman from Chu Fifei. Seeing the talisman, Gu Mo immediately had a bad feeling. As expected, with the content of the communication talisman revealed, Gu Mo also felt it was troublesome. He could foresee that given Yayuki's temperament, revenge was an inevitable event, though the intensity was unknown. But now it seemed the other party wanted to force Chu Fifei to her death. Damaging the sect protecting Grand Array was a serious crime. At best, one would be expelled from the sect, in severe cases, one would be executed on the spot. However, after continuing to read the content of Chu Fifei's communication talisman, Gu Mo immediately changed his mind. The other party wasn't trying to force Chu Fifei to her death, but rather to force her to become his attendant. What was the reason that this intersect disciple, colluding with an array peak elder, used the destruction of the sect protecting Grand Array to force Chu Fifei into submission? The only possibility Gu Mo could think of was that Chu Fifei's special physique had been discovered by the other party, and the other party also possessed means to utilize Chu Fifei's special physique. For this, the other party deliberately left an opening for Chu Fifei to find someone of significant standing to vouch for her. What kind of important figure could a utility disciple invite? Therefore, this conspiracy was almost unsolvable. Fortunately, Chu Fifei was very receptive to advice and informed Gu Mo about this matter. Gu Mo's standing was not enough, but senior apprentice sister Yuan Naya, an intersect disciple, would surely be sufficient. Senior sister Yuan. Taking out his communication jade slip, Gu Mo began to contact Yuan Naya. To ask Yuan Naya to vouch for someone involved in damaging the sect protecting Grand Array would clearly require using up Yuan Naya's previous promise. Array peak. Lan Shuaying looked at Chu Fifei, who was kneeling below, and spoke indifferently, "Have you found someone to vouch for you?" As she spoke, Lan Shuaying's gaze swept towards the back, At this moment, Yayuki was in the room behind her. As soon as Chu Fifei spoke, Yayuki would appear. Chu Fifei naturally knew this. After all, Yayuki had just sought her out, stating directly that only by obeying him could she be saved, otherwise, the only outcome would be expulsion from the sect, and then, without the sect's protection, Chu Fifei's situation would be even worse. But Chu Fifei still remained silent, because Gu Mo told her that he would handle this matter and that she must not agree to the other party's terms. My patience is limited. If you continue to be obstinate, then I can only hand you over to the enforcement hall, and by then, no one will be able to save you. Lan Shuiying was somewhat annoyed to see Chu Fifei remain silent. She didn't understand what this utility disciple was still holding out for. Senior Sister Lan, who is to be handed over to the enforcement hall. Just as Lan Shuiying finished speaking, a young woman with long black and red hair walked in. Junior Sister Yuan, why are you here? Seeing the newcomer, Lan Shuiying was startled. This person was a disciple of the Hall of Law Enforcement Elder, and to some extent, could represent the enforcement hall. It was just that she hadn't reported this matter to the enforcement hall, so why had Junior Sister Yuan suddenly come? I heard this utility disciple committed a crime, so I came to take her away. Yuan Nia sized up Chu Fifei. This was the person junior brother Gu Mo was willing to use up one of her promises to protect. Her appearance was a little worse than her own. Yuan Nia looked at Chu Fifei's face, feeling a little happy, but, looking down and seeing Chu Fifei's ample bosom, Yuan Nia became a little unhappy. Ah! Yuan Nia's words directly stunned Lan Shuiying. If the enforcement hall intervened and took the person away, wouldn't the plan fall through? Moreover, if this utility disciple spoke carelessly in the enforcement hall, it would also be a big problem. Although Lan Shuiying had handled the beginning and end of the matter very cleanly, and she had only tampered with an unimportant area of the sect protecting Grand Array, and had timely restored that part of the array to its original state, so logically there shouldn't be any problems, but what if? Ahem, Junior Sister Yuan, you must have misunderstood. This utility disciple only committed a small mistake. I have already punished her, so there's no need for the enforcement hall to step in. Lan Shuiying lightly coughed and explained. Is Senior Sister Lan's statement true? Hearing this, Yuan Nia said very seriously. Of course. Lan Shuiying nodded. Since she has been punished, she is now innocent, so come with me. Yuan Nia nodded. Wait. Hearing that Yuan Nia still wanted to take the person away, Lan Shuiying hurriedly stopped her. Junior Sister Yuan, since she is already innocent, why do you still need to take her to the enforcement hall? Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. I didn't say I was taking her to the enforcement hall. Yuan Nia looked confused. Yuan Nia's words made Lan Shuiying completely bewildered, unable to figure out what Yuan Nia was really doing. Senior brother Yat, this is my matter, please show some leniency. At this moment, Yayuki, who was hiding behind, finally couldn't help but show himself. He could tell that Junior Sister Yuan wanted to protect this utility disciple. Although he didn't know how this utility disciple had managed to persuade Yuan Nia, an intersect disciple, if Yayuki didn't want his efforts to be in vain, he had to appear in person. What does this utility disciple have to do with senior brother? Yuan Nia looked curious, then said to Chu Fifei, do you know him? Chu Fifei shook her head. At this moment, Chu Fifei understood that Senior Sister Yuan was here to save her, and since Chu Fifei didn't know the other party, the only explanation was clearly with Gu Mo. She also hadn't expected that Gu Mo actually knew an intersect disciple, and this person seemed to have a significant background. Even Yayuki was polite to her. Senior brother Yat, this utility disciple doesn't know you, hey? Yuan Nia said in surprise. Yuan Nia's words directly left Yayuki speechless, because some things couldn't be discussed openly. Without Yuan Nia's presence, Yayuki could slowly pressure Chu Fifei, eventually breaking through her psychological defenses, and finally successfully taking her down. But now that Yuan Nia, this variable, had appeared, everything had become futile. If it were other intersect disciples, Yayuki could still subtly threaten them, but this person was a disciple of the Hall of Law Enforcement Elder. If anyone were to threaten her disciple, let alone Yayuki, even his master couldn't bear it. According to his master, that madwoman from the enforcement hall, when she went crazy, she even dared to beat the sect master. In the past, only the old ancestor could suppress her, but now that the old ancestor had fallen, no one could restrain her anymore. Let's go. Seeing that Yayuki had nothing to say, Yuan Nia waved at Chu Fifei, then left the enforcement hall, leaving behind a gloomy Yayuki. Senior sister, are you Gu? Following Yuan Nia out of the enforcement hall, Chu Fifei couldn't help but ask. That's right, junior brother Gu Mo used one of my promises to get you out, Yuan Nia nodded, not intending to hide anything. Hearing Yuan Nia's words, Chu Fifei's heart tightened. Gu Mo had actually used a promise from an intersect disciple just like that. This favor was truly immense. Senior apprentice Sister Yuan, where are we going now? Seeing that the senior Sister Yuan in front of her showed no intention of stopping, Chu Fifei asked. They were about to leave Array Peak. I'm taking you to junior brother Gu Mo, but he doesn't want anyone to know this matter is related to him, so we'll have to take a big detour. Yuan Nia summoned her magic sword and motioned for Chu Fifei to get on. Gu Mo asking Yuan Nia to protect Chu Fifei would obviously offend Yayuki, an intersect disciple. Yuan Nia, having a Hall of Law Enforcement Elder as her master, naturally wasn't afraid, but Gu Mo couldn't afford to be. He was just an outer sect disciple and didn't want to expose himself now and draw the hostility of an inner sect disciple onto himself. They're here. Gu Mo, who had been quietly waiting for news in the Ling Tian cabin, glanced at the communication jade slip in his hand, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then, he opened the Ling Tian formation, and two figures silently entered. The next moment, the Ling Tian formation activated, completely concealing the two entering figures. Junior brother Gu Mo, mission accomplished. Yuan Naya pointed at Chu Fei, who was following behind her, and said. Thank you, senior apprentice sister Yuan. Gu Mo bowed. If Yuan Naya hadn't intervened this time, resolving Chu Fei's predicament would have been extremely troublesome. Please wait a moment, senior sister. Gu Mo stopped Yuan Naya, who was preparing to leave, then pulled Chu Fei aside. Fairy Chu, what are your plans for the future? Gu Mo asked. After this incident, Chu Fei's situation was quite troublesome. After all, it wasn't just Yayuki who acted against her this time, but also the Lanzishi of Array Peak, which was the most headache-inducing part. Gu Mo could ask Yuan Naya to protect Chu Fei once, but it was impossible for Yuan Naya to intervene every time. I don't know. At this moment, Chu Fei also felt helpless. If she returned now, Lanzishi would clearly not let her off easily. Even if Lanzishi, out of respect for Yuan Naya's face, didn't dare to directly suppress her, as an Array Peak Zishi, Lanzishi had too many ways to deal with a utility disciple like Chu Fei. Then how about I give you an idea? Gu Mo said. Chu Fei nodded. At this moment, she could only rely on Gu Mo. Go become senior apprentice sister Yuan's attendant and let her protect you. Gu Mo expressed his thoughts. Chu Fei's only option now was to find a true reliance. Gu Mo was currently unable to be Chu Fei's reliance, so the only choice was Yuan Naya. Will senior apprentice sister Yuan agree? Chu Fei was a little worried. Given the current situation, it was impossible for Chu Fei to continue her normal promotion within the sect. As for becoming Yuan Naya's attendant, Chu Fei didn't feel much resistance in her heart. After all, this senior sister had a good relationship with Gu Mo, and Gu Mo should not harm her. But could she, a utility disciple, catch the eye of Yuan Naya, an inner sect disciple? She will, as long as you show your value. Gu Mo nodded. For Yuan Naya to take Chu Fei as an attendant, Chu Fei would need to demonstrate her value. Of course, if Gu Mo spoke up, there was a high probability that Yuan Naya would accept Chu Fei. But this would make Yuan Naya look down on Chu Fei, thinking she was a burden sent by Gu Mo. However, the truth was that Chu Fei possessed enough value to be taken seriously by an inner sect disciple like Yuan Naya. Okay. Chu Fei nodded. She clearly understood Gu Mo's meaning. At this point, it was no longer realistic to continue hiding her secret, and Chu Fei also trusted Gu Mo. Since Gu Mo suggested she become senior apprentice sister Yuan's attendant, this should be the optimal solution for now. Seeing Chu Fei nod, Gu Mo immediately led her to Yuan Naya and explained his intention. Take her as an attendant? And without restricting her freedom. Yuan Naya scrutinized Chu Fei, who looked like a relatively ordinary utility disciple no matter how she was viewed. Yuan Naya had not taken any attendance so far. She had always been a straightforward person, and even if she were to take an attendant, Yuan Naya would want to find someone who could help her, like Gu Mo. Especially since Gu Mo also requested not to restrict Chu Fei's freedom, which meant Chu Fei could leave whenever she wished. Senior apprentice sister Yuan, follow me. Gu Mo knew that simply talking wouldn't convince Yuan Naya to agree to such a demanding request. So, now was the time to show Chu Fei's true value. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. Oh, is there something good for senior sister to see? Yuan Naya curiously followed Gu Mo into his cabin. From her understanding of Gu Mo, he wasn't the kind of person who would try to take advantage with empty words. That's right. After Yuan Naya and Chu Fei entered the room, Gu Mo began to close the door and seal the windows. This action made Yuan Naya's heart tighten slightly. If she didn't know Gu Mo, Yuan Naya would have thought he was trying to do something untoward to her. However, on second thought, even if Gu Mo wanted to do something untoward to her, he probably couldn't defeat her. Besides, if he wanted to do something untoward to her, why would he bring Chu Fei, a third party, in? Did he want to play a threesome? While Yuan Naya was lost in thought, she saw the light of the Great Perfection level purification technique in Gu Mo's hand. Seeing this, Yuan Naya quickly said, wait, junior brother Gu Mo, the effect of the cleaning technique last time hasn't. Yuan Naya had only said half of her sentence when she saw the light of the cleaning technique land on Chu Fei. Upon seeing this, Yuan Naya's eyes widened. Gu Mo's cleaning technique had almost been regarded by Yuan Naya as her exclusive possession. Now, Gu Mo was actually using it on another female cultivator. At this moment, a hint of jealousy arose in Yuan Naya's heart. Although this was for a utility junior sister who posed no competition to her, it still made Yuan Naya very unhappy. Just as the unhappiness in her heart arose, the next moment Yuan Naya looked at Chu Fei with disbelief. Under the light of the Great Perfection level purification technique, Chu Fei rapidly shed her mortal body and became a dazzling fairy. Then, a rich and peculiar fragrance emanated from Chu Fei. Smelling that strange fragrance, Yuan Naya couldn't help but feel a trance, and her cultivation technique began to operate involuntarily. This is. Without hesitation, Yuan Naya quickly sat down cross-legged and circulated her cultivation technique. A moment later, Yuan Naya opened her eyes, her gaze now brighter than ever before. Because the peculiar fragrance emanating from Chu Fi Fei could actually aid her cultivation. Yuan Naya, being a medium-grade fire spiritual root, naturally cultivated a fire-attributed cultivation technique, and it was a top-tier cultivation technique that could lead directly to nascent soul. However, the cultivation technique Yuan Naya cultivated had a drawback, but the strange fragrance from Chu Fi Fei could actually suppress this drawback of the cultivation technique. How could this not shock Yuan Naya? The cultivation technique Yuan Naya cultivated originated from her master, the Hall of Law Enforcement Elder, and it was one of only 2 cultivation techniques in the Kinglo sect that could be cultivated to the nascent soul stage. This cultivation technique was called Mind Fire Art, a fire elemental cultivation technique with extremely strong offensive capabilities, which was a major reason why the Hall of Law Enforcement Elder's combat power was so formidable. It was largely due to the cultivation technique she cultivated. However, while the Mind Fire Art was powerful, it had one drawback: cultivating it would condense mind fire, which was also the core of this cultivation technique. Igniting the mind fire could allow a cultivator to directly enter a berserk-like state, greatly increasing their combat power. A fire elemental cultivation technique that was already extremely powerful in offense, combined with mind fire, was enough to allow a cultivator who cultivated this method to fight above their realm. But such a huge increase naturally came at a cost. Each time the mind fire was condensed during cultivation, it would erode the cultivator's consciousness, making them gradually become more irritable. The method to resolve this irritability was also very simple: pause cultivation. As long as one did not cultivate, mind fire would not condense. If mind fire did not appear, naturally, their consciousness would not be eroded. They could resume cultivation once the cultivator's state of mind could withstand more erosion from the mind fire. Due to her experiences since childhood, Yuan Naya's state of mind was stronger than others, so she could still relatively easily resist the erosion caused by the condensation of mind fire. However, this did not mean that Yuan Naya was not affected, it was just that Yuan Naya could suppress the influence. In the future, with the improvement of her cultivation realm, Yuan Naya might also need to pause her cultivation to fully deal with the erosion of mind fire. However, at this moment, Yuan Naya discovered that the peculiar fragrance emanating from Chu Fi Fei could suppress the erosion brought by mind fire. Didn't this mean that being near Chu Fi Fei would allow her to cultivate with full effort without any reservations? The mind fire condensed by the mind fire art only erodes the cultivator at the moment of condensation. After the mind fire is successfully condensed, it will no longer erode the cultivator. It only continues to affect the cultivator when the mind fire is ignited. Senior apprentice Sister Yuan, how is it? Seeing Yuan Naya's shocked expression, Gu Mo knew that this matter was almost settled. Junior Sister Chu, from now on, Senior Sister will protect you. Yuan Naya grabbed Chu Fi Fei's hand, and at this moment, Yuan Naya really wanted to laugh aloud. With Gu Mo's perfected cleansing art for marrow cleansing, and the peculiar fragrance from Chu Fi Fei for cultivation, it would be difficult for her not to soar. A position as a true disciple of the sect was surely hers. To not waste the effect of this cleaning technique, Yuan Naya, Gu Mo, and Chu Fi Fei squeezed into the cabin and began their respective cultivation. For a period in the future, it was estimated that the 3 of them would maintain this cultivation mode. After all, Chu Fi Fei's special physique required Gu Mo's perfected cleansing art to activate, and Yuan Naya wanted to cultivate by utilizing the peculiar fragrance emitted by Chu Fi Fei, so she could only bring Chu Fi Fei to find Gu Mo. However, once Chu Fi Fei's special physique was fully activated, she should no longer need Gu Mo's cleaning technique for assistance. Junior brother Gu Mo, I'm taking that person away. Yuan Naya pulled Chu Fi Fei and quickly returned to her immortal cave on her sword under the cover of night. In fact, Yuan Naya wanted Gu Mo to come to her immortal cave because the spiritual chi here was a bit too thin, not as rich as in her immortal cave. But Gu Mo rejected Yuan Naya's suggestion. He had many secrets, and going to Yuan Naya's immortal cave would be like entering under the nose of a golden core elder, the risk of exposure was too great. In the following days, a major event occurred on Array Peak. Deacon Lan Shuiying was suddenly dismissed and sent outside the sect. Given her age, being sent out meant she would likely die of old age outside. This matter was naturally Yuan Naya's doing. After learning the specific details of Chu Fi Fei's framing, she used the power of the enforcement hall to investigate the matter and eventually found some clues. Unfortunately, these clues were not very critical, only enough to send Lan Shuiying out to await death. If evidence of her destroying the sect protecting Grand Array could have been found, she would likely have been directly killed. As a deacon of Array Peak, to destroy the sect protecting Grand Array, this was absolutely an aggravated crime. Subsequently, Yuan Naya officially announced that she would take Chu Fi Fei as her attendant. However, no contract was signed between the two. Yuan Naya provided Chu Fi Fei with protection and relevant cultivation resources, while Chu Fi Fei assisted Yuan Naya in her cultivation and managed her immortal cave. However, this matter also put Yuan Naya and Yayuki at odds. Yuan Naya did not seem to care about this. With Gu Mo and Chu Fi Fei, 2 major cultivation cheats, she would sooner or later surpass Yayuki. Why should she fear him? Weapon Peak. When Wu Junfei learned that Chu Fi Fei had become an attendant to an inner sect disciple, he was somewhat stunned. Of the original 5 people, Yao Shifeng and Chu Fi Fei had both become attendants to inner sect disciples, Gu Mo had become an outer sect disciple, and even Hu Hai had reached Qi refining stage 3 cultivation and received a mission to guard outside the sect. Currently, only he, Wu Junfei, was still an ordinary utility disciple, and he saw no immediate way out. At that moment, Wu Junfei had a thought of leaving the sect, returning to the mortal world to marry and have children, and establish a cultivation family. Perhaps one of his descendants might possess a low-grade spiritual root, and then he could rely on his descendants to advance further in cultivation. Wu Junfei's idea was indeed a way out. Of course, utility disciples who wanted to leave the sect needed to pay a certain amount of contribution points. It wasn't much, a few years of saving would be enough. The sect also encouraged ordinary disciples to leave the sect and establish cultivation families. Because these cultivation families established by disciples who left the sect also belonged to the sect's influence, and they could also provide high-quality disciple candidates for the sect, with higher reliability. Ling Tian Cabin. In a 6-1-9 Book 1 bar, read the error-free version. Gu Mo let out a long breath, feeling the surging power and spiritual qi within his body, and nodded with satisfaction. With the help of second-level solar essence, Gu Mo advanced from qi refining stage 5 to qi refining stage 6 with almost no hindrance. It was estimated that only the transition from qi refining stage 6 perfection to qi refining stage 7, a leap from the middle stage to the late stage, would slightly impede Gu Mo's progress, but even that wouldn't last long. It was simply that Gu Mo's current foundation was too profound. 9 times the physique and spiritual qi of cultivators at the same realm, the misty spiritual qi that only cultivation qi completion realm could possess, and the powerful divine soul forged by the wine god body tempering method, all these combined meant that even if Gu Mo's spiritual root talent was inferior, it could not stop his progress. Now, what Gu Mo needed to consider was how to acquire a second-order Lingtian, which was crucial for him to successfully enter foundation establishment, specifically the 2 hurdles from qi refining to foundation establishment. Condensing divine sense, during this period, with the help of the peculiar fragrance emanating from Chu Fi Fei, Gu Mo's progress in cultivating the wine god body tempering method was quite good. He was not far from condensing divine sense, which meant that Gu Mo's divine soul strength was at least at the qi refining stage 9 level. If he had relied solely on Go Yuyu's few bottles of spiritual wine each year, it would have been a pipe dream to cultivate the wine god body tempering method to this extent. Condensing divine sense was no longer an issue. What Gu Mo lacked now was the spiritual qi hurdle, which was liquefying the spiritual qi within his body. This was the second hurdle to entering foundation establishment. For Gu Mo, with an inferior spiritual root, this should have been the biggest hurdle, but with the second-order sunflower, this originally biggest hurdle no longer existed. However, for the second-order sunflower to help Gu Mo break through, the prerequisite was that Gu Mo needed to acquire a second-order Lingtian to allow the second-order sunflower to condense complete second-level solar essence. Even though Gu Mo is now an outer sect disciple and has the title of Lingzi Master, it is still very difficult for him, a qi refinement cultivator, to acquire a second-order spiritual field. If a second-order spiritual field is compared to a treasure, then this would be the top-tier second-order treasure. After all, if a second-order spiritual field is well managed, it can continuously produce second-order spiritual materials. It can be said that a second-order spiritual field, if placed outside, would be enough to become the foundation for the continuation of a foundation establishment family. Even within the Qingluo sect, the number of second-order spiritual fields is not very large, and these second-order spiritual fields are basically in the hands of those foundation establishment stage deacons. For example, Zhao Qiancheng has several mu of second-order spiritual fields, which are Zhao Qunken's foundation for survival and his cultivation resources. Although second-order spiritual fields are difficult to obtain, there are still ways. Gu Mo knows too. The first is to become a disciple of a golden core elder, such as Elder Qi, a third-order Lingzi master. With the spiritual fields on Elder Qi Spirit Peak, which are at least second-order, obtaining one would definitely not be difficult. Unfortunately, for Gu Mo to become Elder Qi disciple, he needs to first enter foundation establishment, and without a second-order spiritual field, Gu Mo cannot advance to the foundation establishment stage. Therefore, this path is basically unsolvable. So, Gu Mo only has a second path to choose, which is to exchange sect contribution for a second-order spiritual field. Sect contribution can be exchanged for many treasures that cannot be obtained through ordinary means. This is also intentionally done by the Qingluo sect to highlight the superiority of sect contribution. It's just that the sect contribution required to exchange for a second-order spiritual field is not a small amount. At Gu Mo's current speed of accumulating contribution, it would still take several years to gather enough. This is also because Gu Mo has recently been doing Lingzi master tasks, otherwise, relying solely on farming would take even longer. Being able to gather enough sect contribution to exchange for a second-order spiritual field in just a few years would definitely shock others if they heard it. But Gu Mo will be able to enter cultivation qi completion realm in less than a few years. At that time, without a second-order spiritual field, his cultivation will not be able to progress further. Therefore, Gu Mo needs to accelerate the accumulation of sect contribution, and the main way to obtain sect contribution is to accept sect tasks, especially those special tasks. It's just that these types of tasks do not appear frequently, and even if they do, they are usually of high difficulty. But as long as one can accept a special task that can be completed, a large sum of sect contribution can be quickly accumulated. Based on the current situation, Gu Mo decided to temporarily continue his current spiritual field cultivation and Lingzi master tasks, constantly paying attention to the sect's special tasks, and accepting them if he finds suitable ones. After finalizing his next plan, Gu Mo got up and rearranged the 3 futons beside him. Originally, this was Gu Mo's bed, but now it has become 3 futons for cultivation. The reason for this is simple, because 3 people couldn't fit, Gu Mo had to dismantle the small bed and replace it with 3 futons. Not just the bed, Gu Mo's already small room has now been divided into 3 areas. Two of these areas have a very obvious female cultivator style. Needless to say, these two areas belong to Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei. Because the two girls often come to Gumo's place to cultivate, they directly moved some daily necessities over. Buzz. At this moment, the communication talisman on his body vibrated. Gumo glanced at it and opened the spiritual field formation. Subsequently, Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei appeared. Junior brother Gumo, why don't you just give us the formation control jade talisman? It's so troublesome to notify you every time we come. That won't do. What if I'm taking a bath and you suddenly rush in? Gumo glanced at Yuan Naya. Giving them the formation jade talisman was obviously impossible. Gumo's spiritual field has many secrets, and if they enter casually, they could easily discover them. That's not fair. Our bodies have been thoroughly understood by you, yet you are being secretive with us. Yuan Naya felt a bit disadvantaged when she thought that the secrets of her body had been thoroughly understood by Gumo, and she immediately started to complain. However, Yuan Naya did not bring up the matter of entering and exiting the formation at will again. Both Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei knew that Gumo had secrets, but as long as Gumo didn't actively say anything, both of them would tacitly not inquire. This is also a principle of interaction among cultivators. Then for the next cultivation, how about we be completely honest with each other? Gumo was not one to back down when bickering with Yuan Naya. Humph, I'm not interested at all. As expected, Yuan Naya instantly cowered. Listening to their daily bickering, Chu Fifei couldn't help but shake her head, then began to set up a formation. Chu Fifei is now an official formation master. The legacy for her promotion to formation master was obtained with Yuan Naya's help. Moreover, it was better than the legacy provided by Array Peak to utility disciples. Chu Fifei set up a formation in Gumo's small room with the purpose of increasing the spiritual qi concentration in the room to improve cultivation speed. The spiritual qi concentration here in Gumo's place cannot compare to Yuan Naya's immortal cave, but for her to cultivate mind fire art without side effects, she must come to Gumo's place to have Gumo activate Chu Fifei's special physique. However, the concentration of spiritual qi in the surroundings would slow down her cultivation speed. So, Yuan Naya had Chu Fifei set up a formation that could condense spiritual power. There are indeed formations that condense spiritual power. The famous Spirit Gathering Formation is the best formation for condensing spiritual power. However, the Spirit Gathering Formation condenses spiritual power very slowly and requires a long enough time to see results. There are also faster ones, such as the Spirit Devouring Formation, which directly plunders the surrounding spiritual power. However, this formation is of a very high order, and Chu Fifei currently cannot set it up, nor does she dare to. This would be an error-free version to read in a 6-1-9 book bar. If a Spirit Devouring Formation were to be set up here, the spiritual fields in this area would be damaged due to the large amount of spiritual power being extracted. Destroying so many spiritual fields, even an intersect disciple like Yuan Naya would not be able to bear the cost. However, Chu Fifei eventually found a solution in the formation legacy given by Yuan Naya, the Spirit Dispersion Formation. As the name suggests, the Spirit Dispersion Formation is a formation that disperses the spiritual power from items containing spiritual power. As long as spirit stones are placed on the Spirit Dispersion Formation, the spiritual power can be extracted from the spirit stones and diffused into the room, thereby increasing the spiritual qi concentration in the room. Using this method to increase the surrounding spiritual qi concentration is definitely an extremely extravagant act. Ordinary cultivators, when cultivating with spirit stones, hold the spirit stones and slowly absorb the spiritual power from them. But this absorption speed is too slow to meet Yuan Naya's cultivation needs, unless Yuan Naya can get mid-grade or even high-grade spirit stones. However, these kinds of spirit stones generally circulate among high-level cultivators. Although Yuan Naya can also get some from her master, she would at most only have a few, which is far from enough for cultivation. She doesn't have mid-grade spirit stones, but Yuan Naya still has many low-grade spirit stones. As an intersect disciple with a golden core elder as her master, Yuan Naya has never lacked cultivation resources. Wasting some low-grade spirit stones in exchange for faster cultivation speed is a completely worthwhile deal, because as long as Yuan Naya's cultivation continues to improve, both her master and the sect will reward her with more cultivation resources. Junior brother Gumo, the sect is about to hold the True Inheritor trial soon. At that time, you and Fifei will both come and help me. While Chu Fifei was setting up the formation, Yuan Naya chatted with Gumo about the latest developments in the sect. Isn't it still a few years away? Has it been moved up? As the biggest event in Kinglo sect, the True Inheritor trial was known to all sect disciples. According to custom, the new round of True Inheritor trial should start a few years later. But Yuan Naya's words meant that the True Inheritor trial was about to begin. Yes. Yuan Naya nodded. She was very confident about the True Inheritor trial assessment. The Kinglo sect's True Inheritor trial was not a simple and crude one-on-one battle between intersect disciples, because intersect disciples joined at different times, and their cultivation realm also varied greatly. Intersect disciples who joined late were still only at the Qi refinement stage, but some intersect disciples who joined early had already reached the foundation establishment stage. If it were a one-on-one battle, it would be meaningless. The sect wanted to select true disciples who had the potential to break through to the Golden Core realm. Even if their realm was low now, they could quickly break through with the sect's resources. Compared to those intersect disciples who had already entered the foundation establishment stage, if their potential was exhausted, they would not be able to become true disciples. Since the position of true disciple could not be determined through one-on-one battles, the sect designed a complete set of assessment rules. This set of assessment rules was divided into two parts. First, the assessment of aptitude and potential. The sect would send a golden core elder who would suppress his cultivation to the same realm as the inner sect disciple and engage in combat with him to judge the inner sect disciple's underlying combat power. Only those inner sect disciples who possessed several times the underlying power of cultivators at the same level could withstand a few moves from a golden core elder whose realm was suppressed. After passing the aptitude and potential assessment, the second assessment was to complete the sect outside training mission. The sect did not want disciples who only knew how to cultivate, they also needed to know how to survive in the cruel immortal realm. Although there was competition within the sect, it was all within the rules. But if they went outside, those loose cultivators, and even disciples from other sects, would not talk about rules with you. If it were an ordinary disciple who stayed in the sect all the time and didn't understand these things, it wouldn't be a big deal. But since they were to become true disciples, they had to understand these things. After all, once one became a true disciple, he would become the true core of the sect. Future sect masters and peak masters would basically be born from among the true disciples. How could a true disciple who did not understand the cruelty of the immortal realm lead the Kinglo sect to survive? Of course, training outside the sect was full of uncertainties, so the sect was very lenient with the rules for this assessment. Inner sect disciples participating in the trial, if they were confident they could complete the trial mission alone, could also gather some helpers. Yuan Naya just wanted to invite Gu Mo and Chu Fifei to help her complete the trial mission. Chu Fifei was a formation master and could set up various formations to fight enemies, while Yuan Naya positioned Gu Mo as a nanny because Gu Mo knew the Xiaohuishan technique. As for Yuan Naya herself, of course, she was responsible for output. With her mind fire art cultivation, her combat power was definitely the strongest. Another point was that if the three of them went out together, they could find a place with abundant spiritual qi and cultivate together boldly without having to be so cautious every time. Of course, if Yuan Nai wanted to slack off, she could directly ask her master for help. With the golden core cultivator following, the trial mission would naturally be easy. However, the final mission evaluation, unfortunately, would only receive the lowest score. Therefore, inner sect disciples participating in the trial needed to weigh their options. Inviting strong helpers would reduce the mission difficulty but also lower the score, while not inviting helpers and completing the trial mission alone would increase the difficulty. If their luck was bad and they encountered any sudden situations along the way, with no one to help, there would even be a risk of falling. No problem. Facing Yuan Naya's invitation, Gu Mo agreed without hesitation, because assisting inner sect disciples in completing trial missions was the special mission Gu Mo had always hoped for to obtain a large amount of sect contribution. If Yuan Naya could ultimately become a true disciple, Gu Mo and Chu Fifei would receive even more rewards. Therefore, as long as an inner sect disciple asked, basically no one would refuse. This also allowed inner sect disciples participating in the trial to choose the most suitable candidates. Sister Naya, Gu Mo and I don't have much experience. Will we hold you back? Chu Fifei, who was setting up the formation, heard this and was a little worried. The two had not left the Kinglo sect since joining it. They only knew about the outside world of immortal cultivation through hearsay, and Yuan Naya seemed to be in a similar situation to them. They hoped it wouldn't be three novices bravely venturing into the immortal realm. Don't worry, we'll find an experienced guide then. Yuan Naya was clearly prepared for this. Hearing Yuan Naya say this, Chu Fifei also relaxed. Soon, Chu Fifei finished setting up the spirit dispersion formation, and then Yuan Naya took out 1,000 spirit stones and placed them on the spirit dispersion formation. Actually, the three of them cultivating didn't need that many spirit stones. Gu Mo didn't even need spiritual qi to cultivate. But Yuan Naya was not short of money and didn't want the concentration of spiritual qi in the room to drop due to insufficient spirit stones in the spirit dispersion formation at a critical moment of cultivation, affecting cultivation efficiency. Besides, if they didn't use up all the spirit stones in one cultivation session, they could save them for the next time, they wouldn't be wasted anyway. After placing the spirit stones, Yuan Naya skillfully sat on the left futon. Then, Chu Fifei sat on the middle futon, and Gu Mo was on the right. The three futons were all close together. This maximized the use of the unique fragrance emanating from Chu Fifei's body. Let's begin. The three sat down, and Chu Fifei activated the spirit dispersion formation. Instantly, the spirit stones were like deflated balls, with pure spiritual qi overflowing from them, rapidly filling the entire room and directly raising the spiritual qi concentration in the room by several levels. Seeing this, Gu Mo raised his hand, and 2 rays of perfected cleansing art light fell on Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei. The next moment, a rich fragrance erupted. Sniffing the calming fragrance, Yuan Naya began to circulate the mind fire art. The cleaning technique Gu Mo used on her this time was only of ordinary intensity because she had visited quite often recently, so she naturally didn't need the enhanced version of the cleaning technique. The ordinary strength of the perfected cleansing art allowed Yuan Naya to finally experience that feeling of complete comfort throughout her body. In this state, Yuan Naya found that her cultivation efficiency could be further improved. As the cultivation technique circulated, Yuan Naya rapidly absorbed the rich spiritual qi around her. At the same time, Chu Fifei's speed of absorbing spiritual qi was not at all slower than Yuan Naya's. Yuan Naya, with her medium-grade fire spiritual root cultivating a fire element cultivation technique like the mind fire art, had a cultivation speed comparable to that of a superior spiritual root. This meant that Chu Fifei, with her special physique fully activated, also possessed the cultivation speed of a superior spiritual root. Seeing that both girls had entered a cultivation state, Gu Mo, who was a little tipsy, also began to circulate the wine god body tempering method. Gu Mo and Yuan Naya were right next to Chu Fei, but the scent they smelled was of completely different types. What was similar, however, was that the scent was of great benefit to both of them. 2 hours later, as the effect of the cleaning technique faded, the unique fragrance on Chu Fei's body began to slowly weaken, and Yuan Naya and Gu Mo were also ready to end this cultivation session. But soon, Gu Mo and Yuan Naya found that Chu Fei's situation was a bit off. After the cleaning technique's effect disappeared, Chu Fei did not end her cultivation. She's about to break through. Both of their cultivations were higher than Chu Fei's, so they instantly understood the reason. Speaking of which, Chu Fei was already very close to Qi refining stage 3. Coupled with being constantly stimulated by Gu Mo's perfected cleansing art to activate her special physique recently, which caused Chu Fei's cultivation speed to skyrocket, she was finally about to step into the realm of Qi refining stage 3 today. Under the gaze of Gu Mo and Yuan Naya, Chu Fei's aura suddenly surged, and then, the unique fragrance that had originally dissipated erupted with even greater intensity. This was the marrow cleansing brought about by a realm breakthrough, a more thorough marrow cleansing than the perfected cleansing art. Therefore, in this state, Chu Fei's special physique would be activated even more thoroughly. Facing the unique fragrance that assailed him, Gu Mo felt so intoxicated that he was swaying, and Yuan Naya on the other side was in a similar situation. Without hesitation, Gu Mo and Yuan Naya both re-entered a cultivation state. At the same time, Yuan Naya threw out another 2,000 spirit stones into the spirit dispersion formation to ensure that the spiritual qi in the room would not decrease. Read the error-free version at 1619 book bar. An hour later, Chu Fei, who had successfully broken through, slowly opened her eyes. However, the unique fragrance emanating from her body would not dissipate in a short time. After glancing at Gu Mo and Yuan Naya, who were sitting close to her, Chu Fei closed her eyes again. She was unwilling to give up such a rare opportunity for rapid cultivation. Time passed, and it was a full 3 days before the unique fragrance on Chu Fei's body completely dissipated. The three of them had also secluded themselves in the small room for 3 days of arduous cultivation. The 3,000 spirit stones in the spirit dispersion formation had all turned to ashes by this point. The spiritual qi from them was basically absorbed by Yuan Naya, because in these 3 days, Yuan Naya's cultivation had actually broken through again, entering qi refining stage 5. With the assistance of Chu Fei's unique fragrance, Yuan Naya could cultivate the mind fire art without any worries, which allowed her realm to advance another level in just a few months. If it weren't for Chu Fei's unique fragrance dissolving the erosion caused by condensing the mind fire, Yuan Naya breaking through so quickly would definitely have suffered from mind fire erosion. Once this erosion appeared, it would be extremely difficult to resolve. Before the true inheritor assessment begins, achieving a breakthrough in cultivation is definitely a great thing. Cultivation speed will also be a very important assessment criterion. Furthermore, Yuan Naya has received the baptism of Gu Mo's perfected cleansing art, and her foundation is 6 times that of her peers. Although there is still a gap compared to Gu Mo's 9 times foundation, this is definitely enough to put Yuan Naya in the first tier, comparable only to the 1 or 2 other inner sect disciples who also mastered the perfected cleansing art. And those inner sect disciples who mastered the perfected cleansing art spent a lot of time comprehending the cleaning technique, which slowed down their cultivation speed. Yuan Naya, however, didn't need to consider any of that. With the assistance of Gu Mo and Chu Fei, her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Yuan Naya's only weakness was that she started too late, lacking various experiences, including combat experience, which would put her at a disadvantage in the second assessment. Fei, let's be good sisters forever and never separate. With her cultivation breakthrough, an excited Yuan Naya hugged Chu Fei and rubbed against her. Chu Fei's help to her was no less than a heaven and earth treasure. She couldn't imagine what she would do with her future cultivation if Chu Fei wasn't there. Yes, we are good sisters forever. Chu Fei nodded seriously. During her time with Yuan Naya, Chu Fei also discovered that this young girl, who was younger than her but insisted on being called sister, was actually a very good person. Chu Fei became Yuan Naya's attendant, but the two did not sign any contract and were not in a subordinate relationship. However, to avoid attracting attention, Yuan Naya suggested that they call each other sisters, and naturally, Yuan Naya became the older sister without suspense. However, in the immortal realm, the strong are respected. Yuan Naya was stronger than her, so calling her sister was not a big problem. At most, when her strength surpassed Yuan Naya's in the future, she would take back the title of sister. The cultivation boost brought by her special physique gave Chu Fei the confidence to catch up with Yuan Naya. I say, you two haven't been back for 3 days, is that really okay? Although the two beauties, one big and one small, hugging each other was very pleasing to the eye, Gu Mo had to remind them, had these two made any arrangements for this sudden 3-day seclusion? Ah! Hearing Gu Mo's words, Yuan Naya suddenly realized with a shock that she and Chu Fei had secretly snuck out. And as the true inheritor assessment approached, her master would also often come to guide her. If she wasn't seen for these 3 days, her master would definitely be anxious if he couldn't find her. Junior brother Gu Mo, then Fei, and I will leave first. Without hesitation, Yuan Naya pulled Chu Fei and ran. As Yuan Naya and Chu Fei left, Gu Mo also felt the results of his 3 days of hard cultivation of the wine god body tempering method. Now, my divine soul should probably reach the level of cultivation qi completion realm. 3 days of hard cultivation, if it were spiritual wine, it would probably take several vats. Several vats of spiritual wine would cost at least tens of thousands of spirit stones. It could be said that Chu Fifei directly saved him tens of thousands of spirit stones. This alone allowed Gu Mo to recover all his previous investment in Chu Fifei, and even make a profit. However, Gu Mo's goal was not a divine soul at the cultivation chi completion realm level, but to condense divine sense. But this was a big hurdle and required several more cultivation sessions with the help of Chu Fifei's unique fragrance to hope for a breakthrough. Besides that, Gu Mo also needed to prepare to help Yuan Naya complete the true inheritor trial, such as preparing a few second-order potato mines, which would definitely be highly effective for ambushing people at critical moments. He also needed to prepare a few nuts, because Chu Fifei would be going with them, and if they encountered difficult enemies, he would let Chu Fifei set up formations with the nuts. With the nut's defensive power, resisting attacks from the cultivation chi completion realm should not be a problem. If the nut were upgraded, it might be able to withstand attacks from the foundation establishment stage. If Gu Mo directly created a second-order nut as the formation core, given the nut's demonstrated defensive power across two realms, even ordinary foundation establishment cultivators might not be able to break through the defensive formation set up by a second-order nut. Hall of Law Enforcement Elder Peak. Yuan Naya carefully snuck into her immortal cave with Chu Fifei. Having disappeared for 3 days without a word, Yuan Naya felt very guilty. She couldn't imagine how angry her master would be when she couldn't find her for lessons. Although her master looked beautiful and gentle, Yuan Naya, who also cultivated the mind fire art, knew that this was all her master's disguise. Her true master was very terrifying. Where have you been these past few days? Having successfully snuck into the immortal cave, Yuan Naya was about to breathe a sigh of relief when a gentle voice rang out. Hearing it, Yuan Naya was like a startled kitten, her hair standing on end. Her gaze quickly swept to the source of the voice. By the stone table in the immortal cave, a beautiful woman in palace attire, with long flowing hair, was quietly arranging a flower basket in front of her. Ma Master. How did you come? Yuan Naya swallowed, quickly saluting, and Chu Fifei beside her also followed suit. I couldn't find you these past few days, so I, your master, naturally had to come and see. Zhou Suzu's gaze swept towards Yuan Naya. She highly valued this disciple. Besides Yuan Naya's medium-grade fire spiritual root talent, Zhou Suzu saw her past self in Yuan Naya. Just as troublesome, her master must have felt the same way about her back then as she did now. It was just that her master could no longer worry about her. Recalling her fallen master, a ripple of emotion stirred in Zhou Suzu's heart, followed by a fleeting surge of violent qi. It's over, master is angry. Feeling the fleeting surge of violent qi from the beautiful woman in palace attire, Yuan Naya sighed, instinctively rubbing her backside. Qi refinement stage 5th layer. Quickly reining in the violent qi that had leaked due to emotional fluctuations, Zhou Suzu suddenly frowned. With her golden core stage cultivation, she could tell at a glance that Yuan Naya's cultivation had reached qi refinement stage 5th layer. If it were someone else, seeing a disciple's cultivation breakthrough would surely make them very happy. But Zhou Suzu felt no joy in her heart, because Yuan Naya cultivated the same mind fire art as her, and cultivating this cultivation technique too quickly was not a good thing. If not handled well, being corroded by mind fire would be very troublesome. Come here. Zhou Suzu beckoned to Yuan Naya. Hearing this, Yuan Naya obediently ran to her master's side. Then, Zhou Suzu's jade-like palm patted Yuan Naya's head. Oh. Soon, a hint of doubt appeared in Zhou Suzu's eyes. After her examination, there was no trace of Yuan Naya being corroded by mind fire. It seems this girl has gained another opportunity. Confirmed that there was no problem, Zhou Suzu was relieved. As for why Yuan Naya could avoid mind fire corrosion, Zhou Suzu was somewhat curious. After all, she was also deeply troubled by mind fire. But as long as Yuan Naya didn't say, Zhou Suzu wouldn't actively inquire. Even her disciple should have her own secrets. For example, a long time ago, she discovered that Yuan Naya's foundation was rapidly increasing, which was clearly due to the baptism of marrow cleansing from the perfected cleansing art. Zhou Suzu didn't quite approve of having others perform marrow cleansing, as it would reveal one's own secrets. But she didn't stop it. Every cultivator has their own path of cultivation, and as a master, Zhou Suzu's job was to help Yuan Naya correct her path when she went astray, not to forcibly change Yuan Naya's path of cultivation. Since Yuan Naya felt that having others help her marrow cleansing was acceptable, then this might not be a bad thing. She wouldn't need to spend time comprehending the perfected cleansing art and could devote more time to cultivation. Now, this girl Yuan Naya had even resolved the side effects of the mind fire art. These two opportunities, one increasing her foundation and one increasing her cultivation speed, could be said to complement each other. Feeling her master's caress, Yuan Naya's apprehension gradually subsided. It seemed her master didn't intend to blame her. Thinking that her master was also troubled by mind fire like herself, and she had now found a way to resolve it but hadn't told her master, Yuan Naya felt a bit guilty. Her master was so good to her, yet she hadn't even thought for her master. With this thought, Yuan Naya's gaze turned to Chu Fifei behind her, asking if she could tell her secret to her master. If the unique fragrance on Chu Fifei could help her master resolve the mind fire corrosion, then her master wouldn't have to endure the pain brought by mind fire. Feeling the inquiry in Yuan Naya's gaze, Chu Fifei nodded. If the unique fragrance on her could help a golden core elder, then she would be latching onto a much thicker and stronger thigh than Yuan Naya's. Master, your disciple has a secret to tell you. After getting permission, Yuan Naya quickly pulled Chu Fifei in front of her and revealed the secret of her immunity to mind fire corrosion. Oh. Hearing Yuan Naya's account, Zhou Suzu immediately became interested. She had vaguely sensed before that Chu Fifei, the attendant her disciple had taken in, was a bit special. However, Zhou Suzu hadn't taken it too seriously at the time. How special could a small qi refinement cultivator be? But now that Yuan Naya said that the unique fragrance emanating from this little girl could resolve the mind-fire corrosion, Zhou Suzu had to take it seriously. Mind-fire corrosion was absolutely Zhou Suzu's biggest predicament at the moment. When Qinglu sect's only nascent soul cultivator, who was also Zhou Suzu's master, fell, the entire Qinglu sect was plunged into an unprecedented crisis. At that time, Zhou Suzu disregarded the mind-fire corrosion and cultivated frantically, reaching golden core great perfection at the fastest speed. Then, relying on her terrifying combat power, she deterred many ill-intentioned individuals. It's no exaggeration to say that the strongest combat power in Qinglu sect now is not sect master Gao Yunrui, but Zhou Suzu. Both are golden core great perfection, but Zhou Suzu, who cultivated the mind-fire art, could absolutely beat Gao Yunrui. Logically, Zhou Suzu was the most suitable to attempt to break through to the nascent soul realm. After all, Zhou Suzu was stronger than Gao Yunrui in terms of age, talent, and strength. But the mind-fire problem made Zhou Suzu dare not attempt to break through to the nascent soul realm, because the powerful mind-fire condensed during the breakthrough would instantly drive her into madness. This was the price she paid for her desperate breakthrough back then. Not only did she not dare to attempt nascent soul, but now Zhou Suzu rarely made a move. She spent her days planting flowers and raising plants, cultivating her mind and nurturing her spirit, hoping to slowly wear down the hostility brought by the mind-fire corrosion. If Zhou Suzu could solve the mind-fire corrosion, then she would dare to attempt to break through to the nascent soul realm. With her combat power, if she entered the nascent soul, she could definitely beat other nascent soul cultivators of the same realm. This is an alchemist pill. Try taking it. After understanding that to activate the unique fragrance of Chu Fei's special physique, a perfected cleansing art baptism was needed, and neither Yuan Naya nor Zhou Suzu had mastered the perfected cleansing art. However, as a golden core cultivator, Zhou Suzu had other means. Thank you, Elder. Chu Fei respectfully accepted the medicinal pill. This alchemist pill was a first-order, top-grade, medicinal pill. Theoretically, taking this pill could also achieve the effect of receiving the perfected cleansing art. It was just that the alchemist pill was extremely difficult to refine, and the sect could only produce a few batches each year. Due to the extremely low output, many inner-sect disciples could only get one every few years. To rely on the alchemist pill to increase one's foundation, it would be absolutely impossible unless all the few batches of alchemist pills produced by the sect each year were given to one person. In contrast, the perfected cleansing art was definitely the most cost-effective way to increase one's foundation. Swallowing the medicinal pill, Chu Fei immediately felt an experience similar to receiving Gumo's perfected cleansing art. Subsequently, her special physique was activated, and a rich, unique fragrance diffused. Master, how is it? Is it effective? Yuan Naya looked at Zhou Suzu with expectant eyes. The unique fragrance on Chu Fei had a strong effect on her, but she wasn't sure if it would be the same for her master. It's effective, but not enough. Zhou Suzu slowly opened her eyes. One was a golden core cultivator, and the other was just a qi refinement cultivator. Their strength difference was too great. The unique fragrance on Chu Fei was effective for Yuan Naya, but its effect on Zhou Suzu, a golden core cultivator, was extremely limited. Unless Chu Fei's cultivation could also enter the golden core realm, then the unique fragrance on Chu Fei might be able to help Zhou Suzu eliminate the mind-fire corrosion. It was just that she clearly didn't have time to wait for Chu Fei to cultivate from the qi refinement stage to the golden core stage. With a light sigh in her heart, Zhou Suzu spoke, "From now on, you will enjoy the treatment of an inner-sect disciple in the enforcement hall. If you have any doubts about cultivation, you can come and ask me." Chu Fei's unique fragrance couldn't help her, but it could help Yuan Naya avoid mind-fire corrosion. Therefore, granting Chu Fei the treatment of an inner-sect disciple was to prevent Chu Fei's cultivation from being too far behind Yuan Naya. Otherwise, the effect of Chu Fei's unique fragrance on Yuan Naya would also weaken. It would be best if their cultivations could advance together. This way, Yuan Naya wouldn't have to worry about mind-fire corrosion no matter which realm she attempted to break through. In the future, perhaps her disciple could surpass her and step into the nascent soul realm. Thank you, Elder, for the reward. Chu Fei bowed respectfully, her eyes barely concealing her excitement. Indeed, displaying one's value could lead to huge rewards. Of course, this also depended on the person and the situation. Randomly exposing one's secrets would only invite disaster. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. And she successfully seized the best opportunity to display her value and received generous rewards. The treatment of an inner-sect disciple was something countless people dreamed of. With this generous treatment, Chu Fei felt that catching up to Gumo was no longer difficult. Main Peak. Senior brother, the true inheritor trial is about to begin. How are your preparations? He Xiaogang's gaze swept to the middle-aged steward beside him. Everything is ready. Once those inner-sect disciples leave the Qinglu sect, we can ambush them. The middle-aged steward nodded. Those who could participate in the true inheritor trial were the most elite seeds of a sect. If they could ambush these inner-sect disciples participating in the trial, it would definitely severely damage the Qinglu sect, which would be of great help to their efforts to dismantle the Qinglu sect. Of course, the sect's true inheritor trial would also have various protective measures, but even the best measures couldn't withstand the emergence of enemies within. At that time, the elite disciples participating in the true inheritor trial would be killed, and the refinement of Ningying pill would fail. These two incidents would become the prelude to the Kinglo sect's demise. By the way, junior brother, our assassination organization recently received a commission, and the target seems to be one of the true inheritor trial participants this time. The middle-aged steward suddenly remembered something and took out a contract. Are there other forces planning to act against the Kinglo sect? He Xiaogang was somewhat surprised. However, considering the Kinglo sect's situation, it didn't seem too strange. They weren't the only ones eyeing the Kinglo sect. It was just that other forces still had reservations, especially those immortal cultivation sects in the same area. The Kinglo sect's situation was something other sects might also encounter. If they openly attacked the Kinglo sect, then if something unexpected happened to their sect's nascent soul old ancestor in the future, they shouldn't blame others for taking action. Therefore, the major sects were very restrained, at most slowly eroding the Kinglo sect's interests in some small areas, but not daring to openly attack the Kinglo sect. They even had to provide support if the Kinglo sect encountered external attacks. This was also why the sect He Xiaogang belonged to dared not directly attack the Kinglo sect and could only choose the method of internal disintegration. But without open action, what kind of mentality each family had in the dark was hard to say. Once the Kinglo sect's external interests were completely swallowed, all eyes would eventually converge on the Kinglo sect's mountain gate. That was a Dao field with a fourth-order spiritual vein, and that alone was enough to make nascent soul stage cultivators envious. Having the assassination organization intercept and kill the disciples of the Kinglo sect, cutting off the Kinglo sect's legacy, and waiting for the Kinglo sect to be completely weakened, that would be the time to carve up the Kinglo sect. I don't think so. The middle-aged steward shook his head, because this time the target was only one person. Rather than other sects secretly making a move, it was more like a revenge killing. Yuan Nia. As the middle-aged steward spoke, He Xiaogang also saw the contract the other party handed over. The name on it made He Xiaogang freeze. Apparently, he hadn't expected that someone would hire the assassination organization to intercept and kill Yuan Nia. She had joined the sect only a few months before him and had even become a disciple of the Hall of Law Enforcement Elder. Who would be so foolish as to dare to make a move against her? Yao Shifeng. After thinking for a moment, He Xiaogang dismissed the middle-aged steward, then called out to Yao Shifeng. Young lord. Yao Shifeng bowed respectfully. Has Yuan Nia offended anyone recently? He Xiaogang inquired. Yao Shifeng was currently responsible for collecting various intelligence within the sect for him. Probably not. Yao Shifeng pondered for a moment and shook his head. Yuan Nia was the disciple of the Hall of Law Enforcement Elder, who would dare to provoke her. However, there was one incident recently that involved Yuan Nia and another intersect disciple, Yayuki. The cause was Yayuki wanting to take a female utility disciple from Array Peak as an attendant, but that utility disciple refused. In the end, that utility disciple became Yuan Nia's attendant. Yao Shifeng detailed the information he had obtained. When he mentioned that female cultivator from Array Peak, his tone was calm, without any bias just because this female cultivator was someone he knew. He wanted to give He Xiaogang the most original intelligence, without a trace of personal emotion, which was the mark of a qualified intelligence officer. Could the person who issued the assassination mission be Yayuki? After listening to Yao Shifeng's account, He Xiaogang couldn't help but suspect. But just having an attendant taken away wouldn't warrant hiring a killer, would it? After a moment of thought, He Xiaogang shook his head. There was too little information, and he couldn't make an accurate judgment. However, this Yayuki was worth paying attention to. After all, both sides had a common goal, didn't they? The True Inheritor trial began under the scrutiny of everyone in the Kinglo sect, but unfortunately, the True Inheritor trial was a closed-door assessment. Apart from the sect master and peak master level higher UPS, no one else was qualified to observe the True Inheritor trial. After all, the True Inheritor trial contained a lot of content, involving many secrets of each examinee, so it was naturally inconvenient for too many people to know. The sect's purpose in setting up so many assessment contents was also very simple. True disciples were already the core personnel of the entire sect, future golden core seeds, candidates for the sect master and various peak masters, and the people who would control the future of the Kinglo sect. With such an important status, the assessment could not be simple. Only the most outstanding inner-sect disciples were qualified to become true inheritors. However, while the assessment details could not be leaked, the ranking of the inner-sect disciples participating in the assessment was updated daily to inform the sect's disciples. Currently, the first place was held by He Xiaogang, the inner-sect disciple who joined the latest. He Xiaogang's cultivation was not the highest, but the True Inheritor trial tested potential and foundation, so the timing of joining did not have much impact on the assessment results. Even so, for He Xiaogang to be able to suppress a group of intersect disciples at the cultivation chi completion realm and even foundation establishment stage, what kind of talent and potential was this? After He Xiaogang came the familiar names, those who had long occupied the top ranks in the intersect disciple rankings. But soon another new name appeared and directly ranked 6th. This person was also an intersect disciple who had only joined for a few years. Not bad, to be able to rank 6th. Gu Mo was a little surprised to see Yuan Nia's name at 6th, but on second thought, Yuan Nia had received the baptism of his great perfection level purification technique, and her foundation was 6 times that of her peers. For such a deep foundation to only rank 6th, it was enough to show that there were many talented people among the Kinglo sect's intersect disciples. His gaze continued downwards, all unfamiliar names. Gu Mo didn't pay much attention to intersect disciples, but at the 9th position, Gu Mo saw a familiar name, Yayuki. Because of Chu Fifei's matter before, Gu Mo had learned about Yayuki from Yuan Nia. At that time, Yuan Naya said that this person could rank 5th among inner sect disciples, but this time he actually dropped directly to 9th. If he dropped one more spot, he might miss out on becoming a true inheritor. The Qingluo sect only had 9 true inheritor spots. The top 9 in the overall ranking could become true inheritors. Therefore, all inner sect disciples would desperately try to squeeze into the top 9. Of course, the current ranking was only temporary, and with subsequent assessments, plus the second stage of the true inheritor trial, this ranking would still change. However, the current ranking was already very valuable for reference. Humph. Yayuki glanced at the latest ranking, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. He had long expected this ranking because while other inner sect disciples were spending a lot of resources to solidify their foundations, he had given all his resources to an assassination organization. And the person he wanted to kill was Yuan Naya. The reason was simple, only if Yuan Naya died could he get Chu Fi Fei. The unique fragrance on Chu Fi Fei was related to his Dao, and Yuan Naya's action of taking Chu Fi Fei away was undoubtedly cutting off his Dao. This was absolutely an irreconcilable deep hatred. Of course, Yayuki would not personally attack Yuan Naya. If he were discovered, the lightest punishment would be expulsion from the sect, and he would most likely be slapped to death by a Hall of Law Enforcement elder. It just so happened that he had discovered a base of an assassination organization in the market not long ago, which gave him the idea of having the assassination organization kill Yuan Naya. Of course, many assassination organizations would not take on missions to attack inner sect disciples of a large sect like Qingluo sect. Yayuki also took a chance and submitted the mission, and that assassination organization actually accepted it. Then, they smoothly signed a contract. If the other party did not fulfill the contract, the cost would be very severe. However, to place this mission, Yayuki also paid a lot of treasures. It was no exaggeration to say he was bankrupt. But in Yayuki's view, it was all worth it. Only if Yuan Naya died could he get Chu Fi Fei. As long as he obtained Chu Fi Fei, with the help of the unique fragrance on her, Yayuki was confident that he could advance his No's divine power further. At that time, he would be the undisputed number 1 among inner sect disciples. As for the risks involved, Yayuki felt that his disguise was very well done. Surely, just because he and Yuan Naya had a slight conflict, they wouldn't suspect him if something happened to her. Besides, this matter concerned his Dao, so even if there were some risks, they were acceptable. After scanning the list, Guo returned to his small house. This true inheritor assessment would not end for at least half a year. There were too many assessment contents, and they also needed to be kept secret, which made the assessment time very long. However, this was good news for Guo, as it gave him more preparation time. Half a year was enough for Guo to significantly increase his combat power. It's about to transform. Guo squatted by the paddy field, and the golden carp swam over happily, smacking its lips, asking Guo for food. He lifted the carp out of the water. Now, this carp only had a few red scales on its belly. After Gumo's occasional feeding of sun essence over the past few years, the carp had finally reached the moment of transformation. Guo was very much looking forward to what changes this carp, which he had raised with sun essence, would undergo after its transformation. However, it was certain that this carp's transformation should be different from ordinary carps. After all, ordinary carps were red, with a few being white or red and white, but golden carps seemed to have never appeared. Here, I'll give you something good. Guo took out a portion of second-level solar essence, preparing to use this high-quality sun essence to aid the carp's transformation. Seeing the second-level solar essence Guo took out, the carp excitedly opened its mouth wide. Seeing this, Guo directly put the sun essence inside. The next moment, the carp seemed to have eaten scorching magma. It was so hot that it swam swiftly in the paddy field. He didn't know if it was swimming too fast, but the carp's fins and tail appeared to have motion blur. No, it wasn't motion blur. The carp's fins and tail were growing, turning into a phoenix tail similar to that of a goldfish. The carp, dragging its long phoenix tail, swam in the paddy field, like a water immortal, filled with astonishing beauty. Suddenly, the carp swimming in the water lightly leaped, jumping out of the water. But after leaping, the carp did not fall back down. Instead, it used the spiritual chi between heaven and earth as water and began to swim in the air. At the same time, the spiritual chi between heaven and earth seemed to be summoned by something, quickly condensing, and then forming a huge dark cloud. The carp's golden phoenix tail gently flicked, directly rushing into the dark cloud, constantly shuttling through it. At first glance, it looked as if a golden dragon was bringing clouds and rain. Just as this thought arose in Gumo's mind, the spiritual rain poured down with a whooshing sound. This is small cloud rain technique, and it's at the major achievement realm. Guo looked at the pouring spiritual rain, his eyes filled with astonishment. This carp had just advanced to become a true spirit beast, and it had actually directly comprehended the small cloud rain technique spell, and it was even at the major achievement level. It was not strange for a pseudo-spirit beast to awaken a talent spell after advancing to a true spirit beast, but most spirit beasts awakened entry-level talent spells. Only a few spirit beasts with powerful bloodlines could awaken proficient-level talent spells. As for major achievement level, this was absolutely extremely rare. Only those spirit beasts with noble bloodlines could directly awaken major achievement level talent spells. Could it be that it really awakened some true dragon bloodline? Guo looked at the carp happily swimming in the dark cloud and couldn't help but think of what the hawker who sold him the carp had said at the time. Of course, Guo didn't think he had picked up a bargain and bought a carp containing true dragon bloodline. This should be the effect of sun essence. The sun essence induced the power deep within the carp's bloodline. As for whether it was the legendary True Dragon bloodline, Guo couldn't judge, but at least it should be very powerful. If it wasn't powerful, it wouldn't have directly awakened a major achievement level talent spell. With a major achievement level small cloud rain technique, Gumo's small cloud rain technique was currently only at the proficient level, which meant that in the future, Guo could completely hand over the task of managing the spiritual fields to Little Carp. It just so happened that Guo was going to do the True Inheritor trial mission with Yuan Naya, and he was worried that no one would manage the spiritual fields at that time and they would be abandoned. Now, this worry was clearly unnecessary. He waved to the carp frolicking in the dark cloud. The next moment, the carp, dragging its long, light golden phoenix tail, came to Gumo's side and circled him continuously. Guo reached out and touched the carp's smooth and delicate scales, then took out a spirit contract. This was a spirit beast contract produced by Yu Shao Peak. Previously, the carp was only a pseudo-spirit beast and could not sign a formal spirit beast contract. Now that the carp had advanced to a true spirit beast, it could naturally sign a spirit contract with Guo. Slitting his finger, Guo squeezed out a drop of blood and wrote his name on the spirit contract. Then, the spirit contract burned into a stream of light and entered the carp's body. The carp did not resist this spirit contract, so the spirit contract was completed very smoothly. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. Upon completion of the contract, Guo felt a happy emotion through the spirit contract. With the spirit contract as a medium, Guo could roughly sense the carp's emotions. In addition, the carp could also transmit some simple information through the spirit contract. After becoming a spirit beast, the carp's intelligence also improved significantly. In the future, if the carp could continue to improve, speaking human language would not be a problem. From now on, you'll be called Little Carp. Since it had become his spirit beast, Guo felt he should give the carp a name. However, Guo, who was not good at naming, thought, and finally came up with Little Carp. However, Little Carp seemed very happy with this name. Junior brother Guo, this fish is so beautiful. Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei looked at Little Carp, who was bringing clouds and rain above the spiritual fields, their eyes filled with amazement. This is my spirit beast, don't even think about it. Guo would not give Little Carp away. This was his capable assistant for managing the spiritual fields. A major achievement level small cloud rain technique, just this one skill, was stronger than countless experienced spiritual farmers. Humph, I don't care. What combat power does a fish have? Yuan Naya pouted. Water element spirit beasts didn't suit her. She liked powerful fire element spirit beasts. Aren't you in the True Inheritor trial? Why do you have time to come here? Changing the subject from spirit beasts, Guo was full of doubts about Yuan Naya's arrival. The assessment isn't every day. Just go when it's your turn, Yuan Naya said indifferently. The True Inheritor trial had many items, leading to slow progress. Yuan Naya naturally couldn't just wait, so she pulled Chu Fifei along to find Guo for cultivation. Taking advantage of this time to improve their strength, perhaps their ranking could advance further. Not just Yuan Naya, but basically all other inner sect disciples were doing the same. Guo naturally wouldn't refuse this. He was now not far from condensing his divine sense. Time flew by, and half a year passed in a flash. During this half year, Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei would come to Gumo's place from time to time, staying for several days at a time. It was said that Yuan Naya had obtained her master's permission, so it was fine if she didn't return for a few days. This also meant that sometimes the three of them would cultivate for several days straight. With longer cultivation times, the effects were naturally very obvious. For example, Yuan Naya was only one step away from entering Qi refining 6th layer. Without worrying about the side effects of the mind fire art, Yuan Naya used all methods that could increase cultivation speed. In addition to the spirit gathering array that increased spiritual Qi concentration, she also added the assistance of medicinal pills. With ample resources, Yuan Naya's cultivation speed was like riding a rocket, which also allowed Yuan Naya to move up one place in the True Inheritor trial ranking, reaching 5th place. If Yuan Naya could break through and enter Qi refining 6th layer before the end of the True Inheritor trial, her ranking should be able to rise by one more spot. As for Guo, his progress was equally fast. At this moment, Guo felt his divine soul was extraordinarily condensed, as if something was budding. Guo knew this was a sign of about to condense divine sense. Now he only lacked an opportunity to condense divine sense, which only foundation establishment cultivators could possess, from his divine soul. Yuan Naya and Guo were able to make such great progress thanks to Chu Fifei's breakthrough from Qi refining early stage to Qi refining middle stage. Chu Fifei had now received a promise from the Hall of Law Enforcement Elder, enjoying the treatment of an inner sect disciple. She lacked no resources, and the change in talent brought about by her special physique in an excited state allowed Chu Fifei's cultivation speed to be no slower than Yuan Naya's. So, during one cultivation session, Chu Fifei's realm breakthrough, followed by an even richer unique fragrance eruption. Yuan Naya and Guo made such great progress during this fragrance eruption. Aside from the improvement in divine soul, Gumo's cultivation did not improve much, only from the initial Qi refining 6th layer to 6th layer perfection, being slightly stuck by the bottleneck between Qi refining middle stage and late stage. However, with Gumo's foundation, he should be able to break through in no time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Guo used all the sun essence he harvested daily to purchase upgraded plants. Looking at the plants he had accumulated over the past half year, Guo immediately felt a sense of peace. Just then, Guo froze slightly. A special fluctuation erupted from Gumo's glabella. In an instant, everything within a few hundred meters was within his sight. This is divine sense. After a moment of surprise, Gumo's eyes filled with joy. There will be more tonight. Divine sense is absolutely the most important ability for a cultivator. Only with divine sense can one read jade slips, and many powerful cultivation techniques and secret arts can only be recorded on jade slips. At the same time, divine sense is also a powerful means of investigation and perception. At this moment, everything within a radius of several hundred meters was clearly reflected in Gumo's mind. That kind of meticulous perception was as if Gumo had entered a brand new world, completely incomparable to observation with the naked eye. In addition, divine sense has many other wonderful uses. For example, an alchemist can use divine sense to observe the medicinal pill refining process, fine-tune the heat, and increase the success rate of alchemy. Also, Gumo is currently performing a Lingzi Master's plant perception. With the help of divine sense, he can see more spirit plant meridians. Some spirit plants, in addition to their external meridian maps, also have some hidden meridian maps. If a Lingzi Master can discover these hidden meridian maps, they can develop and transform the spirit plant to a deeper extent. And this is already a second-order Lingzi Master's technique. After all, only by stepping into foundation establishment can one condense divine sense, but Gumo has already condensed divine sense at the Qi refining 6th layer. This is not to say that he is unprecedented or unrepeatable, but he is certainly a rare existence. Is this the perspective of a foundation establishment cultivator? As his divine sense continuously swept around, Gumo now had a profound understanding of the power of a foundation establishment cultivator. Divine sense can not only assist in the 100 arts of cultivation, but it also provides a huge improvement in combat, especially when facing Qi refinement cultivators who have not condensed divine sense. The existence of divine sense is a dimensionality reduction strike. Therefore, although Gumo's cultivation is still at the Qi refining 6th layer, after condensing divine sense, even when facing a cultivation Qi completion realm, Gumo has an advantage because Gumo can directly lock onto the Qi refinement cultivator with his divine sense, and Gumo can easily see through the Qi refinement cultivator's attacks with the help of his divine sense. This is like fighting a blind person. Moreover, although Gumo's cultivation realm is only at the Qi refining 6th layer, the spiritual energy in his body is all the misty spiritual energy of the cultivation Qi completion realm. If he were to truly fight a cultivation Qi completion realm, Gumo would definitely be able to defeat him. The current Gumo can be considered half a foundation establishment cultivator. As long as Gumo liquefies the spiritual energy in his body, he will be a true foundation establishment cultivator. Suddenly, Gumo's thoughts churned. What if he now obtained a second-order spiritual field and, with the help of a second-order solar flower, directly liquefied the spiritual energy in his body? Would he then be considered a foundation establishment cultivator or a Qi refinement cultivator? If he were called a Qi refinement cultivator, Gumo would have already met all the standards of a foundation establishment cultivator, liquid spiritual energy and divine sense. But if Gumo were called a foundation establishment cultivator, his true cultivation realm would only be the Qi refinement stage. The more I think about this, the more exciting it gets. Gumo rubbed his head. To possess all the techniques of a foundation establishment cultivator while still in the Qi refinement stage made him feel incredibly excited. This was far more impressive than having several times the foundation of cultivators at the same stage. And to achieve this, Gumo needed to quickly acquire a second-order spiritual field. Coincidentally, the upcoming True Inheritor trial was an opportunity for Gumo to earn a lot of sect contribution points. If he could successfully push Yuan Naya to the position of True Inheritor, why would he worry about not having a second-order spiritual field? Speaking of which, the True Inheritor assessment should be almost over. With this in mind, Gumo got up and left the spiritual field, preparing to check the latest True Inheritor assessment rankings. At the same time, this should also be the final ranking for the first part of the True Inheritor assessment, which focused on potential and aptitude. Subsequent changes in the ranking would depend on the second part of the trial. Arriving at the sect plaza, a huge stone tablet had stood there for half a year, displaying the rankings of many inner sect disciples. As the final rankings were released, countless sect disciples crowded in front of the stone tablet, eager to get the latest information as soon as possible. This information could be sold for a good number of spirit stones in the market. The true inheritors of a large sect like Kinglo sect were also closely watched by the outside world. After all, these were the future core of the Kinglo sect. The aptitude and potential of these true inheritor seeds could even be said to represent the potential of the Kinglo sect itself. Gumo looked at the dense crowd in front of him and chose not to squeeze in, because there was no need. With a slight sweep of his divine sense, the information on the distant stone tablet became perfectly clear. The moment Gumo released his divine sense, a passing foundation establishment deacon's gaze involuntarily swept over, and then his eyes filled with confusion, because he did not see any other deacons nearby. That's strange. The foundation establishment deacon, having found nothing, swept his divine sense over the distant stone tablet and then drifted away. Whoosh! Seeing this, Gumo, standing outside the crowd, couldn't help but let out a long breath. When he released his divine sense, the outer sect and utility disciples present were completely unaware, but the foundation establishment deacon, who had also condensed divine sense, could perceive it. It seems I can't use divine sense to probe foundation establishment cultivators. Gumo secretly noted this down. With his Qi refining cultivation, he didn't know much about many aspects of foundation establishment. This was a case of his strength growing faster than his knowledge. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the communication jade talisman on Gumo's body vibrated. It was a message from Yuan Naya. Immediately, Gumo set off for the sect's mission hall. This mission hall was not the small mission hall on each peak, but rather the mission hall belonging to the entire sect. Tasks involving leaving the sect or foundation establishment level tasks all needed to be accepted here. The small mission halls on each peak could at most handle some tasks within their respective peak scope. And the true inheritor trial tasks could only be accepted at this mission hall. Yuan Naya asking Gumo to go to the mission hall was naturally for the true inheritor trial task. Inner sect disciples who successfully passed the first assessment now needed to draw their second trial assessment task. At the same time, the helpers sought by inner sect disciples also needed to register at the mission hall. I hope junior sister Yuan's luck is a bit bad, Gumo thought to himself on the way to the mission hall. Because the trial tasks were randomly drawn, this meant that if one was unlucky, they might draw some high difficulty tasks. But similarly, tasks of higher difficulty, when completed, would receive higher evaluations. Therefore, for those who truly had strength, they actually hoped for a bit of bad luck and to draw a high difficulty task, so they could widen the gap with other competitors. Yuan Naya clearly belonged to the strong group. After all, ranking 4th in the true inheritor aptitude and potential assessment was definitely impressive for Yuan Naya, who had only joined the sect a few years ago. In the past 6 months, Yuan Naya, with the help of Gumo and Chu Fifei, 2 major cultivation aids, had climbed from 6th place all the way to 4th, and her cultivation had also entered the chi refining 6th layer. Of course, if there hadn't been the example of He Xiaogang, Yuan Naya's achievements would have caused an even greater shock. Unfortunately, He Xiaogang, the latest inner sect disciple to join, had occupied the first position from the very beginning until the end. Such heaven-defying aptitude made many sect elders take notice, and some elders even regretted how they had given such a good seedling to the sect master at the time. If they had known this child was so extraordinary, they would have competed with the sect master. Compared to the astonishing talent of the 2 latest inner sect disciples, the performance of the other inner sect disciples was relatively ordinary. Of course, ordinary here doesn't mean bad, they all displayed their due potential and aptitude, but they didn't give the same unprecedented impact as He Xiaogang and Yuan Naya. Among them, one inner sect disciple, who was originally ranked 5th, actually dropped directly to 10th in this assessment. If he didn't have an outstanding performance in the upcoming True Inheritor trial, he would miss out on the True Inheritor position. And this inner sect disciple was naturally Yayuki. While others were desperately cultivating and increasing their foundation during the assessment, he, having already gone bankrupt, could only watch helplessly. He didn't even dare to let people know that he was penniless. If he were asked where all his resources went, it would be hard to explain. Junior brother Gumo, over here. When Gumo arrived at the mission hall, he immediately saw 2 beautiful and ethereal young women, one tall and one short, Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei. Congratulations, senior sister, on achieving such a good result of 4th place. Gumo said with a smile, congratulating her. Humph. Hearing Gumo's congratulations, Yuan Naya's brows showed a hint of smugness. This time, she had reached 4th place, and her master had praised her greatly. Of course, the help of Gumo and Chu Fifei was also indispensable. Without their help, Yuan Naya would not have been able to reach her current height. 4th in the True Inheritor assessment, although not in the top 3, was already an extremely high achievement. It was the 4th highest among all inner sect disciples of the entire Kinglo sect. Sister Naya, let's go draw a task quickly. If we're late, the good tasks will be snatched by other senior brothers and senior sisters. Seeing that Yuan Naya still wanted to show off a bit more in front of Gumo, Chu Fifei urged her helplessly. After not seeing Gumo for a few days, Chu Fifei always felt that Gumo had changed in some way. Although Gumo still appeared to have the hateful chi refining 2nd layer cultivation, Chu Fifei just felt that Gumo had become even more mysterious and unfathomable. Oh, right, let's go quickly. Read the error-free version on 169shu.com. Upon hearing this, Yuan Naya also reacted and immediately led Gumo and Chu Fifei into the mission hall. At this moment, many inner sect disciples had arrived in the mission hall. Their purpose, like Yuan Naya's, was to draw trial tasks. Similarly, many inner sect disciples brought some helpers with them. Very few inner sect disciples would choose to go it alone. The completion of a trial task wasn't just about going and fighting, it included collecting task information and finding task targets. If one person did all these tasks, it would waste a lot of time, but if there were 1 or 2 helpers, a lot of time could be saved, and the speed of task completion could also improve the evaluation. This could completely offset the reduction in evaluation caused by bringing assistance. Because the mission hall was filled with inner sect disciples participating in this trial, it was inevitable to encounter some acquaintances. Junior sister Yuan, congratulations. Yayuki looked at the approaching Yuan Naya, smiling gently. He seemed to have completely forgotten the previous unpleasantness. Humph. Yuan Naya glanced at Yayuki, ignoring him. This girl didn't understand anything about feigning civility. Yayuki's smile remained unchanged, and then his gaze turned to Chu Fifei and Gumo behind Yuan Naya. Yayuki had coveted Chu Fifei for a long time, but Gumo's appearance made Yayuki slightly stunned. This junior brother can gain junior sister Yuan's appreciation, he must be an extraordinary person. Yayuki had a benevolent appearance. If it were any other outer sect disciple, facing an inner sect disciple being so friendly, they would definitely feel extremely honored. Unfortunately, Gumo, who had now successfully condensed divine sense, had extremely powerful perception and could easily see the hidden killing intent beneath Yayuki's benevolent facade. Gu Mo was too lazy to bother with such a two-faced fellow. If this weren't the sex mission hall, but outside, Gu Mo might have directly made a move. With Gu Mo's current strength, he was fully capable of crushing the opponent. Gu Mo's indifference ignited a fire in Yayuki's heart. He could tolerate Yuan Naya ignoring him, after all, Yuan Naya's displayed potential gave her that right, but why should Gu Mo, an outer sect disciple at the Qi refining second layer, be like that? However, thinking that the two wouldn't live much longer, the anger in Yayuki's heart slowly dissipated. He cupped his hands and then turned to leave. TCH. Watching Yayuki leave, Yuan Naya pouted, then led the two to the counter to register Gu Mo and Chu Fifei, so that the two could participate in her trial task as assistants. Yao Leida. At the registration desk, Gu Mo saw an acquaintance, Yao Shifeng. Hearing the familiar address, Yao Shifeng turned and saw Gu Mo and Chu Fifei. I'm no longer your Leida. After a moment of absent-mindedness, Yao Shifeng slowly shook his head. Yao Shifeng knew a lot about Gu Mo and Chu Fifei, after all, collecting sect intelligence was one of his duties as young Lord He's attendant. But after that break-up meal back then, he and Gu Mo and the others had cut ties. Sigh. Seeing Yao Shifeng's distant attitude, Gu Mo sighed inwardly. For a moment, he lost the desire to continue the conversation. Senior Sister Yuan, are these two the helpers you recruited? In the silence, a young voice came, and then exclamations rang out around them. It was clear that the newcomer's identity was unusual. Someone with an unusual identity who called Yuan Naya senior sister meant that this person's identity was obvious. Because among the inner sect disciples, only He Xiaogang joined the sect later than Yuan Naya. Yes, junior brother He, have you recruited helpers? Seeing that it was He Xiaogang, Yuan Naya's tone carried some vigilance. After all, this person was a very strong competitor. Of course. He Xiaogang nodded. Yao Shifeng, who was registering there now, was his helper, responsible for collecting information and researching the task content for him. He Xiaogang found Yao Shifeng increasingly useful. This must be junior brother Gu Mo. After saying a few words to Yuan Naya, He Xiaogang's gaze involuntarily turned to Gu Mo. The main reason he came over to greet Yuan Naya was for Gu Mo. He Xiaogang also hadn't expected that Gu Mo, this chess piece, would become Yuan Naya's helper for this true inheritor trial. This was another surprise Gu Mo brought him, after being promoted to outer sect disciple and becoming a Lingzi master, and it was the biggest surprise. With Gu Mo as an inside man, the success rate of the plan to intercept Yuan Naya could at least increase to 90%. In this true inheritor assessment, Yuan Naya had climbed 2 ranks in just half a year. Her potential was too terrifying. If she were given a few more decades, she would definitely become a giant in the Qingluo sect. A disciple with such immense potential as Yuan Naya would undoubtedly be a huge obstacle to their future plans of dismantling the Qingluo sect. Therefore, eliminating these geniuses in advance was He Xiaogang's current mission. However, this true inheritor trial saw the sect implement unprecedented protective measures. Based on the intelligence he currently possessed, the sect would arrange for a foundation establishment stage deacon to secretly protect each disciple ranked high in the assessment. In addition, there was also a golden core elder skilled in escape overseeing the situation. If a foundation establishment deacon encountered danger they couldn't handle, they could send a message to the golden core elder for support. The Qingluo sect's preparations caught He Xiaogang off guard, because according to the intelligence he had gathered from previous true inheritor trials, there had never been such stringent protective measures. In previous true inheritor trials, the Qingluo sect still had a nascent soul cultivator overseeing it, so they naturally feared no danger. But times were different now, the Qingluo sect had lost its nascent soul old ancestor. If another true inheritor seed were to meet with an accident, the Qingluo sect would completely lose its future. Under such circumstances, the Qingluo sect would naturally strengthen the protection level for this true inheritor trial, especially for the top-ranked disciples. The increased protection level for the disciples participating in the true inheritor trial created a huge obstacle for He Xiaogang's interception plan. If he were to forcibly intercept, the cost would be significant, and it might even alert the enemy. Therefore, He Xiaogang could only abandon his large-scale interception plan and instead focus on the inner sect disciples with the greatest value. Yuan Naya was ranked first on He Xiaogang's interception list. However, the higher the ranking, the stronger the sect's protective forces, and the more difficult the interception. But when He Xiaogang discovered that Gu Mo had become Yuan Naya's assistant for this true inheritor trial, He Xiaogang almost burst out laughing. Having an insider by the target's side would drastically reduce the difficulty of this interception mission. Even if all other missions failed, as long as he could eliminate Yuan Naya, the target with the greatest potential, this plan would be considered a success. Greetings, senior brother He. He Xiaogang's sudden greeting surprised Gu Mo. Speaking of which, senior brother He had once invited him to become a follower, but Gu Mo had politely declined. He had thought he would offend this personal disciple of the sect master in the future, but it seemed senior brother He didn't care about the matter at all, and his words even conveyed a sense of closeness. I had originally wanted to invite junior brother Gu Mo to be my assistant for this true inheritor trial, but I didn't expect senior sister Yuan to beat me to it, He Xiaogang said with a smile. As soon as he spoke, the gazes of everyone around instantly turned to Gu Mo, curious about what kind of person he was to have received invitations from the two most popular prodigies in the sect. Junior brother He, senior sister still needs to draw a trial mission, so I'll take my leave first. Hearing He Xiaogang openly trying to poach someone, Yuan Naya was very displeased. Without giving Gu Mo time to reply, she pulled him and Chu Fifei away. Looking at the three leaving, He Xiaogang's smile remained. The more Yuan Nia valued Gu Mo, the smoother the subsequent interception plan would be. Sister Nia, what kind of mission is it? Chu Fifei asked Yuan Nia, who had returned after drawing the lot. Based on the mission's content, they could make appropriate preparations. Let's find a place to talk. Yuan Nia looked around, then headed to the quiet room in the mission hall, a place specifically for sect disciples to discuss mission details. He. Upon entering the quiet room, Yuan Nia's small face finally revealed a smile. It was clear that the drawing result was ideal. Without keeping them in suspense, Yuan Nia handed a small booklet to Gu Mo and Chu Fifei. This contained the true inheritor trial mission Yuan Nia had drawn. Is it a mission to eliminate evil cultivators? Gu Mo roughly scanned the booklet and understood the mission's objective. It stated that in recent years, evil cultivators had been appearing in some remote villages and towns in the mortal world, slaughtering mortals on a large scale to cultivate evil arts. The Kinglo sect had sent many disciples to eradicate them, but had always been unsuccessful. However, once the eradication disciples left, those evil cultivators would continue their crimes. The inability to capture those evil cultivators several times greatly angered the Kinglo sect. During this period, cultivators at the Cultivation Chi completion realm, and even Foundation establishment cultivators, had been dispatched, but they still failed to apprehend the targets. However, those evil cultivators had been dormant for a period since then, and recently they had started their activities again. The sect had listed this troublesome mission as a true inheritor trial mission. This should be considered a relatively high difficulty mission in the true inheritor trial. However, higher difficulty also means a higher evaluation upon completion. For powerful inner sect disciples, challenging missions are what they desire, otherwise how could ordinary missions showcase their strength? Junior brother Gu Mo, Fifei, when the time comes, you'll see senior sister pummel those evil cultivators. Yuan Nia clenched her small fist. This kind of combat mission clearly suited her taste. However, in Gu Mo's opinion, finding the evil cultivator was the key to this mission. The sect had sent several waves of people but failed to find those evil cultivators, which clearly indicated that these evil cultivators had strong intelligence capabilities, and perhaps even an insider within the sect. Thinking of an insider, Gu Mo's heart sank slightly. He thought of the evil cultivator who had been targeting him, who seemed to be hidden within the sect. If this mission was related to the evil cultivator hidden in the sect, then the difficulty of this mission would be higher than imagined. However, Gu Mo was no longer the small utility disciple he once was. Having condensed his divine sense, cultivators below Foundation establishment could no longer threaten him. Even Foundation establishment cultivators, as long as Gu Mo had some preparation, he would not fear them. As for Golden Core, Gu Mo did not believe that the hidden evil cultivator would be a Golden Core cultivator. It would be almost impossible for an evil cultivator of that realm to hide in a large sect like the Kinglo sect. Even a Foundation establishment late stage or great perfection cultivator would find it very difficult. At most, they would be in the Foundation establishment early or middle stage. With this thought, Gu Mo's heart settled slightly. This was the confidence brought by strength. However, Gu Mo still reminded Yuan Nia to not be careless. Subsequently, the three began to discuss the mission plan. Meanwhile, Gu Mo's Ling Tian, a middle-aged cultivator in utility disciple attire with an ordinary appearance, silently arrived outside the Ling Tian. He glanced at the formation covering the Ling Tian, smiled disdainfully, and then stepped directly inside. The formation Gu Mo had set up in the Ling Tian was just a relatively ordinary first-order formation, and it was also set up using a formation plate, making it even less effective than a formation directly set up by a formation master. A truly good formation requires a formation master to make subtle adjustments according to the terrain to achieve its maximum divine might. A fixed formation template like a formation plate obviously cannot achieve this. However, a formation set up with a formation plate is actually sufficient to defend against ordinary chi refining cultivators, but if a Foundation establishment cultivator were to arrive, the formation's effectiveness would be very limited. It was clear that the intruding middle-aged cultivator was not a chi refining cultivator. Only Foundation establishment cultivators who had condensed divine sense could find the subtle flaws in a formation plate's setup and thus easily break it. It's quite well done. The middle-aged cultivator passed through the formation, looked at the Ling Tian's condition, and nodded. He had come this time to issue new orders to Gu Mo. As for the method, he chose the same as before, directly placing the order in the target's room. He liked this method because it would make the target feel awe. If he could silently infiltrate your room, he could also silently make you disappear. The middle-aged cultivator strode towards the Ling Tian cabin, not noticing an inconspicuous small round-headed stick on the ground ahead. Click. When the middle-aged cultivator stepped on the small round-headed stick on the ground, he was startled, and then a strong sense of terror surged into his heart. It was the perception of danger as a Foundation establishment cultivator. Almost instinctively, the middle-aged cultivator quickly retreated. Rumble. Just then, the ground exploded, and everything within a 3-meter radius was annihilated, including one hand and one leg of the middle-aged cultivator that he failed to pull back. Ah! His arm and leg were instantly annihilated, and the pain made the middle-aged cultivator cry out in agony. At the same time, a sense of fear also arose in his heart. He didn't understand what had just happened. The explosion, which seemed to have a small range, actually directly annihilated his limbs. If it weren't for his dangerous intuition making him instinctively retreat, then it wouldn't have been just one hand and one leg that were annihilated, but his entire person. He was a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Although he wasn't a body cultivator, his physical body strength wouldn't be bad at his realm. But facing the explosion just now, he had no power to resist at all. Without hesitation, the middle-aged cultivator stumbled and ran towards the outside of the Lingtian. As for his original mission, he had completely forgotten it. His life was on the line, so how could he have any thoughts about anything else? In fact, if he were caught by people from the Kinglo sect, then the entire plan might be exposed. Just as the middle-aged cultivator moved, his intuition told him that there was still danger. What is it? The middle-aged cultivator's gaze swept around, and then he saw a verdant spiritual energy beam suddenly shoot out from the Lingtian, and that spiritual energy beam emitted the divine might of the foundation establishment stage. Subconsciously, the middle-aged cultivator wanted to dodge, but he forgot that he was missing one hand and one leg at this moment, and his movements were greatly restricted. He simply couldn't dodge this spiritual energy beam, which had the power to reach foundation establishment. Bang! The verdant spiritual energy beam struck the middle-aged cultivator, directly sending him flying. At this moment, a fish head emerged from the Lingtian water and spat out a water arrow at the middle-aged cultivator in mid-air. The water arrow's power was ordinary and couldn't break through the middle-aged cultivator's foundation establishment stage physique, but it changed the middle-aged cultivator's landing spot. Coincidentally, below the middle-aged cultivator's new landing spot, there was another potato mine, and it was also second order. This was one of Gumo's savings from the past 6 months, which he planned to use to display his divine might in Yuan Nia's true inheritor trial mission. It's over. As his body landed, the middle-aged cultivator heard a familiar click. The next moment, his heart was filled with despair. He couldn't understand why a simple mission of delivering orders would result in this. He had clearly used his divine sense to probe the surroundings and found nothing unusual, so why were there such terrifyingly powerful things? Why? Rumble. Accompanied by another explosion, the middle-aged cultivator's body was directly annihilated in the explosion, leaving no trace. A foundation establishment cultivator intruded into Gumo's Lingtian, but ended up without even a corpse. This was enough to prove the danger of Gumo's lair. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Not long after the middle-aged cultivator was blown to death, 3 streaks of sword light sped over. It was precisely Gumo and the 2 others who were originally in the mission hall. When the middle-aged cultivator intruded, Gumo had received the news through his contract with Little Carp, and then Gumo rushed over without stopping. Upon entering the Lingtian, Gumo only saw 2 large pits. As for the intruder, he had already disappeared. Arriving at the field's edge, Little Carp immediately swam over and told Gumo what had happened. Although Little Carp's intelligence was not enough for it to describe it very clearly, Gumo understood the general idea. Gumo guessed that this intruder was very likely the evil cultivator who had infiltrated his room several times before. It seemed that the previous successful infiltrations made him take it for granted, or perhaps the other party hadn't expected that Gumo, a small chi refining cultivator, would possess such a thing that could instantly kill a foundation establishment cultivator. Furthermore, once a potato mine is buried, it can block a cultivator's divine sense perception, making it very easy to fall victim if one is careless. However, even so, the other party triggered 2 second-order potato mines and took 1 hit from a second-order pea shooter before being eliminated. This was enough to prove that this infiltrator was extraordinary. Well done. Knowing that it was Little Carp who gave the final push to eliminate the intruder, Gumo did not hesitate to praise it. However, with Yuan Nia and Chu Fifei present, Gumo found it inconvenient to reward Little Carp with Sun Essence and could only give it to him later. Junior brother Gumo, did someone break in? Yuan Nia asked, looking at the 2 large pits in the Lingtian. Yes, but there were no losses. The person must have been scared away. Gumo nodded, not revealing the true situation. This matter involved an evil cultivator, and Gumo didn't know if the other party had accomplices. He planned to handle it discreetly. Since the person was already gone without a trace, Gumo pretended not to know anything. Yuan Nia didn't suspect anything. After all, those 2 3-meter diameter pits were too misleading. In Yuan Nia's opinion, these should be explosive traps set by Gumo, with a power level only equivalent to the chi refining first or second layer, truly only enough to scare people. Yuan Nia would never have thought that these 2 3-meter pits had directly annihilated a foundation establishment cultivator. Gumo, let me strengthen your formation. Chu Fifei spoke. She was now a formation master and could completely rearrange the formation for Gumo. Okay. Gumo nodded. The formation in his Lingtian indeed needed an upgrade. Although there were potato mines and pea shooters guarding it, these were meant as a last resort. If a formation could directly block people outside, that would naturally be the best option. Main peak. He Xiaogang's eyes were slightly closed. At this moment, he was contemplating how to use his identity to cause more losses to the Kinglo sect during this true inheritor trial. Among them, his first consideration was how to use Gumo, this chess piece, to eliminate Yuan Nia, the most promising true inheritor seed. He should have received the order by now. He Xiaogang slowly opened his eyes. Junior brother, something isn't right. At this moment, the middle-aged steward who had been following He Xiaogang walked over with a solemn expression. What's wrong? Seeing the other party's expression, He Xiaogang couldn't help but sit up straight. I can't contact junior brother Zhao anymore. The middle-aged steward's voice was filled with worry. This time, only 3 people from their sect successfully entered the Kinglo sect, himself, He Xiaogang, and that junior brother Zhao in the miscellaneous disciple area. All the utility disciple pawns in He Xiaogang's hands, including Gumo, were developed by this junior brother Zhao in the miscellaneous disciple area. They were very important members in the plan to dismantle the Qingluo sect this time. How could the sudden disappearance of an important member not cause worry? What if junior brother Zhao was caught by a passing golden core elder of the Qingluo sect? Even if they had restrictions in their divine souls and weren't afraid of soul searching, as long as the Qingluo sect became aware of an infiltration, they would surely strengthen their vigilance. This would increase the difficulty of implementing the subsequent plan to dismantle the Qingluo sect, and might even cause the entire plan to go awry. Didn't I tell him to give that Gumo the order? How could he be unreachable? Upon hearing that an important member was missing, He Xiaogang's expression also turned serious. Suddenly, a thought flashed through He Xiaogang's mind, could it be Gumo's doing, deliberately attracting the attention of the Qingluo sect? But then He Xiaogang immediately felt his idea was too ridiculous. Gumo's handle, and even his life, were in his hands. Where would he get the courage to resist? This should be an accident that happened while he was on his way to deliver the order to Gumo. I will investigate this matter. That junior brother Zhao was a foundation establishment cultivator. Such a cultivator would not disappear silently. Even if he ran into a golden core elder of the Qingluo sect and was captured, there would be relevant internal intelligence. As a direct disciple of the sect master, he was fully qualified to review this intelligence. Therefore, he only needed to wait a moment to know the exact situation. If the problem wasn't serious, he could still find a way to get him out. Someone sent to infiltrate the Qingluo sect as an undercover agent would definitely not expose themselves so easily. He might have been called away for questioning about something else. However, with junior brother Zhao, who was supposed to transmit instructions to Gumo, missing, Gumo wouldn't receive the instructions. How could he then cooperate in intercepting Yuan Nia? Given the current situation, He Xiaogang clearly couldn't send anyone to give Gumo instructions anymore. It seems I can only look for an opportunity after leaving the sect. Unable to give Gumo the coordinating instructions, He Xiaogang would not, however, stop the plan to intercept Yuan Nia. This true inheritor trial was the best opportunity to weaken the Qingluo sect's future potential, missing it meant there wouldn't be another chance. Within the Qingluo sect, He Xiaogang had limited resources at his disposal, but once he left the Qingluo sect, he also had the support of a nascent soul-level sect behind him. At worst, he would send a few more foundation establishment fellow disciples to forcibly kill her. No matter how strong Yuan Nia's potential was, she was currently only a chi refining cultivator. One foundation establishment cultivator would be enough to kill her, but sending a few more would be safer. After all, a prodigy like Yuan Nia would have many life-saving magic treasures, and this true inheritor trial also had a foundation establishment steward secretly protecting her. Of course, if possible, He Xiaogang still wanted to contact Gumo and have him cooperate. This would lead to a higher success rate and the lowest cost. Gumo, try it out. Chu Fifei handed the jade talisman controlling the formation to Gumo. This time, she had set up 3 formations in Gumo's Ling Rice field. The outermost one was a concealment formation, which could hide the aura in the Ling Rice field. Next was a defensive formation custom-made by Chu Fifei for Gumo. The core of the formation was a large nut. Chu Fifei had seen this strange plant before, but the nut Gumo took out this time looked harder than the last one. Chu Fifei's feeling was not wrong, because this time Gumo took out a first-order, top-grade, nut. With the defensive formation, it could at least withstand a full-strength blow from a foundation establishment cultivator. Although it was only one blow, it was already enough, because this was inside the sect. If a foundation establishment cultivator attacked with full strength, the commotion would definitely alert the strong cultivators within the sect. In fact, Gumo had more than one first-order, top-grade, nut on him. He could have used all of them to set up an even stronger defensive formation, which would have made its power reach a terrifying level. However, Gumo was going to assist Yuan Nia in completing the true inheritor trial, so for safety's sake, he naturally had to keep some nuts on him. If he encountered a dangerous situation, he could have Chu Fifei use the nuts to set up a formation, and rely on the powerful defense of the nut array to wait for the sect's support. The last formation was an illusion formation, used to conceal the plants in Gumo's Ling Rice field. Combined with the outermost formation that concealed the aura, it could effectively protect the secrets of Gumo's Ling Rice field. Because these formations were all set up by Chu Fifei, a formation master, in conjunction with the surrounding environment, their power and effect were much stronger than using a formation plate. Not bad, not bad. Gumo tried the 3 formations and nodded in satisfaction. With these 3 formations protecting him, Gumo felt he could continue to increase the number of sunflowers after returning from this mission. After activating all 3 formations, Gumo instructed Little Carp to guard the house and manage the daily affairs of the Ling Rice field. Little Carp's major achievement level small cloud rain technique was more than enough to care for the water spirit rice. In addition, Gumo also left a second-order pea shooter and a first-order potato mine as final trump cards. The last time that intruding foundation establishment evil cultivator was blown to death, Gumo didn't know if the other party had any accomplices or if they would come again, so necessary precautions were still needed. After the Ling Rice field matters were arranged, Gumo and Chu Fifei both flew on their swords towards the market. The little rich girl, Yuan Nia, was currently purchasing supplies for this trip in the market. You're finally here. Look at the guide I prepared. Seeing Gumo and Chu Fifei, Yuan Nia quickly showed off her treasure. Gumo originally thought that the guide Yuan Nia mentioned earlier would be an experienced cultivator, but unexpectedly, Yuan Nia took out a jade slip. Hehe, this is a good thing. Seeing Gu Mo and Chu Fifei's puzzled expressions, Yu and Naya injected spiritual power into the jade slip. The jade slip emitted a faint light, and then a map appeared. There was also a red dot on the map, and a few words next to the red dot, Kinglo Sect Market. This was actually a map, and it came with navigation. This was definitely a must-have for beginners traveling. According to Yu and Naya, this jade slip could not only navigate, but also marked a lot of information, such as where there were markets, where Yao beasts appeared, which force this area belonged to, and so on. With this jade slip guiding them, this trip would definitely reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. Unfortunately, this jade slip was not for sale, otherwise, Gu Mo would have wanted to get one too. This jade slip was given to Yu and Naya by her golden core master. Much of the information on it was recorded by her master during his travels when he was young. At the same time, the jade slip itself was also a high-grade magical artifact, possessing certain investigative functions. If a powerful demon approached, it would be displayed on the jade slip. It wasn't just demons, even cultivators, if they didn't conceal their spiritual power fluctuations, would be detected. However, cultivators generally conceal their aura when traveling, and only demons would recklessly release their aura. You two go find an inn. I also need to prepare some things for the trip. While marveling at Yu and Naya's jade slip, Gu Mo greeted the two women and walked towards Go Yu's wine shop. For this true inheritor trial, in addition to accumulating plants, Gu Mo also had Go Yu acquire some disguise and appearance-altering items in the market. When traveling outside, concealing one's appearance and whereabouts was definitely a way to improve the safety of the journey. Brother Gu Mo, everything you asked for is here. Seeing Gu Mo arrive, Go Yu quickly presented the items he had prepared earlier. Thanks, old brother Go. Gu Mo took the package and didn't linger, heading directly to rendezvous with Yu and Naya and Chu Fifei. In the inn room, Gu Mo took out the contents of the package. Inside were a first-order disguise technique and some tools for disguise. It was a bit of a pity that this disguise technique wasn't a secret art, it was just a rather ordinary first-order spell. It achieved its disguise effect by subtly adjusting facial muscles. Because it could only make minor adjustments to the face, encountering acquaintances would still give people a sense of familiarity. This level of disguise was actually sufficient for daily travel, but Gu Mo, in pursuit of perfection, had also prepared some other auxiliary tools. If he could obtain a secret art level disguise technique, he wouldn't need extra assistance to achieve a perfectly seamless effect. However, this first-order disguise technique wasn't without its advantages. It was relatively easy to learn. With the comprehension abilities of Gu Mo and the two women, they would quickly master and apply it. For an error-free version, check out 169SHUBA. About a few hours later, a man and two women, three seemingly ordinary loose cultivators, left the market. The market was bustling with people every day, and the departure of the three loose cultivators did not attract anyone's attention. However, this did not include Guang. As Yu and Naya's hidden protector and examiner for this trial, he was constantly monitoring her movements. Did that male cultivator change? Guang looked at the three figures in the distance. The disguises of Yu and Naya and Chu Fifei were completely useless in front of him, a foundation establishment cultivator. Only the young man made Guang feel a bit unfathomable. With his disguise technique and breath concealment technique, Gu Mo's set of disguises was enough to fool a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Although Chu Fifei had also learned the breath concealment technique, her entry-level breath concealment technique could not hide her from a cultivator one major realm above her. To confirm whether Yu and Naya had changed people midway, Guang prepared to investigate with his divine sense. This was simply taking advantage of the three chi refining youngsters in the distance who hadn't condensed divine sense. If facing a foundation establishment cultivator, using divine sense to probe the opponent was no different from rushing forward and slapping them. Gu Mo, who was walking forward, suddenly paused and glanced behind him. Just now, he had felt a probe from a divine sense. It should be the protector arranged by the sect, Gu Mo quickly realized, because that divine sense had no hostility. Considering Yu and Naya's rank of 4, it didn't seem strange for the sect to send a protector. What's going on? Gu Mo's reaction startled Guang. A chi refining cultivator shouldn't be able to detect divine sense, but Gu Mo's reaction was as if he had noticed his divine sense probe. How could this be? In his surprise, Guang released his divine sense again to investigate. This time, the young man seemed to have no reaction. Seeing this, Guang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it must have just been a coincidence earlier. However, Guang always felt that the young man was a bit strange, but he couldn't pinpoint why. It was quite rare for a chi refining cultivator to give him such a feeling. Gu Mo, what's wrong? Chu Fifei, walking alongside Gu Mo, noticed the change in Gu Mo's expression and quietly asked. Neither she nor Yu and Naya had detected the divine sense probe that had just swept over them, so they naturally hadn't noticed the foundation establishment stage protector following behind them. Nothing. Gu Mo shook his head. He didn't plan to tell the two about the sect protector following them, as it would greatly reduce the effectiveness of the trial. And that foundation establishment cultivator behind them would probably only act when Yu and Naya was in danger. As for Gu Mo and Chu Fifei, it would likely depend on the situation. At the very least, they were not the highest priority targets for rescue. Yu and Naya, the true inheritor seed ranked 4th in the true inheritor assessment, was. Junior brother Gu Mo, walking like this is too slow. Let's fly on our swords. After walking for a while, Yu and Naya couldn't hold back anymore. Alright. Gu Mo nodded. The reason he walked earlier was just to see if anyone was tailing them. As expected, someone was following, but it was the protector sent by the sect. The three of them, Guang, transformed into 3 streaks of sword light and disappeared into the sky. At this moment, Guang, who had been hiding in the shadows, appeared, his expression filled with approval. This wasn't the first time he had acted as a protector. He had seen many novices who, after leaving the sect, would fly directly on their swords without checking if they were being followed or watched. Of course, the reason they were tracked was also because those novices were too high profile. Even if you were a sect disciple, once you left the sect, if there was an opportunity, those loose cultivators would really make a move. Those loose cultivators would fight over a few spirit stones, let alone sect disciples who were full of treasures. At worst, they would do one job and then flee far away. And Guang and the 2 women were very good, they knew to disguise themselves, which naturally reduced the risk of being watched and followed. After waiting for a moment, Guang concealed his figure, preparing to follow Guang and the 2 women. Suddenly, Guang's mind became hazy. Guang frowned at this sudden change, but because he still had a mission, Guang didn't investigate further. His figure transformed into a stream of light and chased in the direction where Guang and the 2 women had disappeared. It's done. Just then, a figure walked out, looking at Guang, who was standing still, a smile on his face. Pulling a cultivator of the same realm into an illusion was not an easy task. If the sect hadn't bestowed him with an illusion-type magic treasure, it would have been impossible to do it so easily. The target protector has been taken down. The figure took out a formation plate and set up a concealment formation, enveloping himself in Guang, who was trapped in the illusion, to avoid being discovered. At the same time, he sent a message to the others, instructing them to proceed with the subsequent interception. After sending the message, the figure couldn't help but speculate about the value of this target. The greater the value of the target they intercepted, the higher the reward they would ultimately receive. Unfortunately, they hadn't received specific intelligence on this true inheritor trial target, otherwise, they could have directly gone to intercept a high-value target. Although He Xiaogang planned to intercept several top-ranked true inheritor seeds of the Qingluo sect, when the plan was actually implemented, He Xiaogang realized that he simply couldn't track their movements. After all, when those true inheritor seeds accepted their missions, when they would depart and from where were all unknowns. He Xiaogang didn't even know what missions those true inheritor seeds accepted, because the missions were randomly drawn, let alone He Xiaogang, even the sect's high-level officials didn't know who accepted which mission. This was clearly also a form of protection by the Qingluo sect for disciples undergoing external trials. Facing this situation, He Xiaogang had no choice but to restart the previously abandoned comprehensive interception plan. He had already arranged for members of the assassination organization formed by his sect to lie in ambush outside the Qingluo sect. As soon as they saw a Qingluo sect disciple with a Dao protector following them, they would act, first trapping the target's Dao protector, and then sending people to kill the target. As for directly killing the Dao protector, that was clearly not an option at this moment. The sudden death of a Dao protector would definitely cause a violent reaction from the Qingluo sect, which would lead to the failure of the interception plan. Using an illusion to control the target's Dao protector could avoid being discovered by the Qingluo sect. Although after a long time, the Qingluo sect would still become aware, by then they would have already dealt with the target. Similarly, if too many disciples participating in the true inheritor trial were killed or injured, it would also alert the Qingluo sect, but He Xiaogang could only cast a wide net, trying his best to intercept more disciples participating in the true inheritor trial before the Qingluo sect reacted. If he was lucky enough to find those true inheritor seeds, he would send more people to focus on hunting them down, ensuring they were eliminated. Why isn't that Dao protector following? Guang, who was flying, subconsciously turned his head to look behind him. The purpose of the Dao protector was to protect them, so logically, he shouldn't be far away, otherwise, in case of an accident, he might not be able to provide support in time. Of course, he couldn't be too close either, the other party should maintain a distance outside the Qi refinement cultivator's perception range. But for Guang, who had already condensed his divine sense, this range was actually quite close. Theoretically, Guang could perceive the presence of that Dao protector. However, at this moment, Guang didn't find anyone, which made him feel something was wrong. The sect's Dao protector wouldn't be slacking off at a time like this, would he? After thinking for a moment, Guang released his divine sense, and then his expression tightened, because he sensed several Qi refinement late-stage figures approaching, one of whom even had the cultivation Qi completion realm. Logically, this was no longer the Qingluo sect's sect, so it was normal for people to pass by, but Guang felt killing intent from these people, which clearly meant they were coming for them. Quickly, run! Guang transmitted his voice to Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei. Hearing this, the 2 women were startled. Although they didn't know the reason, trusting Guang, they immediately fully activated their sword control art. Instantly, the magical artifact swords beneath their feet transformed into a grand light and shot away. We've been discovered. Seeing this, the several Qi refinement cultivators behind them were shocked. They were clearly outside the opponent's perception range, so why were they discovered? Without time to think, they quickly gave chase. Someone! As the assassins behind them pursued at full speed, Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei also immediately noticed them. Feeling the aura of the figures behind them, Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei both had very solemn expressions. The weakest of the pursuers were Qi refinement late stage. Yuan Naya was confident she could defeat a Qi refinement late-stage enemy by fighting above her realm, but there was also a cultivation chi completion realm behind them, which was beyond Yuan Naya's ability to contend with. Are there no foundation establishment cultivators? Could they have been lured away by that Dao protector? Gumo's divine sense probed the surroundings. He didn't pay much attention to the chi refinement stage assassins chasing them. For him, who had condensed divine sense, dealing with these people was a dimensionality reduction attack. What Gumo was worried about was whether there would be any foundation establishment stage enemies among them. Thinking of the suddenly disappeared Dao protector, Gumo felt that the enemy's foundation establishment cultivator should have been lured away by that Dao protector. In that case, junior brother Gumo, why aren't you moving? Seeing Gumo suddenly stop, Yuan Naya asked hurriedly. If we don't deal with these tails, we can't keep hiding, can we? Gumo pointed at the assassins who were rapidly approaching. That's true, but the enemy is too strong, we can't defeat them. Yuan Naya understood the reasoning, but their strength wasn't enough. Leave that cultivation chi completion realm to me. Can senior sister handle the others? Gumo asked. You underestimate your senior sister too much. Yuan Naya glared at Gumo, then worriedly said, Junior brother Gumo, that's a cultivation chi completion realm, you. Compared to Yuan Naya's worry, Chu Fifei had already started setting up a formation. Based on her understanding of Gumo, as long as he said it, no matter how outrageous, trusting him was enough. They've stopped. Seeing the targets stop, the chasing assassins were overjoyed. Then, they saw the formation set up by Chu Fifei. With the help of a formation plate, Chu Fifei completed an illusion formation in an extremely short time. Charge in. The leading cultivation chi completion realm saw that it was just a first-order illusion formation and unhesitatingly led his people in. Their strength held an absolute advantage, and this small illusion formation couldn't compensate for it. Hesitation, on the other hand, might allow the targets to escape again. Seeing those assassins rush into the illusion formation, Gumo put his two fingers together, and sharp Jengjin sword chi burst forth. Although Gumo had a medium-grade magical artifact sword in his hand, in terms of lethality, his mist-form spiritual power combined with the proficient little Jengjin sword art was still stronger. If there wasn't that cultivation chi completion realm among the enemies, Gumo would have chosen to use his magical artifact sword, which would save some spiritual power. But since there was a cultivation chi completion realm among the enemies, Gumo had to go all out. What? Feeling the sharp edge bursting from Gumo's fingertips, Yuan Naya was startled. From this sword chi, Yuan Naya felt the aura that only senior brothers in the cultivation chi completion realm possessed. But Gumo was clearly. Don't get distracted. Gumo reminded her, then quickly rushed out. With the help of Chu Fifei's illusion formation, the enemies did not know Gumo's current situation. Puff, puff, puff. The sharp sword chi swept across, and several chi refinement late-stage assassins were directly killed. Under Gumo's divine sense lock, those chi refinement cultivators simply couldn't dodge Gumo's attacks, and their attacks, in Gumo's divine sense perception, were as slow as snails and full of flaws, unable to hit Gumo at all. Leaving one chi refinement late-stage assassin for Yuan Naya, Gumo flashed and appeared before the cultivation chi completion realm assassin. What's going on? The cultivation chi completion realm assassin was shocked to realize his companions had suddenly died, but he quickly reacted, concluding that the target must have used a life-saving method. He had anticipated this, and those chi refinement late-stage assassins were even meant to exhaust the target's life-saving methods. Now that the target's life-saving trump card was used up, he was doomed. However, just as the cultivation chi completion realm assassin had this thought, a strong sense of alarm suddenly rose in his heart, and then a sharp sword chi appeared in his eyes. Instinctively, the great perfection assassin tried to dodge, but that sword chi was like a maggot attached to bone, locking onto him tightly, leaving him nowhere to hide. At that moment, the scene of him sparring with the Sex Foundation establishment deacon flashed in his mind. That feeling of being locked by divine sense was exactly the same as now. You are a founda. The great perfection assassin looked at Gumo behind the sword chi in horror, but the other party was clearly only a chi refining second layer. After a moment of shock, the great perfection assassin quickly displayed the ruthlessness of an assassin. He directly abandoned all defense, gathered his strongest strike, and blasted towards Gumo. Unfortunately, under Gumo's divine sense, the assassin's attack was still too slow. This was a dimensionality reduction attack based on realm. If the opponent had used all his spiritual power for defense, Gumo might not have been able to do anything to him for a while. After all, Gumo possessed divine sense that only foundation establishment cultivators had, but his spiritual power was only at the great perfection mist form level, and Gumo's true cultivation was chi refining 6th layer, so his total spiritual power was slightly inferior to a true cultivation chi completion realm. In this situation, Gumo would need some effort to break through the opponent's defense, but this person actually gave up defense directly, which gave Gumo a chance for a one-hit kill. Dodging the opponent's desperate strike, Gumo's sharp sword chi at his fingertip pierced the great perfection assassin's throat, then lightly sliced, directly beheading the great perfection assassin. Ah! At the same time, a scream came from behind, and Yuan Naya also successfully killed a chi refinement late-stage assassin. At this point, the three of them successfully resolved this interception. Gumo didn't feel anything unusual about killing for the first time. After all, as a cultivator who had condensed divine sense, his powerful divine soul could control his body very well, so there was no feeling of nausea or wanting to vomit. Similarly, Yuan Naya didn't feel any discomfort about killing for the first time, instead, her eyes were filled with excitement. Normally, Yuan Naya would have boasted about defeating a Qi refinement late-stage enemy by fighting above her realm, but when she saw the Cultivation Qi completion realm assassin beheaded by Gu Mo and those several Qi refinement late-stage assassins, her excited expression instantly calmed down. At that moment, Yuan Naya felt that her talent, which she had always been proud of, was severely trampled by Gu Mo. Damn it, junior brother Gu Mo, you really tricked me badly. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Naya glared fiercely at Gu Mo, using this to alleviate the shock in her heart. Equally shocked was Chu Fifei. As the controller of the illusion formation, she had personally witnessed Gu Mo's beheading. No, it should be instant killing of these assassins. With such terrifying combat power, Chu Fifei suspected whether Gu Mo was already a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Only a Foundation Establishment cultivator could slaughter a Cultivation Qi completion realm as if killing a small chicken, right? Hurry up and get to work, let's see where these people came from. Gu Mo smiled and didn't explain. After all, his situation was not easy to explain, and if he covered it with lies, he would need more lies to compensate later, which was too troublesome. Of course, this was limited to Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei, two trustworthy friends. If it were others, Gu Mo would still hold back even if he were to display his strength. If someone asked, he would say that he received a reward of spirit pills from the sect master, which allowed his cultivation to improve so quickly. Right, right. Seeing that Gu Mo had no intention of explaining, Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei also did not ask, merely suppressing the shock in their hearts. At this moment, they clearly had more important things to do. Having just left not long ago and already encountering an interception, they definitely needed to investigate thoroughly. Once they found the mastermind, they would let the sect's powerful cultivators come knocking. Although the Kinglo sect had declined, it was not a force that any random power could intercept. Unfortunately, these assassins were very professional and had no valuable clues on them. However, they did pick up a few medium-grade or high-grade magical artifacts of unknown origin, which could barely be considered a gain. Gathering the assassins' corpses, Gu Mo raised his hand and cast a little flame wave, burning them to ashes, turning them into nutrients to nourish this land. After dealing with the assassins, there were two choices before the three of them. One was to continue the True Inheritor mission, and the other was to abandon the mission and call for help. As for returning directly, that option was directly rejected by Gu Mo. He remembered that the Dao protector following the three had disappeared, indicating that this interception mission involved a Foundation Establishment cultivator. If they went back, who knew if they would run into a battle between two Foundation Establishment cultivators? Unless that Dao protector appeared, otherwise, the risk of turning back now was very high. It would be better to just let Yuan Naya use a communication talisman to call for strong cultivators from the sect to meet them. Of course, the final choice was in Yuan Naya's hands. After all, this was her true inheritor trial. If she abandoned the mission, Yuan Naya had a chance of failing to be selected as a true disciple. Gu Mo knew very well what being a true disciple meant. It was an opportunity to break through to Golden Core. The Kinglo sect would grant every true disciple resources to condense a Golden Core. What an opportunity that was! Gu Mo, I want to become a true disciple, I want to become stronger. Yuan Naya gazed at Gu Mo, I know that continuing might lead to more danger, but I don't want to give up. Yuan Naya's answer was as always, this was her obsession with becoming stronger. If Yuan Naya was about to say that if they encountered danger, Gu Mo could take Chu Fifei and leave first, but Gu Mo directly interrupted her. Then let's continue the mission. Since Yuan Naya had made her choice, Gu Mo would accompany her to the end. This mission also concerned whether Gu Mo could gather enough contributions to exchange for a second-order spiritual field. He tallied his assets in the black mist space. As long as they didn't directly run into a Foundation Establishment cultivator, given him some preparation time, even if a Foundation Establishment cultivator came, he could handle it. What Gu Mo had just displayed was only his own strength, but Gu Mo's strongest assets were the plants in his possession. After making the decision, Chu Fifei put away the formation. This battle ended very quickly, and with Chu Fifei's formation providing cover, Gu Mo felt that no one should have noticed. As for the organization behind the assassins, even if they found out, they would probably have already fled far away. Why is there no news after so long? The Foundation Establishment cultivator who was controlling Guang looked at the communication jade slip in his hand, his brows tightly furrowed. Intercepting 3 Qi refinement cultivators shouldn't take that long. The longer the time, the higher the possibility of the target breaking free from the illusion, so the action had to be quick. But with no news from the communication jade slip, he couldn't act rashly, lest this interception operation fail. Just as the Foundation Establishment cultivator was distracted checking the communication jade slip, Guang, whose eyes were dull, instantly became fierce, and then violent spiritual power erupted from Guang's body. Oh no! Feeling the violent spiritual energy erupting from Guang, the Foundation Establishment cultivator was greatly alarmed. The opponent had actually broken free from the illusion without his awareness, and seized his moment of divided soul to launch the fiercest attack. Boom! With Guang's full power unleashed, everything within a 100-meter radius was instantly torn apart, and the Foundation Establishment cultivator was caught off guard and severely injured. Without hesitation, the Foundation Establishment cultivator turned and fled. Guang, being assigned as a Dao protector for a true inheritor trial disciple, definitely possessed strength that made him a top-tier cultivator among those of the same rank. Fortunately, that Foundation Establishment cultivator was also a Foundation Establishment cultivator from an overseas nascent soul great sect. If it had been an ordinary Foundation Establishment loose cultivator, that one move just now would have probably killed him instantly. Trying to run. Rong Guangshen's eyes were filled with killing intent, and the magic treasure short sword in his hand hummed piercingly. He had been unknowingly dragged into an illusion, which was an immense humiliation, especially while he was on his Dao Protector mission. At this moment, Rong Guangsheng didn't know how the target he was protecting was faring. But he knew the most urgent matter at hand was to eliminate the enemy before him. Ding-a-ling. Just as Rong Guangsheng was about to unleash his second killing move, a clear bell sound rang out. Hearing the bell, Rong Guangshen's attack paused slightly, but having been prepared, he clearly wouldn't be easily pulled into an illusion again. However, Rong Guangshen's momentary hesitation was seized upon by the opponent, who quickly moved away and soon disappeared. Ah! With the target escaping, Rong Guangsheng roared in anger. But he didn't give chase. He needed to quickly find the sect disciple he was protecting. At the same time, Rong Guangsheng took out a communication talisman to contact the sect. Someone was targeting the sect's true inheritor seed for an ambush, and this matter absolutely could not be taken lightly, it had to be treated with utmost seriousness. Hey? This is... Soon, Rong Guangsheng arrived at the place where Gu Mo and the two girls had fought the assassin. However, the traces here had long been erased by Gu Mo, but Gu Mo's methods were still a bit rough. Rong Guangsheng, relying on his rich experience, still discerned quite a few things. One cultivation chi completion realm and several chi refinement late-stage cultivators, but it seems they've all become fertilizer here. Was it those three little fellows who eliminated them? Rong Guangsheng said, somewhat surprised and uncertain. It was simply too difficult for those three little fellows, who hadn't even entered the chi refinement late stage, to eliminate an enemy with cultivation chi completion realm strength and several chi refinement late-stage cultivators. Yet, there seemed to be no other chi here. Could it be that they used a life-saving trump card? Rong Guangsheng felt that only this answer could explain the current situation. At this moment, Rong Guangsheng's communication jade talisman also received a response from the sect. Yuan Nia's life lamp was fine. Who? Confirming that the target was safe, Rong Guangsheng couldn't help but let out a long breath. However, he had now completely lost track of Gu Mo and the two girls. It would probably take a lot of time to find them, and he only hoped that no more accidents would occur during this period. Squad 13's mission failed. He Xiaogang, who was resting in a certain market city, frowned as he looked at the communication jade talisman in his hand. This time, there were a total of 20 teams sent to ambush the Kingla sect's true inheritor seeds. Each team had one foundation establishment cultivator leading, plus one cultivation chi completion realm and several chi refinement late-stage cultivators accompanying. Of course, this was just the basic configuration. For this rare opportunity to weaken the Kingla sect's foundation, the overseas great sect where he Xiaogang belonged had dispatched a considerable amount of force. Besides the 20 teams, there were also several free foundation establishment cultivators on standby. If they discovered true inheritor seeds ranked in the top 9, they would immediately set off to assist in the ambush. Foundation establishment cultivators were clearly not the limit. The Kingla sect had arranged for a Golden Core elder to oversee this trial, so the overseas great sect where he Xiaogang belonged naturally also dispatched a Golden Core realm cultivator to deal with it. Furthermore, this Golden Core cultivator carried a precious talisman refined by their sect's nascent soul old ancestor, which could completely deter the Golden Core dispatched by the Kingla sect, preventing her from acting recklessly. The plan was quite good, but the first piece of intelligence he Xiaogang received was actually a report of a failed mission, which was quite a damper. Glancing at the sect's Dao Protector hiding in the distance, he Xiaogang took out a communication talisman to inquire about the details of Squad 13's failed mission. If an ambush led by a cultivation chi completion realm and several chi refinement late-stage cultivators could fail, then the target's strength was highly worth noting. This was very likely one of the top 9 true inheritor seeds, perhaps even the second or third ranked foundation establishment stage disciple. Although these two were not first on he Xiaogang's ambush list, they were second only to Yuan Nia, and their ambush order was also second and third, just like their ranking. 1 male and 2 females, 3 chi refinement stage cultivators, not foundation establishment stage. Squad 13's leading foundation establishment cultivator is severely injured, and all other members are dead. Looking at the constantly incoming intelligence, he Xiaogang's eyes narrowed slightly. Through this intelligence, he Xiaogang knew that Squad 13 did not encounter those 2 foundation establishment true inheritor seeds. But if it wasn't them, who else could eliminate an ambush team led by a cultivation chi completion realm cultivator? Could it be her? He Xiaogang had a feeling that Squad 13 might have encountered Yuan Nia. Yuan Nia's master, the Hall of Law Enforcement Elder, was famously battle-hardened. As her disciple, Yuan Nia's combat power clearly couldn't be measured by ordinary standards. Coupled with Yuan Nia using some life-saving trump cards, it was indeed possible for Squad 13's ambush to fail. Focus on those 3. Although he couldn't be certain, he Xiaogang still issued the order, because he had a hunch that those 3 were very likely Yuan Nia's team. Young Lord. At this moment, Yao Shifeng jogged over. How's the investigation coming along? He Xiaogang put away the communication jade talisman and asked. For the assassination plan, he Xiaogang could at most provide remote guidance. The specific situation still had to be decided by the teams themselves. He Xiaogang's most important task right now was to complete the true inheritor trial. Becoming a true inheritor and entering the high levels of the Kingla sect, this was his most important matter at present. Only by entering the high levels of the Kingla sect could he accelerate the Kingla sect's disintegration. He Xiaogang even planned to stage a few ambushes himself. After all, if other disciples encountered ambushes, he Xiaogang, the number 1 true inheritor seed, couldn't be an exception, could he? We can roughly pinpoint the location of the mission target. Yao Shifeng nodded, then reported the mission intelligence he had investigated. Not bad. He Xiaogang was increasingly satisfied with Yao Shifeng's efficiency. After this trial, He Xiaogang planned to completely pull Yao Shifeng into his faction. After all, such an excellent person should naturally be placed in a more important position. Kinglo Sect. Sect Master, many disciples have encountered ambushes. Should we suspend this true inheritor trial? A Golden Core Elder looked at the latest intelligence, his brows tightly furrowed. Why should we suspend it? If someone dares to ambush our sect's disciples, then we will fight back. Only by striking fear into those people will we be able to deter those scoundrels. Another Golden Core Elder looked at the intelligence in his hand, his eyes filled with rage as he saw each disciple marked as severely injured or dead. This was because they saw the Kinglo sect weakening, and all sorts of monstrous figures dared to act presumptuously. If they didn't retaliate with thunderous means, such situations would only increase in the future. Even if it meant more excellent inner sect disciples would encounter misfortune, this concerned the sect's dignity and could not be taken lightly. If they didn't retaliate this time, the Kinglo sect's losses would only be greater in the future. These words also received the approval of the other Golden Core Elders. The current Kinglo sect was at the bottom among the major nascent soul sects, but the weaker its strength, the more it needed to be tough, and the more it needed to let people know that if you provoke it, it will truly fight the enemy to the death. Otherwise, the enemy would only become more and more reckless. Sect Master, could someone be trying to lure us out with this? The Golden Core Elder who spoke first asked. As long as they stayed within the sect, relying on the sect protecting Grand Array, even a nascent soul cultivator would not be able to do anything to them. But if they left, they might encounter a nascent soul realm cultivator's assassination. If the Kinglo sect also had a nascent soul realm cultivator, and someone dared to assassinate their Golden Core cultivators, then the Kinglo sect could completely retaliate. But the problem was that the Kinglo sect currently had no nascent soul cultivators. Then let me go. The Hall of Law Enforcement Elder, Zhou Suzu, who had not spoken, stood up. With her combat power, she could exchange a few blows with a nascent soul cultivator. Find the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. No. Gao Yunrui directly refused. Given Zhou Suzu's condition, she could no longer engage in high-intensity combat. Otherwise, the heart fire erosion within her body would become uncontrollable, and Zhou Suzu would completely go mad. It could be said that Zhou Suzu was currently a trump card for the Kinglo sect, a final trump card to perish with the enemy. Unless absolutely necessary, Gao Yunrui would not allow Zhou Suzu to act. However, the fact that elite disciples within the sect were being ambushed was an undeniable truth. Nevertheless, there were no Golden Core Realm cultivators involved in this attack, the highest was a Foundation Establishment cultivator. It seemed the enemy also didn't want their identity to be known. After all, Golden Core cultivators were too conspicuous, if you sent out too many, it would easily reveal clues. That overseas nascent soul great sect did not want to expose its intention of seizing the Kinglo sect right now, as this would make the other local nascent soul sects uneasy. Furthermore, the Foundation Establishment stage was sufficient to ambush those disciples whose cultivation was mostly in the Qi refinement stage. For the few Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, they would just need to send a few more of the same rank to ambush them. Since both sides were disciples of nascent soul great sects, the difference in combat power would not be too great. Send a few more deacons to provide support. Finally, Gao Yunrui made a decision, keeping the severity of this incident at the Foundation Establishment rank. If the opponent were to use Golden Core combat power, then the Kinglo sect could only follow suit. As for the disciples participating in this true inheritor trial, they could only accept this cruel baptism. Gao Yunrui and the Golden Core elders present had faced far greater dangers in their younger days. At that time, the sect still had nascent soul old ancestors, and they participated in the true inheritor trial without any Dao protectors, they fought their way through. This time, for safety, Gao Yunrui arranged Dao protectors for the disciples participating in the true inheritor trial. It must be said that this arrangement indeed helped a great deal. With Dao protectors blocking enemies who were also in the Foundation Establishment stage, those disciples only had to face enemies who were also in the Qi refinement stage. To become that 1 in 10,000 true inheritor, one needed to possess the talent to be unrivaled in the same realm. Otherwise, even if one became a true inheritor and obtained that precious Golden Core resource from the sect, it would still be difficult to embark on the Golden Core Dao in the end. Interesting. He Xiaogang quickly learned of the Kinglo sect's reaction, which happened to align with their interests. Originally, the sect He Xiaogang belonged to had no intention of sending Golden Core cultivators. The Golden Core cultivator who came this time was merely to intercept the Kinglo sect's Golden Core. Since both sides now tacitly agreed not to deploy Golden Core level combat power, this was naturally for the best. On the other side, after completing the counter-ambush against the enemy, Gu Mo and the two girls, guided by the Jade Slip, arrived at the mission location, a remote small town on the border of a mortal kingdom. This small town was already devoid of living people, all that remained were bones scattered everywhere. The flesh and soul of those mortals had been devoured by the evil cultivator, turning into nourishment for his evil cultivation method. The tragic sight before them made Gu Mo and the two girls' expressions grim, and they felt anger towards the evil cultivator's actions. Slaughtering mortals to cultivate evil arts was absolutely a great taboo for cultivators. Let's see if we can find any clues about that evil cultivator. Taking a deep breath, Gu Mo calmed his anger and began searching the small town. The result was naturally nothing. Gu Mo had already expected this, that evil cultivator wouldn't be so easy to find, otherwise, the sect wouldn't have failed to capture him several times. Just as Gu Mo and the two girls were searching for clues, a pair of eyes in the distance watched them from the shadows. Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei didn't notice the gaze from afar, but Gu Mo sensed it immediately. This was the advantage of having divine sense, especially since his apparent cultivation was only in the qi refinement stage. If Gu Mo were in the foundation establishment stage, the person observing him would definitely choose to maintain a distance beyond the foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense perception range. However, Gu Mo's cultivation, both apparent and hidden, was in the qi refinement stage. The person observing him would naturally keep the distance within the qi refinement stage's range, and such a range was entirely within Gu Mo's divine sense detection range. Just as he was worried about having no clues for the mission, someone suddenly appeared. Gu Mo naturally didn't hesitate, he flashed over directly and brought the person back. Who are you? I'm a disciple of the Kinglo sect. The person caught by Gu Mo exclaimed. He hadn't expected to be discovered from such a distance. You're a utility disciple, what are you doing here? Seeing Gu Mo bring someone back, and this person was wearing the Kinglo sect's utility disciple uniform, Yuan Naya was a bit curious. I took a sect mission to collect intelligence on evil cultivators. If you harm me, and my sect finds out, you won't escape either. The utility disciple sized up Gu Mo and the two girls. However, Gu Mo and the two girls had all disguised themselves, so this person naturally couldn't recognize them. We're here to handle this matter. Tell us what intelligence you have. Hearing that there was a utility disciple collecting intelligence, Yuan Naya's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the breakthrough for the mission? So it was senior brother and senior sister from the sect. Seeing Yuan Naya reveal her identity, the utility disciple immediately plastered a smile on his face. Alright, quickly tell us what you know. You won't be lacking in benefits, Yuan Naya waved her hand. At this moment, she wanted to complete the task as soon as possible and then return. This isn't the place to talk. Senior brothers and senior sisters, please follow me. I have a companion nearby who has also obtained a lot of information. The utility disciple looked around and then made a gesture to invite them. Very well. Yuan Naya nodded. This place indeed made her feel very uncomfortable. Immediately, the three followed the utility disciple and left the small town. Along the way, Gu Mo observed the utility disciple in front of him, his eyes flickering slightly, but he ultimately suppressed the urge to act. The opponent's concealment methods were good, fooling Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei, but they couldn't fool Gu Mo's divine sense probing. This seemingly ordinary utility disciple was actually an evil cultivator. But thinking of the other companion mentioned by the opponent, Gu Mo decided to wait. He would capture them all once he met the evil cultivator's companion. He had originally thought this mission would take a lot of time, but unexpectedly, he made a major discovery as soon as they arrived. Of course, the reason for such smooth progress was also due to Gu Mo's condensed divine sense. Without this divine sense, which surpassed his realm, Gu Mo would not have been able to discover the person observing from afar. Nor would he have been able to discover the opponent's identity as an evil cultivator. However, thinking of the opponent's identity as a Kinglo sect utility disciple, Gu Mo's heart sank slightly. It seemed that his experience in the miscellaneous disciple area back then was not an isolated case. He just didn't know how many utility disciples had cultivated that evil technique. And those evil cultivators spreading evil techniques within the Kinglo sect, he didn't know what their intentions were. Shaking his head, Gu Mo reined in his thoughts. These were not things he should worry about. His current task was to help Yuan Naya complete the True Inheritor trial mission. At that time, Yuan Naya should be able to learn the fact that this sect utility disciple was an evil cultivator. Afterwards, Yuan Naya would report the matter to the sect, letting the sect handle these issues. The three followed the sect utility disciple, walking forward, and soon arrived in front of a mountain villa. Oh! Seeing the mountain villa, Chu Fifei let out a soft exclamation, because she saw the formation covering the villa. This was clearly not an ordinary mountain villa, but rather the family land of a small cultivation family. Such small cultivation families were as numerous as cattle hair in this cultivation world. Many were formed by sect disciples, and this place was no exception, and the other party was even from the Kinglo sect. Yuan Naya took out the jade slip in her hand and confirmed this matter. The mountain villa was marked on Yuan Naya's jade slip. If Yuan Naya needed anything, she could use her inner sect disciple identity to ask the villa's owner for assistance. Since the villa owner was a former Kinglo sect disciple, it was not surprising that he allowed this sect utility disciple who came to investigate to stay and rest, Yuan Naya thought to herself. But Gu Mo's expression was exceptionally solemn. His divine sense had just swept through the villa, and inside, Gu Mo only found a figure emitting a bloody evil chi. Other than that, there were no other auras. It was obvious that the villa owner, including his clansmen, had likely been killed by the figure emitting the bloody evil chi inside, or even became resources for the opponent's cultivation. 3 senior brothers and senior sisters, please come in. The sect utility disciple invited them enthusiastically. As he spoke, the sect utility disciple was the first to enter the villa, and when his back was turned to the 3, the enthusiastic smile on his face disappeared, replaced by greed. The flesh and soul of these inner sect disciples were not for him, but he should be able to get one of the 2 followers. At that time, his cultivation would definitely advance another step. Let's go. Gu Mo gave Chu Fifei a look, then strode forward to follow. Seeing the hint Gu Mo gave, Chu Fifei was startled, then quietly took out several formation stones and held them in her hand. After entering the villa, Chu Fifei threw out the formation stones in her hand. Why is there a smell of blood? After Yuan Naya passed through the villa's formation, she immediately smelled the strong scent of blood emanating from the villa, which instantly made Yuan Naya's heart become vigilant. There was something wrong with this villa. Senior sister, we can act now. Gu Mo reminded her. The two evil cultivators in the villa didn't seem to be too strong. The one who led the way was only at Qi refining stage 3, and the one inside was slightly stronger, at the Qi refining 7th layer realm. This one should be the true culprit of this mission. In just a few years, from devouring the flesh and soul of mortals to this cultivation family, the opponent actually rushed to the Qi refining 7th layer. No wonder some cultivators, unable to resist, willingly degenerated into evil cultivators due to the speed of cultivation. Since there were no foundation establishment stage evil cultivators, Gu Mo naturally didn't need to hesitate any longer and directly had Yuan Naya take action to deal with them. As for Gu Mo, he took out a magical artifact for recording to videotape it as proof of Yuan Naya completing the mission. If the foundation establishment deacon, who was both the Dao protector and examiner, were still here, it wouldn't be so troublesome. However, that Dao protector hadn't found them yet, so to ensure the mission could be completed, recording this matter was naturally the safest method. Clang. Following Gu Mo's reminder, Yuan Naya's magical sword immediately unsheathed. She had naturally seen Gu Mo giving Chu Fifei a look just now and knew there was something wrong with this villa. Now, combining the smell of blood and Gu Mo's reminder, Yuan Naya already understood that the target of her mission was here. Hehe, it's too late to discover it now. The enthusiasm on the utility disciple's face disappeared, replaced by a ferocious expression. Immediately, he took out a jade talisman, which was the villa's formation control jade talisman. As long as the grand formation was activated, these three people would all be suppressed by the formation. What's going on? However, the utility disciple activated the jade talisman in his hand, but the villa's grand formation did not react at all. Then, his gaze quickly swept towards Chu Fifei. At this moment, Chu Fifei was throwing out formation stones one by one from her hand. It was Chu Fifei's obstruction that prevented the villa's formation from being activated. Seeking death. After finding the culprit obstructing the formation's activation, the utility disciple quickly charged towards Chu Fifei. Chu Fifei casually threw out a few formation stones, setting up a simple formation to trap the opponent. Although Chu Fifei was a formation master and her combat power could not compare to cultivators of the same realm, dealing with a Qi refining stage 3 evil cultivator with her Qi refining 4th layer realm was still not a problem. Yuan Naya glanced at the utility evil cultivator trapped by Chu Fifei and ignored him, because her target was inside. Without hesitation, Yuan Naya quickly rushed into the villa. That high-grade fire-attributed magical artifact, whistling, slashed towards the figure emitting bloody evil Qi in the villa. Clang. The magical artifact struck the bloody evil Qi figure, emitting a sound of metal clashing. This level of powerful physique startled Yuan Naya. It really is the corpse demon true understanding. Gu Mo secretly thought, just as expected. This Qi refining 7th layer evil cultivator was cultivating the very corpse demon true understanding that Gu Mo had obtained back then. This was a very powerful body refining evil technique. However, just as the name of this cultivation technique suggested, cultivating this technique would turn the cultivator into a zombie-like existence. At this moment, the Qi refining 7th layer evil cultivator's body was withered, just like a zombie. The only difference from a zombie was that the opponent still had the aura of a living person. Hehe, is this all an intersect disciple is capable of? After blocking Yuan Naya's attack, a hoarse voice sounded. Along with the hoarse voice, Yuan Naya sensed a bloody aura rushing towards her. This was the evil cultivator's attack. Immediately, Yuan Naya prepared to dodge, but at this moment, Yuan Naya felt a sharp pain in her brain, which caused her movements to slow down by a beat. It's the refining spirit art. Gu Mo, who was constantly observing the battle, also recognized the cultivation technique the evil cultivator had just used. It was another evil technique for spirit refining. Theoretically, as long as enough living souls could be refined, the soul refining art could potentially allow Qi refining stage evil cultivator to condense divine sense, which only foundation establishment stage cultivators possessed. Of course, this was only theoretical. In reality, it was highly probable that a Qi refining stage evil cultivator who refined too many living souls would have their own soul polluted, ultimately turning into an evil creature. Go to hell. Yuan Naya forcibly endured the opponent's divine soul attack. The fire elemental magical sword in her hand glowed brightly, and then the magical sword transformed into a fire dragon that directly pounced on the evil cultivator. At 169 bookstore, no wrong version. Gu Mo, standing beside her, constantly adjusted the camera, recording Yuan Naya's most heroic poses. With Yuan Naya's foundation, defeating a Qi refining 7th layer evil cultivator was not a difficult task. Gu Mo only needed to be responsible for recording. Even if there was an unforeseen event, Gu Mo's divine sense constantly enveloped the evil cultivator, allowing him to provide support at any time. The true difficulty of this mission was not the evil cultivators themselves, but how to find them. Coincidentally, Gu Mo, this special existence, discovered the evil cultivator's accomplice as soon as they arrived using his divine sense. Then, through that evil cultivator's accomplice, he successfully found the true culprit of this mission. Now, as long as Yuan Naya took action and eliminated the target, the mission would be complete. Boom. Accompanied by the explosion of scorching aura, half of the evil cultivator's body was directly incinerated. The mind fire art that Yu and Naya cultivated was a top-tier fire elemental cultivation technique, and its power should not be underestimated. Coupled with Yu and Naya's medium-grade fire spiritual root, casting fire elemental spells naturally had a bonus. Hoo! The battle ended, and Yu and Naya let out a long breath, her scorching spiritual power receding. Junior brother, did you get a good shot of senior sister? Don't worry, I definitely perfectly recorded senior sister's heroic posture, Guang said with a smile. Guang was also very happy that the mission was completed so quickly. Having successfully dealt with the mission target, the two left the main hall of the mountain villa. At this moment, the utility evil cultivator was trapped by Chu Fifei's formation and could not move. Spare me, I was forced. Seeing Guang and Yu and Naya appear, the utility evil cultivator knew the situation was bad and cried out for mercy. Tell us everything you know, Yu and Naya said coldly. Yes, yes, yes. Upon hearing this, the utility evil cultivator recounted the events. Just as he said, he was indeed forced to cultivate the evil technique at first, but after tasting the speed of cultivation of the evil technique, he completely indulged in it and actively hunted mortals to devour their flesh and soul. Senior brother, senior sister, please give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. The utility evil cultivator knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. Did you give those mortals you killed a chance? Yu and Naya's eyes were filled with murderous intent. After learning that the opponent had already devoured the flesh and living souls of mortals, this person was already certain to die. Of course, if there hadn't been that interception earlier, Yu and Naya would have brought the person back to the sect and handed him over to the enforcement hall for handling. But in the current situation, she obviously couldn't bring a burden. Anyway, the opponent's confession just now had already been recorded, so killing him directly would also suffice. Stinking. Hearing that Yu and Naya was unwilling to let him go, the utility evil cultivator immediately cursed, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his head fell off. At this point, Yu and Naya's true inheritor trial mission ended perfectly. With the mission completed, the three of Guang circled the mountain villa, collecting and burying the bones within. As for the treasures in the villa, they had basically all been squandered by the evil cultivator. However, the most important treasure of the villa was still there, a miniature spiritual vein. This was also why the villa was built in such a remote location, neither near a village nor a shop. For a cultivation family to continue its legacy, it couldn't just rely on a cultivator working hard to have children. It also required a spiritual land. Whether or not there was a spiritual land was the most important indicator distinguishing whether a cultivation family could prosper for a long time. Therefore, every cultivation family would do their utmost to obtain a piece of spiritual land. With a spiritual land, they would have a foundation. This mountain villa not only had a spiritual land but also a grand formation protecting the villa. This could definitely be considered a relatively well-off cultivation family. It was no wonder that Yu and Naya's jade slip had information about this mountain villa. If it were too weak a cultivation family, Yu and Naya's master probably wouldn't have recorded it in the jade slip. Knowing that there was a spiritual vein in the mountain villa, the three of Guang naturally went to see it. The three arrived at the core area of the mountain villa, and what greeted their eyes was a thatched hut and an acre of spiritual field. The thatched hut should be the villa owner's cultivation place, located at the core of the spiritual vein. The other areas of the spiritual vein had been cultivated into spiritual fields. However, the size of this spiritual vein should theoretically allow for the cultivation of 3 or 4 acres of spiritual fields, but there was only 1 acre here. The doubt in Gumo's mind was answered after he saw the grade of this acre of spiritual field. The grade of this miniature spiritual vein was not low, it was a first-grade middle level. It could have opened up 3 or 4 acres of first-grade middle-level spiritual fields, but the villa owner had set up a spirit-gathering formation here, further condensing the spiritual power of this miniature spiritual vein. Its quality was raised to first-grade high-grade. Therefore, this 1 acre of spiritual field was not first-grade middle level, but a first-grade high-grade spiritual field. At the same time, the spiritual chi concentration in the thatched hut's cultivation room would also be raised to the level of a first-grade high-grade spiritual land. From this, it could be seen that the villa owner should have been at the chi refinement late-stage realm and had put in tremendous effort to build this villa. Unfortunately, in the end, the entire family tragically died at the hands of the evil cultivator. Moreover, the villa owner was very likely ambushed and killed by the evil cultivator. The evil cultivator, using the name of a Kinglo sect disciple, naturally caused the villa owner, who was from the Kinglo sect, to relax his guard. This could be seen from the lack of significant battle traces in the villa. Alas! With a long sigh, the three of Gumo immediately left the mountain villa, preparing to return to the sect. Although this spiritual vein was good, it could not be taken away and could only be left behind. At that time, they would report it to the sect, letting the sect send people to take over, and the three of Gumo would also receive corresponding rewards. However, not long after the three left the mountain villa, Gumo quickly led Yu and Naya and Chu Fifei back into the villa. What's wrong? Yu and Naya and Chu Fifei, who had been pulled back to the villa by Gumo, asked about the situation. It seems those assassins aren't going to let us go. Gumo took a deep breath. Just now, his divine sense had detected a team of cultivators approaching from a distance. These people were dressed the same as the assassins who had ambushed them before. Moreover, one of them had discovered Gumo's divine sense probe, which meant there was a foundation establishment cultivator in that team, and only a foundation establishment cultivator who had also condensed divine sense could detect Gumo's divine sense. What should we do? Hearing that the assassins had found them, and that there was even a foundation establishment enemy among them, Yu and Naya and Chu Fifei both looked uneasy. At the same time, they were filled with doubt, wondering what kind of assassin organization dared to openly ambush them, disciples of a great sect. Just then, the inner sect disciple token on Yuan Naya's body began to vibrate, and then a message appeared on the inner sect disciple token. It's an emergency contact from the sect. As an inner sect disciple, Yuan Naya naturally knew what was happening. Every inner sect disciple's identity token had the function of receiving emergency messages from the sect. This message ignored distance and formation obstacles, and could be sent directly to the inner sect disciple's identity token. Because sending such an emergency message came at a considerable cost each time, the sect would not easily use this function unless it was a particularly important matter. It seems we're not the only ones being ambushed. There's another force targeting the entire Kinglo sect. The three of them, Gu Mo, Yuan Naya, and Chu Fifei, huddled together, reading the message on Yuan Naya's identity token, their faces solemn. This could no longer be considered an ordinary ambush, but a confrontation between the Kinglo sect and that unknown force. Both sides had dispatched their foundation establishment and chi refining stage disciples to engage in an ambush and counter-ambush in this area. If the unknown force could send people to ambush the Kinglo sect's disciples, then the Kinglo sect could also launch a counterattack. The message clearly stated that killing an enemy assassin would result in generous rewards from the sect, with higher rewards for more kills. At the same time, this would also be included in the True Inheritor trial. Inner sect disciples with lower rankings could improve their scores by killing those assassins, thereby entering the True Inheritor sequence. Of course, the sect did not forget to remind all disciples in the message to first rendezvous with their Deo protectors before taking action, as the enemy teams all had foundation establishment cultivators. Where are the Deo protectors? Yuan Naya looked around. If they had foundation establishment Deo protectors, they wouldn't have to worry about the enemy's foundation establishment cultivators. At that time, their own Deo protectors could draw away the foundation establishment cultivators from the assassin team, and they could eliminate all the remaining chi refining stage cultivators as they had done before. They were drawn away by the enemy's foundation establishment cultivator earlier. They're not here now. Gu Mo said helplessly. Without a foundation establishment realm Deo protector to resist the enemy's foundation establishment cultivators, not to mention counter-attacking, the three of them were more likely to be eliminated by the enemy. Gu Mo, as he was now, was no match for a foundation establishment cultivator in a direct confrontation. Then, what should we do? Chu Fifei looked worried. According to Gu Mo's words just now, they should have already been discovered. If Gu Mo hadn't pulled them back in time, they might have run straight into them. We can only defend in place and wait for the Deo protectors to find us. Gu Mo wasn't worried about this. While he couldn't defeat a foundation establishment cultivator in an active attack, when it came to trench warfare, Gu Mo had no fear of foundation establishment cultivators. This was also why, after discovering something was wrong, Gu Mo didn't choose to escape, but instead directly led Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei back to the villa. The villa had an acre of first-order high-grade spiritual field, which could perfectly serve as a place for Gu Mo to set up his plant battle line. In addition, the villa itself had a high-grade grand formation supported by a spiritual vein, which could definitely block the enemy's advance and buy more time for the three of them. Senior sister, activate the villa's formation as soon as possible now. Gu Mo said to Yuan Naya. The villa's formation was complete, it could be activated as long as the control jade token was present. Okay. Yuan Naya nodded. As for Gu Mo, he and Chu Fifei went straight to the spiritual field. Along the way, Gu Mo took out 9 first-order, top-grade, nuts and had Chu Fifei set up a defensive formation. 9 first-order, top-grade, nuts could definitely withstand the attacks of foundation establishment cultivators. As long as the 9 nuts were not instantly shattered, they could absorb the spirit chi from the spiritual field to heal themselves. As for Gu Mo himself, he took out 10 pea shooters and planted them in the spiritual field. These 10 pea shooters were one of Gu Mo's accumulated assets, including 1 second-order low-grade pea shooter, 2 first-order, top-grade, ones, and 7 first-order high-grade ones. There were no medium-grade ones, as medium-grade pea shooters were not of much help to Gu Mo at the moment, unless they could form a numerical advantage, but Gu Mo didn't have that much sun essence to consume right now. Therefore, Gu Mo chose the elite route. The attacks from first-order high-grade pea shooters could threaten chi refinement late-stage cultivators, and first-order, top-grade, pea shooters had attack power comparable to the cultivation chi completion realm. The power of second-order pea shooters was naturally at the foundation establishment level. In other words, these 10 pea shooters were equivalent to adding the combat power of 1 foundation establishment cultivator, 2 cultivation chi completion realm cultivators, and 7 chi refinement late-stage cultivators to Gu Mo. Of course, the second-order pea shooter among them could probably only launch 1 attack in a battle due to the insufficient grade of the spiritual field, but the remaining first-order, top-grade, and first-order high-grade pea shooters could be fully supported by this first-order high-grade spiritual field. Besides the pea shooters, Gu Mo had also prepared quite a few potato mines. These were the real big killers, especially since the sun essence required to upgrade potato mines was small. Gu Mo had prepared 2 second-order ones this time. In fact, Gu Mo had prepared a total of 5 second-order potato mines, but unfortunately, 2 of them had been triggered before, killing a foundation establishment evil cultivator. Another one was kept by Gu Mo for safekeeping, so he could only bring out 2. Fortunately, Gu Mo had prepared many first-order potato mines, 3 first-order, top-grade, 7 first-order high-grade, and 20 first-grade middle-level. Because of their powerful might, first-grade middle-level potato mines could completely threaten chi refinement late-stage cultivators. Moreover, potato mines are passively triggered. Only if enough are buried can the probability of enemies stepping on them increase. If there are only a few, with bad luck, they might not even be triggered in a battle. Nut, pea shooter, potato mine, Gumo's 4 types of plants. At this moment, he had already taken out 3. As for sunflower, it was not useful for combat, so Gumo did not take it out. Of course, in Gumo's ideal plant battle line, sunflower should have a place. Sunflowers continuously condense sun essence, and Gumo uses the sun essence to buy and upgrade plants, then replenishes them into the plant battle line, making the plant battle line a place of despair that enemies can never cross. However, this battle will most likely not last long. Sunflowers can only exert their effect of continuously replenishing combat power in prolonged battles. Their effect in short battles is limited. Junior brother Gumo, what are these things? After activating the Villa's Grand Formation, the unease in Yuan Nai's heart settled down slightly. She came to the spiritual field and saw the row of pea shooters, her eyes filled with curiosity. She knew that Gumo was a Lingzi master, and a very talented one at that, but the plants Gumo cultivated had neither thorns nor venom, nor the usual spirit plant attack methods like vines. The pea shooter, with its round pod cannon, kept swaying its body in the spiritual field, looking somewhat clumsy. These are pea shooters. Gumo, who was burying potato mines, replied without looking up. With his identity as a Lingzi master, Gumo didn't have to worry too much about taking out these plants. It was just that the power of the pea shooters in potato mines would be quite astonishing, which might be difficult to explain. After all, a first-order Lingzi master cultivating second-order spirit plants was indeed somewhat astonishing. However, such situations were not uncommon in the 100 arts of cultivation. For example, a certain genius formation master spent several years to set up a second-order grand formation. A certain alchemist with a special talent refined second-order medicinal pills using second-order spirit medicine. Such deeds are often circulated. Now, adding Gumo, a genius Lingzi master cultivating second-order spirit plants, is not a big problem. Perhaps Gumo could use this method of cultivating spirit plants beyond his realm to be exceptionally accepted as a personal disciple by the Lingzi master elder without even reaching foundation establishment. With a golden core elder as his backer, what would Gumo have to fear then? Oh. Yuan Naya examined the row of pea shooters, reaching out to touch them, but couldn't tell where they were powerful. Thinking that the enemy would arrive soon, Yuan Naya composed herself and began to adjust her state, preparing for the upcoming battle. Click. At a 6-1-9-1 book 1 bar, read the error-free version. Suddenly, Yuan Naya, walking towards the thatched hut, felt as if she had stepped on something. Looking down, it was something that looked like a potato that Gumo was burying. From Yuan Naya's understanding, this thing should be a trigger-type spirit plant. It's just that such a dangerous thing, why would it be buried on a necessary path, and without any markings? Now this is good, she stepped on it herself. Junior brother Gumo, what should we do? Yuan Naya quickly sought help. Don't worry, it won't explode. Gumo reassured her. He had already put Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei on the whitelist. The two of them could not trigger the potato mines, and similarly, the pea shooters would not attack them. This way, during battle, they wouldn't have to remember where the potato mines were buried, while the enemies would need to be careful to avoid stepping on them. This alone was enough to greatly reduce the enemy's combat power. Junior brother Gumo, is this meant to bluff people? Yuan Naya lifted her foot, and indeed nothing happened. She couldn't help but ask. Cultivating some spirit plants that looked powerful but actually had little offensive power, used for deterrence, was also a method of cultivation. Of course not. Enemies will explode if they step on it, with an explosion radius of 3 meters. Remember to dodge then. Gumo reminded her. The potato mine's explosion radius was small. Even if an enemy stepped on it during battle, their side could quickly leave the explosion range. If it were those with a large range, if an enemy stepped on it, their own side would probably be affected as well. Were the 2 big pits in your spiritual field last time caused by this thing? Hearing Gumo's words, Yuan Naya suddenly understood. A 3-meter explosion diameter didn't seem very strong. While they were talking, Chu Fifei also completed the setup of the defensive formation. 9 human-height nuts were half buried in the spiritual field by Chu Fifei, forming a formation. At this point, all preparations were complete. Yuan Naya handed over control of the Villa's formation to Chu Fifei and began to adjust her state, preparing for the upcoming tough battle. Gumo, can we win? Chu Fifei held the formation jade token, her expression tinged with nervousness. Don't worry, they won't be able to break in. Gumo smiled. He wasn't comforting Chu Fifei, he was speaking the truth. The team Gumo observed should have no problem breaking through the Villa's grand formation, but trying to break through the defensive formation composed of 9 first-order, top-grade, nuts? Difficult. If their Deo Protector Senior could arrive in time, then they could even launch a counterattack, perhaps even leaving the entire team behind. Of course, it's also possible that if the enemy discovers they can't break through the nut array, they will seek reinforcements. If another foundation establishment cultivator arrives, that would be more troublesome. At that time, Gumo would only be able to find a way to eliminate one using the second-order pea shooter and potato mines. Therefore, Gumo's plant battle line could at most handle 2 foundation establishment cultivators simultaneously. If there were more, Gumo would have no solution. However, it's unlikely for 3 foundation establishment cultivators to come after 3 chi refining cultivators. Gumo's words gradually relaxed Chu Fifei's tense emotions. Several li away from the villa, a team of cultivators was searching for something. Senior brother, our target this time seems to be a true inheritor seed of the Qingluo sect. If we can eliminate a true inheritor seed, I wonder what the reward will be. A Qi refinement late-stage cultivator in the team said expectantly to the leading cultivator. My code name is Yi-san now. Remember, don't easily expose our identities. Hearing this, the leading cultivation Qi completion realm cultivator snapped. This time, they were ambushing the Qingluo sect disciples participating in the true inheritor trial under the guise of an assassination organization. They absolutely could not let outsiders know that they came from an overseas sect. Therefore, they had already chosen their code names when they arrived, precisely to avoid exposing their identities during conversations. Yes, boss. Hearing this, the Qi refinement late-stage cultivator quickly corrected himself. Seeing his teammate acknowledge his mistake, Yi-san's tone softened, don't underestimate the enemy. Previously, Team 13, apart from that Foundation establishment senior, all the others perished. Our strength is not much different from theirs, so if we're careless, we could capsize. Although Yi-san was eager to hunt a true inheritor seed from the enemy, he also knew very well that anyone who could become a true inheritor seed was not easy to deal with. However, the opponent should have used up quite a few life-saving trump cards in their last battle with Team 13, which was good news for them. In addition, the last battle separated the opponent from their Dao protectors. Without a Foundation establishment Dao protector accompanying them and their trump cards used up, they held a huge advantage in this battle. Now, all that was left was to find the target. Found them. Suddenly, the oldest cultivator at the back of the team sharply scanned the distant villa. He was the Foundation establishment cultivator Guang had sensed. The disciples of the Qingluo sect had all reunited with their Dao protectors by now. If the overseas great sect wanted to ambush them, they naturally needed to be accompanied by Foundation establishment cultivators, otherwise, it wouldn't be an ambush, but a delivery of food. Jia, is that true? Yi-san asked, surprised and delighted. Within the sect, Yi-san was supposed to address him as deacon, but here, they only used their code names and could only address each other by them. In these code names, Qi represented Foundation establishment cultivators, Yi was cultivation Qi completion realm, and Bing was Qi refinement late-stage cultivators. There were no Qi refining middle-stage cultivators in this operation. Are you doubting my divine sense perception? Jia glanced at Yi-san. No, I naturally trust you. Yi-san quickly replied. Let's go, this battle won't be easy, the opponent has already rendezvoused with their Dao protector, Jia reminded, recalling the divine sense probes he had sensed earlier. The target they were pursuing had a record of annihilating all Qi refinement stage cultivators of Team 13 and severely injuring a Foundation establishment cultivator. Regardless of what trump cards the opponent used to achieve this, it was always right to be cautious. What? Hearing this, Yi-san was startled. The opponent had rendezvoused with their Dao protectors so quickly, but soon, Yi-san composed himself. As a cultivation Qi completion realm cultivator, Yi-san was quite confident in his strength. He was stronger than the cultivation Qi completion realm cultivator of Team 13. He would definitely not repeat the mistakes of Team 13. Locking onto the target, the team swiftly arrived outside the manor, and soon they encountered a checkpoint, the manor's grand formation. At this moment, the manor's grand formation, controlled by Chu Fifei, the formation master, was clearly more powerful than when operating on its own. Humph. The elderly Foundation establishment cultivator, codenamed Jia, swept his gaze over the grand formation, snorted coldly, and surging spiritual energy erupted from him. Rumble. As Jia struck with a palm, the manor's grand formation began to tremble violently, even showing faint signs of breaking. Being able to withstand one blow from a Foundation establishment cultivator was the limit of the manor's grand formation. After all, this was just a formation set up by a Qi refining family. It wasn't that the manor owner didn't want to set up a stronger one, but their financial resources were limited. The grand formation is broken. In the manor's spirit plant field, Chu Fifei looked at the shattered jade talisman in her hand and gave a wry smile. She had operated the grand formation with all her might, trying to neutralize the Foundation establishment cultivator's attack as much as possible, but the attack was too powerful. Chu Fifei barely managed to block one blow with the grand formation, but she was powerless to resist a second. No worries, with the nut array, they won't be able to get in, Guang said with a smile. Through the Foundation establishment cultivator's attack on the manor's grand formation just now, Guang also understood the strength of that Foundation establishment cultivator. He should be in the Foundation establishment early stage. As long as it wasn't a Foundation establishment middle stage cultivator, Guang wouldn't have to worry about them breaking through the nut array. It was a pity that the time was still too short. If Guang had been given more preparation time to create a few second-order nuts, then even if a Foundation establishment middle stage cultivator arrived, it was estimated they wouldn't be able to break through the nut array. As they spoke, several figures rapidly approached, and soon the enemies arrived outside the spirit plant field. Seeing this, Guang deactivated the potato mines buried outside the nut array, preparing to activate them only after the enemies had fully entered the minefield. Target confirmed. Jia gaze swept over Yuan Nia. Her disguise naturally couldn't hide from a Foundation establishment cultivator's detection. As for Guang and Chu Fifei, they were just secondary. Yuan Nia, the true inheritor seed ranked 4th in the true inheritor trial, was their primary target to eliminate. However, Jia didn't act immediately, because he had clearly sensed a divine sense probe just now. which meant there was a Foundation Establishment Stage Deo Protector by the opponent's side. But soon, Jiaqi frowned, because he didn't find that Deo Protector, such a method that made him completely undetectable, unless the opponent's strength far surpassed his, or they cultivated some powerful secret technique, otherwise, it was impossible to leave no trace. Jiaqi, should we act? Yi San was a little anxious seeing Jiaqi constantly scanning the surroundings without any intention of attacking. The longer they delayed, the more likely something unexpected would occur. You go deal with them, I'll guard against the opponent's Deo Protector. Jiaqi nodded, he also knew they couldn't delay, but that elusive Deo Protector also couldn't be taken lightly. Fortunately, dealing with those 2 Qi refining middle stage and 1 Qi refining early stage youngsters didn't require him to act. Attack. Hearing this, Yi San waved his hand, leading his team to charge towards Gu Mo and the other 2 in the spirit plant field. Seeing this, Gu Mo directly activated the potato mines, and soon a Qi refinement late stage assassin stepped on a potato mine. Rumble. To everyone's astonishment, the potato mine exploded, creating a crater 3 meters in diameter, and the Qi refinement late stage cultivator who stepped on it was instantly annihilated in the explosion, leaving no bones. What? The sudden turn of events made the assassins' faces change dramatically. Instinctively, everyone wanted to move away from the explosion site, but as they moved, they happened to step on a potato mine. Rumble. Another explosion, another 3-meter crater, and another Qi refinement late stage cultivator annihilated without a trace. Everyone, don't move. Yi San shouted loudly upon seeing this. At this moment, Yi San's heart was filled with shock. 2 Qi refinement late stage cultivators were annihilated in the blink of an eye. What terrifying power was this? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that a 3-meter crater could bury a Qi refinement late stage cultivator. It wasn't just Yi San who was shocked, even Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei's eyes widened. They also hadn't expected the potato-like things Gu Mo buried to be so powerful. Especially Yuan Naya, thinking that she seemed to have stepped on one just now. Yuan Naya couldn't help but shiver. Fortunately, the one she stepped on didn't explode, otherwise, she estimated she would also be annihilated like those 2 Qi refinement late stage enemies. Pay attention to your steps. Yi San loudly instructed the others. The 2 explosions just now made him realize that it was due to something the opponent had buried in the ground. Such powerful might, this should be the opponent's trump card, as expected of a true inheritor seed. They indeed had many trump cards, but as long as they paid attention and didn't step on those explosive traps, the opponent couldn't do anything to them. However, no matter how meticulously Yi San and the others observed, they found no special spiritual energy fluctuations underground, not to mention Yi San and the other Qi refinement stage cultivators. Even Jiaqi, the Foundation Establishment cultivator, found nothing abnormal when his divine sense swept over. As long as a potato mine was buried, there would absolutely be no spiritual energy fluctuations. The only flaw of a potato mine should be the small, round-headed stick that protruded. Soon, Yi San discovered the existence of the round-headed stick. Immediately, Yi San launched a spiritual energy attack, preparing to see if this was indeed the thing that caused them to lose 2 Qi refinement late-stage members. No. The round-headed wooden stick was touched, but the expected explosion did not occur, because Gu Mo directly deactivated the trigger function of that potato mine. Yi San, are there only 2 explosive traps, and the rest are fakes? A Qi refinement late-stage cultivator asked. Possibly. Yi San nodded. The reason the opponent was able to annihilate Team 13 last time should be related to these powerful one-time explosive magical artifacts. After the previous consumption, the opponent probably didn't have many left, and those 2 just now were likely the last of their stock. Rumble. However, just as Yi San finished speaking, a violent explosion erupted again. A Qi refinement late-stage cultivator, hearing that the round-headed wooden stick was fake, angrily kicked it, and then, there was no then. Damn it! Yi San, whose face was instantly slapped, now had bloodshot eyes and wished he could directly rush over and tear Gu Mo and the other 2 into a million pieces. Use swords, don't touch the ground. However, Yi San was not blinded by anger. Instead, he quickly thought of a countermeasure, and it must be said that this was indeed a very effective method. This also belonged to the potato mine's weakness, inability to attack airborne targets. Potato mines can't attack airborne targets, but pea shooters can. Looking at the assassins in the air, Gu Mo smiled slightly. Emerald energy peas shot out from the pod cannons of the pea shooters in the spirit plant field. Bang! Caught off guard, a Qi refinement late-stage cultivator was hit by an energy pea, and he immediately spat blood and flew backward. Compared to potato mines, the pea shooter's attack power was still a bit weaker, not able to kill in one hit. But the pea shooter excelled in flexibility. It could attack both airborne and ground targets, and the pea shooter's attacks were not just once. Besides the second-order pea shooter, the remaining 9 first-order pea shooters could continuously attack by relying on the high-grade first-order spirit plant field they were rooted in. What is this thing again? Yi San blocked an energy pea, looking at his torn tiger's mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. The power of that attack just now had reached the cultivation chi completion realm level. If his strength wasn't stronger than an average cultivation chi completion realm cultivator and he hadn't used a magical artifact to block, that attack just now would definitely not have been as simple as a torn tiger's mouth. Rumble. As Yi San was shocked, a familiar explosion sounded. A teammate who was knocked flying and landed on the ground happened to land on a potato mine and was directly blown to death. Junior brother Gu Mo, your silly spirit plants are actually so powerful, Yuan Naya said, looking at the pea shooters constantly spitting out energy peas, her eyes filled with surprise. Stop marveling, have you called for support? Gu Mo glanced at Yuan Nia. As a true inheritor seed and a disciple of the Hall of Law Enforcement Elder, Yuan Nia would certainly have means to call for help. What Gu Mo needed to do now was to hold out until the sect's support arrived. Yuan Nia nodded. She had already sent out the distress signal, but the problem was that support needed time to arrive. Before, she worried they couldn't hold out until support arrived, but now Yuan Nia felt a little more confident. The reason it was only a little more was because the Foundation establishment stage enemy hadn't acted yet. If he did, Yuan Nia worried whether Gu Mo's methods could still block him. Yuan Nia's worries quickly became reality, seeing that Yi San and the others hadn't even gotten close to the enemies yet and had already lost several members. This made Jia Qi somewhat annoyed and heartbroken. These were all elites of the sect. Although Yi San and the others were not at the level of true inheritors of the sect, they were still very outstanding disciples. If their strength wasn't outstanding, they wouldn't have been chosen to intercept the Kinglo sect's disciples participating in the true inheritor trial. The death of such disciples was definitely not a small loss. Without hesitation, Jia Qi circulated the spiritual energy within his body, then struck out with a palm. In an instant, a large hand condensed from spiritual energy slammed down towards Gu Mo and the other two. This was clearly a powerful attack secret technique. Bang! However, when the spiritual energy hand was still a few meters away from Gu Mo and the other two, it was blocked by a light screen. In an instant, the light screen fluctuated violently. Crack, crack. Immediately followed by 9 continuous cracking sounds. It was the 9 nuts, which served as the foundation of the formation, that withstood the Foundation establishment cultivator's attack. And because it was shared by 9 nuts, the damage to each nut was not great. At this moment, they were absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit plant field, rapidly recovering from the damage. How is this possible? Seeing his attack secret technique blocked, Jia Qi's face showed disbelief. Immediately, Jia Qi's gaze swept towards Chu Fifei. Among the three, only Chu Fifei was a formation master, and this formation was not set up with a formation plate. Therefore, Jia Qi naturally assumed that this formation, which could block his attack, was set up by Chu Fifei, the formation master. The opponent was only in the Qi refining 4th layer, yet she could set up a formation that could block a Foundation establishment stage attack. Didn't the intelligence say that the true inheritor trial mission could only be completed alone? He hadn't heard of 2 true inheritor seeds cooperating. Jia Qi clearly regarded Chu Fifei as a true inheritor seed of the Kinglo sect as well, to be able to set up a formation that blocks Foundation establishment attacks with Qi refining cultivation. If this wasn't a true inheritor seed, it simply defied all reason. Encountering 2 true inheritor seeds at once made Jia Qi's heart surge. Killing geniuses of this level, and 2 of them, the reward was enough to make even Jia Qi, a Foundation establishment cultivator, unable to remain calm. In order to eliminate this wave of future vital forces from the Kinglo sect, the sect they belonged to was very generous with rewards. Without hesitation, Jia Qi once again unleashed his attack secret technique, condensing a large spiritual energy hand to strike the defensive formation. This formation being able to block one of his attacks was already very commendable, but what about his second attack? Bang! The spiritual energy hand once again collided with the defensive formation's light screen. Just like before, the defensive formation's light screen quickly returned to calm after a violent fluctuation. Subsequently, another crack appeared on the 9 nuts, but this crack quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This. Jia Qi looked at the defensive formation with some astonishment. Having withstood 2 of his attack secret techniques consecutively, it still hadn't broken, and the formation's light screen showed no signs of instability, which meant this defensive formation could still block his 3rd and 4th attacks. Or even completely block his attacks. At this thought, Jia Qi immediately felt uneasy. If he didn't break this defensive formation, he couldn't do anything to the targets inside, and if the time dragged on, once the Kinglo sect's support arrived, this mission would fail. This was a mission involving 2 true inheritor seeds. If it failed, not only would the generous rewards be gone, but he might even face punishment. There was no other way. Jia Qi could only call for support. Although this would split the mission rewards, it was better than mission failure. Is he calling for support now? Gu Mo, inside the nut array, also saw that the enemy's Foundation establishment cultivator, after 2 attempts, stopped his actions and instead took out a communication jade talisman. Seeing this, Gu Mo knew that the opponent must be seeking support. Gu Mo could handle 1 Foundation establishment cultivator, but if another Foundation establishment cultivator appeared, the situation would become quite tricky. Although Gu Mo had set the limit of his plant defense line to face 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, if possible, Gu Mo didn't want to push it to that extreme. Because one wrong move could easily lead to a disastrous defeat. The best approach was to eliminate the current Foundation establishment cultivator before enemy reinforcements arrived. A Qi refinement cultivator thinking about how to eliminate a Foundation establishment cultivator would surely make others laugh their heads off if they knew, but Gu Mo was seriously considering it, because he possessed that capability. Chu Xianzi. Gu Mo waved to Chu Fifei, then leaned in to transmit his voice into her ear. See, can it really be done? Upon hearing Gu Mo's voice transmission, Chu Fifei's eyes were filled with shock. The nut array being able to block a Foundation establishment cultivator's attack had already astonished Chu Fifei beyond measure, but Gu Mo actually wanted to attempt something even more audacious. Yes, we can. The enemy has already started summoning help. We have no other choice. Gu Mo nodded seriously. Okay. Trusting Gu Mo, Chu Fifei nodded. Gu Mo had never disappointed her before. Senior sister. After instructing Chu Fifei, Gu Mo turned his gaze to Yuan Nia and began transmitting his voice to her. Are you out of your mind? Yuan Naya gasped after hearing Gumo's voice transmission. Gumo's plan was simply too risky, even a slight misstep would lead to certain death. Then, senior sister, when will the sex reinforcements arrive? Gumo retorted. If he had a choice, Gumo wouldn't want to take such a risk, but there truly was no other way. Alright, then be careful. Yuan Naya nodded slightly. She also knew that procrastinating now would only make things worse. Oh. After sending out the distress signal, Jiaqi Divine Sense continuously scanned the formation blocking him, trying to find a weakness. If he could break this formation, he could easily kill the 3 Qi refinement cultivators within it with a raise of his hand. However, the formation set up by Chu Fifei using nuts was an unconventional formation. Standard methods for breaking formations were completely ineffective against the nut array. For example, to break a typical formation, one would apply pressure to it, causing damage to the formation stones, which would then create a weakness. With a weakness, one could then proceed to break the formation. But the nut array transferred all the pressure the formation endured to the nuts acting as formation stones, rendering the usual formation breaking methods completely useless. However, just now, Jiaqi had discovered a subtle, almost imperceptible weakness in the formation. If he hadn't possessed divine sense, an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator wouldn't have been able to detect it at all. Seizing the opportunity before reinforcements arrived, Jiaqi decided to act first and take down the target. This way, he would only need to pay a small fee for their trouble and wouldn't have to share the generous rewards of this mission with others. Of course, Jiaqi also considered whether this might be a trap, but thinking that there were only 3 Qi refinement cultivators inside the formation, Jiaqi found his own idea laughable. Now, Jiaqi Divine Sense enveloped the formation. The moment the weakness appeared for the second time, Jiaqi low-grade magic treasure flying sword, held in his hand, was unleashed with ferocity, transforming into a long rainbow that pierced into the formation's weak point. Crack! As the flying sword pierced the formation's weak point, the sturdy formation was instantly torn open, creating a gap. Seeing this, Jiaqi was ecstatic. Without hesitation, his figure flickered, and he charged directly into the formation. Little ones, the game is over. Entering the formation, Jiaqi slowly landed, grinning menacingly as he spoke. However, a cracking sound quickly interrupted Jiaqi's subsequent words. He looked down and saw that he had stepped on a round-headed wooden stick. Jiaqi had seen this thing before, several Qi refinement late-stage disciples had been killed by this very thing. But he was a foundation establishment stage cultivator. A trap that could kill a Qi refinement late-stage cultivator would be harmless to him. The moment this thought arose in Jiaqi's mind, a strong sense of dread welled up from his heart. No. Without any hesitation, Jiaqi tried to dodge. But at that moment, an earth dragon burst out from the ground, charging directly at Jiaqi. Get lost! Jiaqi roared in terror, raising his hand to shatter the earth dragon, but at that moment, a force of annihilation erupted from beneath his feet. Jiaqi only managed to take half a step before half of his body was instantly reduced to ashes. Ah! Such a severe injury caused even a foundation establishment cultivator to let out a piercing scream. However, it must be said that a foundation establishment cultivator's vitality was indeed formidable, even with half his body gone, he didn't die immediately. Nevertheless, unless the opponent possessed some top-tier spirit pill capable of bringing the dead back to life and growing bones, such an injury was undoubtedly fatal. Only a nascent soul realm cultivator could have their nascent soul emerge and preserve their life after their physical body was destroyed. I'll make you all die. Knowing he had no chance of survival, Jiaqi glared ferociously at Gumo and the other two, intending to drag all three down with him before he died. But before Jiaqi could make a move, Gumo had already charged forward. The earth dragon just now was the small earth dragon technique that Gumo had cast. Unfortunately, the small earth dragon technique failed to completely stop the opponent, allowing the enemy to escape with half his body, but Gumo had already made corresponding preparations. Good, good, good. Jiaqi saw a Qi refinement cultivator actually dare to attack him and let out a mad laugh. Although he was dying, he was not someone a Qi refinement cultivator could insult. Pfft. The little Zhengjin sword Qi from Gumo's fingertip slashed across Jiaqi's shattered body, directly cutting open a gash on him. But such an injury was already irrelevant to Jiaqi. He only needed to unleash one final dying strike, which would be enough to obliterate Gumo and the other person. The reason it was two people was because just now, Yuan Naya had already charged out. This was the task Gumo had given her. While he dealt with the foundation establishment cultivator, Yuan Naya was responsible for eliminating the Qi refinement cultivators outside, making sure to leave no one behind. Indeed, it's still difficult to kill a foundation establishment cultivator with just one second-order potato mine, Gumo sighed. Although the potato mine's power was formidable, foundation establishment cultivators were too sensitive to danger. Unless the opportunity was exceptionally good, it was very difficult to kill them with a single potato mine. In fact, for Gumo, with his Qi refining 6th layer cultivation, to be able to cleave through a foundation establishment cultivator's physical body was already terrifying enough. This meant that Gumo could injure a foundation establishment cultivator. But the one before him was in a death throw, and the injuries Gumo inflicted were completely disregarded by the opponent. Die! Jiaqi roared furiously, preparing to unleash his final attack. Suddenly, a vibrant green stream of light shot forth from a distance, heavily striking Jiaqi's head. Subsequently, Jiaqi's head was directly shattered like a watermelon by that verdant stream of light. With his head shattered and his divine soul annihilated, the attack Jiaqi had been brewing naturally vanished into thin air. The green stream of light just now was, of course, the attack from the second-order pea shooter. The heavily injured and dying Jia Qi had no power to resist this strike and was easily instantly killed. Jia Qi death stunned Yi San and the others in the distance. They had never dreamed that a foundation establishment cultivator would actually die at the hands of that Qi refinement cultivator. You still dare to be distracted? As Yi San was horrified by the foundation establishment cultivator's death, a scorching figure appeared. It was Yuan Naya. At this moment, Yuan Naya held a crimson greatsword, and her originally black and red hair had now turned fiery red. At the same time, Yuan Naya's aura had reached the cultivation Qi completion realm state. This was Yuan Naya's state of igniting her heart fire, and this state was also Yuan Naya's strongest state. Just now, Yuan Naya had already killed all the Qi refinement late-stage cultivators. Now, only Yi San, a cultivation Qi completion realm cultivator, remained. You're courting death. Yi San roared, intending to perish together with Yuan Naya, but immediately Yi San's aura retracted, and he turned to flee. Even the foundation establishment stage Jia Qi had died, and Yi San wasn't a fool. If he didn't run now, he wouldn't be able to later. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. Humph, it's too late to run now. If Yi San had chosen to flee the moment Jia Qi died, there would still have been a chance to escape, but now it was clearly a bit late. Especially when Yi San, in his panic, actually stepped on a potato mine, which directly blasted him into a severely injured state. Yuan Naya, without much effort, then killed Yi San. Thus, the squad pursuing Gu Mo was completely wiped out. We actually won. Yuan Naya extinguished the ignited heart fire again, and a sense of weakness surged into her heart. This was a side effect of igniting the heart fire, but compared to the physical weakness, Yuan Naya's face was filled with shock at this moment, shocked by Gu Mo and his plants. Yuan Naya had thought that the pea shooter and potato mine could only deal with Qi refinement stage cultivators, but she never expected that they could actually threaten foundation establishment cultivators. It seemed that the potato mine she had stepped on earlier was the very one that had just killed the foundation establishment cultivator. Don't just stand there, quickly clean up the scene. Gu Mo called out to Yuan Naya. He hadn't forgotten that the other party had called for reinforcements. Now, quickly cleaning up the scene might allow them to ambush the enemy again later. Okay. Hearing this, Yuan Naya took out a medicinal pill and consumed it, alleviating her physical weakness, and quickly began to dispose of the enemy's corpses. Yuan Naya was handling the bodies of the Qi refinement cultivators, while Chu Fifei was repairing the formation. Gu Mo had deliberately had Chu Fifei expose a weakness in the formation earlier to lure the foundation establishment cultivator in, and the location was precisely the area where Gu Mo had buried the second-order potato mine. That foundation establishment cultivator probably hadn't expected that Gu Mo also had potato mines capable of killing foundation establishment cultivators, and Gu Mo had placed both of these second-order potato mines inside the formation, unlike the other potato mines which were buried outside. The purpose was to lure the foundation establishment cultivator in, and then use the second-order potato mine to ambush them. Unfortunately, that one second-order potato mine failed to kill in one blow, and in the end, the second-order pea shooter had to deliver the finishing blow. But the final result was still a success. This is a low-grade magic treasure flying sword. Gu Mo came to the foundation establishment cultivator's corpse and picked up the flying sword that had fallen from him. After seeing the grade of this flying sword, Gu Mo couldn't help but feel his heart pound a little faster. This was actually a magic treasure grade flying sword. The flying sword's style was very ordinary, making it impossible to trace the owner's identity from its appearance. But this was definitely good news for Gu Mo, meaning he would have no problems using this magic treasure grade flying sword in the future. Possessing a magic treasure grade flying sword would definitely elevate Gu Mo's combat power by a level. For instance, when facing the situation of slashing the dying foundation establishment cultivator just now, if he had possessed a magic treasure grade flying sword, he would definitely have been able to kill him without needing the second order pea shooter to deliver the finishing blow. Magic treasures and magical artifacts are two different tiers of treasures. Magical artifacts are merely at the artifact level, while magic treasures have already reached the treasure level. The power they possess is also vastly different. After a magic treasure is refined, it can be taken into the cultivator's body. Through the nourishment of spiritual energy, the magic treasure's power and its compatibility with the cultivator will continuously improve. However, to refine a magic treasure, one needs at least cultivation Qi completion realm cultivation, preferably foundation establishment strength. It's not absolutely impossible for an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator to refine a magic treasure, but the efficiency is very slow. The gaseous spiritual energy is like a candlelight, and it would take a long time to refine the magic treasure. However, Gu Mo could try. After all, possessing mist-like spiritual energy was considered to have met the minimum requirements for refining a magic treasure. Throwing the flying sword into the black mist space, the matter of refining it would naturally wait until he returned. Gu Mo continued to search for treasures, and soon he had a new harvest, a storage pouch the size of a palm. Storage pouches in this cultivation world were definitely rare treasures. To put it this way, even the lowest grade storage pouch could be comparable in value to a low-grade magical artifact. Therefore, not every foundation establishment cultivator would have a storage pouch. However, with the Sleeve Universe spell, those foundation establishment cultivators without storage pouches could use this spell as a substitute for a storage pouch. Although the weight of items stored in the Sleeve Universe needed to be borne by the cultivator, once one reached the foundation establishment stage, carrying a few thousand caddies was effortless. There was absolutely no need to spend a large amount of spirit stones to purchase a storage pouch. Wouldn't it be better to use that money to strengthen one's own combat power? The above was just an excuse for cultivators who couldn't afford a storage pouch. If they truly had money, no one would refuse a treasure like a storage pouch. A storage pouch can do more than just store items. Things placed inside can be preserved for a very long time. For some special items, if one wants to preserve and transport them, a spatial treasure like a storage pouch is necessary. And Yuan Naya, this rich young lady, had a storage pouch that her master had given her. Gu Mo only learned so much about storage pouches through Yuan Naya. Indeed, only by killing bosses can you get good equipment. Gu Mo played with the storage pouch in his hand. Killing a foundation establishment cultivator directly provided Gu Mo with a low-grade magic treasure flying sword and a storage pouch, and this didn't even count the items inside the storage pouch. Injecting spiritual energy into the storage pouch, Gu Mo easily opened it. Because the storage pouch's owner had died, the imprint left on the storage pouch disappeared, and the storage pouch became ownerless. It is said that higher-grade storage rings have more complex anti-theft measures, but these were irrelevant to Gu Mo at present. His divine sense probed into the storage pouch, and Gu Mo immediately knew what was inside: spirit stones, medicinal pills, and a jade slip. Besides these, there was nothing else. Jiaqi's mission to intercept the Kinglo sect's true inheritor seed naturally meant he couldn't have anything that would reveal his identity in his storage pouch. He only carried some spirit stones and medicinal pills for replenishing spiritual energy and recovering from injuries. The quantity of spirit stones and medicinal pills wasn't large, but they were all good items. The spirit stones were medium-grade spirit stones, and the medicinal pills were all second order. There were no low-grade spirit stones or first-order medicinal pills. After all, this wasn't for trade, but for combat, and only medium-grade spirit stones and second-order medicinal pills could quickly restore a foundation establishment cultivator's combat power. Unfortunately, Jiaqi was directly blasted to a dying state by the second-order potato mine, so he couldn't use any of these items, which ended up benefiting Gu Mo. Finally, Gu Mo turned his attention to the jade slip. If it had been before Gu Mo condensed his divine sense, he could only sigh in longing when facing a jade slip, but now he could use his divine sense to directly read the contents of the jade slip.